Chapter 1. Ding. Amidst the mountains, a resounding bell echoed at a fire crow. The size of a fist struck the golden bell, causing it to fracture, as if it would shatter into 1,000 pieces at any moment. Is the golden bell fully formed? It makes for excellent material for corpse refinement. The middle-aged man, momentarily taken aback, soon erupted into cold laughter. Well, a fully formed golden bell. Can it withstand a few strikes from this fire crow? At your age, wouldn't it be better to wield power in the mundane world? What brings you to the realm of immortals? Do you truly believe everyone can ascend to immortality? Whoosh! I have been away from home since my youth, wandering the realm of immortals for over 30 years. The man's eyes widened, his words abruptly cut off as a 3-inch flying knife pierced his brow. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several streaks of light sliced through the air, as willow leaf knives accurately struck the man's eyes, mouth, throat, and heart. He stood frozen in place, his white robe soaked in blood. Phew! The young man exhaled a breath of stale air, raising his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Bah! A pauper without even a storage bag. Then again, if he were truly formidable, he wouldn't stoop to robbing a mere mortal like me. After a thorough search, he extracted 2 spirit stones and a few talismans from the fallen cultivator. Elichin skillfully destroyed the evidence and turned to leave, hastening his steps. In the air, a graceful figure stood upon a flying sword, silently observing the scene. Just ahead lies Inshan Market, a gathering place for rogue cultivators from Heishui Prefecture. In the woods, Li Chun gazed into the mist ahead, his eyes flickering with a hint of complexity. Having spent 19 years in this world, transitioning from farmer's son to a gang disciple, and ultimately becoming a formidable figure in the martial world, Li Chun was poised to marry and enjoy life when he suddenly learned of the existence of immortals. Immortals? The mere mention of immortals held a certain allure, prompting Li Chun to resolutely abandon his esteemed position in the mundane martial realm and traverse mountains and rivers too. Join the Zishu sect, participating in the decade-long spirit testing ceremony. 9-rank spirit root, rather advanced in years, cannot enter the sect. The cold words of the elder at the ceremony pronounced Li Chen's fate, echoing incessantly in his ears. Martial arts hinge on one's innate bone structure, while cultivation hinges on one's spirit root. Li Chun possessed commendable aptitude in martial arts, for it was inconceivable that he could rise to prominence at such a young age otherwise. Regrettably, his talent for cultivation was lacking, as he possessed only a 9-rank spirit root. Spirit roots are graded from 1 to 9. The first rank is the highest, known as the heavenly spirit root. The 9th rank is the lowest, referred to as a pseudo-spirit root. Li Chun fell into the category of the most inferior 9-rank spirit root, and coupled with his advanced age, he lacked even the qualifications to become a servant disciple of the Zishu sect. The Zishu sect, the sole sect of immortals in the Yin kingdom, was akin to the heavens for the realm. Without the opportunity to join the Zishu sect, he could only contemplate aligning himself with other cultivation forces in the Yin kingdom or becoming a rogue cultivator. Though he bore the most inferior 9-rank spirit root, at least he possessed one that, despite the elder of the Purple Void sect asserting that those with 90-year spiritual roots could only reach the initial stages of chi refinement, and that breaking through to the mid-stage would be exceedingly difficult, Li Chun remained undeterred. Ascension, for Li Chun, a traverser, nothing held greater allure than the prospect of becoming an immortal. Through various inquiries, he learned of the existence of Inshan Bazaar and yearned to venture there in search of fortuitous encounters, embarking on the path of cultivation. As he approached the bazaar, he unexpectedly encountered an ambush by a fellow cultivator. In the mundane world, a practitioner of his innate prowess would reign supreme as a formidable martial leader. However, upon entering the realm of cultivation, he found himself regarded merely as potential material for corpse refinement. Fortuitously, the assailant was not sufficiently powerful, allowing Li Chun to counterattack with his flying knife technique. There is no path forward. This the formation set by cultivators, severing the boundary between the mortal and the immortal. The path ahead was shrouded in dense fog, obscuring his vision, and Li Chun hesitated to plunge ahead recklessly. Aware that the Inshan Bazaar lay just beyond the mist, he still refrained from entering, for his understanding of a cultivator's methods was woefully inadequate. Are you here to seek immortality? As he lingered before the fog, an ethereal voice unexpectedly pierced the stillness, sending a shiver down his spine. Turning around, he beheld a petite girl with bright eyes and a radiant smile. Observing him with an air of curiosity, Li Chen's senses heightened, his body tensed with wariness. The girl appeared no older than 15 or 16, seemingly harmless. Yet Li Chun was acutely aware that this was not the mundane world, and appearances could be deceiving. You need not be anxious. I bear you no ill. Will doubt if I intended to harm you. You would already be dead. Every year, many martial artists like yourself come to the Inshan Bazaar seeking immortality. However, most who seek such aspirations often become materials for sinister cultivators' corpse refinement or end up as slaves to the practitioners. You are fortunate to have encountered the kind-hearted Linglong fairy. The maiden, petite and clad in a flowing aquamarine dress, adorned her head with a garland of flowers. Her cheeks, rosy and fair, broke into a smile revealing a row of pearly white teeth, while her dark eyes sparkled with innocence and mirth. Linglong fairy, Li Chen's voice faltered, his tension unrelenting as he gripped the concealed flying knife within his sleeve. My name is Shui Linglong, known as the Linglong fairy in the realm of cultivation. The martial arts of the mundane world are not without merit. Your flying knives are perilous, posing a lethal threat to cultivators below the 4th level of Qi refinement. However, those above the 4th level have developed spiritual awareness, rendering your knives ineffective against them. Observing the charming girl before him, Li Chen's gaze sharpened, yet the tautness within him began to ease. He realized that this girl, claiming to be the Linglong fairy, was not merely attempting to intimidate him. His exquisitely honed flying knives could command respect in the mundane world, unfailingly striking true and drawing blood with each release. Yet, in the realm of cultivation, his flying knives remained trivial in the eyes of the cultivators. The cultivator who previously attempted to abduct me, intending to transform me into materials for corpse refining, was most likely a feeble practitioner, one who had yet to awaken spiritual consciousness and was below the 4th layer of Qi refining. The maiden before me, adorned with a golden storage bag at her waist, clearly exceeded the capabilities of the aforementioned cultivator by a considerable margin. It appears you are not entirely foolish, she remarked, a hint of admiration gracing her delicate features. With a cheerful tone, she continued, spiritual roots are classified into 9 grades, with the 1st grade being the highest and the 9th being the most inferior. Only those with spiritual roots may embark on the path of immortality. Each year, countless mundane warriors flock to Een Mountain seeking immortality, yet the majority lacks spiritual roots and can only become servants or slaves within the realm of cultivation, unable to tread the path of the immortal. You have come seeking immortality. Do you understand the concept of spiritual roots? Li Chen's expression turned solemn as he cupped his hands in respect towards the young woman, replying earnestly, I am aware. I participated in the spiritual root assessment of the Zishu Immortal sect half a year ago. The maiden blinked in surprise. You attended the spiritual root assessment of the Zishu sect? It seems you were among the unfortunate who were rejected due to inferior spiritual roots. Li Chen's cheeks twitched slightly as he candidly confessed, indeed. My spiritual root ranks at the 9th grade, rendering me unworthy of entering the immortal sect. What does Zishu even signify as an immortal sect? It merely claims to be one in this remote region of the Yin Kingdom. Yet you, with a 9th grade spiritual root, still seek immortality? With such roots, you shall find it exceedingly difficult to surpass the mid-stage of Qi refining in your lifetime. Even if you manage to embark on the path of immortality, you would merely exist as a lowly insect within the cultivation realm. Would it not be better to return to the mundane world and bask in wealth and glory with your martial prowess? Would it not be more enjoyable to revel in the mundane world rather than struggle at the base of the cultivation hierarchy? Her voice, ethereal and melodious, belied the harshness of her words, echoing those of the elder from the Zishu sex assessment. Return to the mundane world to enjoy life? Li Chen's gaze wavered. Having traversed realms with great effort, was he truly to abandon the pursuit of immortality and return to a mundane existence, destined to become dust after a mere century? No, this was not what he desired. Even with inferior spiritual roots, the realm of cultivation lay before him. How could he resign himself without attempting? Li Chen maintained his silence, his eyes gradually filled with determination. The maiden's gaze swept across Li Chen's resolute countenance, and she seemed to grasp the turmoil within him. Her expression momentarily lost in thought. She softly spoke, there are many with steadfast hearts like yours, yet as time passes, the resolute pursuit of the path often crumbles. Very well. Today, I am in a good mood, so I shall grant you an opportunity. Li Chen's eyes widened as he realized he had encountered a benefactor, and he hurriedly bowed to the maiden. She waved her hand dismissively, continuing, I can escort you to Een Mountain and recommend you as a laborer at the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Would you accept? Thank you. Fairy Linglong. Li Chen's voice no longer bore the rasp of despair. A glimmer of hope illuminated his eyes. The maiden turned, her petite figure advancing into the mist. Stay close. This is the realm of cultivation. Emerging from the thick fog onto a cobblestone street, Li Chun surveyed his surroundings, marveling at everything with a sense of wonder. On either side of the street, one can find a plethora of shops and lofts: the amulet shop, the red rice store, the treasure pavilion, the gourmet loft, the divine maiden tower, and the thousand refinements pavilion, amongst many others. Additionally, some individuals sit on the ground, setting up their stalls and calling out to sell an array of goods that dazzle the eyes. Shui Ling Long strides ahead, making her way directly to the heart of the market. Li Chun keenly observes that many passers-by cast glances at Shui Ling Long laced with a sense of reverence. The fairy Ling Long holds a significant status in the realm of Yinshan. Li Chun's eyes flicker with realization he has encountered a true noble, yet he remains uncertain of the depth of her cultivation. Yinshan is established by several immortal families from Heishui Prefecture and is built upon a second-tier spiritual vein, she explains. This place gathers many wandering cultivators. These wanderers are often lawless individuals. Be cautious when dealing with them in the future. A.S. Fairy Ling Long walks ahead. She appears to be in high spirits, voluntarily sharing insights about the cultivation world with Li Chun. Observing the petite figure of the girl, Li Chun silently commits her words to memory. You possess a 9th-grade spiritual root, and without the backing of a powerful family or a stroke of fortune, you will likely remain stagnant at the early stages of qi refinement. For your entire life, she remarks. After a few years in the cultivation realm, you may find that remaining immortal in the secular world is not such a bad fate. Everyone aspires to become an immortal, yet in the vast South Wilderness cultivation realm, how many have truly achieved immortality in the past 10,000 years? In the end, pursuing cultivation only leads to a handful of extra years beyond that of an ordinary person. Her tone drips with disdain, laced with a hint of sarcasm. Li Chun instinctively inquires, Fairy Ling Long, does the South Wilderness cultivation realm refer to the realm we inhabit? The girl turns, her gaze deepening inexplicably. Where we stand is merely the most remote corner of the South Wilderness cultivation realm. The 56 nations of the South Wilderness place Yin Nation at its fringes. Beyond Yin Nation, the world expands vastly. Moreover, the South Wilderness is merely a small corner of the human realm. Never mind. Why am I telling you this? Abruptly lost in thought, her mood darkens, and she loses interest in conversing with Li Chun. Not daring to press further, Li Chun follows silently behind the girl, his eyes scanning the surroundings as he seeks to assimilate into the cultivation world. Miss, you have returned. The divine elixir pavilion, with its golden bricks and azure tiles, exudes grandeur, topped with a massive gourd. Situated at the center of Yinshan, it stands as the tallest among the many lofts. Throughout his journey, Li Chun notes that only the Thousand Refinements Pavilion, the Treasure Pavilion, and the Divine Maiden Tower can rival the Divine Elixir Pavilion in stature. The first floor of the Divine Elixir Pavilion is not bustling with many people. An elderly man descends from the upper levels, concern etched on his face as he gazes at the girl, his eyes betraying a hint of reverence. Li Chun stands behind the girl, adopting a posture of quiet observation, not daring to utter a word. Uncle Fu, how has business been during this time? The young girl casually dragged a chair, crossed her legs, and wore an expression of indifference. The old man glanced at Li Chun, and upon that gaze he was momentarily struck dumb. Uncle Fu, this individual is someone I encountered outside the market. Observing his steadfast desire for knowledge, I brought him to the Divine Pill Pavilion to serve as a menial worker, he explained. The elder shifted his gaze away from Li Chun, softly muttering, No wonder. No wonder. Xiao Han, take this young brother to meet Master Chun, and have him serve as an apprentice worker under Master Chun. He instructed. Understood. The plump young man, oval-shaped and around 17 or 18 years of age, stepped forward, gazing at Li Chun with envious eyes. Brother, please. Li Chun nodded, offering a warm smile to the young My name is Han Mao. What do they call you, big brother? In the backyard of the Divine Pill Pavilion, the young man became lively, his beady eyes sparkling as he scrutinized Li Chun. Brother, what is your relationship with the Pavilion Master? How is it that the Pavilion Master personally brought you here? Li Chun's eyes flickered momentarily, and he inquired nonchalantly, Is the exquisite fairy the Pavilion Master of the Divine Pill Pavilion? Han Mao puffed out his chest, his tone brimming with pride. The exquisite fairy is not only the Pavilion Master of the Divine Pill Pavilion, but also the Master of the Celestial Talisman Pavilion, and one of the few Foundation cultivators. Within the Yinmao market, it is said that the exquisite fairy has businesses in both the Nanshan market of Yin Prefecture and the Taihu market of Ping Prefecture. Though she is yet to reach the age of 30, she has already attained foundational cultivation. Even the true disciples of the Zishu sect cannot compare to our exquisite fairy. Li Chen opened his mouth, momentarily rendered speechless. Han Mao's eyes glimmered with an inscrutable expression, his smile obsequious as he regarded Li Chen. Brotherly, if you have caught the exquisite fairy's eye and achieve great success in the future, do not forget to uplift your little brother. Li Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly, choosing not to respond to Han Mao. Indeed, he had stumbled upon great fortune, encountering the kind-hearted and beautiful exquisite fairy, who had brought him to the Yin Mountain market and arranged for him to serve as an apprentice worker under a master alchemist at the Divine Pill Pavilion. As for the other matters, Li Chen dared not dwell on them. He was merely immortal yet to embark on the path of immortality, possessing the 9th grade spiritual root, seemingly lacking any qualities that would attract the exquisite fairies. Interest. Perhaps he bore a resemblance to a certain acquaintance of the exquisite fairy. Li Chen stroked his chin, recalling Uncle Fuss's astonished expression upon seeing him. This seemed to be the only plausible explanation for why the exquisite fairy regarded him with such distinction and brought him to the Divine Pill Pavilion. He chose not to ponder deeply on it present. It was futile for him to overthink. Han Mao continued to chatter incessantly, probing into the relationship between Li Chen and the exquisite fairy, while Li Chen remained silent. Before the meticulously arranged courtyard, Li Chen adjusted his attire, feeling as though today's experiences were somewhat surreal. Brotherly, no need to be anxious. This Master Chen has a very good temperament. Noticing Li Chen's momentary distraction, Han Mao, feeling familiar, patted Li Chen's shoulder in a comforting manner. Mortal, finally, Li Chen came face to face with Master Chen of the Divine Pill Pavilion in the quaint and elegant courtyard. An elderly man clad in azure reclined in the embrace of a charming maid, while another maid diligently massaged his legs. This Master Chen, lean in stature, sported a graceful goatee beneath his chin and squinted his eyes as he scrutinized Li Chen. Li Chen bowed respectfully, announcing, "I am Li Chen, honored to meet Master Chen." Beside him, the plump young man Han Mao grinned obsequiously, saying, "Master Chen, this is the individual personally brought back by the pavilion master, as instructed by the esteemed manager Fu to serve as your apprentice." Master Chen's gaze roamed over Li Chen, his brow furrowed tightly in irritation as he remarked, "That old scoundrel Fu. Could he not have sent someone with actual cultivation? What use is a mere mortal? It will undoubtedly cause the old man some trouble. Nevertheless, since it is the master who personally brought him back, I cannot disregard the face of both the master and the old ghost. The fact that you can come to serve as my apprentice and menial laborer indicates that your spiritual roots are rather lackluster. Let us begin with chopping firewood and warming the furnace. Return to seek me again tomorrow." Master Chen Dan, with a wave of his hand, impatiently dismissed Li Chen. As Li Chen exited the Divine Dan Pavilion, he found himself in possession of a weathered tome, a vial of fasting elixir, and 2 low-grade spiritual stones. The portly Han Mao trailed closely behind him, his eyes brimming with envy. The tome had been given by the steward Fu, containing a rudimentary fire-based cultivation technique known as the Scarlet Flame Sutra. The fasting elixir and the spiritual stones were also gifts from Steward Fu. According to the chubby Han Mao, the Divine Dan Pavilion does not provide accommodation for its employees unless they hold a position of higher rank as alchemists. Li Chen could not reside in the Divine Elixir Pavilion and was compelled to accompany the chubby Han Mao to settle in the slum district. On the top floor of the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Shui Linglong gazed blankly at the departing figures of Li Chen and Han Mao, her eyes unwittingly glistening with unshed tears. Standing beside her, Uncle Fu remained silent for a moment before murmuring reassuringly, "Miss, the master is exceptionally gifted. You need not worry about him." Snapping back to reality, Shui Linglong pressed her lips together and replied, "Uncle Fu, my elder brother will be gone for over 20 years. When will he return to see Linglong? Li Gu, from now on, you must reside with me in the slum district. Although the environment here is poor, a spiritual stone is required for monthly rent. Without a spiritual stone, one cannot even qualify to live in the slum." Han Mao led Li Chen to the outskirts of the Yinshan district, where numerous low and rudimentary houses were constructed, each exceedingly simple in design. The slum was inhabited by lower-tier cultivators, while the truly formidable practitioners resided in the caverns developed within the market area. These caverns were situated atop spiritual veins, making the cultivation experience there distinctly superior to that of the slum district. The chubby boy was quite talkative. Li Chen nodded gently in acknowledgement. Regardless of the location, the principle of the survival of the fittest prevails, with a mere handful of the strong monopolizing the prime resources. Cultivating immortality requires spiritual energy, which emanates from spiritual veins. Locations abundant in spiritual veins can be regarded as paradisiacal realms. To Li Qin's knowledge, any place endowed with spiritual veins has already been claimed. The Zishu sect stands as the most formidable cultivation force in the Yin Kingdom, having seized control of the finest spiritual veins within its borders. The remaining sites rich in spiritual veins have also been appropriated by various cultivation factions, both large and small. Under the guidance of the chubby boy, Li Qin encountered the overseer managing the shantytown, paid a spiritual stone, and secured a month's residence in a modest dwelling. Li Qin's dwelling was constructed of rammed earth, its roof thatched with straw, and within it, aside from a sturdy wooden bed, there was little else of note. A new neighbor arrived. Immortal, a plump, enchanting female cultivator emerged from the adjacent room and confidently entered Li Qin's space, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing him with a hint of suspicion. Sister Chan, do not be deceived by the fact that Brother Li appears to be an ordinary mortal. He was personally brought into Yingshan Feng by the exquisite fairy Linglong and recommended to Apprentice under Master Chindan. His future is undoubtedly promising. Han Mao's eyes sparkled with renewed interest, a humble smile adorning his chubby face as he cautiously explained to the female cultivator beside him. The charming cultivator raised an eyebrow, her demeanor shifting to one of greater seriousness and warmth. Brother Li has connections with fairy Linglong? Li Qin shook his head, expressing that it was of no consequence. It was merely that the benevolent Linglong fairy had guided him onto the path of immortality. The female cultivator's gaze shifted, and she inquired with a hint of curiosity, surely Brother Li must possess extraordinary talent. Otherwise, how could he have garnered the special attention of the Linglong fairy? Li Qin smiled silently, acutely aware that his spiritual root was likely inferior to that of Han Mao and the female cultivator. After all, in the realm of cultivation, no qualification could be deemed lower than a 9th-grade spiritual root. Following a brief conversation, Li Qin learned that his neighbor was named Shu Chan, a 4th-layer qi refinement cultivator who earned her living by preparing spirit talismans and crafting spiritual paper, thereby sustaining her practice in the impoverished district. As for Han Mao, he was an attendant at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, boasting a 3rd-layer qi refinement cultivation. Upon discovering Li Qin's background, Shu Chan's initially warm demeanor diminished significantly. After a brief greeting, she retreated to her room. In contrast, Han Mao's attitude towards Li Qin remained unchanged, as he cheerfully remarked, Brother Li, do let me know if you require anything. I shall procure it for you. Thank you, Brother Han, Li Qin replied. I do not require any provisions. Li Qin was reluctant to trouble Han Mao any further, for he truly had no need for any purchases. At this moment, his sole desire was to peruse the Crimson Flame technique bestowed upon him by Manager Fu, in hopes of swiftly channeling his energy and becoming a cultivator. Han Mao, seemingly aware of Li Qin's thoughts, maintained his cheerful demeanor. Brother Li, he said, I shall not disturb you any longer. Do not rush your cultivation. If there are any aspects of the Crimson Flame technique that you find perplexing, do not hesitate to come and inquire. Li Qin nodded and bid farewell to Han Mao. Han Mao was a commendable individual. His enthusiasm mingled with a hint of ulterior motives, likely due to his connection with the enchanting Linglong fairy, a fact that Li Qin was fully aware of. However, what ties could Li Qin possibly have with the Linglong fairy? In the modest confines of his room, Li Qin sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, adjusting his mindset before perusing the Qianju. The Qianju was not an esoteric cultivation technique. Rather, it was quite commonplace, easily obtainable in the market for merely 2 spirit stones, rendering it a rather ubiquitous method of practice. Li Qin lacked the qualifications for selection. The profound techniques of cultivation were solely held within the grasp of various powerful sects, and the methods circulating in the marketplace were unlikely to possess exceptional efficacy. However, the Qian formula, despite its shortcomings, offered certain advantages. The text contained detailed annotations, allowing even an ordinary person like Li Qin, who had yet to embark on the path of immortality, to comprehend its contents. The Qian formula was the most widely practiced fire-based technique in the realm of cultivation, reaching its zenith at the 10th level of qi refinement, with no further advancement available. It comprised only a few spells, such as the Fire Crow technique, Fire Arrow technique, and Fire Screen technique. The cultivator who had previously attempted to assassinate him had practiced the Qian formula. The night grew deep. Li Qin closed the ancient tome, seated himself cross-legged upon the wooden bed, and shut his eyes. Following the methods inscribed within the book, he began to harmonize with the cosmos. seeking to attune himself to the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. As the night elapsed, Li Chen opened his eyes, his countenance reflecting deep dismay. He had indeed sensed the celestial energies, yet they remained indifferent to him, let alone allowing him to draw them into his being to refine them into magical power. Was this truly the lamentable state of a ninth-grade spiritual root? Li Chen experienced a moment of clarity, realizing that his aptitude for cultivation was perhaps even worse than he had previously imagined. Brotherly, have you awakened? It is time for us to commence our duties at the Divine Elixir Pavilion. A familiar voice belonging to Han Mao resonated from outside. Li Chen adjusted his attire and opened the door, accompanying Han Mao to the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Upon arrival, Li Chen found no sign of the enchanting fairy Ling Long, nor did he encounter the affable manager Fu. Master Chen's demeanor towards Li Chen was indifferent. He merely instructed him to proceed with chopping firewood. The wood that Li Chen cleaved is known as ironheart wood, a commonly used fuel among alchemists. Ironheart wood is extraordinarily resilient, even for Li Chen, a master-level expert in the mundane martial arts world. After a full day of chopping firewood, his palms were blistered. This was despite Li Chen having cultivated the Golden Bell Shield to a consummate level. Li Chen even harbored doubts that ordinary innate masters of the secular martial world could cleave through ironheart wood. After a day's labor, he returned to the shanty town alongside Han Mao, his weary body in tow, to continue his meditative communion with the heavens and earth, attuning himself to the ethereal energies of the universe. Thus, the days passed, one after another. For half a year, Li Chen toiled at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, chopping wood, during which time he had not once encountered the ethereal Ling Long fairy, nor had he had the privilege of seeing Master Chen. Each month, however, the steward Fu would bestow upon him 2 low-grade spirit stones and a vial of fasting pills as remuneration. Whenever the time for payment arrived, the rotund Han Mao, who served as a servant at the pavilion, would invariably grumble. Earning only 2 low-grade spirit stones per month, he found his compensation paltry compared to Li Chen's. At the very least, Li Chen received a vial of fasting pills each month, a luxury that the chubby Han Mao could scarcely afford. Li Chen was aware that this special attention from Master Fu was deliberate. However, what perplexed him was why Master Fu would extend such particular care towards an ordinary mortal like himself. On this day, as usual, Li Chen immersed himself in the harmonious union of heaven and earth, attuning to the celestial energies, and attempting to channel these ethereal forces into his being. Taking the initial step on the path of cultivation, lying upon the rigid wooden bed, he furrowed his brow in concentration. In his perception, myriad colorful motes of light floated throughout the cosmos. These vibrantly colored specks represented the diverse attributes of the celestial energies. He diligently sought to draw the crimson motes closer to himself, and through relentless perseverance, the red glimmers finally converged before him, seeping into his body through the pores of his skin. I did it. Li Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his face alight with joy. After 6 months of perseverance, he had finally, on this day, entered the realm of cultivation, taking his first step on the path of immortality. Ding! The system began to activate upon detecting that the host had embarked on the journey of the immortals. Just as Li Chen was immersed in his elation, an even greater surprise struck him. Li Chen trembled all over, standing up in a state of anxiety, his lips quivering uncontrollably, and his heart pounding wildly. The system. It turned out he too possessed a system, which had finally activated today after nearly 2 decades of anticipation. Upon detecting that the host had embarked on the path of immortality, the system commenced its activation. The Immortal clan system has been successfully activated. Main quest: establish a sect of cultivators, yet to be completed. Side quest: give birth to the first offspring with spiritual roots, yet to be completed. The novice gift pack is being distributed. Please check, esteemed host. Li Chen found himself momentarily dazed. By the time he regained his senses, his mind was filled with vast segments of memories that were not his own. The journey of alchemy unfolded before him, from novice to master, with detailed explanations of first and second tier alchemical formulas, discussions on elixirs, and an overview of the path of alchemy. Is this the inheritance of the second tier alchemical arts? Li Chen gently rubbed his temples, his heart filled with unrestrained joy. After half a year of navigating the world of cultivation, he had finally succeeded in channeling qi into the path, thus becoming a practitioner at the first level of qi refinement. However, this 6-month journey was not spent idly. Within the realm of cultivation, numerous arts of refinement exist, with alchemy reigning supreme, followed closely by array formation, weapon forging, talisman crafting, and Gu mastery, among others. When discussing these myriad arts, the foremost practices that come to mind are undoubtedly alchemy, array formation, weapon forging, and talisman crafting. In the cultivation world, alchemists hold an exceptionally esteemed position and are ardently revered. This is largely due to the fact that most cultivators require medicinal pills to aid their practice, with those who can cultivate without such aid being exceedingly rare. The path to becoming a highly regarded alchemist is fraught with stringent requirements. First and foremost is the inheritance of alchemical knowledge. Alchemists are already scarce in the cultivation world, and it is nearly impossible for solitary practitioners to obtain such heritage. Furthermore, mastering the art of alchemy demands a substantial investment of resources. Generally, only powerful factions possess the means to cultivate alchemists. Within the Divine Pill Pavilion, there are two esteemed alchemists, Master Gu and Master Chun. It is said that Master Gu is a second-tier alchemist capable of refining second-tier spiritual pills, and he has even succeeded in crafting a batch of foundation establishment pills, earning the profound respect of the illustrious Linglong Fairy. Li Chun had spent half a year splitting firewood at the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, yet he had never caught a glimpse of Master Gu. As for Master Chun, though he was merely a first-tier alchemist, his status within the Divine Alchemy Pavilion and the Yinshan market was profoundly esteemed. In addition to the two alchemists, the pavilion boasted over a dozen apprentices who were capable of concocting relatively simple elixirs, such as the nourishing pill and the blood recovery pill. Ah, the legacy of second-tier alchemy. Li Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart brimming with an uncontainable fervor. He meticulously organized the myriad memories that surged within his mind, acquiring hundreds of formulas for first and second-tier elixirs, each delineated with exquisite detail, encompassing aspects such as furnace ignition, temperature regulation, ingredient preparation, flame control, pill condensing, and extraction. It is no exaggeration to assert that Li Chun has already ascended to the status of a second-tier alchemical master, albeit lacking practical experience. A second-tier alchemical master, indeed. Such an individual is coveted even by the esteemed Zishu sect. Within the realm of the Yin Kingdom, no matter where one ventures, they would be revered as a distinguished guest. Even with merely qi refinement cultivation, a second-tier alchemist holds the capacity to engage on equal footing with formidable foundation-building practitioners. Li Chun took a deep breath, compelling himself to regain his composure. The system's novice gift package had bestowed upon him a second-tier alchemy inheritance. If he were to successfully accomplish the system's tasks, would the rewards be even more astonishing? System? Li Chun attempted to call out twice, yet the system remained unresponsive. This system lacked intelligence, rendering it incapable of conversing with Li Chun. The Immortal clan system? The primary quest entails the establishment of a cultivation family, while the secondary task is to give birth to the first progeny possessing spiritual roots. Thus, one must devise a means to find a partner, procreate, and subsequently establish a lineage. No, in the realm of cultivation, one cannot simply say marry a wife, but rather seek a Tao companion. Li Chun sat cross-legged on the bed, gently stroking his chin as he began to contemplate how to accomplish the system's tasks and earn its rewards. Li Chun was acutely aware that with his 9th-rank spiritual root, without fortuitous circumstances, he could only reach the mid-stage of qi refinement at best. Presently, he was certain that his greatest opportunity in this lifetime was the system. To attain immortality and become a progenitor, he must rely upon the system. Regardless of whether it was a main quest or a side quest, the first step was to find a companion on the path of cultivation and subsequently bear a child. Only with a child could one establish a cultivation family, could they not? Alternatively, should he consider acquiring a mortal woman to bear a child, thereby completing the initial side quest and obtaining the rewards? Yet, that too seemed unfeasible, being a 9th-rank spiritual root. Would a child born of a mortal woman possess any spiritual roots? Therefore, he must seek a female cultivator, one who also possesses spiritual roots, as the probability of their offspring having spiritual roots would be significantly higher. However, the crux of the matter lay in his own cultivation level. Being merely at the first layer of qi refinement, would any female cultivator be willing to bear his child? Even if, hypothetically, a female cultivator did agree to such a proposition, could he sustain the child under his current circumstances? Would it be just to have the child endure hardships from birth? Certainly not. Perhaps it would be wiser to linger at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, gradually showcasing his alchemical skills, and once his cultivation level and status had risen, then consider the prospect of finding a companion and fulfilling the task of procreation. Li Chun pondered extensively, and ultimately resolved to gradually develop his skills within the Shindan Pavilion, intending to fulfill the system's tasks when conditions became more favorable. Achieving the first level of qi refinement while managing a family in Inshan Market was undeniably challenging. Having made this decision, Li Qin resumed his studies of the system. Within the system, alongside the main and side quests, there existed an exceedingly simple personal data panel. Host, Li Qin lifespan, 1981, cultivation. First level of qi refinement technique. Qi Inju, beginner, partner, none offspring, none family. Not established. The system panel was remarkably straightforward, requiring minimal exploration. The pressing matter now was how to gradually showcase his alchemical skills to capture the attention and mentorship of the exquisite Linglong fairy. Once his cultivation advanced further and he became a genuine alchemist, he would then contemplate the pursuit of a partner and the establishment of a family. As for breaking away from the protection of the Shindan Pavilion and Linglong fairy to develop independently, Li Qin had never entertained such thoughts. The secular martial world was inherently perilous, and the realm of cultivation was bound to be even more treacherous. As a mere novice at the first level of qi refinement, should he dare to leave the Shindan Pavilion, he would be devoured in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. He could not forget the cultivator who had attempted to assassinate him before arriving at Inshan Market. Inshan Market gathers many rogue cultivators, who are known to be lawless. Exercise caution when dealing with them in the future. Linglong fairy's words echoed in his mind, a warning etched into his memory. A sleepless night ensued. The following day, upon rising, Li Qin's eyes were still rimmed with bloodshot veins. Han Mao squinted in disbelief, gazing at Li Qin. Brother Qin, have you successfully entered the path of qi induction? Li Qin nodded expressionlessly. Han Maobai's chubby face reflected greater astonishment. Brother Qin, are you truly of the 9th grade spiritual root? I possess an 8th grade spiritual root, and it took me an entire year to successfully cultivate qi and embark on the path. At that moment, their female neighbor, Shu Chan, pushed open her door, carrying a burlap sack. Today marked Shu Chan's day to deliver goods to the talisman shop. After laboring for over half a month to wash and produce spiritual paper, she was finally poised to reap the rewards, which put her in high spirits. Her beautiful eyes swept over Li Qin, and with a gentle smile, she remarked, Brother Li has also become a cultivator. Congratulations on stepping onto the immortal path. Longevity is within reach. I have a few matters to attend to, but I shall invite Brother Li for a drink upon my return. With that, Shu Chan hurriedly departed. Cultivators at the first layer of qi refinement remained at the lowest tier within Inshan Square. Only by advancing to the mid-stage of qi refinement could one attain a modicum of status. To become a prominent figure in Inshan Square, one must break through to the late stage of qi refinement or master a skill such as alchemy, formation, artifact crafting, or talisman crafting, thereby becoming a master of a particular cultivation art. Li Qin's cultivation at the first level of qi refinement was insufficient to garner any regard from Shu Chan. Observing her hurried departure, he maintained an impassive demeanor, his heart devoid of any tumult. Indeed, with his current level of cultivation, no female cultivator would spare him a second glance. In the realm of immortality, the majority of female cultivators sought partners based solely on their cultivation level, disregarding both appearance and age. Ultimately, in the world of cultivation, power is paramount. With heightened cultivation, one could attain anything desired. Are you truly of the 9th grade spiritual root? Manager Fu of the Divine Elixir Pavilion furrowed his brow, his peculiar gaze making Li Qin feel distinctly uncomfortable. This shouldn't be possible. A 9th grade spiritual root should not achieve the entrance into the path of qi so swiftly. Manager Fu stroked his chin, his expression rife with skepticism. Around them, several attendants cast incredulous glances at Li Qin, whispering in astonishment. Li Qin's mind was filled with doubts. According to the words of Manager Fu, a practitioner with a 9th grade spiritual root would require at least 2 years to complete the transition into the first layer of qi refinement. Han Mao, possessing an 8th grade spiritual root, had spent nearly 2 years to attain the status of a cultivator. Could it be that the spiritual testing column of the Zishu sect was faulty, and he was, in fact, of a 7th or 6th grade spiritual root? At that moment, Li Qin felt a surge of excitement. After all, he had managed to complete the transition into a cultivator in just 6 months, a feat accomplished more swiftly than Han Mao and the other associates of the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Meeting Manager Fu's astonished gaze, Li Qin cautiously inquired, Uncle Fu, could it be that the spiritual testing column of the Zishu sect is malfunctioning? Perhaps I should be retested for my spiritual root? Just as Uncle Fu was about to nod in agreement, an ethereal voice descended from the upper floor. There is no need for retesting. The spiritual testing column of the Zishu sect cannot possibly be flawed. Moreover, I have utilized my spiritual sense to verify that you indeed possess a 9th grade spiritual root. Your ability to complete the transition into a cultivator within 6 months is not due to your spiritual root, but rather because your soul is innately more powerful than that of an ordinary person, allowing you to advance more rapidly. Do not grow complacent. True geniuses exist who can complete the transition within a single day. The exquisite fairy Linglong gracefully descended the stairs, clad in a water-blue celestial gown. Her head adorned with a crown woven from fresh flowers that seemed impervious to wilting, she commanded instant respect. We pay our respects to the pavilion master. Despite Fairy Linglong's delicate figure and youthful visage, her presence compelled everyone to lower their heads in reverence. Li Chun chuckled at himself, then, following the crowd, performed a respectful bow. I pay my respects to the esteemed master. It had been half a year since he last beheld the enchanting Fairy Linglong. As soon as she appeared, she shattered any remnants of hope within Li Chen. The spirit-testing pillar of the Zishu sect showed no discrepancies. He remained that same waste with a 9th grade spiritual root. However, Li Chun did not succumb to discouragement and swiftly adjusted his mindset. What significance did a 9th grade spiritual root hold? After all, Li is indeed equipped with a system. With this assistance, as long as he does not falter along the way, he is destined for greatness. The ethereal fairy moved with grace, her steps silent as she approached Li Chun, gazing up at his stern and resolute countenance. Her dark eyes deepened, as if they could penetrate the depths of his soul. You have not lost heart. I can sense the fervor that fills your spirit. But you are clearly endowed with the most inferior 9th grade spiritual root in the cultivation realm. Might I inquire what fuels your unwavering confidence? The fairy's voice was melodious. Yet Li Chen's heart skipped a beat. This enchanting fairy. Li Chun immediately suppressed the astonishment within him, straightened his back, and gazed at the exquisite Fairy Linglong. Meeting her deep, dark eyes, he smiled gracefully and spoke calmly. It is true that a 9th-grade spirit root is regarded as the most inferior talent in the realm of cultivation. However, even a 9th-grade spirit root can cultivate, cannot it? As long as cultivation is possible, the path to immortality remains unbroken. There are still roads ahead, and naturally, I shall not be disheartened. Even if no path exists, I can endeavor to forge one myself, for after all, paths are created by those who walk them. As soon as Li Chen's words fell, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Within the confines of the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Han Mao anxiously observed Li Chun, his palms slick with cold sweat. The others were equally tense. After all, this was the renowned Linglong Fairy, one of the few foundational cultivators from the Yinshu faction. A formidable presence even within the realm of the Yin Kingdom. Despite her delicate appearance, Linglong Fairy was a leader of considerable influence, revered by countless lower-tier cultivators. In the realm of immortality within the Yin Kingdom, she was undoubtedly a notable figure. It was said that even the Zishu Immortal sect dared not offend her. To claim that Li Chun was not anxious would be a falsehood. However, he understood the necessity of maintaining his composure. After a lengthy pause, Linglong Fairy's enchanting visage broke into a radiant smile, akin to a garden in full bloom. Similar, truly quite similar. Your ambition is commendable. Let us see how far you can ultimately ascend. You have already reached the first level of qi refining. Take this vial of qi nourishing elixir. Should you achieve a breakthrough to the mid-stage of qi refining within 5 years, I shall bestow upon you further rewards. As Li Chen beheld the brilliant smile of Linglong Fairy and the jade vial she presented, he momentarily lost his focus. Linglong Fairy must possess exceptional talent, otherwise she could not have attained foundational cultivation before the age of 30. After all, most of the true disciples of the Zishu Immortal sect established their foundations only after turning 30. What rank of spiritual root did Linglong Fairy possess? If she were to bear a child, that offspring would undoubtedly have a spiritual root, and it would likely be of considerable quality. Quickly, Li Chun regained his composure, forbidding himself from indulging in such fanciful thoughts. A person of Linglong Fairy's caliber was certainly beyond his reach at present. It was best not to dwell on it. Li Chun even harbored suspicions that the exquisite Fairy Linglong possessed the ability to read minds or similar enchantments. Sensing the fervent gazes of jealousy directed at him, Li Chun respectfully accepted the jade vial from the maiden's hands, bowing deeply as he expressed his gratitude. acknowledging the fairy's nurturing, and assuring that he would not let her expectations go unfulfilled. Fairy Linglong remained silent, casting a noncommittal glance at Li Chun before gracefully ascending the staircase. With her departure, the crowd dared not utter a sound. Li Chun cast a sweeping glance around him. Aside from Manager Fu, the remaining attendants gazed at him with fervent eyes, their expressions a mixture of envy and, more prominently, jealousy. Even the chubby Han Mao did not escape Li Chen's keen observation, as he caught a fleeting glimpse of jealousy in the boy's eyes. However, compared to the other attendants, the jealousy in Han Mao's gaze quickly dissipated. All right, return to your duties. As long as you all work diligently, both the old man and the master shall certainly bestow generous rewards. Everyone disperse, Manager Fu commanded, to which the crowd responded with respectful acknowledgement before they scattered. Li Chun first visited Master Chindan. Master Chin glanced at Li Chun and soon lost interest, instructing him to continue chopping wood. After a day of toil, Li Chun returned to the shanty town, clutching a vial of chi-nourishing pills bestowed upon him by the exquisite Fairy Linglong. Along the way, the chubby Han Mao became more talkative and his demeanor towards Li Chun grew notably more affable. Brother Chen, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. What exactly is your relationship with the Pavilion Master? I have been at the Divine Pill Pavilion for several years, yet I have never seen the Master smile at anyone. Nor have I heard of anyone receiving such a gift from her. With the Pavilion Master as support, it's merely a matter of time before you break through to the mid-stage of chi refinement, and even reaching the late stage is not beyond possibility. The chi-nourishing pills are precisely what a third-level chi refinement practitioner requires to overcome their bottleneck. A single vial sells for 60 spirit stones. 60 spirit stones. My worth wouldn't even come close to that amount. And yet, the Pavilion Master freely bestowed it upon you. Brother Chun, I shall follow you from now on, with unwavering loyalty. You must look after me. While the chubby boy chattered incessantly, Li Chun found himself pondering a different matter. The Fairy Linglong's attitude towards him was indeed somewhat distinctive. Logically speaking, for someone of Fairy Linglong's stature, it would be exceedingly difficult for an ordinary chi refinement practitioner to even catch a glimpse of her. To exchange a single word with her would be a source of immense joy for any typical practitioner. Who exactly was he to elicit such treatment? Li Chun ultimately could not decipher the underlying reasons, yet one thing remained certain: the ethereal Fairy Linglong harbored no malice towards him. He considered himself fortunate. Upon his arrival in the realm of cultivation, he had encountered the esteemed Linglong, a benefactor whose presence spared him from traversing numerous detours that others faced. Nightfall enveloped the surroundings. In the humble abode of Li Chun, besides Han Mao, there was the addition of his female neighbor, Shu Chan. Shu Chan brought with her not only a bottle of wine, but also a roasted chicken from a renowned delicacy house, claiming it was to celebrate Li Chen's ascension to the realm of cultivation. Congratulations, brotherly. You have finally taken the first step into the path of enlightenment and become a cultivator. I wish you success in your journey towards immortality, she exclaimed. Reclining gracefully in her chair, Shu Chan's voluptuous figure was undeniably alluring. With a wine glass in hand, her cheeks bore a slight flush, and her gaze was imbued with a hint of seduction. The chubby Han Mao looked at Shu Chan with burning eyes, his breath quickening. Having spent half a year in Inxian Square, Li Chun had gathered a fair understanding of the common knowledge within the cultivation world. This enchanting neighbor, Shu Chan, was in her 20s, slightly older than him, and possessed a cultivation level of the 4th layer of chi refinement, having mastered a seductive art. Should she choose to employ her charms, an ordinary person would surely find it overwhelming. The youthful and vigorous Han Mao, under the influence of Shu Chan's alluring technique, was somewhat out of sorts. However, having lived 2 lives and with a naturally robust spirit in this incarnation, coupled with over a decade of experience in the mundane world, Li Chun managed to maintain a semblance of composure even in the face of Shu Chan's captivating prowess. Li Chun discreetly withdrew his gaze from Shu Chan, responding with a light chuckle. Only by establishing the foundation of the immortal path can one claim to have achieved mastery in it. I have merely commenced my journey. How could I dare assert that I have attained the immortal way? Shu Chan raised her head and drained her cup in one swift motion, playfully tousling her dark locks with a charming smile. Brotherly, within half a year, you should be able to achieve the initial stages of the path of energy induction. You must possess a 6th grade spiritual root, am I correct? A 6th grade spiritual root is already considered a medium grade 1, and you may very well establish your foundation in the future, unlike me, who merely has a 7th grade spiritual root. It seems I shall likely never have the opportunity to establish my foundation in this lifetime. Li Chun remained silent, tearing off the most succulent chicken leg from the platter, savoring it with unrestrained delight. The wine brought by Shu Chan, while considered exquisite in the mundane world, was merely ordinary in the realm of cultivation. However, the roasted chicken from Jinxiu Tower was a different matter altogether. Jinxiu Tower specializes in the preparation of spiritual delicacies, and typically, mere qi refinement practitioners lack the spirit stones necessary to indulge in its offerings. The roasted chicken brought by Shu Chan was derived from a first-tier demonic beast, the azure pheasant, and was imbued with spiritual energy, providing a significant boost to early-stage qi refinement practitioners. The azure pheasant is a common first-tier demonic beast found in the Yinshan mountain range, characterized by its entirely azure plumage. Though it is merely a first-tier beast, only those practitioners at the mid-qi refinement stage and above, capable of wielding swords in flight, can successfully hunt it. A practitioner who manages to capture an azure pheasant can sell it to Jinxiu Tower for a mere 3 to 5 spirit stones. However, once the culinary experts at Jinxiu Tower have skillfully prepared it, the price escalates to over 10 spirit stones. Li Chun merely indulged in a chicken leg and felt a slight enhancement of his internal magical energy. Truly, it is no surprise that the roasted chicken purchased from the delicacy pavilion is so remarkable. Shu Chan must possess considerable wealth. In the realm of cultivation, mastering a particular skill is of utmost significance. Shu Chan, having merely acquired the technique of crafting spiritual paper through washing, is able to frequent the delicacy pavilion. Were it a cultivator like Han Mao, laboring for an entire month might yield only 2 spiritual stones, one of which would be allocated for rent, while the other would be reserved for cultivation, rendering a visit to the delicacy pavilion utterly impossible. Of course, the current situation of Li Chun is no different from that of Han Mao. They are both destitute souls. Li Chun silently lamented the significance of mastering a technique in the art of cultivation. Cultivation necessitates resources, which in turn must be acquired through the purchase of spirit stones. Naturally, spirit stones themselves constitute a form of resource. After consuming a chicken leg, Li Chun's gaze shifted to the chicken breast, and he nonchalantly remarked, "I possess a 9th grade spiritual root and can complete the entry into the Tao within half a year. However, this is merely due to my soul being somewhat stronger than that of an ordinary person, which pales in comparison to Miss Shu's 7th grade spiritual root. With her exceptional aptitude and mastery of crafting spiritual paper, her path to immortality will undoubtedly be far more smooth than mine. Should she encounter fortuitous opportunities, foundation establishment could very well be within her reach." Spiritual roots are classified into 9 grades. A 1st-grade celestial spiritual root faces no bottlenecks in cultivation until the nascent soul stage. The 7th, 8th, and 9th grades are considered inferior spiritual roots. The 9th grade is referred to as a pseudo-spiritual root, capable of reaching the 3rd layer of qi refinement, but struggling to surpass the 4th layer. The 7th grade, also an inferior spiritual root, can attain the pinnacle of qi refinement, yet breaking through to foundation establishment remains a formidable challenge. Without fortuitous encounters, individuals like Shu Chan, possessing a 7th grade spiritual root, are essentially incapable of achieving foundation establishment on their own. Is brotherly a pseudo-spiritual root? Shu Chan straightened her posture, her eyes flickering with skepticism, and the charm on her face evaporated entirely. Li Chun shrugged, reaching for the chicken breast on the plate. The smile on Shu Chan's face gradually faded. Han Mao, noticing Shu Chan's change in expression, hurriedly spoke up, "Sister Chan, it is indeed true that Brother Chun possesses a 9th grade spiritual root, but he is highly regarded by the exquisite Fairy Linglong. Today, Fairy Linglong bestowed upon him a vial of vital energy elixir and mentioned that there would be further rewards once he advances to the mid-stage of qi refinement. If we cultivate a friendship with Brother Chun, we shall undoubtedly reap the benefits when he soars to greatness in the future." Oh, Shu Chan's eyes sparkled once more. Her gaze fixated on Li Chun with an intensity that seemed almost tangible. "Is it true that Brotherly has a connection with Fairy Linglong?" Li Chun cast a glance at the rotund youth, his brow slightly furrowing, before breaking into a smile. "Fairy Shu, you jest," he replied. "What sort of person is Fairy Linglong? I am hardly worthy of her notice. The vial of vitality pills she bestowed upon me today is likely a mere reflection of her good spirits. To us, such a vial holds considerable value. Yet for Fairy Linglong, it is but a trifle." Shu Chan, however, appeared unconvinced by Li Chen's explanation. With a flirtatious glance, she shifted closer to him, leaning in to whisper softly in his ear, "Brotherly, there is no need for such wariness." In the realm of cultivation, high-ranking practitioners do not extend their support to those of lower ranks without reason. Fairy Linglong is renowned for her aloofness, offering no kindness to anyone. A few years ago, Song Su, the foremost disciple of the Zishu sect, pursued her, yet she remained unmoved, even shattering his flying sword in the process. If Brotherly truly has no ties to Fairy Linglong, it would be a challenge to even catch a glimpse of her, let alone receive her patronage. Could it be that you are, perchance, a blood relative of Fairy Linglong in the mortal world? As Shu Chan leaned in closer, her warm breath brushed against Li Chen's ear, causing his heart to flutter momentarily. Li Chen could even perceive that astonishing softness. Is this the allure of a practitioner of enchanting arts? Turning to meet Shu Chan's gaze, he felt a stirring within himself as he confronted her almost mesmerizing look. Yet he chose to remain silent. Observing his reticence, Shu Chan affirmed her suspicions, her smile becoming even more beguiling as she began to pour wine for him. "Brotherly," she said, "allow me to toast to you. Please refrain from calling me Miss Shu. It feels too distant." Li Chen's gaze was enigmatic as he broke into a smile. Taking the wine cup from Shu Chan's hand, "If I do not call you Miss Shu, what should I address you as?" Shu Chan lowered her head, resembling a bud ready to bloom, radiating shyness. "If it pleases you, dear Brotherly, you may call me Chaner." Li Chen wore a mysterious smile as he drained the contents of his cup. With his cultivation at the first layer of qi refinement, it seemed nearly impossible for him to seek a female cultivator to bear him a child at this stage. However, was there not one conveniently presented before him? Shu Chan, possessing a 7th-grade spiritual root, would presumably have a child with a spiritual root of her own, should she choose to bear one. Li Chen was aware of Shu Chan's intentions, yet he remained indifferent. Her esteem for him was undoubtedly influenced by the illustrious presence of the Linglong fairy. In this regard, the Linglong fairy had unwittingly aided him once more. Truly, she was his great benefactor. Han Mao, standing by, gazed at Shu Chan's bashful demeanor, his eyes widening in wonder as he murmured, "Chaner." Shu Chan lifted her gaze, smiling at Han Mao. "Little brother Han, not just anyone can call me Chaner." Han Mao's plump face flushed crimson, his eyes clouded with melancholy. "Brotherly, shall we meet again tomorrow?" Shu Chan's cheeks flushed as she playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze lingering on Li Chen, tender and wistful. As if she had already fallen deeply in love with this neighbor she had known for merely half a year. Li Chen smiled and nodded at her. "Chaner. See you tomorrow." Gulp, gulp. After Shu Chan left, the chubby boy raised the wine jug and tilted his head to drink deeply. Cough, cough. He drank too hastily, causing the wine to spill from the corners of his mouth. He choked, his face turning red and his neck thickening as he coughed incessantly. Li Chen gazed at Han Mao, offering no words of comfort. A bitter smile crossed Han Mao's face as he turned to Li Chen, his tone laden with sorrow and a hint of self-mockery. "Brother Chen, do you know? I have harbored feelings for her for quite some time. From the very first moment I laid eyes on her, I was captivated. Yet, I lacked the courage to confess my feelings. She is so beautiful, so gentle, and her cultivation surpasses mine. Moreover, she possesses the remarkable ability to craft spiritual paper, leaving me feeling utterly unworthy of her. Each night, I yearn for dawn to break, for with the light of day comes the chance to see her. Every morning, I eagerly anticipate the sound of her door opening, for it heralds the sight of her radiant smile and the opportunity to greet her with a cheerful good morning. I am fully aware that she will never belong to me." As Han Mao spoke, he lowered his head, his voice tinged with the tremor of unshed tears. "I never dared to hope for her affection. Merely seeing her smile and hearing her voice each day is enough to bring me fulfillment. I also understand that she will eventually find a partner. But I never imagined that day would arrive so swiftly, nor did I foresee that she might develop feelings for you, Brother Chen." Li Chen curled his lips in disdain. Did Shu Chan develop feelings for him? Li Chen does not share such sentiments, nor does he perceive himself as possessing such immense charm. In the secular realm, he is a formidable figure, captivating numerous female heroes. Among those enamored by him, some are drawn to his exceptional martial prowess. Others are captivated by his esteemed position within the martial world, and some are simply enchanted by his handsome visage. However, the realm of immortality is a different matter altogether. Li Chen did not perceive himself as possessing any competitive edge within the realm of immortality. The affection displayed by Shu Chan was merely an act. In his previous life, during his time in the nightlife, Li Chun had encountered performers akin to Shu Chan, some even boasting superior acting skills. The tenderness in their gaze, the love reflected in their eyes, and the shyness that seemed to bloom like a bud. These were all elements that could be skillfully portrayed. And Li Chun was adept at discerning such performances. Consequently, he could never genuinely reciprocate the feelings of such actors. However, he held no animosity towards them. The same applied to Shu Chan. She harbored ambitions of leveraging her connection with Li Chun to gain favor with the exquisite fairy Ling Long, or to extract benefits and cultivation resources from him. Li Chun's desires, on the other hand, were quite simple. Li Chun had never contemplated the emotions of Shu Chan. All he desired was for her to bear him a child endowed with spiritual roots, thus fulfilling the first side quest of his system. Had it not been for Shu Chan's mistaken belief that he had an affiliation with fairy Ling Long, Li Chun was certain that she would never hold him in high regard. However, there was no need to share such thoughts with the chubby boy. The chubby boy wept bitterly, his voice choked with sorrow as he murmured to himself, "Perhaps this is for the best. If she truly becomes Dao partners with Brother Chun, I will still have the chance to see her often. I have never harbored excessive desires." As he spoke, the chubby boy turned to Li Chun, his eyes reddened. "Brother Chun, promise me that once you are truly together, you will treat her well." Li Chun remained silent, and under the gaze of the chubby boy, he eventually nodded reluctantly. Treating Shu Chan well? But they were not even together yet. If Shu Chan were to bear him a child with spiritual roots, Li Chun would indeed be willing to cherish her, as she would be the mother of his offspring. However, the chubby boy was truly innocent. "Brother Han, you've had too much to drink. You should return and rest properly," Li Chun advised, observing the blubbering boy. If the chubby boy continued to linger and express his feelings for Shu Chan, would Li Chun still have time to cultivate? He must not neglect his own training, for the path to immortality is fraught with challenges, and one cannot afford to be complacent. Even with the aid of the system, Li Chun would not allow himself to falter. Desire does not ensnare those who are self-aware. Intoxication does not sway those who are clear-minded. "I seem to be tipsy. Indeed, I am truly intoxicated. Brother Chun, you must treat Chaner well and ensure she does not suffer any grievances." Han Mao, clutching the wine jug, swayed unsteadily, his eyes brimming with tears. Li Chun, after much persuasion, finally bid farewell to Han Mao. In Shu Chan's room, she peered through the crack of the door, observing Li Chun escorting Han Mao away. Her gaze lingered on Han Mao for a moment, a hint of guilt flickering in her eyes as she softly muttered, "Han, I am truly sorry. I am aware of your feelings for me, yet I cannot reciprocate them." Shifting her attention to Li Chun, a sweet smile graced her face. "Although Brotherly possesses a mere 9th grade spiritual root, I am drawn to his composure and masculinity. Moreover, Brotherly is likely a relative of the exquisite fairy Ling Long. If I were to become his Dao partner, perhaps with fairy Ling Long's support, I could make strides in establishing my foundation, even if I cannot cultivate to that level. At the very least, I could don a robe of the law and wield magical artifacts." Shu Chan's clandestine observation did not go unnoticed by Li Chun. Though he had only recently embarked on his spiritual journey and had yet to develop spiritual awareness, he still sensed Shu Chan's gaze. Perhaps this was a result of his formidable spiritual essence and remarkable intuition. His ability to carve a bloody path through the secular world and ascend to its pinnacle was undoubtedly linked to his powerful spirit and extraordinary instinct. Li Chun returned to his chamber and retrieved the jade vial presented by the exquisite fairy Ling Long. Clearing his mind and entering a state of tranquility devoid of distractions, Li Chun poured forth a plump elixir and consumed it. As the nourishing pill settled within him, a vast surge of spiritual energy unfurled, merging with his dantian, and his internal magical prowess began to ascend swiftly. The following day dawned. Li Chun awoke from his meditative state, feeling a notable enhancement in the subtle power residing within his dantian. This gratifying change was a testament to the efficacy of the qi-nourishing pill, a precious elixir designed specifically for those at the 3rd level of qi refinement to surmount their limitations. With just a single pill, he experienced a significant increase in his magical abilities. This vial containing 10 qi-nourishing pills should expedite his cultivation to the 2nd level of qi refinement. Although consuming such a pill at the 1st level may seem somewhat extravagant, who could blame him for indulging, given his possession of a 9th grade spiritual root? Without the aid of such potent substances, how could one hope to cultivate the path of immortality? Li Chun has already begun to envision that he will most likely rely on the consumption of elixirs for his cultivation in the future. Fortunately, he has been bestowed with a 2nd-tier alchemical inheritance from the system. Li Chun pushed open the door to find Han Mao and Shu Chan engaged in light-hearted banter. The roundness of Han Mao's face adorned with a humble yet contented smile. Chen Gu, you're awake. Did you sleep well last night? I, on the other hand, couldn't find rest, as your image lingered in my mind throughout the night. Upon seeing Li Chun, Shu Chan's charming visage blossomed with a delightful smile as she swiftly approached him and linked her arm with his. Li Chun glanced at the enchanting lady beside him, a light laugh escaping his lips as he remarked, "Since you find it difficult to sleep alone, why not move in with me tonight?" The makeshift dwelling in this shanty town was modest, requiring a monthly payment of 1 spirit stone. If you were to reside with me, you would save an entire spirit stone each month. Shu Chan's porcelain-like cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and with a delicate fist, she playfully pounded on Li Chen's chest, exclaiming in a teasing tone, "You are such a rascal." Li Chen's gaze was enigmatic, and the sight of Shu Chan inadvertently stirred memories of an actress he had encountered in a nightclub in a previous life. Soon, however, Li Chen regained his composure, lifting Shu Chan's chin with a single hand, and asked, "Have you yet to express your willingness?" Shu Chan initially bowed her head, then raised it, only to lower it once more, shyly saying, "Chen Gu, we have yet to become partners in the way of the Tao. At the very least, you should grant me a title." Li Chen waved his hand with a smile and spoke, "The world of immortals is unlike the mundane realm. Forming a partnership does not require the customary rites of the ordinary world. If you are unwilling or perceive my cultivation to be inadequate, consider this matter as if I had never broached it." Shu Chan's eyes flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, she gently bit her red lips and nodded in agreement. Li Chen gently caressed Shu Chan's cheek, his smile radiant. "Chan'er, I shall first go to the divine elixir pavilion, await my return." With that, Li Chen beckoned to the plump fellow, "Brother Han, it is time for us to depart." Han Mao forced a smile, his spirits evidently low, as he followed Li Chen towards the divine elixir pavilion in the heart of Yinshan Square. "Big Brotherly. Good morning, Big Brotherly." Upon entering the divine elixir pavilion, several attendants warmly welcomed them, each adorned with obsequious smiles. Li Chen nodded with a smile in response, then proceeded to report to Master Chindan. "Shaoli, I heard that the pavilion master bestowed upon you a bottle of qi-nourishing pills yesterday." Li Chen encountered Master Chindan. Master Chen wore a warm smile, his demeanor markedly more amiable than his usual aloofness, evidently imbued with greater concern. This shift in his attitude was undoubtedly attributed to the enchanting fairy Ling Long. Meeting Master Chen's caring gaze, Li Chen nodded respectfully and responded, "I am deeply grateful for the esteemed leader's generosity in bestowing upon me a vial of qi-nurturing elixir." Master Chen's eyes flickered slightly as he remarked, "Ah, young Li, I have had you chop firewood for half a year. Do you harbor any grievances?" Li Chen immediately shook his head. "I dare not." The lad had never embarked on the path of cultivation, lacking any profound skills. The elder's request for him to chop firewood was merely a form of training, and how could he harbor any grievances against the elder's thoughtful intentions? A faint smile of satisfaction appeared on the gaunt face of Master Chindan. "Young Li, now that you have embarked on the path, there is no need for you to continue chopping wood. Today, accompany me to the medicinal garden, where I shall first teach you to identify spiritual herbs and familiarize you with their properties." "Understood. Thank you, esteemed elder." Li Chen bowed deeply to Master Chindan, his face alight with excitement. To say he was truly exhilarated would be an understatement. Rather, his overly composed demeanor belied the enthusiasm expected of an apprentice. Master Chindan stroked his beard, a more amiable smile gracing his features. "Little Li," he said, "you are my disciple. There is no need to address me as senior so often, as it creates an air of distance. From now on, simply call me Master Chun." Li Chun was filled with joy and excitement, promptly exclaiming, "Disciple pays respects to Master Chun." Master Chindan chuckled softly and nodded, saying, "Come, follow this old man to the medicinal garden." As the largest alchemical hall in Yinshan, the divine elixir pavilion naturally boasted a dedicated medicinal garden, tended by specialized herb farmers. Within the garden, 2 farmers attended to the spiritual herbs. One was a weathered old man with dark, rough skin, while the other was a graceful and quiet young woman. Upon seeing Master Chen, the old man hurried over, revealing a grin that showcased his blackened, yellowed teeth. "Chen Lao, what herbs do you wish to collect today?" he inquired. The young woman stood respectfully beside him and addressed Master Chen. "Yunji pays her respects to Master Chen." Master Chen acknowledged both with a gentle nod and calmly stated, "Do not mind me. I have brought my disciple today merely to identify the spiritual herbs and recognize their properties. You may continue with your duties." The old man's gaze shifted to Li Chun, his face adorned with a flattering smile. The young woman also turned her attention to Li Chun, her clear eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. Li Chun and the other individual exchanged courteous smiles. Master Chen paid little heed to them, leading Li Chun towards the medicinal garden. As they walked, he elaborated that the two were a pair of grandfather and granddaughter. The elder, named Yun Feng, and the younger, Yunji, were both adept at tending to spiritual herbs. Several years prior, the pavilion master had saved their lives, and in gratitude for this benevolence, they remained at the divine elixir pavilion to care for the medicinal plants. It is said that Yunji possesses a 5th-grade spiritual root, and despite being just over 20 years of age, she has already attained the 6th level of qi refinement, with promising prospects for foundation establishment in the future. The old fellow, Yifeng, treasures his granddaughter dearly, forbidding any young man from approaching her. Li Chen listened quietly, casting a glance back at the serene woman behind him, whose presence resonated with a tranquil elegance. The woman sensed his gaze and met his eyes momentarily before their connection swiftly dissipated. Master Chen led Li Chun to the edge of the medicinal field, gesturing towards the expansive patches of golden spiritual herbs. "This is the golden bone herb," he began. "Its properties are gentle, and it possesses the ability to satiate, serving as the primary ingredient for the creation of fasting elixirs. Here lies the azure spirit fruit, the essential component for concocting qi-nurturing pills. And this is the serpent's saliva grass, which, when combined with the whip of a first-tier demon beast, the black fire hound, can be used to produce the marvelous pill. My expertise lies in crafting the marvelous pill, and many cultivators in the Xian Kingdom's realm of immortality have benefited from my formulations." As he spoke of the marvelous pill, a rosy hue graced Master Chen's gaunt cheeks, his eyes brimming with pride and satisfaction. Li Chen was aware that the Zhuang Miao Dan was a unique elixir formulated by Master Chen, a product of serendipity. It was the sole one of its kind in the entire Yin Kingdom's cultivation realm. And even the 2nd-tier alchemical legacy Li Chen had acquired did not encompass the methods for concocting this particular pill. In essence, the Zhuang Miao Dan served as a potent aphrodisiac, remarkably effective and immensely popular within the cultivation community. Most of the cultivators seeking to purchase the Zhuang Miao Dan were elderly male practitioners. Throughout the morning, Li Chen accompanied Master Chen as they traversed a substantial portion of the medicinal garden, becoming acquainted with dozens of 1st-tier spiritual herbs and plants. As for the 2nd-tier herbs within the garden, Master Chen lacked the authority to utilize them, let alone to bring Li Chen along for identification. Within the divine elixir pavilion, only 2 individuals were permitted access to the 2nd-tier herbs, Master Gu and the exquisite Fairy Linglong. After their tour of the medicinal garden, Master Chen presented Li Chen with a thick compendium titled Comprehensive Guide to Herbs, advising him to study it thoroughly after their session. However, for Li Chen, this was entirely unnecessary. The knowledge contained within was already encompassed in the 2nd-tier alchemical legacy he possessed. Nevertheless, he intended to diligently follow Master Chen's teachings in alchemy, gradually revealing his own innate talent for the craft. At this juncture, he could not afford to disclose his possession of the 2nd-tier alchemical legacy, as it would undoubtedly attract envy. In the afternoon, Li Chen accompanied Master Chen to the alchemical chamber, where Master Chen brought along over 10 apprentices. Among them, the most skilled apprentice was already capable of concocting qi-nourishing pills, harmonizing pills, and spirit-gathering pills, nearing the point of graduation. Upon Master Chen's arrival, the apprentices who were not engaged in tasks hurried forth to pay their respects. "Greetings, Master Chen," they chorused, eager to know if he was about to commence alchemical operations. A cluster of apprentices gathered around, their expressions reverent and their demeanor exceptionally docile. Master Chen surveyed the group with a stern countenance, asking in a grave tone, "Where is Zhou Jian? Why is he absent?" "Master, Brother Zhou is currently engaged in the preparation of Huang Yadan," one apprentice replied. "Humph," Master Chen snorted, his expression darkening, for Huang Yadan was not easily concocted. The youth was oblivious to the gravity of the task. After a brief moment, Master Chen regained his composure. Beckoning an apprentice forward, he solemnly instructed, "Mo Bai, please take this junior brother down to familiarize him with the process of starting the furnace and warming it." A short middle-aged man stepped forward, sporting a pair of distinguishing mustaches and a broad smile. "You must be junior brother Li Chen, correct? Please, follow me." Li Chen nodded and paid his respects to Master Chen Dan, before following the apprentice named Mo by to another alchemy chamber. Zhou Jian is regarded as the most gifted alchemical apprentice at the Divine Elixir Pavilion. It is said that he possesses the capability to refine first-tier spirit pills and is qualified for promotion to a master alchemist. Yet he has consistently been overshadowed by Master Chun. Today, Li Chun learned that the relationship between Zhou Jian and Master Chen Dan is rather strained. Although Zhou Jian is ostensibly the apprentice of Master Chen Dan, the latter cannot bear to see Zhou Jian surpass him in excellence. Of course, this may also stem from Zhou Jian's own disposition. At present, Li Chun is hesitant to draw any conclusions, as he is not well acquainted with Master Chen Dan's character. Nor does he fully understand Zhou Jian's nature. Indeed, wherever there are people, there exists conflict. Wherever there are individuals, there exists a world of rivalry. And the realm of cultivation is no exception. Li Chun experienced a moment of enlightenment. To put it simply, the realm of cultivation is akin to another world of its own. Transitioning from the mundane world to the realm of cultivation is merely stepping into a larger arena. The distinction lies in the fact that the secular world vies for fame and fortune, whereas the cultivation realm is a battleground for resources and the elusive opportunity for transcendence. In the morning, Li Chun accompanied Master Chun to the medicinal garden, where he identified dozens of first-tier spiritual herbs and medicines. In the afternoon, he studied furnace opening and temperature regulation alongside Mo Bai. As night fell, Li Chun returned to the shanty town with Han Mao. Han Mao had undergone some changes. His speech had diminished significantly, and he had grown markedly more reticent. With Han Mao silent, Li Chun found little to say. Upon returning to the shanty town, Shu Chan had been waiting for quite some time. "Brother Chen, you're back," she exclaimed, naturally linking her arm with his, her smile gentle and her gaze tender. "Brother Chen, I have given it considerable thought. Since we are to be together, we must procure some essentials. I plan to buy a cloud bed, an ice silk cocoon blanket, 2 dark jade calming pillows, and a dressing cabinet. Only then will it resemble a home, don't you think?" Standing nearby, Han Mao forced a smile upon his plump face. "Brother Chun, Sister Chan, I shall take my leave to cultivate." Once Han Mao departed, Shu Chan continued, counting on her fingers, "Brother Chun, I have calculated that acquiring these items will require 220 spirit stones. Over the years, I have saved some, amounting to 70 spirit stones. We still need 120 spirit stones. Brother Chen, as long as we can obtain these items, we can bind ourselves as partners and live together." Li Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and he spoke calmly. "Channer, you are placing me in quite a predicament. As an apprentice at the Divine Dam Pavilion, I earn but 2 spirit stones a month. How can I possibly procure 120 spirit stones? Are you suggesting that you never intended to be with me?" "Chengge, what are you saying?" she replied, her voice steady despite the tremor in her heart. "Having promised to become your partner in the Tao, I would never waver in my commitment. Once we are united, we shall face our journey together, supporting one another on the path of immortality. I do not expect you to provide a residence built upon a spiritual vein, but surely our dwelling should resemble a home. If you cannot fulfill even this modest request, how can I trust that your intentions towards our union are genuine?" As she spoke, her eyes glistened with tears, presenting a heart-wrenching visage of vulnerability. Li Chun maintained a composed demeanor as he calmly spoke. "However, at this moment, I truly cannot produce such a considerable amount of spirit stones. Perhaps we could postpone this matter for a while." Shu Chan's gaze shifted, and she remarked, "Brother Chun, although you are unable to present such a sum, Fairy Ling Long certainly can. 120 spirit stones is not a trivial sum for us. Yet it is hardly significant in the eyes of Fairy Ling Long. The treasures she extracts from between her teeth far surpass the value of these 120 spirit stones. Given your relationship with Fairy Ling Long, would it not be easy for you to request this sum from her?" Li Chun cast a glance at the enchanting beauty beside him and let out a soft sigh. "Channer, if it were not for these 120 spirit stones, would we be unable to unite as partners on this journey of life?" Shu Chan, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, retorted, "Chengge, do you truly wish to forge a bond with me as life companions?" Li Chun chuckled at himself and said, "Fairy Shu, let us put aside the matter of becoming Tao companions. I shall return to my cultivation." With that, Li Chun strode back to his room and closed the door behind him. Outside, Shu Chan's expression shifted, and after a moment of hesitation, she stamped her foot in frustration and muttered under her breath, "If he can't even produce 120 spirit stones, it seems his connection with Fairy Ling Long is not as close as I had presumed. How foolish of me to misjudge him. With a resounding bang, Shu Chan returned to her own room, the sound of the door slamming echoing in Li Chen's ears. Li Chen appeared composed, showing no signs of surprise. Shu Chan was merely interested in the relationship between him and the enchanting Linglong fairy. However, before they could become partners on the path of enlightenment, she did not hesitate to probe whether there truly existed a close bond between Li Chun and the fairy. Indeed, few in the realm of cultivation could be considered fools. In truth, if he were to seek a loan of 120 spirit stones from Linglong fairy, Li Chun believed she would lend them to him. Yet, he was unwilling to pursue such a course of action. To approach Linglong fairy for spirit stones would be tantamount to failing to recognize a good opportunity. Li Chen would rather delay the completion of his system tasks than allow the fairy to form a negative impression of him. As for the reason behind his reluctance to tarnish his image in her eyes, Li Chen found himself unable to articulate it. In the confines of his room, Li Chen sat cross-legged on the frigid, rigid wooden bed, gradually closing his eyes to empty his thoughts. He then retrieved a chi-nurturing pill. The path of cultivation was fraught with challenges, more arduous than ascending to the heavens. Despite having acquired the second-tier alchemical inheritance, Li Chun dared not succumb to arrogance or complacency, nor could he afford to be negligent. In the cultivation world, one's cultivation level was paramount. If he possessed only the first layer of chi refinement, even if provided with the finest herbs and materials for alchemy, he could only concoct rudimentary pills such as the chi-nurturing pill, the revitalizing pill, or the hemostatic pill, and would be utterly incapable of producing intermediate-tier pills like the harmonizing pill, the spirit-gathering pill, or the yellow bud pill. Alchemy was not without its demands regarding cultivation level. It was sheer folly to expect a chi-refining practitioner to create second-tier pills suitable for foundation establishment cultivators, or third-tier pills meant for golden core practitioners. Li Chun paid little heed to the events of the day. The inability to find a partner and fulfill the first side quest of the system was of no consequence. He believed that once he attained the third layer of chi refinement and could forge intermediate-tier pills, finding a female cultivator with a spiritual root would surely not pose a challenge. In the Yinshan market, there were certainly more low-tier female cultivators than just Shu Chan. After a night had passed, when Li Chun awoke from his meditative state, he felt a further enhancement of his inner power, drawing him closer to the second layer of chi refinement. Since the initiation of his chi induction, he no longer required sleep, as he could fully substitute it with cultivation meditation. Early the next morning, upon opening the door, he found Han Mao already awake. Shu Chan was busy washing green bamboo to produce spirit paper. Upon seeing Li Chun, her expression remained indifferent, and she offered no greeting. Li Chun paid little attention to Shu Chan's demeanor. The plump boy's gaze darted back and forth between Li Chun and Shu Chan. As they made their way to the divine pill pavilion, he could no longer restrain himself and quietly inquired, "Brother Chun, what is going on between you and Sister Chan?" Li Chun shrugged and replied calmly, "Fairy Shu requires me to present 120 spirit stones to procure items such as the cloud bed, ice silk cocoon quilt, mystic jade calming pillow, and a dressing cabinet before she will consent to become my Tao partner. However, I am unable to gather such a sum of spirit stones. Thus, our relationship has soured." The chubby boy's eyes lit up, and his complexion visibly grew rosy. His gaze darted around, and as they approached the divine elixir pavilion, a hesitant expression crossed his face as he turned to Li Chun and boldly asked, "Brother Chun, could you possibly lend me a nourishing chi pill?" Li Chun halted his steps, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the stout boy. The boy, with unwavering determination in his eyes, spoke in a grave tone, "Chen Ge, I have lingered at the third level of chi refinement for an extended period. I believe I am ready to strive for the fourth level. If you could lend me a chi-nourishing pill, I am confident I can shatter the bottleneck of the third level. Once I break through to the mid-stage of chi refinement and awaken my spiritual consciousness, I will be able to procure spirit stones to purchase magical artifacts and subsequently join the demon hunting team in the market." Li Chun gazed at the chubby boy, and after a prolonged silence, he raised an eyebrow. "You aspire to transcend to the fourth level of chi refinement and resign from your position at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, embarking on a quest to hunt demons for spiritual stones, with the goal of amassing 120 stones to propose to Shu Chan as your partner?" Han Mao nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with fervent anticipation for the future. In truth, Li Chen yearned to convey to the chubby boy that even if he risked his life to hunt demons and earned the requisite 120 spiritual stones, it was highly unlikely that Shu Chan would agree to become his partner. The condition set by Shu Chan was merely a test of Li Chen's relationship with the ethereal Linglong fairy. Were it Han Mao, 120 spiritual stones would undoubtedly fall short. Furthermore, would presenting Han Mao with a nourishing Qi pill guarantee his breakthrough from the 3rd to the 4th level of Qi refinement? Han Mao possessed merely an 8th grade spiritual root, and a single Qi pill may not suffice to shatter his bottleneck. Confronted with Han Mao's hopeful gaze, Li Chen ultimately could not bring himself to disclose the harsh truth, nor did he wish to dampen his spirits. The chubby boy received the Qi pill from Li Chen's hand, clenching his fist tightly, his face radiating gratitude. Rest assured, Brother Chan, I shall repay you for this Qi pill, and I will even calculate the interest for you. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively and strode towards the alchemy chamber, paying no heed to the chubby boy. A Qi-nourishing pill was valued at approximately 7 spirit stones. Given his amicable relationship with the boy, he felt it permissible to lend it without expectation of repayment. Upon arriving at the Divine Pill Pavilion, Li Chen followed Mo Bai to learn the intricacies of igniting and tempering the furnace. Cultivators at the Qi refinement stage possess limited magical power. Those who do not practice the fire element techniques are incapable of manipulating flames for alchemy. Furthermore, the Yin Mountain district lacks any fire veins. Thus, even Master Chun in the Divine Pill Pavilion must resort to using iron-heart wood as fuel during the alchemical process. Accompanied by 2 apprentices to tend to the fire and add fuel, Li Chen possesses a 9th grade spiritual root, predominantly of the fire element, and diligently practices the fiery technique known as the Crimson Flame Art. Due to persistent rumors circulating within the Divine Elixir Pavilion regarding his close relationship with the enchanting fairy Linglong, Master Chen has taken a subtle interest in nurturing Li Chen's abilities. After a month of dedicated study under Mo Bai, he has acquired the skills of furnace opening, warming, and fire control. On this particular day, Master Chen summoned Li Chen to his side and inquired with genuine concern. I have heard from Mo Bai that you have become proficient in opening the furnace, warming it, and even skillfully manipulating the intensity of the flames. Li Chen scratched his head, feigning modesty. Perhaps it was due to his disciples' cultivation of the Crimson Flame technique. Li Chen acquired the 2nd-tier alchemical inheritance from the system, akin to receiving the memories of countless 2nd-tier alchemical masters. He became intimately familiar with the intricacies of alchemy, opening the furnace, warming it, preparing the ingredients, controlling the flame, condensing the elixir, and extracting it. Such details were second nature to him, and with practice, he would quickly master them. Naturally, this was not something he could divulge to others. Master Chen gazed at Li Chen for a moment, stroking his goatee with admiration, and remarked, an ordinary apprentice, even one who practices fire or wood elemental techniques, cannot hope to master the properties of herbs or become proficient in opening and warming the furnace without 5 to 8 years of diligent study. It seems you possess a remarkable talent for alchemy, a true gem waiting to be polished. Although your spiritual roots are lacking, you naturally possess a formidable soul, which may indeed be the reason for your swift progress. Since the Pavilion Master has entrusted you to me, I shall not squander your alchemical potential. Coincidentally, today I plan to refine a batch of Huang Yadan, and you shall assist me, diligently learning the finer points of the alchemical process. With that, Master Chen made his way to his exclusive alchemical chamber. Watching the lean figure of Master Chen retreat, Li Chen clenched his fists, forcefully suppressing the excitement surging within him. From this day forth, he would finally engage in alchemy and showcase his inherent talent. Though this talent had been granted by the system, once revealed, he would be regarded as an alchemical prodigy in the eyes of others. The Divine Pill Pavilion housed 3 alchemical chambers. Master Chun and Master Gu each possessed their own chamber, while the remaining one was shared among all apprentices. The communal alchemical chamber contained several low-tier alchemical furnaces for apprentices to practice their skills. In contrast, Master Chin's dedicated chamber boasted a more sophisticated and elegant atmosphere. Within, shelves lined with jars and boxes showcased the elixirs Master Chin had produced, as well as the spiritual herbs he collected. At the center stood a towering verdigris alchemical furnace, adorned with engravings of phoenixes. Master Chun, with a gentle gaze, caressed the furnace and explained to Li Chen, an alchemist requires a quality furnace to enhance the likelihood of successful concoctions. This Qingfeng furnace is a top-tier first-grade artifact, accompanying me for much of my life, passed down by my esteemed mentor. Before I refine the Huang Yadan, I shall first concoct a batch of Bigadan. Pay close attention and do not overlook any details. As he spoke, Master Chen elegantly swept aside his wide sleeves and skillfully lifted the furnace lid. The gratitude Li Chen felt for Master Chen's guidance was etched in his heart. Li Chen's gaze turned solemn as he deeply bowed to the elderly man before him. Li Chen understood that Master Chen Dan was deliberately taking care of him, imparting the art of alchemy in order to guide him towards the profound path of pill refinement. Although Li Chen possessed a second-tier inheritance of alchemy, Master Chen was unaware of this fact. Li Chen sensed the master's intentions. Ignite the fire, warm the furnace. Once the furnace was opened, Master Chen transformed, his demeanor taking on an unutterably grave aspect. Li Chen swiftly formed a hand gesture, raising his hand to unleash a fireball the size of a fist, igniting the ironwood beneath the furnace. The roaring flames licked the alchemical cauldron. As the cauldron glowed a fierce red, emanating intense heat, Master Chen retrieved several stalks of golden bone grass and cast them into the furnace, speaking in a deep voice. Increase the temperature of the flames a bit more. The golden bone grass possesses a chilling nature, which must be eliminated through elevated heat, allowing it to be refined into a medicinal liquid that can subsequently merge with the essence of spiritual rice to form a pill. Raise the temperature further. Li Chen wore a serious expression, not daring to be negligent. He heeded Master Chen Dan's instructions, skillfully manipulating the flames with his magical powers, occasionally shoveling out the ash from the furnace and adding firewood within. As practitioners in the Qi refinement stage, we had yet to develop our divine consciousness, rendering us unable to observe the inner workings of the alchemical furnace. Thus, the process of alchemy relied heavily on experience to ascertain whether the spiritual materials within had successfully transformed into medicinal liquid. Observe closely. When the furnace lid begins to tremble, it signifies that the cold essence within the golden bone grass has been extracted, resulting in a medicinal solution. At this juncture, one must introduce the spiritual rice into the furnace. It is imperative to remember that the spiritual rice must be added in one swift motion, followed by promptly sealing the furnace to prevent the loss of medicinal properties. The heat must be moderated. Lower the temperature. The spiritual rice cannot withstand excessive heat. If the temperature is too high, it will char, yielding not the desired pill of absorption but rather a mere ash. Conversely, if the temperature is too low, the essence contained within the spiritual rice cannot be fully extracted, leading to an inability to coalesce with the golden bone grass solution, ultimately resulting in a batch of worthless pills. The time has come. The furnace quaked, signaling that it was time to condense the pills. Each alchemist possesses a unique method for this process, so pay close attention. Master Chen Dan formed intricate hand seals, continuously altering their shapes as the furnace shuddered. Eventually, the furnace settled, and Master Chen Dan gracefully lifted the lid, beckoning forth dozens of shimmering, platinum-colored pills from within, which he then carefully placed into vials. 10 pills per vial. He set several jade bottles on a nearby shelf and continued, stating that for every batch of medicinal pills produced, the Divine Pill Pavilion would reward the alchemist with corresponding spiritual stones. The pavilion master treats us well. Thus, we must not indulge in selfishness while refining pills. Li Chen cast a glance at Master Chen Dan, surprised by the latter's principled demeanor, which could be described as noble and upright. During his time at the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, Li Chen had overheard apprentices discussing that many alchemists, after successfully refining their elixirs, would often secretly retain a portion for themselves. Unperturbed by Li Chen's gaze, Master Chen Dan spoke calmly, inviting him to inquire about any uncertainties he might have, assuring him that he would elucidate each query thoroughly. Li Chen pondered for a moment and posed 2 questions to Master Chen Dan. In truth, Li Chen had no inquiries, yet he wished to avoid appearing overly exceptional. After addressing Li Chen's doubts, Master Chen Dan's gaze was infused with even greater admiration. I had initially believed your talents in alchemy to be merely modest, yet your potential far surpasses my expectations. Were it not for the constraints imposed by your 9th grade spiritual root, it is conceivable that you might one day ascend to the rank of a second-tier alchemist. Starting tomorrow, you may endeavor to independently ignite the furnace and concoct the pill of abstinence. Once you have honed your skills in its preparation, you may then proceed to learn the crafting of other elixirs. Li Chen's heart soared with excitement as he respectfully bowed to the elderly man before him, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master Chen, for your guidance and support. The ability to refine pills signified a new source of income through spiritual stones. Apprentices at the Divine Pill Pavilion were categorized by rank. Those performing menial tasks received a mere 2 spiritual stones each month. However, Those capable of refining pills earned a commission for each batch they successfully produced. Take the pill of abandoning the valley, for instance. Each successful batch yielded an additional spiritual stone. If one were diligent enough to refine 2 batches daily, that would amount to 60 spiritual stones in a month. This was merely for the pill of abandoning the valley. The pill of nurturing chi could yield as much as 5 spiritual stones per batch. The commissions for the harmonizing chi pill, the gathering spirit pill, and the yellow bud pill were even more substantial. It is no wonder that alchemists held such esteemed positions in the realm of cultivation. From the moment Master Chen permitted Li Qin to independently refine pills, he realized that he was on the path to amassing greater wealth in spiritual stones, bringing him ever closer to fulfilling his first system-side quest. Li Qin arrived at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, where he spent 6 months chopping firewood and dedicated a month to mastering the intricacies of furnace operation and temperature control. At last, he earned the privilege to independently refine elixirs. In contrast, the other apprentices were required to toil for 3 years merely to chop wood and an additional 5 years to learn the art of furnace operation. Without a decade of commitment, they could never hope to refine elixirs on their own, unless Masters Chun and Gu spoke in favor of them. They would be relegated to a lifetime as mere laboring apprentices, forever deprived of the opportunity to engage in alchemy. After all, refining elixirs incurs significant costs, and despite the Divine Elixir Pavilion's vast resources, it could not afford to squander them on apprentices who wasted materials. Li Qin was able to attain the qualification to refine elixirs within a mere 6 months, primarily due to the favor of the exquisite fairy Ling Long and secondly, the guidance of Master Chun. Do not rejoice just yet, the elder remarked. I shall ignite the flames. I intend to concoct a batch of Huangya Dan. Observe closely. Li Chun suppressed the excitement within him and respectfully replied, yes. Today, he had the privilege of observing Master Chen as he concocted 2 batches of elixirs. One was a fasting pill, and the other a yellow sprout pill. Master Chen, seeing Li Qin's eagerness, granted him permission to operate the furnace independently. In the Divine Elixir Pavilion, the highest authority naturally belonged to the exquisite Fairy Linglong, for she was the head of the pavilion. However, Fairy Linglong's enterprises extended beyond just the Divine Elixir Pavilion. She also managed the Heavenly Symbol Pavilion. It was rumored that in the markets of Nanshan and Yunzhou and Taihu and Pingzhou, Fairy Linglong owned various other ventures. But the veracity of these claims remained uncertain to Li Chun. Apart from Fairy Linglong, the most esteemed figures in the Divine Elixir Pavilion were Manager Fu and Master Gu, followed closely by Master Chun. Manager Fu had been Fairy Linglong's loyal servant since her childhood, and his esteemed position was unquestionable. Master Gu, a second-tier alchemist, was among the few in the entire Yin Kingdom capable of refining foundation establishment pills, aside from those from the Zishu Immortal sect. Master Chen, a top-tier first-level alchemist, also held significant respect within the community. Apprentices in the Divine Elixir Pavilion were not permitted to operate the furnace without the explicit approval of either of the 2 alchemists. Having received such authorization, Li Qin's heart brimmed with hope, and he walked home with a noticeably lighter step. As he approached the shanty town, he paused, murmuring to himself, "One day, I shall leave this place." The shanty town, situated at the periphery of the Yingshan district, could be described as the impoverished sector of the cultivation world. The spiritual energy here was scant, allowing only feeble cultivation from the residual energies of the spiritual veins, and the environment was exceedingly harsh. Only those abodes constructed upon spiritual veins provided a residence for cultivators, as cultivating on such veins significantly accelerated their progress. Reaching the modest dwelling he rented, Li Qin glanced at the residence of the portly Han Mao across the way, his expression tinged with surprise. Had he truly succeeded? Han Mao's abode lacked any formation to conceal the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Most cultivators residing in the shanty town were impoverished rogue cultivators, few of whom could afford to set up formations outside their homes. Observing the spiritual energy emanating from Han Mao's house, he realized that Han Mao had indeed ascended to the 4th level of qi refinement, becoming a mid-stage qi refining cultivator. A month prior, Han Mao had borrowed a nourishing qi pill from Li Qin, claiming he aimed to break through his bottleneck and reach the 4th level of qi refinement. Following that, he had resigned from his position at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, and Li Qin had not seen him since. At the time, Li Qin had thought little of it. Han Mao possessed an 8th-grade spiritual root, and his talent was not significantly greater than Li Qin's. Thus, he believed that even with a nourishing qi pill, Han Mao would likely struggle to overcome his bottleneck. To his astonishment, Han Mao had succeeded. As the energy fluctuations drew attention, a small crowd began to gather. Shu Chan was the first to step out of her house, her expression impassive as she cast a glance at Li Chun before turning her gaze toward Han Mao's dwelling. With a smile, she remarked, "I never expected Brother Han to break through to mid-stage qi refinement so quickly. When I first arrived in the market, I was merely at the second level of qi refinement. It's surprising how he has caught up to me." Beside her, another alluring female cultivator chimed in cheerfully, "Indeed. Who would have thought Brother Han could advance to mid-stage qi refinement so swiftly?" As she spoke, the enchanting female cultivator turned her gaze towards Li Chun and winked at him. "Brotherly, I have heard that you lend a qi-nurturing pill to Brother Han?" Upon hearing her words, Li Chun furrowed his brows. This captivating cultivator was quite renowned in the shanty town, as she was a Kuan cultivator. A Kuan cultivator is a female practitioner in the realm of cultivation who engages in fleshly trades to earn spirit stones for her cultivation. While accumulating spirit stones, these Kuan cultivators also absorb the essence of male practitioners for their own advancement, attracting many indecisive male cultivators who seek their company. This particular alluring Kuan cultivator charged 1 spirit stone for a single encounter, and yet, many male practitioners in the shanty town indulged in such pleasures without restraint. Li Chun understood this phenomenon, for the goddesses of the divine maiden tower were far too expensive. As soon as this Kuan cultivator spoke, Li Chun sensed impending trouble. Indeed, the elderly Zhang, residing nearby, approached Li Chun with a sycophantic grin, rubbing his hands together. "Brotherly, you are destined for great things. My grandson has been stuck at the 3rd level of qi refinement for quite some time. Would you consider lending this old man a qi-nurturing pill? Rest assured, I will not borrow it for free. Once my grandson breaks through to the mid-stage of qi refinement, I will repay you double." The eyes of those around them converged on Li Chun. Meeting their gazes with an indifferent expression, Li Chun spoke in a low voice, "I apologize, but I have already consumed all my qi-nurturing pills and have none left." With that, he excused himself and turned away, retreating to his dwelling, where he firmly shut the door and locked it. Li Chun understood that if he were to lend an energy-replenishing pill to old Zhang, an avalanche of troubles would inevitably follow. Kindness invites exploitation, just as a gentle horse may be ridden. The realm of cultivation has never been one governed by reason, nor is it a sanctuary for harmonious coexistence among individuals. Li Chun received a precious qi-nourishing pill bestowed by the illustrious Linglong Fairy. Given the throngs of individuals within the divine pill pavilion, such news was bound to escape concealment. Were it not for the formidable reputation of the Linglong Fairy, Li Chun, an aspiring cultivator at the 1st layer of qi refinement, would have likely fallen victim to treachery and violence. These lower-tier loose cultivators, driven by desperation, might readily resort to perilous actions for a single vial of qi-nourishing pill, for the market's rules hold little sway over them. Fortunately, the renown of the Linglong Fairy proves more potent than the market's constraints, serving as a formidable deterrent against nefarious characters in the region of Yinshan. Li Chun returned to his chamber, his gaze growing increasingly somber. Many were aware that the ethereal fairy had bestowed upon him a vial of qi-nurturing elixir. However, the fact that he had borrowed a single qi-nurturing pill from Han Mao remained a secret unknown to others. He must not become too close to that chubby boy. Given Han Mao's nature, his incessant chatter, loose lips, and naive thoughts, he was utterly ill-suited for the path of cultivation. Li Chun, having calmed his emotions, chose to disregard the tumult of the outside world. Sitting cross-legged upon his bed, he retrieved a jade vial and poured out the last of the qi-nourishing pills. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, he murmured softly to himself, "Today shall mark my breakthrough to the 2nd layer of qi refinement." Given Li Chun's innate talent, it was utterly implausible for him to achieve such a feat through mere meditation within the span of a month. Possessing a 9th-grade spiritual root and residing in the dire conditions of a makeshift dwelling, without the aid of elixirs, he would likely remain stagnant at the 1st layer of qi refinement for 3 to 5 years before ascending to the 2nd layer. Even the most modest practitioners would not enjoy the privilege of consuming qi-nourishing pills at the 1st layer. Such benefits were seldom afforded, not even to the offspring of certain esteemed cultivation families. The qi-nourishing pill is typically reserved for those in the 3rd layer of qi refinement seeking to break through their bottlenecks, and for lower-tier practitioners, it is considered immensely precious. Should a wandering practitioner come into possession of a single qi-nourishing pill, they would undoubtedly hesitate to use it, most likely saving it for a critical moment of advancement. However, for the esteemed Linglong Fairy, the head of the Divine Elixir Pavilion, The qi-nourishing pill held little value, and in Li Qin's eyes, it was far from precious. Li Qin has always believed that cultivation is of utmost importance, disregarding the notion of wastefulness. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he focused his mind and adjusted his state, isolating himself from external disturbances and absorbing the ethereal energies dispersed throughout the universe. As the night deepened, he sensed that the magical power within him had reached a critical threshold. Without hesitation, he retrieved the last qi-nourishing pill. Upon consuming the final pill, it instantaneously transformed into a vast reservoir of spiritual energy, nearly igniting the magical points in his dantian. By dawn, Li Qin rose from his bed, a glimmer of brilliance illuminating his eyes. He had successfully ascended to the second level of qi refinement. While he was initially in high spirits following this breakthrough, his mood swiftly soured when Han Mao arrived to borrow some spirit stones. As the sky began to lighten, Li Qin stepped outside, intending to head to the Divine Elixir Pavilion to forge his first batch of elixirs on the path of cultivation. However, he was promptly intercepted by the chubby boy. "Brother Qin, I have broken through to the 4th level of qi refinement and am now a mid-stage cultivator, capable of wielding magical artifacts." The boy's face radiated with excitement, and his spirits were remarkably high. Li Qin squinted his eyes, encouragingly smiling. "Congratulations. You have advanced to the mid-stage of qi refinement, taking another step closer to foundation establishment." Han Mao shook his head, his expression earnest as he replied, "Brother Qin, you know I am not ambitious and have never entertained the thought of reaching foundation establishment. My greatest desire now is to gather enough spirit stones to purchase a weapon at the 1,000 Refinements Pavilion and then join the demon hunting team in the market. Once I have earned sufficient spirit stones, I will express my feelings to Sister Chan, and we shall become partners, raising a son together, nurturing him to walk the path of immortality." Seeing the hopeful gleam in Han Mao's eyes, Li Qin fell silent. Indeed, Han Mao's next words were a request to borrow spirit stones. He rubbed his hands together, his voice softening. "Brother Qin, I know you have accumulated some spirit stones. Could you lend them to me? Rest assured, I will pay you back with interest once I procure the weapon and hunt demons." Under the weight of the little chubby boy's hopeful gaze, Li Qin remained silent for a moment before earnestly advising, "Han Mao, joining the demon hunting team is perilous. You are gambling with your life. With your cultivation at the 4th level of qi refinement, you will likely be treated as cannon fodder upon joining. Furthermore, demon beasts are not so easily hunted. In Yin Mountain Market, the members of the demon hunting teams are all ruthless characters who risk their lives. It would be better for you to stay in the market and seek honest work. If you wish, I can speak to Uncle Fu and see if you can remain at the Divine Elixir Pavilion." "Brother Qin, please do not persuade me further," Han Mao interrupted, his expression serious and his tone resolute. "I understand you have my best interests at heart, but my mind is made up. Staying at the Divine Elixir Pavilion as an assistant, earning 2 spirit stones a month, with one of those going to rent. I will never accumulate enough to become partners with Sister Chan. Though hunting demons is dangerous, the rewards are substantial, and I could easily gather 120 spirit stones. Brother Qin, if you truly regard me as a friend, support me by lending me spirit stones to acquire a weapon." Meeting Han Mao's eager gaze, Li Qin shook his head, his tone calm yet tinged with indifference. "I do not have spirit stones to lend you. You may as well consider me no longer your friend." With that, Li Qin ignored Han Mao's fluctuating expression and strode purposefully towards the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Lending spirit stones to Han Mao for a weapon to join the demon hunting team was beyond Li Qin's means. Having been in Yin Mountain Market for over half a year, the Divine Elixir Pavilion provided him with 2 spirit stones each month, and with the spirit stones he obtained from countering bandits, his total wealth was merely 16 spirit stones. Was demon hunting truly that simple? It is not that Li Qin is miserly, rather, he harbors a profound skepticism towards Han Mao. Given his cultivation at the 4th level of qi refining, embarking on a quest to hunt demons would be tantamount to a journey from which he may never return. Han Mao, in his irrational fervor, has become blinded by his ambitions, yet Li Qin remains steadfast and composed, devoid of such folly. To entertain the notion, even if Han Mao were to succeed in slaying demons and accumulating spirit stones, would he ever repay the debt? Such a transaction of spirit stones necessitates an unwavering bond of trust. Li Qin did not believe that his relationship with Han Mao had reached the level of trust necessary to lend him his entire fortune. Observing Li Qin striding away with resolute steps and showing no intention of turning back, Han Mao stood frozen in place, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed with anger as he rebuked, "Li Qin, I must admit I misjudged you. Have you forgotten who took the time to familiarize you with the market upon your arrival in Yinshanfang? Who helped you establish yourself here? You ungrateful wretch. I, Han Mao, must have been blind to have befriended you and regarded you as an elder brother. Hearing the scathing words directed at him, Li Chen hesitated momentarily before hastening his departure. Gratitude is fleeting, and enmity often arises from the smallest of grievances. Human hearts are perpetually insatiable. Although Li Chen had already lent Han Mao a spirit-boosting elixir, Han Mao still sought to gamble away Li Chen's entire wealth. Li Chen chose to disregard Han Mao. Recognizing that forging a friendship with such an individual could prove perilous, particularly in the realm of cultivation. As Li Chen's figure vanished from sight, Han Mao's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions, ultimately settling into one of despondency. He had anticipated that after breaking through to the 4th level of Qi refinement, acquiring sufficient spirit stones to purchase magical tools and embark on a demon-hunting venture would be a straightforward endeavor. Little did he expect that even Li Chen, with whom he shared the closest bond, would refuse to lend him any spirit stones. Han, your complexion is rather pallid. Have you encountered some difficulties? At that moment, Shu Chan appeared, pushing a cart laden with fresh green bamboo, her gaze filled with concern and a gentle smile gracing her lips. Faced with Shu Chan's compassionate look and noticing the sweat-dampened strands of hair at her temples, Han Mao found himself entranced, pondering how truly virtuous she was. He mused that if he were to become her partner, happiness would surely follow. Chanjia, I'm quite well. Did you set out early to procure goods? In that instant, Han Mao had completely forgotten his grievances against Li Chen. His heart and mind were wholly occupied with the enchanting female cultivator before him. Shu Chan brushed back her damp hair with a gentle yet resilient smile. For us impoverished lower-tier cultivators, if we do not strive diligently, how can we hope to achieve success on the path of immortality? How can we attain what we desire? Would you not agree, Han? Before Han Mao could respond, Shu Chan began to unload the bundles of bamboo from the cart into her dwelling. Turning to Han Mao, she added, I must continue processing the bamboo to create spirit paper, so I shall take my leave. Do your best, she exclaimed, clenching her fist in encouragement. Her warm smile resonating deeply within Han Mao. As Shu Chan closed the door behind her, Han Mao felt a surge of determination swell within him. He gazed intently at the now closed door, his resolve solidifying as he strode purposefully towards the central market to seek a loan of spirit stones. The divine elixir pavilion and the apothecary garden awaited him. Li Chen gazed upon the tranquil and ethereal woman before him, offering a courteous smile as he spoke. Fair Cloud friend, with the permission of Master Chen, I have attained the qualification to commence my alchemical endeavors and have come to acquire 10 stalks of golden bone grass. Yunji, her figure tall and slender, adorned in an otherworldly white robe, had her beautiful hair cascading gracefully down her back. With a serene expression and tranquil gaze, she softly replied, Dao friendly, I cannot claim the title of fairy. Please refer to me simply as Cloud Dao friend. Li Chen nodded and cupped his fist towards Yunji, greeting her as a fellow cultivator. In the realm of cultivation, it is customary to address female practitioners as fairy, and even the most unrefined of Kuan practitioners relish such titles. However, Yunji stood apart from the rest. She emanated a serene aura, reminiscent of a delicate orchid in a secluded valley, accompanied by a subtle fragrance of herbs and flora. This unique aroma suggested a profound connection with spiritual herbs and medicines, cultivated over time. As he drew closer to her, Li Chen felt an inexplicable tranquility wash over him. Please wait a moment, Dao friendly, Yunji said, gracefully bowing before taking a few measured steps away. Shortly thereafter, she returned, presenting Li Chen with a jade box. Celestial materials and earthly treasures must be preserved with meticulous techniques to prevent the loss of their medicinal properties. The golden bone grass could be considered a rare treasure. Albeit reluctantly, Li Chen received the jade box from Yunji, casting a glance over her serene and tranquil visage. After expressing his gratitude, he turned and departed. Yunji watched him leave, her expression remaining largely impassive. How long had this lad been at the Divine Pill Pavilion to be able to refine elixirs independently? Yun Feng emerged from the side, his gaze filled with uncertainty. Yunji smiled gently and spoke calmly. Perhaps his talent for alchemy is truly exceptional? Perhaps, Yun Feng replied. For the realm of cultivation was vast, and the emergence of prodigies was hardly surprising. Shifting his focus back to Yunji, he spoke with a serious tone. However, my dear Jir, I must caution you. Do not cultivate an interest in these unpromising cultivators, nor draw too close to them. It is not that I seek to nag. But those apprentices at the Divine Pill Pavilion should take a good look at themselves. They are akin to toads yearning for swan meat. Especially that Zhou Jian, who persistently pursues you. Does he truly believe himself to be significant? Were it not for the pavilion master's regard, I would have long since broken his legs. My Zhi'er is a natural spirit of flora and wood, and her cultivation to the foundation establishment stage will face little resistance. She is destined to become a powerful cultivator. If she seeks a partner, it must be a direct descendant of a prominent clan or a true disciple of an immortal sect. Yunji did not retort. Her smile remained as serene as ever. With a gentle demeanor, she replied to Yun Feng, "Grandfather, I understand." Li Chun procured a golden herb and proceeded directly to the alchemical chamber designated for apprentices, selecting a furnace with deftness and igniting the flames with ease. "Junior Li, are you about to commence alchemical operations?" In the alchemical chamber, several apprentices gathered around, their expressions tinged with skepticism at Li Chen's actions. In response to Mo Bai's inquiry, Li Chen offered a warm smile and humbly replied, "I possess a modicum of talent in the art of alchemy, and Master Chun has granted me permission to operate the furnace independently. How long have you been an apprentice? Do you think that old fellow is unconcerned about the potential for you to cause an explosion?" Before anyone else could voice their thoughts, a tall, slender man clad in an ornate robe strode over, his disdain evident in his countenance. Li Chen narrowed his eyes and spoke with displeasure. "There is no need for Brother Zhou to trouble himself." Zhou Jian, with a disdainful gaze, slightly lifted his chin towards Li Chun, retorting, "I am not your senior brother." With that, Zhou Jian turned and walked away, heading towards another alchemical furnace. In the alchemy chamber, a throng of apprentices gathered around Zhou Jian, leaving only Mo Bai beside Li Chen. Mo Bai glanced at Li Chen and softly consoled him, "Junior brotherly, do not take it to heart. Brother Zhou is simply of that temperament." Li Chen gently shook his head. "Brother Mo Bai, I am quite well." During this period, Li Chen gained a deeper understanding of the apprentices at the Divine Alchemy Pavilion. Among them, Zhou Jian stood out as the most gifted, already capable of refining intermediate first-tier elixirs such as the Huqi Dan and the Juling Dan, and he was currently attempting to concoct the Huangya Dan. Logically, he should have advanced to the rank of alchemist by now. However, due to his excessively arrogant demeanor, he had fallen into conflict with Master Chun. In earlier years, Master Chen had intended to take Zhou Jian as his personal disciple, but upon realizing Zhou Jian's haughty nature, he abandoned that thought. Master Chen even remarked to Manager Fu and Fairy Linglong that Zhou Jian was not yet ready to stand on his own, which delayed Zhou Jian's promotion to alchemist. This also fostered a lingering resentment within Zhou Jian towards Master Chen. The treatment of apprentices and alchemists at the Divine Alchemy Pavilion is entirely distinct. All apprentices aspire to ascend to the rank of alchemist, yearning for a personal alchemy chamber of their own. Li Chun paid little heed to this minor incident, and Zhou Jian's mockery was unlikely to sway his mental state. The roaring flames licked the alchemical furnace, swiftly turning it a fiery red. As this was his inaugural attempt at alchemy, Li Chun felt no trepidation. He had absorbed the memories of several second-tier alchemy masters. Tossing the golden bone herb into the furnace, he closed the lid and skillfully manipulated the heat to eliminate the herb's cold properties, refining it into a pure medicinal liquid. Each step was etched in his mind. When the lid began to tremble, Li Chun conjured a massive hand with his magical energy to lift the lid, swiftly pouring 10 pounds of white spirit rice into the furnace. The ratio of 1 golden bone herb to 10 pounds of white spirit rice could yield 10 pill of abstinence. However, the issue of pill success rates lingered. During this first endeavor, Li Chun refrained from overexerting himself, managing to maintain a success rate of around 70%. The apprentices at the Divine Pill Pavilion typically achieved an average success rate of 30% when crafting the pill of abstinence. Thus, under normal circumstances, a batch should yield 10 pills, yet the apprentices could only produce 3. Zhou Jian was somewhat more adept, achieving a perfect success rate in his crafting. As for Master Chun and Master Gu, their furnaces were of a superior quality, their cultivation levels more profound, and their alchemical experience richer, allowing them to produce dozens or even hundreds of pills of abstinence in a single session. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the furnace quaked violently. Li Chun, with both hands forming intricate gestures, channeled his spiritual energy into the alchemical furnace, initiating the process of pill formation. The resounding noise drew the attention of the onlookers, who instinctively shifted their gazes towards him. Was he truly attempting to form a pill? The pill formation was the most critical step. If successful, it would essentially signify the completion of the elixir. This was Li Shidi's inaugural attempt at refining pills, was it not? Many of us, during our first attempts, faced catastrophic failures, yet here Li Shidi was, seemingly on the cusp of success. I recall that he had joined the Divine Pill Pavilion less than a year ago. It is astonishing that he not only qualified to open the furnace, but also achieved actual results on his initial endeavor. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the furnace ceased its trembling, and Li Chun, with a grave expression, withdrew his hand from the incantation, raising it to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. The art of alchemy indeed demanded a considerable expenditure of spiritual energy, particularly during the pivotal moment of pill formation. Li Chun, with his cultivation at the second level of qi refinement, found it somewhat challenging to refine pills. Beside him, Mo Bai rushed over to assist in lifting the lid of the alchemical furnace. As the furnace opened, white steam billowed forth, and the fragrant aroma of herbs filled the air. Mo Bai's eyes widened in astonishment, and he stumbled over his words, counting 7 pills produced. 7 pills. This is Li Shidi's first attempt at alchemy. Gasp. In the alchemical chamber, the other apprentices collectively inhaled sharply, their gazes fixed on Li Chun in awe. In a dim corner, Zhou Jian observed Li Chun with a shadowed expression. Years ago, during his own inaugural attempt at refining the pill of abstinence, he had only succeeded in producing 3 pills. It appeared that Li Chun's aptitude for alchemy surpassed his own. Amidst the gaze of his peers, Li Chun silently reflected on his performance, recognizing that a 70% success rate in pill production was indeed extraordinary, rendering him somewhat of an anomaly in the eyes of these apprentices. Li Chun successfully concocted a pill of abstinence, achieving a remarkable 70% success rate. This news swiftly spread to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Soon after, Master Chen sought out Li Chun. I have examined the pill of abstinence you crafted, and it can indeed be deemed a high-quality product. It appears I underestimated your alchemical talent, he remarked. Your aptitude in the art of alchemy is exceptionally high. Yet do not allow yourself to become complacent, nor should you cultivate arrogance. Master Chen's gaze was inscrutable, and his tone carried a weight of seriousness as he continued. The realm of cultivation has never been devoid of prodigies, yet many of these gifted individuals meet untimely ends before their potential can fully blossom. You may find these words unpalatable, but I must offer this counsel. Remember that a tree that stands out in the forest is often the first to be felled by the wind. Being excessively exceptional is not always beneficial, as it can incite envy. There are times when it is prudent to conceal one's talents. Doing so will safeguard your well-being. Li Chun's expression turned solemn as he respectfully bowed to the elder before him, expressing his gratitude for Master Chen's guidance. Thank you, Master Chen, for your enlightening teachings. I shall forever hold them close to my heart, mindful not to become complacent or arrogant. Li Chun sensed the elder's genuine concern. He was not one to overlook kindness. Perhaps initially, Master Chen did not regard Li Chun with much significance, yet in recent days, it had become evident that the elder intended to nurture him as a potential successor. Li Chun understood the wisdom in Master Chen's words. A tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be subjected to the winds. Although Ancient Square appeared tranquil, it was rife with hidden currents. However, with Li Chun's current cultivation and status, he was yet unable to grasp those undercurrents. Despite the formidable reputation of the Linglong Fairy, countless ruthless individuals inhabited the cultivation realm, not all of whom feared her. Moreover, Li Chun could not remain in Ancient Square indefinitely, perpetually sheltered under the wings of the Linglong Fairy. Sooner or later, he would have to venture beyond Ancient Square and confront the perils of the cultivation world. In such a ruthless environment, where the strong prey upon the weak, one must remain discreet until one possesses absolute power. Li Chun had no intention of drawing attention to himself. Having acquired the second-tier alchemical heritage and assimilated the memories of several second-tier alchemy masters, it is no exaggeration to say that should Li Chun dare to showcase his second-tier alchemical skills, numerous cultivation families within the Yin Kingdom, and even the esteemed Zishu Immortal sect, would swiftly seek him out. They might invite him as a distinguished guest, or, alternatively, seize him to serve as a tool for their alchemical endeavors. Li Chun perceived that various factions would likely seize him to serve as a mere tool for alchemy. For the powerless are devoid of rights. He understood well the correlation between one's cultivation level and the display of innate talent. Given his current aptitude for alchemy, it was insufficient to attract the attention of significant figures, thus sparing him from undue anxiety. observing Li Qin's humble and respectful demeanor, devoid of arrogance or complacency. Master Chen found it quite gratifying. He patted Li Qin on the shoulder and earnestly remarked, "Had Shou Jian possessed even half of your humility, he would not still be unable to ascend to the rank of alchemist." Zhou Jian consistently believed that his failure to advance was due to the old man's interference, whispering malicious words to old Gu and the sect leader. In truth, it was his own arrogant disposition that displeased the sect leader, who had never intended to nurture him. Enough of this. Remember Zhou Jian's cautionary tale. For now, continue refining the pill of abstinence. Once you achieve mastery in pill creation, you may begin your studies on the pills of rejuvenation and vitality. Should you encounter any uncertainties in alchemy, feel free to consult me at any time. Do not hesitate. This is a compilation of my insights on alchemy from my early years. Take it and ponder its contents deeply. Master Chen retrieved an ancient tome from his storage pouch. Li Qin accepted the alchemical insights from Master Chen Dan, feeling an increased sense of gratitude towards the venerable elder before him. Although it was highly probable that he would not utilize these insights, he cherished the gesture nonetheless. After bidding farewell to Master Chen, Li Qin was summoned by the esteemed manager Fu. On the top floor of the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, Li Qin gazed upon the elderly gentleman before him, bowing respectfully. "I am Li Qin, honored to meet you, Uncle Fu." Manager Fu was a benevolent elder, his countenance warm and perpetually adorned with a cheerful smile. Whether it was mere illusion or not, Li Qin often sensed a hint of affection in Manager Fu's gaze, reminiscent of a grandfather observing his grandson. "Young lad, there are no outsiders here. Feel free to speak your mind. I have heard that you successfully refined your first elixir, achieving an impressive success rate of 70%. Li Qin nodded respectfully in acknowledgement. Master Fu, stroking his chin, scrutinized Li Qin for a moment before slowly speaking. "Since you are now capable of refining alchemical pills, from this day forth, you shall receive a commission for every batch you successfully produce. Your success rate in pill formulation surpasses that of the average apprentice. While an ordinary apprentice earns 1 spirit stone for each batch of purging pill, you shall receive 2 spirit stones." "Thank you, Uncle Fu." Li Qin did not conceal the joy radiating from his face and promptly expressed his gratitude to Manager Fu. With a beaming smile, Manager Fu gazed at Li Qin and inquired once more, "Young Li, have you encountered any difficulties in your cultivation?" Li Qin's gaze flickered slightly as he replied with a bold demeanor, "Uncle Fu, I possess a 9th grade spiritual root, and the path to immortality is fraught with challenges. I have consumed all the nourishing pills bestowed upon me by the sect leader last time, and now, devoid of elixirs, my cultivation has indeed become somewhat arduous." "Ha ha, you rascal, your audacity knows no bounds." Uncle Fu chuckled heartily and casually tossed a jade vial into his hands. Li Qin hastily caught the jade bottle and, upon opening it, discovered 10 plump chi-nourishing pills within. Li Qin cast a glance at Manager Fu, hesitating momentarily. A bottle of chi-nourishing pills was valued at 60 spirit stones. 60 spirit stones were sufficient to drive lower-tier loose cultivators to take desperate risks. Manager Fu was exceedingly kind to him. When Li Qin worked as a menial laborer chopping firewood, Manager Fu not only provided him with 2 spirit stones each month but also gifted him an additional bottle of Bigu pills, a privilege not extended to the other workers. If there were any doubts, he could simply inquire. Manager Fu, perceiving Li Qin's hesitation, maintained his warm smile, his gaze still gentle. Li Qin pondered for a moment before inquiring solemnly, "Uncle Fu, there is something I do not comprehend. Why do you and the esteemed master extend such kindness towards me? Is there something exceptional about me?" Uncle Fu remained silent, reflecting for a considerable time, his eyes clouded with nostalgia. In a hoarse voice, he finally responded, "It is permissible for me to share this with you. The reason lies in the resemblance you bear to my master." Before Li Qin could pose further questions, Uncle Fu continued, "My master is, in fact, the elder brother of the esteemed master." "Well then, I have conveyed what I needed to share. You may take your leave now." Li Qin nodded respectfully to Master Fu, saying, "Thank you, sir, I shall take my leave." The perplexities that had long troubled him were finally unraveled, and he could ascertain that both the exquisite Fairy Ling Long and Master Fu harbored no ulterior motives towards him. Their inclination to assist him stemmed solely from the resemblance he bore to the brother of Fairy Ling Long, who was also the master of Master Fu. He pondered the nature of this brother. What kind of individual was he, and was he still among the living? Surely, the numerous enterprises of Fairy Ling Long were bequeathed by him. Upon exiting the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Li Qin swiftly dismissed these musings. although he bore a slight resemblance to Fairy Linglong's brother. He harbored no illusions that Fairy Linglong and Master Fu would consistently look after him. Reliance on others is precarious. Mountains may crumble, and people may depart. On the path of cultivation, one must not depend on others for support, but rather rely on oneself and the system. Li Qin's gaze gradually became clearer, and his resolve grew more steadfast and unwavering. After commencing the alchemical process, a single batch of the nourishing elixir could yield 2 spirit stones. With my cultivation at the second level of qi refinement, my magical prowess remains rather insufficient. At most, I can produce 2 batches of the nourishing elixir in a day, resulting in 4 spirit stones. By this calculation, I could amass 120 spirit stones in a month. In stark contrast, Han Mao, risking his life to hunt demons, scarcely earns that amount within the same time frame. This is merely the income of an apprentice alchemist. It is no wonder that alchemists enjoy such esteemed status in the realm of cultivation. Li Qin secretly marveled at how swiftly one could amass spirit stones through alchemy. The profit from concocting a single batch of nourishing pills equaled his earnings from an entire month in the past. Gradually, his life was improving. Li Qin meticulously assessed his possessions, which comprised 16 spirit stones and 3 first-tier, low-level talismans. These 3 talismans included the Golden Light Talisman, the Swift Escape Talisman, and the Fireball Talisman. The Golden Light Talisman serves as a defensive charm, and upon activation, it envelopes the user in a protective golden shield capable of withstanding the full-force spells of mid-stage qi refinement practitioners. The Swift Escape Talisman is utilized for fleeing or traversing distances. At the initial stage of qi refinement, practitioners lack the spiritual awareness necessary to refine and manipulate magical instruments, and thus cannot wield flying artifacts, rendering flight impossible. Consequently, the Swift Escape Talisman holds significant importance for those at this early stage. The Fireball Talisman is designed to unleash the Fireball technique, which Li Qin can also perform due to his training in the Scarlet Flame technique. After more than 6 months of cultivation, Li Qin has attained the second layer of qi refinement, mastering 2 spells, Fireball and Spirit Manipulation. The Fireball technique is inherent to the Scarlet Flame technique, allowing virtually any practitioner of fire-based cultivation to conjure fireballs with their bare hands. Typically, Li Qin only employs the Fireball technique to ignite a hearth for warmth. Using it in combat would likely be insufficient. As for the Spirit Manipulation technique, it was imparted by Master Chun and is quite common. It involves condensing magical energy into a massive hand that can grasp objects from a distance or launch attacks remotely. Now that Li Qin is ready to refine pills and generate additional spirit stones, he contemplates preparing some protective measures. The realm of cultivation is fraught with peril. In the pursuit of the fleeting chance to attain immortality, it is not uncommon for practitioners to engage in lethal conflicts. Without protective means, one could easily fall victim to ambushes on the road. Li Qin distinctly recalled that before he reached Yinshan Fong, he encountered a cultivator who sought to rob him. The motive of that cultivator was rather straightforward. He intended to transform Li Qin into materials for corpse refinement. In the realm of cultivation, the malevolent practitioners showed no mercy even towards ordinary mortals, let alone those cultivators weaker than themselves. Li Qin heard that in the neighboring nation of Yu, practitioners of the demonic path had plunged the mortal realm into an abyss of slaughter, causing blood to flow like rivers. There were those who practiced the ghostly arts, using soul banners to extract the life essence of countless mortals, resulting in the massacre of thousands. Moreover, there were sinister cultivators who ventured into the mundane world to capture martial experts for the purpose of creating zombies. In the realm of cultivation, a popular adage circulates: without diligence in cultivation, one becomes a brother among the myriad souls in the banners. In the world of martial arts, one's destiny is often dictated by the tides of fate. The realm of cultivation is itself a treacherous world, far more unforgiving than the mundane martial arts community. Once one steps into the realm of cultivation, many aspects of one's existence become beyond their control. If your cultivation is insufficient, you may find yourself seized by a mighty hand descending from the heavens, destined to become a mere puppet of the undead. Li Qin harbored a deep-seated apprehension about the day he might encounter a demonic cultivator who could, without cause, take his life and extract his soul for nefarious purposes. Moreover, the realm of cultivation was fraught with peril not solely from demonic and malevolent practitioners, but also from the rampant threat of bandits who engaged in murder and plunder. Within the confines of Yinshan Bazaar, a multitude of such bandits lurked. Should he attract the attention of these marauders the moment he stepped outside the bazaar, he would be immediately subjected to a lethal ambush. With his cultivation at the second level of Qi refinement, Li Qin would never dare to venture alone outside the confines of Yin Mountain Square. Within the square, the regulations of the marketplace and the patrolling enforcement team, coupled with the formidable reputation of the exquisite fairy, provide a certain degree of safety. However, once he steps beyond the boundaries of Yin Mountain Square, Li Qin is certain that he would fall victim to the predations of rogue cultivators. It is quite possible that the neighbors around him would transform into such marauders. Nevertheless, it is impractical for Li Qin to remain within Yin Mountain Square for eternity, thus preparing some protective measures becomes of paramount importance. At the second level of Qi refinement, his magical power is rather meager, limiting the number of spells he can cultivate. Li Qin intended to take some time to cultivate the Fire Crow technique included in the Scarlet Flame Sutra, and subsequently visit the Celestial Rune Pavilion to procure talismans for self-defense. For early-stage Qi refinement cultivators, who lack sufficient spiritual power and cannot utilize magical artifacts, the importance of talismans becomes apparent, as their energy is quickly depleted after casting just a few spells. When martial prowess is insufficient, talismans serve as a formidable substitute. The significance of talismans is underscored by their esteemed position among the myriad arts of cultivation, including alchemy, formations, and weaponry. After meditating and cultivating throughout the night, Li Qin felt a surge of joy as he sensed the growth of his inner spiritual energy. The exhilarating sensation of continuous progress is intoxicating. However, he was acutely aware that his ability to maintain such a rapid pace of cultivation relied heavily on elixirs. Without the nourishing Qi pills, he could not fathom how long he would remain stuck at the first layer of Qi refinement. The vial of Qi pills bestowed upon him by the kind shopkeeper would not suffice to elevate him to the third layer. It would be depleted within half a month at most. Thus, he resolved to earn more spirit stones to purchase additional Qi pills for his cultivation or, alternatively, to refine them himself. With these thoughts in mind, Li Qin pushed open his door and ventured towards the market. Now that he had the freedom to refine pills, he no longer needed to rise early each day to perform menial tasks at the Divine Pill Pavilion, allowing him ample time to explore the market. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself wandering into the west street of the market, an area designated for wandering cultivators to set up their stalls. The stands were adorned with a bewildering array of items. Fellow cultivator, would you be interested in fragments of magical artifacts excavated from ancient ruins? A young wandering cultivator intercepted Li Qin on the street, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Li Qin cast a glance at the assorted items strewn across the vendor's stall and shook his head with a bemused smile. He had no illusions about the notion of striking gold in such a manner. If these were indeed fragments of ancient artifacts excavated from long-lost ruins, they would hardly be displayed for sale in such a manner. First-tier magical tools, second-tier spiritual artifacts, and third-tier treasures, these were possessions reserved for those who had attained the Golden Core stage. It was inconceivable for remnants of such treasures to appear at the stall of a mere mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator. The vendor, likely perceiving Li Qin's unfamiliarity, seemed to mistake him for a novice just embarking on the path of cultivation, attempting to deceive him with a trial-and-error approach. The world of cultivation was indeed fraught with intricate schemes. Li Qin paid no heed to the wandering cultivator and strode forward, not surprised by Li Qin's indifference. The young cultivator continued to search for his next target. Upon reaching the end of West Street, Li Qin halted and gazed at the thick stacks of talismans displayed on the roadside stall. The vendor, shrouded in a black robe, spoke in a hoarse voice. Indistinguishable in gender, what talisman do you seek? Li Qin observed for a while. The stall displayed more than a dozen varieties of talismans, including low-tier ones such as the Golden Light Talisman, the Swift Movement Talisman, the Fireball Talisman, the Ice Spike Talisman, the Earth Spike Talisman, and the Mighty Strength Talisman. There were also mid-tier ones such as the Thunderfire Talisman, the Ice Sealing Talisman, the Earth Shattering Talisman, and the Wind Blade Talisman. Li Qin crouched down and picked up a stack of Thunderfire Talismans. After observing for a moment and confirming their quality, he inquired of the stall owner, "How much for these Thunderfire Talismans?" "You cannot afford them," the stall owner replied, his entire figure shrouded in a black robe, revealing only a pair of indifferent eyes. His voice hoarse and devoid of emotion. Li Qin's expression stiffened. "How does my fellow cultivator know that I cannot afford this Thunderfire Talisman?" A detached gaze swept over Li Qin, and a calm voice reached his ears. "You possess merely the cultivation of the second layer of Qi refinement. How much spirit stone could you possibly have?" Each Thunderfire talisman costs 30 spirit stones for a set of 10, or 4 spirit stones if purchased individually. Li Chun sighed as he set down the Thunderfire talisman, shifting his gaze to the Golden Light talisman. How much does the Golden Light talisman cost? 8 spirit stones for a set, or 1 spirit stone for a single purchase. Li Chun pondered for a moment, engaging in a negotiation with the vendor for a better price. After some haggling, he settled on 6 spirit stones for a dozen talismans, purchasing 2 dozen in total. The vendor, seemingly losing patience, adopted a more indifferent tone, his voice growing increasingly hoarse. Ultimately, Li Chun acquired a dozen of the Golden Light talismans and 2 of the Swift Travel talismans. Having procured the talismans from this stall, he decided against visiting the Celestial Talisman Pavilion. Compared to the pavilion, the quality of the talismans from this vendor was satisfactory, and the prices were considerably more affordable. As Li Chun understood, within the Celestial Talisman Pavilion, a set of low-level first-tier talismans consisted of 10 pieces and was priced at 10 spirit stones. This vendor's pricing for a dozen low-level talismans was notably 2 spirit stones less than that of the pavilion. Perhaps this vendor was a skilled talisman master? Li Chun cast another glance at the stall owner, whose entire figure was shrouded in a dark cloak, rendering their voice hoarse and indistinguishable as to whether it belonged to a man or a woman. Li Chun was utterly unable to discern the true depth of the stall owner's cultivation. Li Chun, at the second layer of Qi refinement, was a cultivator whose abilities were too modest for him to perceive those of higher cultivation levels. After meandering through the bustling streets of the market, he procured a dozen golden talismans and 2 swift movement talismans. Subsequently, Li Chun returned to the Divine Pill Pavilion and proceeded directly to the alchemy chamber designated for apprentices. Preparing to ignite the furnace for his alchemical endeavors, Li Chun's daily life is rather monotonous. During the day, he remains at the Divine Pill Workshop to refine 2 batches of fasting pills, and at night, he returns to the shantytown to cultivate. Although such a routine may seem dull, Li Chun's heart brims with ambition. Before long, a month has elapsed. Today marks the day when the Divine Pill Pavilion settles spiritual stones for its employees. Li Chun finally encountered the enchanting Linglong fairy once more. She retained her charming demeanor, eternally adorned in a flowing azure gown, with a crown of blossoms woven delicately atop her head. Even now, Li Chun remained perplexed as to why the flowers atop her head never withered. Zhou Jian, this month you successfully refined 10 batches of spirit-gathering pills, 7 batches of harmony pills, and 1 batch of yellow bud pills, totaling 150 spirit stones. In the conference hall of the Divine Pill Pavilion, Manager Fu, with his hair now a snowy white, calmly announced Zhou Jian's achievements while perusing the ledger. That is incorrect, Zhou Jian interjected as he stepped forward from the crowd, his complexion pale and his gaze filled with incredulity directed at Manager Fu. Manager Fu, maintaining a composed demeanor, elucidated, this month, you attempted to refine yellow bud pills 6 times, with 5 failures. The losses incurred from the failed attempts must be deducted from your performance. Zhou Jian's pallor darkened to a shade of ashen fury. Clenching his fists, he retorted coldly, is it customary for the alchemist to bear the cost of failure? I was under the impression that such a rule did not exist in the realm of cultivation. Such a rule may not exist in the realm of cultivation, but it certainly does in the Divine Pill Pavilion. Do you have any further objections? Before Manager Fu could respond, the petite and exquisite Linglong fairy, perched elegantly in her elevated seat, interjected. Her voice, melodious yet devoid of warmth, cast a chilling aura throughout the hall, as if it threatened to freeze the very souls of those present. Within the hall, the gathered individuals bowed their heads, refraining from meeting the gaze of the diminutive yet stunning Linglong fairy seated above them. Li Chun also bowed his head along with the crowd. It must be said that this delicate fairy exuded an air of authority. After all, she was one of the few foundational cultivators in Yinshan Square, wielding the power of life and death over the lower-tier loose cultivators. No practitioner dared to confront her directly. Zhou Jian lowered his gaze, his face a mask of resentment, fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. In a hushed and hoarse voice, he murmured, I do not dare to voice my opinions. The delicate fairy's expression remained as calm as an ancient well. Fu Bo, please continue. Manager Fu nodded and addressed Mo by, this month, you are to refine 120 furnaces of qi-nourishing pills, totaling 600 spirit stones. Mo Bai stepped forward to receive the spirit stones, his face adorned with a simple, sincere smile. Thank you, Manager Fu. Thank you, Sect Master. In the hall, The other apprentices gazed at Mo Bai with envy, their eyes also betraying a hint of admiration. Zhou Jian's anger intensified. It was clear that Mo Bai had failed in his refinements numerous times. Why was he not penalized for the wasted spiritual herbs? The delicate fairy and the old ghost Fu seemed to be conspiring against him. Li Chun gazed at the amiable and naive smile of Mo Bai, feeling a sense of admiration for him. Mo Bai, possessing a cultivation level of the 4th layer of qi refinement, was theoretically capable of producing a maximum of 2 batches of nourishing qi pills per day. However, this dedicated senior brother Mo Bai tirelessly devoted himself to the alchemy chamber, forsaking even his own cultivation to relentlessly craft nourishing qi pills. Remarkably, he managed to produce 120 batches in a single month, earning him 600 spirit stones. For the lowly cultivators in the realm of immortality, 600 spirit stones was nothing short of a staggering sum. Li Chun also understood the reason behind Mo Bai's relentless efforts to amass spirit stones. Li Chun shares a cordial relationship with Mo Bai, who has mentioned in private that he has a pair of children. Notably, his son possesses a 7th grade spiritual root and has entered the Zishu Immortal sect as an outer disciple. Mo Bai has relinquished his own path to immortality, placing all his hopes on his son. Recently, the Zishu Immortal sect is poised to hold a grand competition for outer disciples, where the top 10 will gain entry into the inner sect and receive the sect's nurturing. In order to ensure his son excels in this competition and secures a prestigious ranking to enter the inner sect, Mo Bai has been tirelessly refining pills to earn spirit stones for the purchase of magical artifacts, such as the tender heart of a parent. Mo Bai is typically known for his earnestness and gentle disposition, treating Li Chun with great kindness. Over time, Li Chun has developed a favorable impression of this elder brother. Mo Bai. Soon, a group of apprentices completed their receipt of spirit stones. Manager Fu then turned his gaze towards Li Chun, a hint of a smile gracing his features. And his tone softened as he spoke. Li Chun, this month you have refined 60 batches of the pill of nourishment, totaling 120 spirit stones. With that, Manager Fu produced a storage bag and tossed it to Li Chun. Li Chun received the storage bag and quickly comprehended the situation. He promptly bowed to Manager Fu and Fairy Linglong, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Fu. Thank you, Master. Around him, the apprentices gazed at Li Chun with envious eyes. It was evident that Manager Fu had personally gifted Li Chun a storage bag while distributing spirit stones. Storage bags are quite common in the realm of cultivation, yet even the most inferior one commands a price of 30 spirit stones at the treasure pavilion. Though 30 spirit stones may seem a trifling sum, it is a considerable amount for low-ranking loose cultivators. Typically, in the cultivation world, it is uncommon for early-stage qi practitioners to possess storage bags. Once the distribution of spirit stones was concluded, Manager Fu summarized, stating that the performance of everyone had been commendable this month, particularly praising Mo Bai as a model for others. All right, everyone, back to work. Li Chun, please stay. With that, the crowd dispersed, casting glances at Li Chun filled with envy and jealousy that were impossible to conceal. By now, the people of the Divine Elixir Pavilion were speculating about the connection between Li Chun and Fairy Linglong. Some had even discreetly approached him to inquire further. After all, Li Chun was personally brought into the Yin Mountain workshop by Fairy Linglong, representing the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Furthermore, the evident care that Manager Fu and Fairy Linglong extended towards Li Chun made it difficult for others not to indulge in wild conjectures. On the verge of breaking through to the 3rd layer of qi cultivation, it appears you have not been idle. As the crowd departed, Fairy Linglong descended from her elevated position and approached Li Chun, her gaze softened considerably, in stark contrast to her earlier indifference. I owe much to your kindness, Fairy and Uncle Fu. Without your support, I would not have achieved my current level of cultivation. The debt of gratitude that Li Chun felt towards Fairy Linglong and Manager Fu remained etched in his heart, and he dared not forget it. In the presence of Fairy Linglong, Li Chun immediately clasped his hands in salute, conveying both his appreciation and respect. Despite bearing a resemblance to Fairy Linglong's brother, he dared not act with insolence before her. After all, she was Fairy Linglong, one of the few foundation-building cultivators in Yin Mountain Workshop, a formidable figure amidst the various cultivational factions of the Yin Kingdom. Though she exhibited gentleness in his presence, it was well known that she could be ruthless when necessary. Fairy Linglong nodded, her eyes reflecting admiration as she regarded Li Chun. You possess a sense of propriety. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. My assistance is limited. Ultimately, how far you can go depends solely on yourself. Now, go forth and do not become complacent. After offering Li Chen a few encouraging words, she gestured for him to withdraw. Despite the resemblance to her brother, Shui Linglong clearly distinguished between them. Her brother was her brother, and Li Chun was Li Chun, two entirely different individuals. A Ding-level cave abode costs 80 spirit stones per month. Perhaps it is time for me to consider relocating. With an additional 120 spirit stones in hand, Li Chun began to contemplate relocating. The shanty area on the outskirts of Yinshan Fong was characterized by a harsh environment and a tumultuous mix of inhabitants, offering only a meager opportunity to cultivate through the dissipated spiritual energy of the spiritual vein. Within Yinshan Fong, there exists a second-tier spiritual vein, upon which numerous dwellings have been constructed, categorized into 4 distinct levels: A, B, C, and D. The A-grade dwellings, numbering 10, are all situated at the very heart of the spiritual vein, where the spiritual energy is most abundant. Li Chen was aware that the grade A No. 1 cave dwelling of Yinshan Square was the residence of the exquisite fairy Linglong. As for the grade A number 2 through number 10 cave dwellings, they were all inhabited by significant figures, with Master Gu residing in the grade A number 8 cave dwelling. Master Chun, however, lacked the qualifications to reside in a grade A cave dwelling. His abode was classified as grade B. Li Chen dared not contemplate the A-grade cave dwelling. Even a C-grade was beyond his reach. However, a D-grade cave dwelling was within the realm of possibility. The rental for a D-grade cave dwelling was 80 spirit stones for a month, an expense that Li Chen could just about manage. Li Chen has always believed that cultivation is of paramount importance. In the realm of immortality, one's cultivation level is the most significant factor, for it is only with elevated prowess that one can attain status. In pursuit of accelerated training and enhanced cultivation, Li Chen resolved to relocate to a Tier D cave dwelling. Although this cave is situated on the periphery of a spiritual vein, it is nonetheless positioned atop it. Meditating and cultivating within the Tier D cave would undoubtedly yield results several times faster than in the slums. Junior Brotherly, I have instructed my daughter to prepare a banquet at home, hoping to invite you and Master Chin for a drink. Might I have the honor of your presence? Upon exiting the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Li Chun continued to contemplate the logistics of his move when he was intercepted by Mo Bai. Li Chen glanced at Mo Bai, contemplated for a moment, and then nodded. Since senior brother Mo extended such a warm invitation, the junior brother dared not decline. Li Chun and Mo Bai are both apprentices of Master Chun, and they refer to each other as sworn brothers. During this period, Li Chun and Mo Bai have developed a good rapport. To avoid offending Mo Bai, Li Chen agreed to attend the banquet. Upon hearing Li Chen's consent, Mo Bai beamed with a sincere smile and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Junior Brotherly, I will go to summon Master Chen. You are aware of my family's location, are you not?" Li Chen nodded, indicating for brother Mo to proceed with his tasks. Mo Bai set off to summon Master Chen Dan, while Li Chun recollected the direction of Mo Bai's residence, striding towards the eastern side of the shanty town. Mo Bai had long been capable of independently crafting pills, earning a substantial amount of spirit stones each month. However, he continued to reside in the shanty town with his daughter. Li Chun understood this predicament well, for nearly all the spirit stones Mo Bai earned were sent to his son, who had joined the Zishu Immortal sect. Before long, Li Chen arrived at the entrance of a courtyard. Although Mo Bai lived in the shanty town, his accommodation was not a mere single room, but rather a small courtyard. Such courtyards were designated for lower-tier wandering cultivators with families, featuring a main hall and 3 bedrooms, requiring a monthly fee of 5 spirit stones. Li Chen stood outside the courtyard, knocking on the grand door. Soon, the door swung open. A girl with short hair and clad in simple attire peered curiously at Li Chen, her voice faint as she inquired, "Are you Masterly? Are you Yinyu?" Li Chen's gaze swept over the young girl as he retrieved a bottle of fasting elixir from his storage pouch. With a warm smile, he spoke. "As my esteemed master uncle visits for the first time, I regrettably have not prepared a suitable gift. Please accept this bottle of fasting elixir." Now, with a modest financial standing, Li Chen could afford such a gift, as a single bottle was priced at 8 spirit stones. Observing the elixir being presented before her, the girl's cheeks flushed crimson. She hastily waved her hands and, in a soft voice, replied, "Masterly, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Li Chun shook his head, firmly grasping the young girl's hand, and insistently placing the pill of abstinence into her palm. This young maiden, appearing to be 18, was the daughter of Mo Bai, named Mo Yunyu. Mo Yunyu was genuinely 18, having never consumed any beauty-enhancing elixirs. In contrast, the enchanting Linglong fairy, though she appeared to be merely 15 or 16, was, in truth, approaching 30, significantly older than Li Qin. In the presence of Linglong fairy, Li Chun dared not regard her as a mere younger sister, for her cultivation and status were formidable, with age surpassing his own. However, Mo Yunyu was different. At just 18 years of age, she possessed the same 9th-grade spiritual root as Li Qin, yet her cultivation level was merely at the first layer of qi refinement. Li Chun has ventured into the realm of immortality for less than a year, while Mo Yunyu has been cultivating alongside Mo Bai since childhood. Li Chun secretly lamented the gentle and understanding demeanor of the girl before him, feeling that Mo Bai was overly harsh on his daughter. Despite Mo Bai's substantial monthly income, it was disheartening to note that Mo Yunyu had spent over a decade merely attaining the first level of qi refinement. As far as Li Chun was aware, Mo Yunyu, a washerwoman, often remained at home, laundering clothes for the other female cultivators in the dilapidated district, earning only a meager amount of spirit stones. The spirit stones she earned were not utilized for her own advancement, but were entirely appropriated by Mo Bai for his son, who had joined the Zishu Immortal sect. Otherwise, given Mo Yunyu's age, even with a 9th-grade spiritual root, she should not still be at the first level of qi refinement. Observing the girl with her short hair framing her face and a timid expression, clad in simple, unadorned clothing, Li Chun felt a twinge of pity for her. Her garments were exceedingly plain, not to mention celestial skirts or robes. Even a decent outfit would be a significant upgrade. The attire of worldly noble women was far more extravagant than what Mo Yunyu wore. "Please, come in, Uncle Li." In response to Li Chen's affectionate gaze, Mo Yunyu nervously tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her eyes shimmering with shyness, her cheeks flushed, and her voice barely above a whisper. Li Chen regained his senses and stepped into the courtyard. The young girl hurriedly invited him into the hall, meticulously using her sleeve to wipe the chair for him, then courteously urged him to take a seat. With a hint of shyness, she spoke, "Master Li, the dishes are not yet prepared. Please take a moment to rest." Li Chun waved his hand dismissively, unperturbed, for neither brother Mo nor brother Chun had yet arrived. He urged her to attend to her own matters first. The young girl flashed a shy smile at Li Chun, her cheeks flushed, before dashing away. Observing her retreating figure, a faint smile graced Li Chen's lips. This was the genuine shyness befitting a young maiden. He could discern that Mo Yunyu's bashfulness was authentic, unlike the feigned demeanor of Shu Chan brother Chun. "Your presence at my humble abode is greatly appreciated," Li Chun expressed gratefully. "Please, do come inside." The voice of Mo Bai resonated from outside the courtyard, signaling that Master Chen had arrived. Li Chun rose to his feet and chanced upon Mo Bai respectfully assisting Master Chun Dan into the courtyard. Making their way towards the hall, disciple pays homage to the master. Upon encountering Master Chen Dan, Li Chun bowed in reverence. Master Chun Dan gestured for a chair, seated himself, and with a warm smile, remarked, "As teacher and disciple, there is no need for such formalities. Please, take a seat. Mo Bai, you too, have a seat." After Master Chun Dan settled in, Li Chun and Mo Bai followed suit. Just as they sat down, Mo Bai's gaze fell upon the pristine tabletop, and he furrowed his brow, suddenly striking the table with force, his expression stern as he called out, "Yunyu, come here at once." "Father, did you summon your daughter?" Mo Yunyu hurriedly approached, her calloused hands brushing against her simple attire, uncertain of how to position herself, her demeanor timid and somewhat awkward. Mo Bai's brow knitted tightly, his voice cold and accusatory as he interrogated, "This morning, I instructed you that we would have guests tonight, and that you were to prepare a feast. Why is it that, at this hour, nothing is ready?" Mo Yunyu lowered her head, quietly explaining, "Father, there were quite a few garments to wash today, which caused a delay. Such an important task, and you allowed it to be postponed?" Mo Bai thundered, his expression and tone growing even more severe. Li Chen furrowed his brows. In this moment, Mo Bai was strikingly different from the Mo Bai he was accustomed to seeing. At the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Mo Bai was known for his honesty and gentle temperament, yet in the presence of his daughter, he appeared almost tyrannical. Li Chen finally comprehended why Mo Yunyu donned simple garments and exuded an air of timidity. Observing the anxious and apprehensive young girl, he found it difficult to bear and spoke in a deep voice, "Brother Mo Bai, It is merely a trivial matter. There is no need to become so incensed. Li Chen spoke, and Mo Bai's expression softened somewhat. What are you still dawdling for? Quickly bring out the wine and dishes. After saying this, Mo Bai turned to Chun Dan and Li Chun, his demeanor transforming completely as he smiled earnestly and explained, Master Chun, junior brother Li, my little girl is rather clumsy. I hope you will forgive her. Li Chun gently shook his head, remaining silent, while Mo Bai appeared somewhat unfamiliar in his eyes. Master Chun Dan, with a warm smile, calmly stated that it was of no consequence, as he was in no rush. Soon, Mo Yunyu brought forth the dishes and stood awkwardly by the side. The wine served was blood-red wine, a rudimentary-grade spiritual liquor brewed from crimson spirit rice, suitable for cultivators in the early stage of qi refinement, as it could slightly enhance their magical power. The pot of blood-red wine on the table was priced at 20 spirit stones in the market, considerably more affordable than qi-nourishing pills. Many cultivators, unable to afford elixirs, would opt for spiritual wine to aid their cultivation. Li Chen cast a glance at Mo Bai, then at Master Chun. A trace of discomfort flickered across Mo Bai's face, clearly indicating his reluctance to indulge in spiritual wine on ordinary days. As for Master Chun, he exhibited no disdain for the inferior quality of the crimson blood wine. Strictly speaking, it was inappropriate for Mo Bai to host Master Chun with such a low-grade spirit. But fortunately, Master Chun did not take offense. The dishes laid out on the table were rather commonplace, not spiritual cuisine, all prepared by Mo Yunyu, and their presentation was quite appealing. Master Chun, your guidance has been invaluable to me over these 17 years since I entered the Divine Dan Pavilion. I am profoundly grateful. Mo Bai expressed, pouring a cup of spiritual wine for Master Chin before serving himself. He then raised his glass in a toast to Master Chin. Master Chin lifted his cup and drank it in one gulp, smacking his lips with a smile. Ah, crimson blood wine. It's been many years since I last tasted this. Mo Bai's rugged features flushed a deep crimson as he exclaimed, Master, it is I who have not hosted you properly, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Master Chun, maintaining a calm demeanor, shook his head. Mo Bai, I am well aware of your circumstances. Your son has made you proud by entering the Zishu Immortal sect, and you have exhausted your resources to nurture him into a foundational cultivator, establishing a legacy for your family. It is indeed a pity for your earnest efforts. Mo Bai's eyes glistened with emotion as he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect toward Master Chun. I thank you for your understanding, Master. Master Chun said little more, turning his gaze to Li Chun, and with a cheerful demeanor, he urged, Young Chun, raise your glass and join me in a toast. Yes, Master, I toast to you. Li Chun rose to his feet, pouring a full glass of wine for Master Chun, and then filling one for himself. As the crimson wine coursed through his veins, Li Chun felt a subtle stirring of his internal energy. In his estimation, this crimson wine paled in comparison to the qi-nourishing elixir. Indeed, while the elixir is also a primary-grade pill, it is specifically designed for practitioners at the third level of qi refinement to break through their bottleneck. Priced at 60 spirit stones a vial, far beyond what the crimson wine could ever rival. Let us eat. Let us eat. Do not merely indulge in wine. Although we cultivators possess a physique sturdier than that of ordinary mortals, we are not immune to inebriation. To drink without sustenance renders the experience rather insipid. Master Chin picked up his chopsticks, inviting Li Chin and Mo Bai to partake in the meal. Observing Master Chin's actions, Mo Bai, with an endearing smile, humbly remarked, Master Chun, junior brother Li, my culinary skills are rather lacking. Should the dishes not meet your expectations, I implore your indulgence. As her words fell, the young girl beside her bowed her head deeply, embodying a humility that resonated to her very core. Master Chin refrained from offering any commentary. Li Chen took a bite of the dish and cast a glance at the girl standing beside him. She bowed her head deeply, her calloused hands resting awkwardly in front of her, resembling a humble maid. Observing her demeanor, Li Chen felt a pang of compassion and instinctively spoke. This dish is quite delectable. Even the imperial chefs in the mundane palace lack such skill. You have worked hard, Yinyu. Come, join me and sit down. As Li Chen's words fell, the young girl lifted her head, her eyes suddenly shimmering with a layer of crystalline moisture. She repeatedly waved her hands, saying, Uncle Li, you need not concern yourself with me. It is sufficient for Yunyu to attend to you. Junior brother Li, pay her no mind, came the admonition. What is a young lady doing at the table? Let her stand to the side. Mo Bai cast a glance at his daughter, his gaze clearly growing impatient. In a low, stern voice, he reprimanded, What are you dawdling for? Are you foolish? Hurry and pour wine for Master Chun and Junior Brother Li. The young girl lifted her hand to wipe the corners of her eyes and hurriedly stepped forward to pour wine for Master Chun, followed by serving it to Li Chun. Li Chun gazed at the wine glass before him, then at the humble young woman, and suddenly lost all desire to drink, wishing to turn and depart from this place. Li Chun has traversed this world for 2 decades. Indeed, in this realm, the male-dominated society prevails, yet he cannot bear to witness the humility of the young maiden before him. Mo Yunyu, possessing a 9th-grade spiritual root, is indeed worthy of cultivation by Mo Bai, but he ought not to treat his daughter with such harshness. Observing the meek girl, Li Chun's expression turned grave as he gazed at Mo Bai and earnestly spoke. Brother Mo, might you allow Yunyu to take a seat? Otherwise, this disciple finds it difficult to partake in the wine. As Li Chen's voice faded, the young girl trembled slightly, her gaze shifting towards him, a glimmer of light seemingly igniting within her eyes. Mo Bai glanced at Li Chun, then at Master Chin Dan, hesitating momentarily before nodding. Since Junior Brother Li has spoken, please take a seat beside him. With that, the girl approached Li Chun, stealing a furtive glance at his handsome profile, her heart fluttering as she cautiously settled beside him. Master Chun Dan, with a cheerful demeanor, interjected, Mo Bai, young Chun. You both study alchemy under my guidance. Let us not let our camaraderie falter. Mo Bai immediately rose, respectfully acknowledging, Master Chun, your words are wise. Junior Brother Li, at such a young age, has already demonstrated the ability to operate a furnace independently, earning the esteemed regard of the sect leader and your mentorship. His future is undoubtedly promising. Junior Brother Li, I raise my glass to you. Yinyu, pour a drink for Junior Brother Li. Mo Bai lifted his cup in salute to Li Chun, who tilted his head back and drank, finding the taste somewhat unpleasant. Initially, Li Chun held a favorable impression of this senior brother Mo Bai. However, his perception began to shift. The 3 shared a jug of crimson blood wine, and it wasn't long before the vessel ran dry. With his rugged, darkened features, he spoke up. Master, Junior Brother Li, I have actually invited you here today to request a favor. Li Chun maintained a stoic expression, while Master Chin exhibited no reaction. In truth, the moment Mo Bai extended the invitation to share a drink, Li Chun sensed that there was undoubtedly a matter of significance at hand. Noticing the silence between him and Master Chun, Mo Bai continued, Master Chun, Junior Brother Li, you are both aware that Yun Sheng has successfully entered the Zishu Immortal sect, and he has already attained the 6th level of Qi refinement. As for me, I have little hope of achieving the immortal path in this lifetime. But Sheng possesses a promising future. In 2 months, the outer sect competition of the Zishu Immortal sect will take place, and those who rank in the top 10 will gain admission to the inner sect, where they will receive greater support in the form of spirit stones and elixirs, and may even have the chance to obtain a foundation establishment pill to advance towards that realm, to secure a position among the top 10 in the outer sect competition. Sheng has set his sights on a top-tier magical artifact, which costs 2,800 spirit stones. I have withdrawn some spirit stones from Master Fu, and with my previous savings, I currently possess 2,000 spirit stones, leaving me short by 800. Master Chun, I sincerely hope you can assist your disciple, and I assure you that I will repay the spirit stones in the future. 2,800 spirit stones. Li Chun stared wide-eyed at Mo Bai. For him at this moment, the sum of 2,800 spirit stones was undoubtedly astronomical, far more outrageous than the 120 spirit stones proposed by Shu Chan back in the day. Master Chin set down his chopsticks. His brow slightly furrowed as he regarded Mo Bai. Meeting Mo Bai's eager gaze, he remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. I have little savings myself. I can lend you at most 300 spirit stones. Mo Bai opened his mouth, only to swallow his words back. Given Master Chin's status, it was evident that he could easily part with not just 800 spirit stones, but even 1,000. Clearly, Master Chun was reluctant to lend such a substantial amount to Mo Bai. Discussing finances often strains relationships. Li Chun remained silent. The same sentiment prevailed in the realm of cultivation. Discussions regarding the borrowing of spirit stones inevitably stirred feelings of discontent. Master Chun was willing to lend only 300 spirit stones, which left Mo Bai feeling dissatisfied, yet he dared not show disrespect towards Master Chun. He turned his gaze towards Li Chun and began to speak, Junior Brother Li Yu. However, before Mo Bai could finish his sentence, Li Chun interrupted him directly. Brother Mo, I have only recently entered the world of cultivation and possess no spirit stones. It would be best to refrain from pursuing this matter. Immobile could only manage a bitter smile. At the round table, Li Chen and Master Chen fell into silence. While a young girl beside Li Chen bowed her head deeply, her calloused hands unconsciously fidgeting with the hem of her garment. The atmosphere in the hall grew somewhat tense. After a brief moment, Immobile took the initiative to break the awkward silence, inquiring of Li Chen, "Junior brother Li, you have neither taken a wife nor a concubine, nor do you have any maidservants by your side, correct?" Li Chen furrowed his brows, pondering the meaning behind senior brother Mo's words. Immobile glanced at Li Chen and then at Mo Yunyu, his expression indifferent as he spoke. "Junior brother Li, what do you think of this arrangement? If you offer me 120 spirit stones, I shall present the young lady to you, even if it means she must serve you as a maid or a servant." Li Chen's brow furrowed even deeper. In order to secure a prosperous path for her son, Immobile was willing to go to great lengths, even to the point of selling her own daughter. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chen spoke coldly, "Brother Mo, we refer to each other as brothers, and Yunyu calls me master uncle. How can you propose such an absurd notion?" The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, Mo Yunyu, who had remained silent until now, reached out to grasp the sleeve of Li Chen's robe. Her body trembled slightly, a sorrowful smile adorning her delicate features, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In a beseeching tone, she implored, "My lord, please accept Yunyu. I am willing to serve you as a maid." Li Chen remained silent for a considerable time, meeting the girl's sorrowful gaze, before finally retrieving 120 spirit stones from his storage pouch, still cold to the touch. Li Chen made his way toward his modest dwelling, followed closely by a girl with a neat bob and a delicate visage. The girl kept her head down, trailing behind him, her gaze fixed on his heels as she mirrored his every step. Weighing the emptiness of his storage bag, Li Chen couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. The 120 spirit stones he had just acquired had barely warmed before vanishing into thin air. His plans to relocate to a D-class cave for cultivation would have to be postponed. Soon, Li Chen returned to his humble abode with the girl in tow. Upon reaching the door, he halted, and the girl bumped into his back. She quickly looked up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In a timid and anxious tone, she apologized, "My lord, I am truly sorry, it was not my intention. You may strike or scold me. Yunyu holds no grievances. I only beg you not to abandon me." Li Chen turned to face the young girl, whose nose was flushed and whose expression was one of anxiety. As if she were on the verge of tears, gently pinching her delicate nose, Li Chen's gaze softened, and he asked in a soothing voice, "Does it hurt?" The girl was momentarily taken aback. Soon, she regained her composure and shook her head repeatedly, saying, "No, my lord, it does not hurt." Li Chen gently caressed the slender cheek of the young girl. "Your father must often chastise you, doesn't he?" The girl remained silent. As she gazed at the man before her, her shoulders began to tremble slightly, and large, glistening tears cascaded down her delicate face. Alas! Li Chen let out a soft sigh as he embraced the girl, saying, "Silly girl, from this day forth, you shall be my companion." The girl was slender, exuding a subtle fragrance. Within his arms, she trembled incessantly, her hands tightly clasped around Li Chen's waist, unwilling to let go. Li Chen was at a loss for words on how to console her. With such a father, she must have endured immense suffering over the years. At that moment, a female cultivator approached, adorned in a flowing green gown with wide sleeves, reminiscent of celestial elegance. It was Shu Chan. Dressed in the popular wide-sleeved gown of the cultivation realm, she radiated a rosy and enchanting beauty, exuding an aura of brilliance. Li Chen paid no heed to Shu Chan's mocking tone, but was rather astonished that she could don the flowing sleeves of the ethereal gown. It is well known that the flowing sleeve ethereal gown is the most coveted attire among female cultivators, priced at 300 spirit stones at the Baibao Pavilion, qualifying it as a low-tier magical garment. Shu Chan swayed her slender waist like a water snake, gracefully approaching Li Chen, and with a sardonic tone remarked, "I have heard that you have begun refining pills, regarded as a disciple worthy of cultivation by Master Chen. Many assert that you will soon ascend to the status of a pill master in the Divine Pill Pavilion. Is this the companion you have been seeking?" Li Chen gently patted Mo Yunyu's back, prompting her to release her embrace and stand obediently to the side. Casting a glance at the radiant and alluring Shu Chan, whose graceful figure captivated all, Mo Yunyu felt a wave of insecurity wash over her, lowering her gaze. In the face of Shu Chan's teasing scrutiny, Li Chen maintained a stoic expression, his tone serene as he acknowledged, I have the pleasure of meeting Fairy Shu. This, then, is my companion on the path. Since I have found a partner, might Fairy Shu be inclined to bestow a gift and partake in a celebratory toast? You. Upon witnessing Li Qin's impassive demeanor and calm tone, Shu Chan's playful gaze turned to one of fury, her smile chilling into a frosty silence. Li Qin, I ask you, in what way do I fall short of this lowly girl of the first layer of qi refinement? In terms of beauty, I surpass her. In cultivation, I am more profound. What, pray tell, is it that I lack compared to her? When I initially expressed my desire to become your partner, you hesitated to part with 120 spirit stones, yet now you seek out such an inferior being. What do you mean by this? Shu Chan's words erupted in a torrent of anger, her once gentle demeanor now lost in a storm of indignation. Meanwhile, Mo Yunyu, standing beside Li Chun, instinctively took a few steps back, her head bowed deeply, feeling even smaller and more insignificant. Li Chun remained expressionless, and in Li's eyes, you indeed paled in comparison to her. Shu Xinzi, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not engage in idle chatter with you. With that, Li Chun unlocked the door and gestured for the young girl. Xiaoyu, come in. The girl obediently nodded and followed Li Chun into the modest dwelling. Gazing at the now closed door, Shu Chan's complexion shifted between shades of pale and flushed, and with a cold smile, she declared, Li Chun, you can only seek such inferior company as your partner. If you look down on me, I assure you, I look down on you even more. Let me reveal to you that I have already become a partner to Master Yang of the Spirit Talisman Shop. Master Yang is young and accomplished. You wouldn't even be worthy to carry his shoes. Inside the room, Li Chun maintained a tranquil demeanor, his heart as calm as a still pond. He was aware of Shu Chan's mention of Master Yang, the owner of the Spirit Talisman Shop, a man in his 30s with an 8th level qi refinement. A direct descendant of the prestigious Yulong Yang family, and a high-ranking talisman master, a diamond bachelor in the eyes of countless female cultivators in Yin Mountain. To claim a partnership with Master Yang? Surely she must be relegated to the status of a concubine. Li Qin did not believe Shu Chan's words. For a practitioner of her lowly status could never hope to forge a bond with the esteemed offspring of the Yulong Yang clan. Previously, when Shu Chan sought to test the waters regarding Li Qin's relationship with Linglong Xianzi, she had asked him for 120 spirit stones, which he deemed unworthy of her. Mo Yuyun was, in fact, what Li Qin acquired with those spirit stones. To speak of love in this context was mere nonsense. Today marked only the first meeting between Li Chun and Mo Yuyun, and his feelings toward her were more akin to pity. In comparison to Shu Chan, Li Chun considered Mo Yuyun far more deserving of those 120 spirit stones. With this thought in mind, Li Chun turned his gaze toward Mo Yuyun. She possessed spiritual roots as well, albeit of the 9th grade. It seemed the system's first side quest could now be undertaken. Mo Yuyun cautiously observed Li Qin. Young master, are you all right? Li Qin shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his face as he cupped the young maiden's cheeks. Fear not. From this day forth, we shall be companions on this journey. Let us first bring forth a child. The maiden nodded softly, her voice barely a whisper. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she surrendered to Li Qin's tender ministrations, her garments rustling softly as they slipped away. Within the modest dwelling, only a hard wooden bed remained, devoid of even a single quilt. Accompanied by soft murmurs and gentle songs, the maiden's blood, like delicate petals, fell in small droplets upon the unyielding wooden surface. After the clouds and rain of Wushan, the maiden nestled closely against Li Qin's chest, her slender arms tightly encircling his waist, unwilling to let go. Li Qin gently caressed the girl's back and spoke softly, Xiaoyu, I have wronged you. Residing in this humble dwelling of the shanty town, Li Chun had not acquired any possessions. The room was stark and desolate. Aside from a hard wooden bed, there was not even a single quilt. Tonight, indeed, was somewhat unjust for the innocent girl. My lord, Xiaoyu is not wronged. The slender-faced girl murmured as she nuzzled against Li Qin's chest, continuing softly, My lord, do you know? In truth, Xiaoyu is very happy, because Xiaoyu finally has a home. From the moment of our birth, our father favored my younger brother, especially after the assessment of our spiritual roots. My brother was found to possess a 7th grade spiritual root, while I was deemed a 9th grade waste. From that point onward, father often referred to me as a burden and contemplated selling me. Had it not been for my mother's intervention, he might have truly done so, and I lived in constant fear. Father bestowed all his affection upon my brother, beginning from a young age to provide him with medicinal baths and elixirs. Everything in our home was devoted to him. Later, when my mother passed away from exhaustion, there was no one left to care for me. Father spared no effort to send my brother to the Zishu sect, where he became a servant disciple. My brother, proving himself worthy, ascended from a mere servant to an outer disciple, bringing no disappointment to our father. In his relentless pursuit to ensure my brother's advancement within the sect, Father toiled tirelessly to amass spiritual stones, sending every last one to the Zishu sect each month to support my brother's cultivation. As for me, Father perpetually regarded me as a liability, and on several occasions, I trembled at the thought of him selling me. Thus, I labored diligently, washing others' clothes to earn a meager amount of spiritual sand, hoping that it would dissuade him from parting with me. Sigh. Li Chun embraced the young girl, letting out a deep sigh as he noticed a considerable dampness on his chest, a testament to her tears. My lord, will you abandon Xiaoyu? She implored. My lord, Xiaoyu belongs to you now. She listens to your every word and is willing to do anything for you. Please, do not forsake Xiaoyu. The girl clung tightly to Li Chen's waist, her body tense, her gaze fixed upon him, her slender cheeks etched with anxiety. Li Chen lowered his head, his heart quivering deeply. He gently kissed away the tears from the young girl's eyes and softly reassured her, Fear not, Xiaoyu. You are so gentle and understanding. I would never forsake you. Xiaoyu, you are already my partner in this life. In the realm of mortals, we are akin to husband and wife. Rest assured, I shall never abandon you. From this moment forth, there is no need for you to be afraid, nor should you call me young master. Address me as husband instead. As Mo Yinyu gazed upon Li Chen's handsome visage, her sorrow transformed into a smile, and she timidly uttered the word husband, her voice barely audible. Li Chen's hand gently traversed through the strands of the young girl's hair, and he spoke softly, Xiaoyu, you are utterly exhausted tonight. You should rest. Mo Yinyu stubbornly shook her head, her voice faint. Xiaoyu does not wish to sleep. She fears that upon waking, it will all just be a dream. Ultimately, however, Mo Yinyu could not withstand her fatigue and succumbed to slumber. She curled up beside Li Chun, resembling a small creature. Even in sleep, her brow remained furrowed, as if she were entangled in a nightmarish reverie. Li Chun gently reached out to smooth the furrowed brow of the young girl, silently resolving to treat her with greater kindness. The girl's breathing was faint, each breath seemingly taken with utmost care. Li Chun found himself devoid of sleepiness. Since embarking on his journey into the realm of immortality, he had relinquished the habit of slumber, opting instead for meditation and cultivation as a substitute for rest. Casting a glance at the young maiden beside him, Li Chun retrieved a qi-nurturing pill from his storage bag, allowing his thoughts to dissipate as he entered a state of profound transcendence. When he finally reopened his eyes, the dawn had yet to break. Sensing the surging magical energy within him and glancing once more at the maiden sleeping soundly by his side, a smile involuntarily graced Li Chen's lips. Not only had he acquired a companion on his path, but he had also achieved a breakthrough to the third level of qi refinement in a single night, a double blessing indeed. Although both Mo Yunyu and Li Chen possessed ninth-grade spiritual roots, and their offspring would likely inherit the same, the specifics mattered little. The system's first side quest was to bear a child with spiritual roots, and ninth-grade roots would certainly suffice. Li Chen sat cross-legged on his bed, his thoughts stirring as he summoned the system panel. The interface remained as simple and pristine as ever. Host, Li Chen lifespan, 2087, cultivation level, qi refinement. Third layer technique, Red Flame Sutra. Spirit transformation hand partner, Mo Yunwei offspring, none family, not established main quest. Establish a cultivation family, incomplete. Subquest. Give birth to the first offspring with spiritual roots, incomplete. His personal data had not undergone significant changes. Li Chen fixed his gaze upon his lifespan, feeling a surge of exhilaration. Originally, he was destined to live for 81 years. Now, he could extend that to 87. As his cultivation progressed, he was certain that one day he, Li Chen, would transcend mortality and become an immortal ancestor, achieving eternal life. Is not the pursuit of immortality the very essence of cultivation? My dear husband, a delicate voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning his head, Li Chun beheld Mo Yunyu, who had awakened, her cheeks adorned with a gentle blush. Li Chun extended his hand, drawing the young girl into his embrace, and gently inquired, Xiaoyu, do you still feel any pain? Mo Yunyu's cheeks flushed as she shyly shook her head. Li Chen's hands began to move uncontrollably as he fumbled about. Shall we indulge once more? It was not that Li Chun was overly eager, rather. His desire for progress and the completion of the system's tasks to earn rewards was overwhelming. Before rising to head to the divine elixir pavilion to concoct potions, Li Chen resolved to cherish Mo Yunjing one last time, hoping to hasten her conception of their first offspring with spiritual roots. As the gentle melody subsided, the wooden bed was left in disarray. Mo Yunjing, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, quietly dressed herself and then assisted Li Chun in donning his garments. As dawn broke, Li Chun pushed open the door, feeling invigorated, as if the sunlight itself shimmered with renewed hope. Mo Yunjing stood at the threshold, her gaze tender as she watched Li Chen depart. Li Chen took a few steps and turned to glance at the slender girl leaning against the door. The morning sunlight bathed her ear-length hair in a golden hue, while her cheeks, tinged with a delicate blush, revealed faint dimples on her gaunt visage. Her gaze, reminiscent of flowing water, rested upon Li Chen. Li Chen smiled broadly and said, "Xiao Yu, stay at home and cultivate diligently. You need not concern yourself with anything until my return." The young girl obediently nodded, and only then did Li Chen turn to depart. Under the morning sun, the girl watched as Li Chen's figure receded, feeling that golden silhouette was extraordinarily majestic. Li Chen's silhouette has vanished from view. She took a long time to retract her gaze, raising her head towards the heavens. With her hands clasped together in reverence, she softly prayed, beseeching the heavens to bestow blessings upon her husband, wishing him a life filled with prosperity and a smooth journey on his path to immortality. Li Chen arrived at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, as customary, to pay a visit to Master Chen. He expressed his desire to learn the art of concocting the qi-nourishing pill. After a brief moment of astonishment, Master Chen nodded in acquiescence to Li Chen's request. "Young lad," he remarked, "you have already attained the third level of qi refinement, and your success rate in producing the pill of abstinence has reached a remarkable 100%. Indeed, you are ready to embark on the journey of crafting the qi-nourishing pill. Very well, come to seek me this afternoon. I shall have the time to guide you in the preparation of a batch of qi-nourishing pills." Li Chen expressed his gratitude to Master Chen Dan with a respectful bow, saying, "Thank you, Master." Master Chen Dan waved his hand and replied with a hearty laugh. "As I have mentioned before, there is no need for such formality between us as master and disciple. Do not feel compelled to bow so deeply. Now, please attend to your affairs." Your disciple takes his leave. After taking his leave from Master Chen Dan, Li Chen made his way directly to the alchemy chamber designated for apprentices. Within the chamber, Mo Bai was engaged in the process of concocting qi-nurturing pills. It appeared that he had been refining alchemical formulas throughout the night, his eyes bloodshot, and his demeanor somewhat languid. Mo Bai cast a sidelong glance at Li Chen, offering a subtle nod in acknowledgement, but refrained from uttering a word. Li Chen nodded in acknowledgement, but refrained from conversing with Mo Bai. In the span of a single night, the bond between Li Chen and Mo Bai had begun to fray. As the afternoon sun began its descent, Li Chen emerged from the Divine Alchemy Pavilion. Today he had only concocted a single batch of the sustenance pill, spending the remainder of his time absorbing the intricate details of qi-nourishing pill preparation under the tutelage of Master Chen. In truth, Master Chen's guidance was largely superfluous. Li Chen's understanding of the alchemical process, acquired through his own inheritance, surpassed even that of his mentor. However, Li Chen required the presence of a teacher to maintain the facade of ignorance regarding his second-tier alchemical lineage. Upon exiting the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, Li Chen initially intended to return home directly. After some contemplation, he redirected his steps towards the tailor's shop, intent on purchasing a couple of fine garments for Mo Yunyu, as he still possessed a few spirit stones in his storage pouch. Although he could not afford celestial robes or ethereal skirts, acquiring 2 exquisite outfits of the mundane world was a simple endeavor. In addition to clothing for Mo Yunyu, Li Chen also planned to procure a quilt, 2 pillows, and essential cooking utensils. With Mo Yunyu accompanying him, he was unwilling to let her endure any hardship. If Li Chen were alone, he could forego sleep at night, meditating in place of rest, and sustain himself solely on a single sustenance pill daily, avoiding the need for grains. Yet, he was no longer solitary. He needed to adapt to this new way of life. Once Mo Yunyu became pregnant, it would be imperative for her to abstain from the sustenance pill, necessitating the purchase of cooking implements to ensure she could consume spirit rice, spirit meat, and even spiritual herbs, thus nurturing the unborn child to prevent any congenital deficiencies. Li Chen would never allow Mo Yunyu to suffer, nor would he ever compromise the well-being of his own child in the future. Upon arriving at the tailor's shop, Li Chun purchased 2 exquisite garments, a silk quilt, and 2 golden silk pillows with just a single spirit stone. The items sold at the tailors were all sourced from the mundane world, catering to the lower-tier loose cultivators of Inshir Fong, and were priced quite affordably. A single spirit stone was more than sufficient. The proprietor of the tailor's shop was a male cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement, who, upon receiving 1 spirit stone from Li Chun, returned him 30 grains of spirit sand. In the realm of cultivation, spirit stones serve as universal currency, categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and supreme grades. Typically, cultivators utilize inferior spirit stones for their daily transactions. Medium spirit stones are generally reserved for the affluent foundation-building cultivators. Superior spirit stones rarely circulate in the market, as they are primarily used by golden core ancestors or nascent soul true monarchs for their cultivation. As for supreme spirit stones, Li Chun had never heard of their existence within the cultivation world of the Yin Kingdom. The exchange rate for spirit stones is such that 100 inferior spirit stones can be exchanged for a single medium spirit stone, 100 medium spirit stones for a superior spirit stone, and 100 superior spirit stones for a supreme spirit stone. Under normal circumstances, low-tier spirit stones cannot be exchanged for high-tier ones, while high-tier spirit stones can easily be traded for low-tier stones. Spirit sand also functions as currency within the cultivation realm, serving as a lesser counterpart to inferior spirit stones and circulating only among the lower-tier loose cultivators. Spirit sand refers to the finely crushed fragments of inferior spirit stones, where 100 grains of spirit sand can be exchanged for a single inferior spirit stone. Previously, when Mo Yunyu worked to wash clothes, she would earn 1 grain of spirit sand for each garment she cleaned. Despite this, Mo Bai, in a fit of madness, recklessly sent all the minuscule grains of spirit sand that Mo Yunyu had earned to Mo Yunsheng, who was far away at the Zishu sect. It was precisely this frenzied behavior of Mo Bai that caused Mo Yunyu, after over a decade of cultivation, to remain stagnant at the 1st level of Qi refinement. Li Chun carefully stored the 30 grains of spiritual sand collected from the tailor shop's proprietor, then made his way towards West Street to procure cookware and other essential household items. Upon reaching West Street, Li Chun once again encountered the vendor who peddled talismans. Concealed beneath a dark robe, the vendor, noticing Li Chun's gaze upon him, spoke in a gravelly voice, "Have you ascended to the 3rd level of Qi refinement? What talisman do you wish to purchase this time?" Li Chun shook his head and smiled at the stall owner. "My friend, I do not possess any spirit stones to purchase the talismans. Would you be so kind as to gift me a few?" "Begone." The stall owner, concealed beneath a voluminous black robe and wearing a mask that obscured his visage, revealed only a pair of dark, luminous eyes. Li Chun was indifferent to the vendor's demeanor. His words were merely casual remarks, devoid of any expectation that the vendor would bestow upon him a talisman. The materials for crafting talismans, such as the paper, brush, and ink, incur expenses. In such a fleeting encounter, with no kinship or prior connection, it is unlikely that any practitioner would generously offer a talisman to a stranger. As Li Chun was about to depart, an unexpected voice called out from behind, "Come back. Here, take this." The vendor stopped Li Chun and tossed him a handful of dust-repelling talismans. These talismans, mere entry-level charms, scarcely qualify as even the most rudimentary first-tier spiritual symbols. They serve solely to cleanse garments and prevent them from becoming soiled. However, those of lower-tier loose cultivators are generally unwilling to expend spiritual stones on such talismans. They would much rather spend a single grain of spiritual sand to hire a laundress like Mo Yunyu to clean their clothes, as the value offered by a laundress is deemed far superior. Indeed, some are even too frugal to part with a single grain of spiritual sand. Li Chun instinctively caught a bundle of dust-repelling talismans, standing there in a daze, his face a canvas of astonishment. Though merely an introductory talisman, it nonetheless incurs a cost. A bundle of these talismans is priced at 5 spirit stones in the Celestial Talisman Pavilion. Turning his gaze to the stall owner, Li Chun felt an inexplicable flicker of vitality in her eyes. These dust-repelling talismans have lingered here for quite some time without finding a buyer, so I shall gift them to you. As the hoarse voice reached his ears, Li Chun keenly discerned an underlying clarity that accompanied her rasp. This was a female cultivator, and moreover, a talisman master. In the Yin Mountain market, there exists but one female talisman master capable of inscribing intermediate spirit talismans, and that is the prodigious Huang Qingya. Huang Qingya is renowned in the Yin Mountain market, with some enthusiasts daring to place her alongside the enchanting Linglong fairy, dubbing them the dual beauties of the Yin Kingdom's cultivation realm. The comparison stems from both Huang Qingya and Linglong fairy's exquisite beauty and their remarkably aloof temperaments. Within the vicinity of Yin Mountain Market, numerous male cultivators, including signs from esteemed cultivation families, pursue Huang Qingya. Yet, she has always remained indifferent to their advances, a quality she shares with Linglong fairy. The distinction lies in the fact that Linglong fairy is a foundation establishment cultivator, while Huang Qingya is merely at the qi refining stage. Huang Qingya is still quite young, reportedly not yet 20 years old. Yet she has already attained the 6th layer of qi refinement and possesses the ability to inscribe first-tier intermediate spirit talismans, making her the object of adulation among male cultivators. Grasping the talismans gifted by the stall owner, Li Chun bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Fairy Huang, for the talismans. How did you recognize me?" The voice of Fairy Huang, still concealed beneath her voluminous black robe, now resonated with a crispness akin to silver bells. Li Chun chuckled softly. Sensing that you were a woman, considering the intermediate spirit talismans at your stall, he dared to venture a guess, and to his surprise, he was correct. Huang Qingya, wearing a mask, gazed at Li Chun with flickering eyes, her voice suddenly turning icy. "It is one thing for you to discern my identity, but why must you articulate it? The very reason I have chosen this guise to sell talismans is to conceal my true self. Do you not fear the consequences of revealing my identity, that I might be silenced forever?" Li Chun's expression stiffened, and cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the willow leaf flying knife concealed within his sleeve, then turned to Huang Qingya and said, "Fairy, it is I, Li, who has been inconsiderate. Please forgive me." It was not that Li Chun was timid, but rather that the realm of cultivation was unyieldingly cruel. Huang Qingya's cultivation level surpassed his by 3 minor realms, and she was a prodigy in talisman crafting, a discipline known for wielding an abundance of powerful talismans. A barrage of these talismans could easily transcend minor realms and vanquish foes, if this talented talisman master had set her sights on him. Even remaining in the Yinshan market would not afford Li Chun any peace. Huang Qingya regarded Li Chun with a playful glint in her eyes before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Hee, I was merely teasing you. Who knew you were so timid? However, the flying knife hidden in your sleeve is rather intriguing. Even I can feel the prickling sensation it evokes. A mere mid-stage qi refinement cultivator would fall prey to your blade if they were not careful." In that instant, Li Chun felt a chill run down his spine. This was the realm of cultivation, where his once proud flying knife, which had allowed him to dominate the mortal world, could be discerned with ease by an ordinary mid-stage qi refinement practitioner. It dawned on him just how ludicrous his earlier antics had been before the Linglong fairy. "Fairy Huang, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Li Chun wished to depart from this place, clasping his fists in a farewell to Huang Qingya, devoid of any desire to purchase pots and pans. Huang Qingya, unconcerned, waved her hand dismissively. "Go ahead, just be cautious in the future. The realm of immortals is not akin to the mundane martial world. Do not indulge in trivial cleverness, lest you attract misfortune. Thank you for the sage advice, esteemed fairy. I shall take heed." Li Chun bowed respectfully to Huang Qingya, genuinely eager to learn. Huang Qingya remained seated, gazing at Li Chun's departing figure. Gradually, she removed her mask, revealing a beautiful, sun-kissed face, her lips curving into a subtle smile as she murmured to herself, "What an intriguing individual." Huang Qingya had awakened Li Chun to the realities of the cultivation world. There are words that should not be spoken and individuals that should not be approached impulsively. Just moments ago, Li Chun had discerned Huang Qingya's true identity and entertained the thought of befriending her. After all, she was a prodigious talisman master, and the advantages of associating with such a talent were self-evident. In retrospect, Li Chun felt somewhat foolish. With the support of a system, he harbored unwavering confidence in his own path to immortality, believing himself to be on par with any genius. Thus, he approached the prospect of friendship with Huang Qingya with an egalitarian mindset. However, upon further reflection, he realized that others were unaware of his system. To outsiders, Li Chun was merely a low-level cultivator with a 9th-grade spiritual root and a modest aptitude for alchemy, fortunate enough to receive the guidance of the exquisite Linglong fairy. To engage with others under the illusion of equality was a folly. In the cultivation realm, true equality is a myth. Mortals are but ants in the eyes of cultivators, and low-tier cultivators are equally insignificant to their higher-tier counterparts. Li Chen returned home with a heavy heart. "Husband, you have returned." As Li Chen approached his doorstep, he beheld Mo Yunyu. She was perched on the threshold, her hands immersed in two large basins, diligently scrubbing garments with fervor, her fingers reddened from the toil. Strands of her silken hair, dampened by perspiration, clung to her forehead. Upon noticing Li Chen's return, Mo Yunyu hastily rose to greet him, a delicate dimple gracing her cheek. Her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy, Li Chen furrowed his brow and asked in a deep voice, "Wasn't it instructed for you to stay at home and cultivate properly? Who permitted you to wash clothes?" Upon seeing Li Chen's frown, Mo Yunyu felt utterly lost. She nervously rubbed her reddened hands together, placing them in front of her, and looked up at Li Chen with a timid gaze, stammering her explanation. "Husband, Xiaoyu does not need to cultivate. I possess a 9th-grade spiritual root, and no matter how much I practice, I shall never break through to the mid-stage of qi refinement in this lifetime. The amount of spirit stones I can earn is minimal, yet I wish to assist you, for I do not want to be a burden. If I were to become a burden, surely you would come to disdain me." "Oh, foolish girl." The sight of Mo Yunyu's timid and humble demeanor softened Li Chen's heart. He gently embraced her, uncertain of how to reproach her, and unwilling to do so. Mo Yunyu wrapped her arms around Li Chen's waist, cautiously lifting her head. "Husband, I am foolish. My father has scolded me for being so since I was little. Please do not disdain me. Although I may be foolish, I am obedient. As long as it brings you joy, I am willing to do anything." Feeling the girl's humility and fragility, Li Chen's gaze softened. He tenderly stroked her short hair. "Do not fear, Xiaoyu. I shall never disdain you, nor will I abandon you. You are not foolish, truly not foolish. Come, let us enter the house. From now on, do not wash others' clothes. I do not lack for those trivial spirit sands." "Huh. Inferior goods are always inferior goods, forever so lowly. Li Chen, you have chosen such a base and inferior partner. It seems you are also of lowly standing and shall never aspire to greatness." Shu Chan had returned, a mocking smile gracing her lips, her eyes filled with disdain. Dressed in a resplendent emerald gown with flowing sleeves, she was as radiant as ever. Gazing at Shu Chan, Li Chen's expression suddenly turned icy, a surge of anger swelling within him. The hidden flying daggers in his sleeve quietly slipped into his palm as he spoke with indifference. "Who do you deem to be the base and inferior one?" Since entering the realm of cultivation, Li Chen had been cautious, treading lightly. However, this did not imply that he lacked temper. Before entering the world of cultivation, many martial heroes had perished beneath his flying daggers. One only needed to inquire in the secular martial world to learn that Li Chen had risen from a humble farming background to the pinnacle of the secular martial realm. A journey stained with the blood of countless adversaries. Li Chen's heart surged with murderous intent, his killing aura swirling fiercely, and his gaze turned exceedingly sharp. Shu Chan was taken aback, a chill running down her spine, as goosebumps prickled her skin. She instinctively took 2 steps back, only to quickly regain her composure. Raising an eyebrow and coldly retorting, "I am referring to the little vixen in your arms. And you, what is this? Do you wish to kill me? Don't forget, my cultivation surpasses yours, and my magical prowess is far deeper. Do you truly believe you can take my life? Moreover, we are within the confines of Fong, where the prominent immortal families have explicitly decreed that no cultivators may engage in combat within the market. Do you dare to violate the rules of Fong? Husband, please." Just as Li Chen was about to unleash the flying dagger from his palm, Mo Yunyu tightened her grip on his sleeve, gently shaking her head. Li Chen took a deep breath to compose himself. Earlier, he had encountered Huang Qingya's admonition, and upon returning, he stumbled upon Mo Yunyu washing clothes. Shu Chan's mockery had ignited the latent resentment within him. Yet, at this critical juncture, Li Chen managed to regain his composure. The prominent cultivation families that established Fong had decreed that no killings were to occur within its confines. He could not harm Shu Chan, at least not within Fong. At this moment, he lacked the standing to challenge the authority of the esteemed cultivation families. If one were to speak of disgrace, was it not demeaning for the esteemed fairy to serve as a concubine? Li Chen had already suppressed his murderous intent and coldly mocked Shu Chan. He then turned to Mo Yunyu and said, "Little Rain, let us return to the room and ignore her." Mo Yunyu obediently nodded and followed Li Chen into the room, closing the door behind them. Standing a few meters away, Shu Chan gazed at the tightly shut door. For some inexplicable reason, she suddenly lost her composure. Her face contorted with rage as she rushed to the door and pounded on it with all her might, her voice sharp and hysterical. Yuchen, say that again. If you dare, say it once more. At that moment, Shu Chan appeared almost deranged, her eyes turning crimson as she continued to bang on Li Chen's door. Li Chen, come out. Come out. I will tear you apart. You are the despicable one. Your partner is the lowly one. Not me, not me. Inside the room, Mo Yunyu tightly clutched Li Chen's arm, her face a mask of anxiety, fearing that Shu Chan would break through the door. Li Chen, on the contrary, composed himself, no longer swayed by Shu Chan's influence. After a bout of shouting outside the door, as the surrounding neighbors gathered, Shu Chan gradually calmed down. With a cold snort, she returned to her house and slammed the door shut. Xiaoyu, do not be afraid. She dares not lay a hand on you. Li Chen gently comforted Mo Yunyu. Noticing that Mo Yunyu's emotions had calmed, Li Chen retrieved a silk quilt and 2 golden silk wood pillows from his storage bag. Mo Yunyu promptly took the quilt from Li Chen's hands, deftly making the bed, and then neatly arranged the 2 pillows. Xiaoyu, I have purchased 2 garments for you. They should fit well, though I am uncertain if you will like them. Li Chen once again retrieved the exquisite garments he had purchased for Mo Yunyun from his storage bag. As she beheld the beautiful attire in Li Chen's hands, Mo Yunyun's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she stood frozen in place, her heart overwhelmed with emotion. Li Chen gently drew Mo Yunyu closer and asked softly, What is the matter? Do you not like them? Tomorrow, I shall take you to the tailor's shop, where you can choose for yourself. Mo Yunyu vigorously shook her head, accepting the 2 garments from Li Chen's hands and cradling them as if they were treasures. A delicate dimple appeared on her slender cheek, and tears glistened at the corners of her eyes. I like them, she exclaimed. Husband, I truly adore them. Observing the foolish girl's touched and contented expression, Li Chen felt a pang of tenderness for her overly obedient nature. If it were any other female cultivator, they would likely disdain ordinary attire, fixated instead on donning robes of the immortal or ethereal skirts. Alas, Mo Yunyu's spiritual root was rather low. However, Li Chen cared not for that. He himself possessed a mere 9th-grade spiritual root. A lack of exceptional talent did not signify insurmountable limitations. With the aid of elixirs, one could elevate their cultivation, albeit at the expense of additional resources. Little you, what are you doing? Li Chen was still feeling a pang of sympathy for Mo Yunyu. Yet Mo Yunyu, with a bold demeanor, began to shed her garments and approached Li Chen, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In a soft voice, she replied, Husband, do you not desire a child? I shall do my utmost to bear you one swiftly. Li Chen felt a sense of contentment as he turned over, pinning Mo Yunyu beneath him. Such a considerate and well-behaved young lady. Marrying her would indeed be a stroke of fortune. After a night of playful antics, Mo Yunyu nestled in Li Chen's embrace, her face adorned with a satisfied smile. Li Chen exhaled a breath of impure air, gently patting his pert posterior. Xiaoyu, rise and shine. I must commence my cultivation. Mo Yunyu blinked and, with a look of concern, replied, Husband, why not rest for the night? Tomorrow will suffice for your practice. Li Chen shook his head, his gaze inexplicably firm. In a deep voice, he spoke, Xiaoyu, you must remember that in the realm of cultivation, one's power is of utmost importance. Why do we embark on the path of immortality? If not to transcend and achieve eternal life? On the road to immortality, countless beings vie for that slender chance to ascend. How can I afford to be negligent? Mo Yunyu stared blankly at Li Chen and instinctively remarked, Husband, you seem to have changed. You are somewhat different now. Li Chen did not respond. He remained unchanged, steadfast in his resolve since the moment he learned of the existence of the immortal realm. He had set his heart on becoming an immortal. Mo Yunyu gracefully ascended from Li Chen's side, her gaze as gentle as flowing water, realizing that her husband harbored such lofty aspirations. Little you believed wholeheartedly that her husband would surely attain his desires. Li Chen tilted his head. Do you not think that I am indulging in a futile fantasy? Mo Yunyu shook his head in response. Li Chen gently embraced Mo Yunyu, his gaze resolute and his tone resolute, declaring, I shall undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the immortal path and ultimately attain immortality. Little Rain placed her faith in her husband. Mo Yunyu did not ridicule Li Chen, nor did she perceive his aspirations as mere folly. Instead, she looked at him with tender eyes filled with unwavering trust. As the exquisite fairy Linglong remarked, the realm of cultivation is vast and boundless, with countless beings vying for a slender chance at ascension. Yet, throughout the ages, how many have truly achieved immortality? Among cultivators, Those who set their sights on becoming immortals are exceedingly rare. For the majority of lowly cultivators, merely breaking through to the foundation establishment stage and establishing their own cultivation lineage constitutes the ultimate dream. They dare not even aspire to form a golden core, let alone attain immortality. The concept of immortality feels too distant. While it may be acceptable for Mo Yunniao to entertain such notions, should Li Chun express them to other cultivators, he would surely become the target of derision. Gazing at the young woman in his arms, a smile involuntarily graced Li Chun's lips as he gently spoke. Little Rain, my dear, I am destined to become an immortal. Once I achieve immortality, I shall live forever. From this day forth, you too must diligently cultivate. If you do not elevate your own skills, how shall you keep pace with me and accompany me to behold the myriad wonders along the immortal path? I do not wish to one day witness you age, your lifespan depleted, and return to the earth. Husband. The naive girl's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, touched beyond words. Li Chun retrieved a jade vial from his storage bag and poured out 2 chi-nourishing pills, extending one towards Mo Yunyu. From this moment forth, we shall cultivate together as husband and wife, advancing hand in hand along the path of immortality. No, Mo Yunyu replied, shaking her head stubbornly as she gazed at the chi-nourishing pill he offered. From now on, I, shall also strive diligently in my cultivation. This pill should be used by you, my husband. It would be a waste for me to take it. Once your cultivation reaches new heights, I will have as many chi-nourishing pills as I desire. It is far more important for you to enhance your own abilities first. Li Chun pondered deeply and realized the truth of the matter. Only when his cultivation reached a higher level could he utilize a vast array of resources to elevate Mo Yunyu's prowess. Like himself, Mo Yunyu possessed a 9th grade spirit root. And without resources, even breaking through to the mid-stage of chi refinement proved to be a daunting task. Given his current circumstances, he truly lacked the surplus cultivation resources to assist Mo Yunyu. Having already given Mo by 120 spirit stones, Li Chun found himself financially strained. And the vitality-enhancing pills were scarcely sufficient for his own cultivation needs. Since Mo Yunyu had expressed her thoughts, Li Chun did not insist further. He merely resolved to gather resources in the future to support Mo Yunyu once he attained greater wealth. That night, neither Li Chun nor Mo Yunyu slumbered. Instead, the couple engaged in meditation and cultivation in place of sleep. As dawn broke, Li Chun carefully assessed the fruits of his midnight cultivation. After reaching the 3rd layer of chi refinement, he sensed a deceleration in his training speed. Even with the consumption of vitality-enhancing pills, his magical power seemed to grow at an exceedingly slow pace. This cursed 9th grade spirit root was truly a hindrance. It appeared he would need to devise a means to purchase or concoct gathering spirit pills for his cultivation. Gathering spirit pills and harmony pills were both intermediate grade pills of the 1st tier, utilized by mid-stage chi refinement cultivators to enhance their magical prowess. Since the vitality-enhancing pills had proven ineffective, he might as well switch to gathering spirit pills. Furthermore, he could no longer reside in the dilapidated area. The spiritual energy here was far too sparse, necessitating a move to a cave dwelling. At that moment, Li Chun felt the weight of his poverty keenly. Gathering spirit pills were priced at 100 spirit stones per bottle in the Divine Pill Pavilion, and a cave dwelling constructed upon a spiritual vein, even at the lowest grade, would cost 80 spirit stones per month. He found himself with a solitary 5 spirit stones and 30 spirit sands left in his storage bag. Spirit stones. Li Chun was in need of spirit stones, an abundance of them. Mo Yunniao had also awakened from her meditative state, after practicing diligently through the night. She appeared radiant and invigorated. Observing the transformation in Mo Yunniao's demeanor, Li Chun pondered whether it was a result of her meditation or his own efforts to nurture her. Nonetheless, such a change was undoubtedly positive, and Li Chun hoped this naive girl could cultivate a bit more confidence, shedding her previous meekness and timidity. Xiaoyu. I am heading to the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Here are these spirit stones. Use them to acquire pots, pans, and other necessities. And do not forget to purchase some spirit rice. Relying solely on meditation, with our 9th grade spiritual roots, it is unlikely we can advance to the later stages of chi refinement in this lifetime. Therefore, do not be frugal with the spirit stones. The spirit rice is essential. After rising, Li Chun took out the remaining 5 spirit stones and 30 spirit sands from his storage pouch and handed them all to Mo Yunniao. Gazing at the sparkling spirit stones, Mo Yunniao was momentarily taken aback and timidly inquired, Husband, I have never seen so many spirit stones. Are you not afraid that I might lose them? Li Chun chuckled softly, extending his hand to gently caress Mo Yunyun's hair. Since I have entrusted the spirit stones to you, it signifies my trust. Shall you obediently accept the spirit stones, reminding herself of the items I instructed you to purchase? Mo Yunyun nodded earnestly, her gaze solemn, as she carefully stowed away the 5 spirit stones and 30 grains of spirit sand. Li Chun pondered for a moment before retrieving 2 golden talismans, a swift travel talisman, and a fireball talisman from his storage bag, which he handed to Mo Yunyun. Before she could utter a word, he assertively interrupted her, insisting, "Take these and keep them on you for protection. If you disobey, I shall become quite upset. Moreover, you are forbidden from washing anyone's clothes. It is paramount that you focus on enhancing your own cultivation. Prepare a meal and await my return." With that, Li Chun turned and strode purposefully towards the divine elixir pavilion. Mo Yunyun gazed at his retreating figure until it vanished within the makeshift dwellings. Only then did she withdraw her gaze, a faint dimple gracing her slender cheeks as she smiled sweetly upward, murmuring softly, "Heaven treats me kindly, allowing me to meet my husband." She continued her prayer, "O Celestial, I implore you to bless my husband with all things prosperous and a smooth path in his celestial endeavors. I confess to a touch of greed. I hope to conceive soon and bear him a child, for he desires one so dearly." At that moment, Shu Chan pushed the door open and cast a disparaging glance at Mo Yunyun, her expression laced with scorn, her tone sharp and biting. "Your husband is busy refining pills at the divine elixir pavilion, yet all he has gifted you are these mundane garments? No magical robes or celestial skirts." Mo Yunyun, with a gentle smile, regarded Shu Chan's resplendent flowing gown and then glanced at her own attire. Her eyes sparkled with clarity as she replied contentedly, "I truly adore this outfit. It surpasses even the finest of magical robes." "Humph, inferior goods are merely inferior," Shu Chan scoffed before turning away. Inside the communal alchemy room of the divine elixir pavilion, the apprentices stared at Li Chun with rapt attention, an unsettling silence enveloping the space. Li Chun successfully concocted the qi-nourishing pill for the first time. It is essential to note that the qi-nourishing pill is indeed a classified elixir, albeit merely a low-tier one, primarily intended for cultivators in the early stages of qi refinement. Nonetheless, it is a categorized spiritual pill, distinctly different from the likes of the fasting pill or the hemostatic pill, which are, at best, considered introductory-level concoctions and do not attain classification. Within the esteemed alchemist pavilion, an apprentice receives a single spirit stone for producing a batch of fasting pills, yet should they successfully create a batch of qi-nourishing pills, they are rewarded with 5 spirit stones. Li Chun paid no heed to the astonishment of the crowd. He was in dire need of spirit stones. Thus, during his inaugural alchemical endeavor, he successfully refined a nourishing qi pill. However, he meticulously regulated the success rate of the pill's formulation to 50%. A perfect success rate would yield 10 nourishing qi pills. Li Chun possesses the remarkable ability to achieve a success rate of 100% in alchemical pill crafting. However, he deliberately restricts this success rate to 50%. Moving forward, Li Chun intends to cease his alchemical endeavors in the communal pill chamber designated for apprentices. Instead, he aims to utilize Master Chen's private alchemical chamber for his pursuits. In the communal chamber, under the watchful eyes of others, it would be challenging for Li Chun to withhold any pills. Conversely, Master Chen's chamber offers the advantage of privacy, allowing Li Chun to refine a batch of 10 qi-nurturing pills, from which he can discreetly retain 5 for his own cultivation. Li Chun had carefully calculated his situation. With his cultivation at the 3rd level of qi refinement, he could manage to concoct 2 batches of nourishing qi pills each day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. This allowed him to reserve 10 pills daily for his own practice, and even for Yun Mo's cultivation. However, he felt somewhat remiss towards the enchanting fairy Linglong. He could only comfort himself by thinking that he would repay her kindness once his own cultivation reached a higher level. Meanwhile, a group of apprentices gathered around him, their eyes brimming with envy as they began to flatter him. "Brotherly, has it not been 2 months since you began refining the pill of abstinence? And now you can produce nourishing qi pills? Your talent in alchemy is truly enviable," one remarked. "I have been in the divine pill pavilion for 9 years, and I still cannot refine nourishing qi pills." Another added, "Brotherly is clearly favored by Master Chen. It seems he regards you as his successor and has imparted his knowledge generously." As Li Chun observed these cultivators, many of whom were significantly older than himself, addressing him as brother, he became acutely aware of the realities of the cultivation world. Just a short while ago, they had referred to him as junior brother, and now their attitude had shifted to one of rapid reverence. Li Chun maintained a smile and politely exchanged a few words before excusing himself to take a respite from the bustling alchemy chamber. As he passed by the spot where Mo Bai was situated, he noticed the latter's expression was a mixture of complexity, and his smile had taken on an obsequious quality. Son-in-law, congratulations to you. It appears that Master Chen truly regards you as his chosen successor, imparting even his most treasured alchemical techniques to you. Li Chun remained noncommittal. Allowing others to think as they wished, he was disinclined to provide clarification. Let them believe that Master Chen had imparted to him the most profound alchemical techniques. Casting a glance at Mo Bai, Li Chun's expression remained serene, and with a tone marked by indifference, he responded, "It is merely the creation of a qi-nurturing pill, far inferior to what Brother Mo has mastered after years of dedication." Having said this, he paid no mind to Mo Bai's displeased countenance and departed from the premises. Upon witnessing Li Chun's swift success in crafting the qi-nurturing pill, Mo Bai referred to him as an esteemed son-in-law, seeking to mend their relationship. However, Li Chun rejected this notion of kinship. He was certain that should he acknowledge such a bond, Mo Bai would incessantly seek to borrow spirit stones, only to send them to his son far away at the Zisu Immortal sect. After leaving the communal alchemy chamber for apprentices, Li Chun made his way to Master Chen's courtyard, seeking the esteemed alchemist. "Is this the qi-nurturing pill you have crafted?" In the quaint and elegant courtyard, Master Chen reclined in a wicker chair, delicately pinching the qi-nurturing pill created by Li Chun between his fingers, while his other hand stroked his flowing beard. His expression betraying a hint of agitation. Two maidservants attended to him, one kneeling before him to massage his legs, while the other stood behind to knead his shoulders. Both maidservants were of exquisite beauty and ample figure, practitioners in their own right, with one possessing a cultivation level surpassing even Li Chun, being at the 5th layer of qi refinement. Li Chun inwardly marveled at Master Chen's enduring vigor and respectfully replied, "Esteemed master, this is the qi-nourishing pill recently crafted by your disciple, specifically presented for your esteemed evaluation." Master Chen pondered for a moment, his tone imbued with complexity as he spoke. "The success rate of this pill stands at 50%, and its quality is commendable. It appears I must reassess your alchemical talents, young Chen. Have you forgotten the words I shared with you previously?" Li Chunjiao clasped his hands in reverence to Master Chen Dan, expressing that he would never forget his teacher's teachings. The alchemy room used by the apprentices was often crowded and noisy. To avoid drawing too much attention, the disciple wished to borrow his master's alchemy chamber for his practice. Hoping for his master's consent, Master Chen Dan did not provide an immediate response. He narrowed his eyes to scrutinize Li Chunjiao, noting his respectful demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke, "Since you honor me as your teacher, I shall certainly care for and support you. My time for refining is limited, but on ordinary days, you may utilize the Qingfeng furnace in my alchemy room." The disciple expressed his gratitude for the master's kindness. Li Chun deeply bowed to the elderly man before him, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. The Qingfeng furnace was a personal possession of Master Chen, a treasured item passed down from his esteemed teacher. Had he not genuinely regarded Li Chun as a disciple, he would never have lent the Qingfeng furnace for his use. This furnace, a top-tier magical artifact of the first rank, was valued at over 3,000 spirit stones, making it exceedingly precious. The elixirs refined within the Qingfeng furnace boasted a quality far superior to those produced by lower-grade alchemical furnaces. "You may leave now," Master Chen gestured, indicating that Li Chun could withdraw. Li Chun bowed once more to Master Chen Dan, retreated to the entrance of the courtyard, and only then turned to depart. After Li Chun departed, Master Chen Dan reclined in a wicker chair, his eyes narrowed to a mere slit as he murmured softly to himself, "At present, this young man appears quite commendable. Nevertheless, further observation is required." Two maidservants trailed behind him, their eyes glimmering with a hint of envy. Although they served Master Chen Dan, their status was rather lowly. Their sole purpose was to knead his shoulders, massage his legs, and attend to his needs, rendering them of little significance in his eyes. Li Chun departed from the courtyard of Master Chen Dan and proceeded to the medicinal garden to procure the spiritual herbs required for concocting the qi-nourishing pill. He made his way directly to the alchemical chamber designated for Master Chen Dan, where he prepared to ignite the furnace for alchemy. Within the serene confines of the chamber, Li Chun beheld the towering bronze-green alchemical furnace, running his fingers over the intricate phoenix engravings adorning its surface, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. He too yearned to possess a furnace of his own, envisioning the possibility of practicing alchemy at home. However, the furnace was prohibitively expensive, beyond his means to purchase. Within the Qianlian Pavilion, even a custom-made alchemical furnace, regardless of being the most basic type of magical artifact, would cost several hundred spirit stones. Alchemical furnaces, being a category of magical artifacts, commanded prices that far exceeded those of other types. Li Chun brought the iron heartwood, shaking his head to cast aside distracting thoughts. He raised his hand, conjuring a fireball to ignite the wood. The roaring flames licked the alchemy furnace. And as the blue phoenix on the furnace transformed into a fiery phoenix, Li Chun skillfully summoned a large hand with his magical power to lift the lid. He adeptly tossed in various spiritual herbs and medicinal ingredients. Were it not for his limited magical prowess, Li Chun would have aspired to refine dozens, if not hundreds, of qi-nurturing pills in a single batch. Unfortunately, his cultivation at the third level of qi refinement restricted his alchemical skills, preventing him from producing such a quantity of pills at once. The esteemed positions of Master Chun and Master Ge stemmed from their ability to concoct dozens or even hundreds of low-level spiritual pills in a single furnace opening. Master Chun typically opened 2 furnaces each month, spending the remainder of his time in leisurely retirement. As for Master Ge, he resided in the prestigious Grade A No. 8 cave dwelling, opening his furnace only once a year. His dedicated alchemical chamber remained largely unused, necessitating daily cleaning by staff from the Divine Pill Pavilion to prevent dust accumulation. Despite both Master Chun and Master Ge being affiliated with the Divine Pill Pavilion, their statuses were markedly different. Li Chun has been at the Divine Dan Pavilion for nearly a year now, yet he has yet to encounter Master Ge Dan, having only heard of him through the apprentices and attendants of the pavilion. The alchemical furnace ceased its trembling. A crimson hand lifted the lid, and instantly, white steam billowed forth from the furnace, filling the chamber with a fragrant aroma of elixirs. Li Chun approached the furnace, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. He retrieved a plump elixir, a satisfied smile gracing his features. He meticulously divided 10 vitality pills into 2 jade vials for preservation. One vial was designated for the Divine Elixir Pavilion, while the other was tucked away into his storage bag. Only then did Li Chun exit the alchemy chamber. As he stepped outside, the sky had darkened considerably. He planned to submit the vitality pills he had concocted that day and then return home directly. Within the Divine Elixir Pavilion, some apprentices toiled relentlessly day and night, striving to earn spirit stones. They would ignite the furnace until their magical energy was depleted, at which point they would meditate briefly to recuperate before resuming their work, neglecting their own cultivation in the process. Li Chun would never act in such a manner. Alchemy, after all, serves as an aid to cultivation, with mastery being the very foundation of all. To delay one's training in pursuit of spiritual stones is to utterly misplace priorities. Of course, there are those like Mo Bai, who forsake the path of immortality and place their hopes upon their progeny, but that is a different matter altogether. Upon returning to the dilapidated neighborhood, as he approached the door, Li Chun was greeted by the refreshing aroma of rice. Within the modest abode, a makeshift stove constructed from gravel had been added, along with a table, 2 chairs, and a cupboard. Li Chun entered the room, feeling a sense of congestion. In the past, when he lived alone, the room felt desolate and somewhat cold. Now, with the presence of Mo Yunya and the addition of some furniture, the space appeared cramped yet infused with a more vibrant, homely atmosphere. "Husband, you are back. Come, take your seat. The dishes will be ready shortly." Mo Yunya set aside her tasks and assisted Li Chun to the table, before returning to the stove to continue her preparations. Li Chun felt a sense of warmth in his heart. If he were in the mundane world, marrying a wife like Mo Yunya would bring him contentment, even if their lives were modest. Yet, this was the realm of immortality. Li Chun was not one to be content with the status quo. He was determined to diligently cultivate his skills, accumulate more spirit stones, and gradually increase his strength. Before long, Mo Yunya brought forth 2 dishes and a soup, serving Li Chun a bowl of spirit rice. In the realm of cultivation, spirit rice existed, as did specialized spirit farmers. These farmers cultivated spirit rice to acquire spirit stones, essentially serving as the agricultural backbone of the cultivation world. Where there are farmers, there are naturally landowners. Heishui Prefecture, abundant in mountains and rivers, offered little arable land for planting spirit rice. It was said that in regions such as Yunzhou, Pingzhou, Huazhou, and Qingzhou. Many noble cultivation families would establish spirit fields and hire low-tier cultivators to grow spirit rice. This rice, imbued with pure spiritual energy, could also assist in cultivation, though its effects paled in comparison to that of medicinal pills. Having spent nearly a year in the realm of cultivation, Li Chun had yet to savor the flavor of spirit rice. Lifting the golden bowl, he used his ivory chopsticks to take a bite of the delicately prepared rice, savoring its sweetness as it transformed into pure spiritual energy that nourished his magical power upon entering his stomach. Sitting beside him, Mo Yunyu softly addressed Li Chun. "My dear husband, I have purchased 2 pairs of ivory chopsticks and 20 grains of spirit sand, 10 golden bowls and 10 grains of spirit sand. The cabinet, table, and chairs cost a single spirit stone. 2 jin of spirit rice amounted to 2 spirit stones. The stove was constructed from gravel I found, so no spirit stones were used. You have but 2 spirit stones remaining." Li Chun nodded and chuckled softly, saying, "You may take charge of these trivial matters without the need for a detailed report to me." Observing the smile on Li Chun's face, Mo Yunyu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Moments before, she had been filled with anxiety, worrying that she had squandered her resources. Having spent 3 spirit stones and 30 grains of spirit sand in a single day, in the past, it would have taken her the labor of washing 2 sets of clothing for someone else to earn that much. "Why do you only consume vegetables?" Li Chun gazed at Mo Yunyu, who held a golden bowl in her hands, delicately tasting the wild vegetables with ivory chopsticks, while the spiritual rice in the pot remained untouched. In response to Li Chun's inquiry, Mo Yunyu offered a faint smile, remaining silent. Li Chun's gaze shifted, and he understood. She was reluctant to consume the spirit rice, wishing to reserve the finest for him. "Silly girl, there is no need for such selflessness." Li Chun rose to his feet, seized the bowl from Mo Yunyu, and filled it to the brim with spirit rice. He continued, "Allow me to share some delightful news. I have now mastered the art of refining qi-nourishing pills. Each furnace yields 5 spirit stones, and I am capable of refining 2 furnaces a day." Mo Yunyu blinked in astonishment. "So, my husband can earn 10 spirit stones in a single day, which amounts to 300 spirit stones in a month." Li Chun chuckled gently and nodded, assuring, "Thus, indulge yourself in your meals. I am capable of providing for you." Hearing Li Chun's words, Mo Yunyu felt a sense of relief. After dining, Mo Yunyu rose to clear the table. Although Li Chun intended to assist her, she gently pushed him away. According to Mo Yunyu, her husband was destined to become an immortal and should not engage in such menial tasks, so Li Chun acquiesced to her wishes. Once Mo Yunyu finished tidying up, the couple retired to bed, indulging in a tender embrace followed by a wave of affection, before commencing their daily cultivation. Currently, Li Chun was able to refine 2 batches of qi-nurturing pills each day, with each batch yielding 5 pills, totaling 10. Li Chun no longer faces the predicament of insufficient qi-nourishing pills, as he now consumes 2 at once. After ingesting these 2 pills, he felt the increase in his magical energy was still rather sluggish, prompting him to swallow 3 more. The 5 qi-nourishing pills that he had reserved during the day were entirely consumed within a single night. Despite this, Li Chun remained unsatisfied with the pace of his cultivation, such as the plight of one with a 9th-grade spiritual root, lamentable. As tranquil days slipped by, Li Chun ventured each morning to the Divine Pill Pavilion, where he meticulously concocted elixirs in the exclusive alchemy chamber of Master Chun, largely avoiding interactions with other apprentices. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Mo Yunyu had successfully advanced from the 1st to the 2nd level of qi refinement, while Li Chun stood at the pinnacle of the 3rd level. Throughout this month, he diligently reserved 10 qi-nourishing pills each day, amassing nearly 300 by the month's end. Excluding a few shared with Mo Yunyu, all remaining pills were devoured by Li Chun. Over 270 qi-nourishing pills. These are indeed utilized by practitioners at the 3rd level of qi refinement to break through their bottlenecks. Li Chun felt as though he had reached a bottleneck, a barrier akin to a celestial gate that kept him at bay, impervious to the effects of even the most potent energy-regulating elixirs. Perhaps he had ingested an excessive number of these elixirs, leading his body to develop a resistance to their benefits. Li Chun's cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Li Chun experienced a moment of profound enlightenment. No wonder the elder of the Zishu Immortal sect had asserted that those with 9-grade spiritual roots, if devoid of fortuitous opportunities, would remain stagnant at the initial stage of qi refinement throughout their lives, incapable of advancing to the middle stage. and would lack even the qualification to become a mere disciple of the Zishu Immortal sect. Han Mao, possessing 8 great spiritual roots, had borrowed a qi-nourishing pill from Li Chun and subsequently shattered his bottleneck, ascending to the 4th layer of qi refinement. Li Chun, despite consuming an abundance of qi-nourishing pills, finds himself unable to break through the formidable barrier separating the 3rd and 4th layers of qi refinement. This obstacle is as impenetrable as the gates of heaven. The distinction between an 8th grade spiritual root and a 9th grade spiritual root, though merely a single rank apart, proves to be astonishingly significant. Li Chun's understanding of the insignificance of a 9th grade spiritual root deepened further. It became evident that a qi-nourishing pill would not suffice for him to transcend to the 4th level of qi refinement. He would require a spirit-gathering pill instead. However, this matter could not be rushed. Since his entry into the immortal realm, it had scarcely been a year. In this brief span, transforming from a mere mortal to a cultivator, and even reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd level of qi refinement, seemed rather implausible. Fortunately, Li Chun had limited interactions with others, thus raising no suspicions. Today marked the monthly salary distribution day. The apprentices of the Divine Pill Pavilion gathered, each face adorned with hopeful smiles, for this was the fruit of a month's arduous alchemical labor. Zhou Jian, however, stood apart. Throughout the month, he had frequented the Divine Pill Pavilion infrequently, hardly engaging in any furnace activity. Amidst the crowd, Zhou Jian's pallid visage bore no expression, and his gaze was tinged with indifference. Manager Fu routinely flipped through the ledger. You dashin, this month, you have successfully refined 30 furnaces of the Bigu pill and 30 furnaces of the hemostatic pill, totaling 60 spirit stones. Ma Chong, you have refined 70 furnaces of the Bigu pill, amounting to 70 spirit stones. Mo Bai, you have produced 130 furnaces of the qi-nourishing pill, totaling 650 spirit stones. Li Chun, you have refined 57 furnaces of the qi-nourishing pill, amounting to 285 spirit stones. Manager Fu paused momentarily before continuing. Zhou Jian, this month, you have refined 2 furnaces of the spirit-gathering pill, totaling 20 spirit stones. His gaze lingered on Zhou Jian, carrying a weight of significance. The enchanting fairy Ling Long, seated above, idly played with her nails. Once everyone had received their spirit stones, Manager Fu finally spoke. The rest may disperse. Li Chun, please remain. The others had grown accustomed to Manager Fu's habit of keeping Li Chun behind, showing no reaction. After the crowd departed, Manager Fu gazed at Li Chun with a cheerful demeanor, yet remained silent. Fairy Ling Long, perched in her elevated position, observed Li Chun with an intriguing gaze, also refraining from speech. With Manager Fu at the pinnacle of qi refinement and Fairy Ling Long a formidable foundation establishment cultivator, the intensity of their scrutiny made Li Chun feel parched and his scalp tingle. Li Chun pondered for a moment, then bowed respectfully to both Fairy Ling Long and Manager Fu, inquiring with deference, "Might I ask what matters the sect master and Uncle Fu have entrusted me with?" Rising gracefully from her elevated seat, Fairy Ling Long, petite and charming, adorned with a crown of woven blossoms, smiled and asked, "Have you reached the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of qi refinement? If my memory serves me correctly, you have been in the realm of cultivation for less than a year and possess a 9th grade spiritual root. Is that not so?" Li Chun's heart sank, and his back was drenched with perspiration. Before Li Chun could respond, the exquisite fairy continued. "I heard from Master Fu that you do not refine alchemical concoctions alongside the other apprentices, but rather, you operate the furnace alone in Master Chen's alchemy chamber?" Li Chun lifted his gaze, meeting the playful eyes of the exquisite fairy, and with a wry smile, he confessed, "I should not have retained the elixir without permission. I beg for your forgiveness, esteemed master." Having reached this point, Li Chun candidly acknowledged his actions, although no one had witnessed his retention of the elixir. Both the exquisite fairy and Manager Fu had already surmised the truth. It was likely that Master Chen was also aware, yet chose to turn a blind eye to the matter. Li Chun understood that rather than engaging in futile arguments before the ethereal Fairy Ling Long, it would be far better to candidly acknowledge the truth, even if Fairy Ling Long were to erupt in fury. Reclaiming the 285 spirit stones awarded to him, and subsequently banishing him from the Divine Pill Pavilion, Li Chun would harbor no grievances. He was indeed aware that he had wronged Fairy Ling Long. To his astonishment, however, Fairy Ling Long did not exhibit any anger. She gracefully approached him, tilted her head slightly, and with a voice as delicate as a whisper, inquired, "I am quite curious, what is your success rate in refining the qi-nourishing pill?" Li Chenchao, facing the enchanting and delicate fairy, clasped his hands respectfully and replied earnestly, "To the esteemed pavilion master, my success rate in refining chi-nurturing pills is a perfect 10. 10. Exclaimed the manager Fu, tugging at a strand of his grizzled beard, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Li Chun. The fairy, however, exhibited a more measured reaction. After a moment of contemplation, she gently stroked her smooth chin and mused softly. "It appears that you possess hidden opportunities of great significance as well." Li Chun opened his mouth, uncertain of how to respond. He possessed a second-tier alchemical inheritance. Was it appropriate to disclose such matters to the exquisite fairy Linglong? Perhaps it was permissible. However, the existence of his system rendered it impossible to share that particular detail with her. While Li Chun pondered how to articulate his thoughts, Fairy Linglong raised her hand to halt him, speaking calmly, "There is no need for an explanation. Since this is your fortune, cherish it well. Until your cultivation has reached a level that can safeguard this opportunity, it is best to keep it concealed." "Thank you, Fairy." Li Chun performed a profound bow to the exquisite Fairy Linglong, his voice hoarse. Initially, Li Chun had prepared himself to offer the second-tier alchemical inheritance to Fairy Linglong, an act he did not resist, for she had bestowed upon him great kindness. However, to his astonishment, Fairy Linglong had no intention of prying into his secrets or seizing his opportunities. Fortunately, it was Fairy Linglong. Had it been another foundational cultivator, they would have undoubtedly sought to extract the second-tier alchemical inheritance from him. In that moment, Li Chun deeply realized that he was still not sufficiently cunning, not sufficiently discreet, nor adequately cautious. Moreover, he recognized that cultivators in the realm of immortality were not to be underestimated, particularly individuals of Fairy Linglong's caliber. "Now, let us move past this matter. There is no need for you to be anxious." With these words, Fairy Linglong returned to her elevated position, directing her gaze toward Manager Fu. "Uncle Fu, prepare an independent alchemical chamber for him." Manager Fu nodded calmly, understood. Li Chun stood dazed, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. The delicate fairy smiled warmly at him and said, "From now on, you may refine any elixir you desire. You shall keep half of the concocted potions, while the remaining half will be entrusted to the divine elixir pavilion. Furthermore, for every batch of elixirs you successfully refine, the pavilion will distribute spiritual stones to you based on the corresponding grade. This will remain unchanged. I will also instruct Yunfeng and Yunji to allow you unrestricted access to the spiritual herbs in the apothecary garden. By the way, I heard from Uncle Fu that you have found a partner, the daughter of Mobai, correct?" Li Chun instinctively nodded. After a moment of contemplation, the exquisite fairy raised her hand and threw a jade slip, declaring, "You have taken a spouse. This celestial being bestows upon you a gift of congratulations." Li Chun extended his hand to receive the jade tablet, gazing at the enchanting figure of the exquisite fairy seated above. He felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude towards her. Just as he was about to articulate his heartfelt appreciation, the fairy waved her hand dismissively, saying, "All right, you may leave now. Remember, in the realm of cultivation, one's prowess is paramount. Do not become complacent in your practice." Li Chun once again performed a respectful bow before gracefully exiting the grand hall. Upon reaching the threshold, he turned to depart. After his departure, the enchanting fairy Linglong, with a playful smile gracing her lips, spoke with profound significance, revealing that her initial decision to bring him into the Insure workshop was due to his unwavering resolve and his resemblance to her elder brother. She had not anticipated that he would prove to be such a remarkable individual. Manager Fu, squinting his eyes, remarked, "Miss, even if he possesses some fortuitous opportunities, it hardly warrants such lavish praise from you." Fairy Linglong shook her head and replied, "Uncle Fu, it is not merely his fortune that sets him apart. What is truly remarkable is the steadfastness of his heart, a rarity in the realm of cultivation. My innate divine perception indicates a shift in the aura of luck surrounding him, and forging a bond with him would be advantageous for my own path. Typically, a person's fortune is predetermined at birth, yet he is unique. His fortune began to evolve only after embarking on the path of immortality. By offering him some assistance in his humble beginnings, if he is not ungrateful, I shall undoubtedly reap a thousandfold return in due time." Manager Fu opened his mouth in astonishment, rendered speechless by her words. He harbored no doubts about Fairy Linglong's judgment, for only he was aware of the extraordinary origins of the young lady he had nurtured since childhood. As Li Chun stepped out of the divine elixir pavilion, he felt a dampness on his back. The evening breeze swept by, leaving him with a sensation of chill. Li Qin's emotions were exceedingly complex. He had believed that no one was aware of his clandestine retention of the elixir, yet it had ultimately been exposed. The issue lay in his cultivation level. He had recently advanced to the third layer of qi refinement, and within a month, reached the pinnacle of this stage, a rate of progress that should not be attainable by one with a ninth-grade spiritual root. Such an expeditious advancement was characteristic of those endowed with superior spiritual roots. Given Li Qin's innate talent and his utilization of Master Qin's exclusive alchemical chamber, it was not difficult for Fairy Linglong and Manager Fu to deduce that Li Qin had secretly retained the elixir, forcefully elevating his cultivation to the zenith of the third layer of qi refinement. Not only Manager Fu and Fairy Linglong, but Master Qin likely suspected the same, albeit choosing to turn a blind eye to the matter. Although Fairy Linglong and Manager Fu lacked concrete evidence, Li Qin nonetheless chose to candidly acknowledge the truth. The realm of cultivation is not governed by the principle of evidence. Mere suspicion suffices. To engage in a defense before Fairy Linglong would be an act of folly. Li Qin began to reflect upon himself. The realm of cultivation is not akin to the mundane world. He realized that he had not exercised sufficient caution. While the enhancement of one's cultivation is undoubtedly paramount, one must not be overly hasty. A rapid advancement in cultivation, which does not align with his innate potential of the ninth-grade waste spirit root, would inevitably lead others to perceive him as possessing hidden fortunes. In the realm of cultivation, what should a practitioner do when they discover that another cultivator, whose abilities are inferior to their own, is believed to harbor such fortunes? The adage "an innocent man suffers for possessing a treasure" aptly encapsulates this truth. Li Qin secretly rejoiced, his gratitude towards the exquisite Fairy Linglong reaching an unparalleled height. He resolved that once his cultivation improved in the future, he would repay Fairy Linglong in kind. Not only had she served as a guiding light on his path to immortality, but she had also offered him substantial assistance. Upon learning that Li Qin had unlawfully retained the elixirs, Fairy Linglong did not reprimand him. Rather, she instructed the steward Fu to provide Li Qin with a private alchemy chamber, bestowing upon him numerous privileges. Furthermore, she gifted him a jade slip. As for the contents inscribed within the jade slip, Li Qin remained oblivious, as he had yet to develop a spiritual consciousness capable of deciphering its information. Following this incident, Li Qin embarked on a profound self-reflection, vowing to exercise greater caution in the days to come. Li Qin adjusted his mindset, choosing not to return home but instead making his way to the spirit wine workshop. Li Qin intended to procure a flask of spirit liquor as a gift for Master Qin Dan. Master Qin regarded Li Qin as his disciple, generously lending him his personal alchemy chamber and turning a blind eye to Li Qin's clandestine retention of elixirs. Li Qin felt compelled to express his gratitude, acknowledging that such gestures should not go unnoticed. The Spirit Liquor Workshop, situated in the heart of Yinshan Square, is adjacent to the renowned Jinxiu building and is owned by the Bai family of Qingzhou Mountain. Even before approaching the workshop, the rich aroma of fine liquor wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. Li Qin entered the Spirit Wine Workshop, whereupon he was greeted by a maid who approached with a warm smile and inquired, "Esteemed friend, our establishment offers crimson blood wine, bitter bamboo wine, green bamboo wine, and monkey wine. Which variety would you like to purchase?" Li Qin cast a glance at the maid, noting her cultivation level at the third stage of qi refinement, which was comparable to his own. The spiritual wines sold at the Lingzhou workshop primarily included blood red wine, bitter bamboo wine, green bamboo wine, and monkey wine. Among these, monkey wine held the highest grade, classified as a first-tier high-grade spiritual wine, capable of enhancing the magical power of practitioners in the late stage of qi refinement upon consumption. Li Qin pondered for a moment. The spiritual stones within his storage bag were insufficient to procure the coveted monkey wine, and even purchasing the green bamboo wine would stretch his resources thin. Ultimately, he resolved to acquire a flask of bitter bamboo wine as a gift from Master Qin Dan. With only 285 spiritual stones at his disposal, he needed to reserve 80 for renting a cave for his cultivation, mindful not to indulge excessively. The maid nodded and retrieved a wine flask, presenting it to Li Qin. "Esteemed friend, the price is 90 spiritual stones." "Hold on," a voice interjected. "Qing'er, do not accept this, esteemed Taoist Li's spiritual stones." Just as Li Qin was about to hand over the coins, a young man clad in white, gracefully twirling a folding fan, entered the marketplace with an air of elegance. Upon his arrival, the maid immediately bowed, and Qing'er respectfully acknowledged the young gentleman. Li Qin gazed at the newcomer and clasped his hands, respectfully greeting. I have the honor of meeting young Master Bai San. The individual before him was named Bai Feng, a direct descendant of the Bai family from Qinzhou Mountain, known as the third young master due to his position in the family hierarchy. He was responsible for the operations of the Spirit Wine Workshop. The Bai family of Qinzhou Mountain ranks among the foremost cultivation families in Heishui Prefecture. In this realm, there exist two prominent foundational cultivation families, the Yang family of Heishui Fish Dragon and the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff. Each of these illustrious families is fortified by their respective foundational ancestors, making them the two most formidable cultivation families in Heishui Prefecture. Beneath these two great families lie other qi refining families, such as the Bai family of Qinzhou Mountain, the Situ family of Crescent Lake, and the Zhao family of Yinfeng Cliff. The Yinshan Workshop was established through the collaboration of the two foundational families and several qi refining families. The Bai family of Qinzhou Mountain boasts several peak qi refining cultivators, positioning them as the third most powerful force among the multitude of cultivation families in Heishui Prefecture. Li Chun heard that there was a clan member from the Bai family of Qinzhou Mountain at the pinnacle of qi refinement, in seclusion attempting to break through to foundation establishment. The veracity of this news was difficult for him to ascertain. Might I be acquainted with young Master Bai? Young Master Bai was a rare young talent in the Yinshu district, his age similar to Li Chen's, yet he had already attained the 6th level of qi refinement. Li Chun was somewhat taken aback that he recognized him, as he himself was merely a practitioner at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Standing before Li Chun, young Master Bai waved his folding fan, his smile as warm and gentle as jade, evoking a sense of spring breeze. I have heard of you, Taoist Li. I am aware that you are an apprentice at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, already capable of concocting both the pill of abandoning hunger and the pill of nurturing qi. I have always valued friendship. Please accept this flask of bitter bamboo wine as a token of our first meeting, and I hope you will consider me a friend. Li Chen's mind was in motion, adorned with a polite smile. Then I shall express my gratitude to you, Taoist Bai. Bai Feng responded with a warm smile and a nod. I reside in the C-Class Cave number 3. Taoist Li, during your leisure time, feel free to visit my abode more often. Li Chen took note of this. Taoist Bai, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall visit you another day. Li Chen Chao, the esteemed young Master Bai, bid farewell with a courteous gesture. Bai Feng, with an unwavering smile, escorted Li Chun out of the Spirit Wine Workshop. His demeanor impeccable. Upon exiting the establishment, Li Chen's gaze flickered, realizing that this young Master Bai was attempting to win him over on behalf of Qinzhou Mountain. Being merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement and capable of concocting only the pill of abstinence and the pill of vitality. Had he truly attracted the attention of the Immortal cultivation clans? If Bai Feng genuinely wished to befriend him, Li Chen would have no objections. However, should Bai Feng seek to entice him away from the Divine Pill Pavilion to join Qinzhou Mountain, Li Chen would categorically refuse. The Bai family of Qinzhou Mountain wielded considerable influence in Heishui Prefecture, yet they paled in comparison to the illustrious Linglong Fairy. In fact, it could be argued that the Linglong Fairy represented the most formidable force in the realm of immortal cultivation within Heishui Prefecture, second only to the Zishu Immortal sect in the Yin Kingdom. Even if Li Chen were to one day depart from the Divine Pill Pavilion, it would be to establish his own immortal cultivation lineage, rather than to affiliate with another clan. Bai Feng presented Li Chen with a flask of bitter bamboo wine, which he graciously accepted. To refuse would likely incur Bai Feng's displeasure, for beneath his outwardly refined demeanor, his true character remained uncertain. Leaving the Spirit Wine Workshop with the flask in hand, Li Chen pondered and then made his way to the adjacent Delicacy Pavilion. It would be inappropriate to visit Master Chun with only a flask of bitter bamboo wine, but this gift from Bai Feng conveniently saved him 90 spirit stones. Li Chen intended to take away several exquisite dishes from Jinxiu Building, accompanied by some bitter bamboo wine, to pay a visit to Master Chindan. Li Chun had just packed 3 exquisite dishes at the Jinxiu Building, depleting 100 spirit stones in the process. Among these, the price of the spirit fish soup was particularly outrageous, costing an astounding 70 spirit stones. Jinxiu Building is a property of the Yang family, known for their blackwater fish. The Yang family has cultivated spirit fish along a 300-mile stretch of the Heishui River within Heishui Prefecture, and it is said they have even bred a second-tier fish dragon as their clan's spiritual beast, hence the name Fish Dragon Yang family. The most renowned dish at Jinxiu Building is the red dragon soup. This so-called red dragon soup is made by simmering a first-tier high-level demon beast, the red carp, and is extravagantly priced, making it unaffordable for Li Chun. Upon exiting Jinxiu Building, he unexpectedly collided with three individuals. In the center stood a portly middle-aged man, his face glowing with health and adorned with a pair of lecherous mustaches. He was clad in an elegant white cloud robe and was accompanied by two enchanting female cultivators. This middle-aged man was a prominent figure in Yingshan Square, and Li Chun recognized him well. His name was Yang Dishio, the manager of a talisman shop, affectionately referred to as Master Yang. He was a side descendant of the fish dragon Yang family, over 50 years of age, and possessed a cultivation level of the 8th layer of qi refining. Accompanying Master Yang were two alluring female cultivators, one of whom wore a flowing green gown with wide sleeves, none other than Shu Chan, whom Li Qin had not seen for quite some time. Despite her striking attire, Shu Chan's previously charming smile faltered abruptly upon encountering Li Qin, her expression shifting to one of awkwardness. Li Qin stepped aside, his gaze sweeping over Shu Chan before swiftly averting his eyes. When he first arrived at Yingshan Fong, Shu Chan was at the pinnacle of the 4th layer of qi refinement, earning spirit stones through the crafting of spirit paper by applying paste to talismans. Now, observing the fluctuations of her spiritual energy, it was evident that she had fallen from the peak of the 4th layer to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, and was on the verge of descending into the 2nd layer. Li Chun felt a faint urge to laugh, but ultimately restrained himself. Recently, Shu Chan donned a wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress and proclaimed that she had become a Dao partner with Master Yang from the talisman shop. At that moment, Li Chun assumed that Shu Chan had attached herself to a wealthy patron, serving as a concubine or maid to Master Yang. However, it now appears that she was not merely a concubine. Rather, she had become a furnace for him, having her cultivation taken away by Master Yang. Li Chun suppressed a smile, avoiding the trio of Yang Fusher and Shu Chan as he departed from the Jinxiu building, carrying bamboo wine and 3 exquisite spiritual dishes. Yang Fusher glanced sideways at Shu Chan. "Do you know that young man?" Shu Chan's smile stiffened, her expression uneasy as she nodded, entwining her arm with Yang Fusher's and playfully saying, "That lad is named Li Chun. He was my neighbor, and we have had some past grievances. My lord, why not teach him a lesson to relieve my anger?" Yang Fusher regarded Shu Chan with a bemused smile. "If he were merely a loose cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refining, it would be no issue to discipline him for you. But tell me, how could a mere 3rd level loose cultivator afford bamboo wine or the spiritual fish soup from Jinxiu building?" Shu Chan's expression changed, her tongue faltering. The female cultivator beside Yang Fusher looked at Shu Chan with scorn, sweetly interjecting, "My lord, I am also aware of that cultivator named Li Qin. He is an apprentice at the Shindan Pavilion, under Master Chun, already capable of refining the pill of abandoning grains and the qi-nourishing pill, highly esteemed by Master Chun. About a year ago, the Linglong Fairy personally brought Li Chun into Yingshan Fong, and many cultivators there witnessed it. One could say the Linglong Fairy is his guide on the path of immortality." Yang Fusher's expression shifted, turning to Shu Chan with icy eyes. "Wretched maid, do you wish to bring about my ruin?" Shu Chan's legs weakened, and she fell to the ground, her complexion pale as she clung to Yang Fusher's leg, shaking her head repeatedly. "My lord, it is not as it seems, not at all. Please, allow me to explain. Li Qin is not so closely associated with the Linglong Fairy. Someone of her stature would never concern herself with a trivial figure like him." Yang Fusher's demeanor grew frigid as he kicked Shu Chan away. "Do you not realize that the Linglong Fairy advanced to the mid-foundation stage years ago, shattering the first true inheritance sword of the Zishu sect, and they have yet to respond? A person of her caliber could shake the very foundations of Heishui Prefecture with a mere stamp of her foot. Regardless of the relationship between that young man and the Linglong Fairy, I will not take risks for a wretched maid like you. Begone, from this day forth. Do not appear before me." With a forceful kick, he sent Shu Chan sprawling to the ground, while he and another female cultivator re-entered the Jinxiu building, leaving Shu Chan sitting on the ground, her flowing celestial skirt dazzlingly bright. Around her, a crowd gathered, casting curious glances at the fallen Shu Chan outside the Jinxiu building. Shu Chan numbly rose from the ground, gazing at Yang Fusher's retreating figure, her eyes glistening with tears, a grim smile gracing her lips. Not long ago, Yang Fusher had promised Shu Chan that if she served as his furnace cauldron, he would gift her a celestial skirt and reward her with 1,000 spiritual stones afterward. For the sake of her path to immortality and the allure of 1,000 spiritual stones, Shu Chan had gritted her teeth and agreed. What did it matter if her cultivation was diminished for a time? She could always cultivate back to her former self. However, at present, apart from the flowing sleeves of her ethereal gown, Shu Chan had not received the promised 1,000 spirit stones from Master Yang. Deep down, she understood that the likelihood of acquiring those spirit stones was now slim. Feeling the mocking gazes of the surrounding cultivators, Shu Chan gritted her teeth, nearly shattering them in her fury, her smile twisted with despair, her eyes burning with resentment. She dared not direct her animosity towards Master Yang, for the chasm between them was insurmountable, rendering her incapable of harboring any hatred. Thus, she directed all her ire towards Li Chun. Li Chun. Shu Chan seethed as she departed from the delicacies pavilion. Never before had she felt such humiliation and disgrace. As for Li Chun, he remained indifferent to Shu Chan's plight. On the path to immortality, countless beings vied for a mere chance at transcendence, and upon reflection, Shu Chan's actions are not without understanding. Within the realm of cultivation, many practitioners share her plight. Numerous lower-tier rogue cultivators, in their relentless pursuit of enlightenment and enhancement of their skills, would go to any lengths. What would Li Chen's circumstances be now, had he not possessed the system, had he not encountered the exquisite fairy Linglong? Li Chen shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts, and stepped forward towards the cave-dwelling area. Yinshan Workshop is divided into 4 distinct zones: the Central Commercial District, the cave-dwelling area constructed upon the spiritual vein, the Western Street where scattered cultivators set up their stalls, and the dilapidated housing at the edge of the market. The latter serves as the impoverished district of Yinshan Workshop, while the cave-dwelling area is regarded as its affluent sector. The cave dwellings, built upon the spiritual vein, are further categorized by rank. Each dwelling reflects the cultivation and status of its master. The exquisite fairy Linglong resides in the A-class number 1 cave dwelling, signifying her as the foremost figure of Yinshan Workshop. Master Chun Dan occupies the B-class number 7 cave dwelling, thus highlighting his standing within the community. In front of the cave dwellings, formations are meticulously arranged. Li Chen stood before the cave dwelling, holding the bitter bamboo wine and 3 spiritual dishes, and respectfully spoke. Disciple Li Chen seeks an audience with my master. As his words faded, the luminous curtain parted, revealing a plump young maiden who gracefully swayed her waist as she stepped forward, addressing Li Chun with reverence. Young master, my lord requests your presence within. Li Chun cast a glance at the maid, silently criticizing Master Chen Dan's taste. It seemed that his mentor had a penchant for the voluptuous and curvaceous type. You are quite thoughtful, he remarked. Please, join me for a meal. The exquisite and opulent arrangement of Master Chen Dan's cave left Li Chun utterly mesmerized. Li Chun sat gracefully upon a chair intricately carved from precious spiritual wood, the table before him equally exquisite, fashioned from the same esteemed material. Within the cave dwelling, 2 maidservants attended to him, both at the early stages of qi refinement, distinct from those he usually encountered. Master Chen Dan resided in 2 distinct abodes, one being the grade B number 7 cave dwelling, and the other a courtyard located behind the Divine Dan Pavilion. During the day, he often basked in the sun within the courtyard behind the pavilion, returning to his cave dwelling at night to rest. Li Chun had spent a considerable amount of time in the company of Master Chun, whose full name was Chun Tiange. He was a man who greatly indulged in life's pleasures. As for cultivation, Master Chun had long since adopted a laid-back approach. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a widely accepted notion that practitioners must strive to establish their foundation before reaching the age of 60. The younger they are, the greater their chances of success. Once past 60, one's vitality begins to wane, and the soul faces decay, making it virtually impossible to achieve the foundational realm. Master Chun had already surpassed the age of 60, now at 79, on the verge of 80. The lifespan of an qi refinement practitioner is approximately 120 years. While those who break through to the foundational realm can extend their lives to 200 years, Golden Core True Masters enjoy a lifespan of 500 years. And as for Yuan Ing True Lords, they can live for a millennium, witnessing the tides of time and change. This is precisely why cultivators strive tirelessly to enhance their skills. After all, the majority wish to prolong their existence. Within the cave dwelling, a servant girl raised her chopsticks, delicately holding a piece of fish to offer it to Master Chun. However, he paid her no heed, directing his gaze towards Li Chun and calmly inquired, Young Chun, what brings you here today? Do you have a request for this old man? Li Chun immediately shook his head, indicating that the teacher had misunderstood his disciple. The teacher had always shown great care for his student, and today, having received spiritual stones, the disciple contemplated purchasing a jar of spiritual wine to present as a token of filial respect. Master Chun Dan gazed at Li Chun, his expression a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. "Are you truly not here to request anything from me?" Li Qin was both amused and exasperated. "Master, I harbor no ulterior motives." Chun Dan slowly nodded, his expression softening, and a hint of appreciation sparkled in his eyes. Over the years, the old man had taken on numerous apprentices, many of whom were adept at flattery, yet none had shown the genuine concern that Li Qin did. A jar of bitter bamboo wine costs 90 spirit stones, and these 3 spirit dishes require over 100 spirit stones. Given your modest cultivation level and limited spirit stones, along with your partner, you must refrain from such extravagance in the future. Young Chun, your thoughtfulness brings me great comfort. Do you have enough spirit stones? Li Qin nodded, expressing his gratitude for the teacher's concern, assuring him that he had sufficient spirit stones. Master Chun lifted his wine cup, saying, "Young Chun, let us drink heartily today. Just the 2 of us." The disciple raised his glass in reverence to his teacher, as the cup of spiritual wine slid down his throat. Its initial bitterness caused Li Qin to furrow his brow slightly. Master Chun, stroking his beard, erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Young Chun, the Bai family's bitter bamboo wine is initially harsh, but sweetens with time. You must savor it slowly. Come, let us continue." Li Qin and Master Chun raised their cups repeatedly, while Master Chin's 2 maidens stood by, refilling drinks and serving dishes. As the last drops of bitter bamboo wine were savored, Master Chun, still yearning for more, commanded his maidens to fetch his treasured monkey wine to share with Li Qin. Monkey wine, a high-grade spirit of the first tier, contained an astonishing amount of spiritual energy, beneficial even to late-stage qi refinement practitioners for enhancing their magical prowess. In the spirit distillery, a flask of this monkey wine commanded a price of 600 spirit stones. As the rich essence of the monkey wine coursed through him, Li Qin felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual power, causing his cheeks to flush crimson. He quickly set aside his apologies to Master Chun and sat in meditation, eager to refine this immense energy. Master Chun observed him with a smile, one maiden offering him wine while another presented him with delicacies. After approximately half an hour, Li Qin finally refined a cup of monkey wine. Sensing the thick, gate-like barrier within him begin to yield, he turned to Master Chun and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thanking his mentor for the gift, Master Chun shook his head, indicating that such pleasantries were unnecessary. "Young man, while it is true you possess a 9th-grade spirit root, you are still quite youthful, and your talent for alchemy surpasses even my own. Given time, you may very well find the opportunity to break through to the foundation establishment realm. I have no heirs, and over the years I have taken on numerous apprentices, yet none have shown promise like you. I genuinely regard you as my disciple. I do not seek repayment, I only hope for your diligent cultivation. Do not grow complacent. Strive to establish your own path to immortality, and, in time, gaze upon the higher vistas of the immortal realm in my stead." Master Chun continued to speak at length with Li Qin, who listened quietly. Only when Master Chun, having imbibed too much, succumbed to slumber in the comforting embrace of a maiden did Li Qin finally rise. Li Qin rose to his feet, gazing at the venerable elder cradled in the maid's arms. He respectfully bowed and softly spoke, "Master, your disciple takes his leave." Another maid escorted Li Qin out of the cave dwelling. Once Li Qin had departed, the elder, Master Chun Dan, turned over, adjusting his posture to better savor the softness of the pillow, a faint smile of contentment gracing his aged visage. Li Qin emerged from his cave abode. As the sky was completely shrouded in darkness, with a sparse scattering of stars adorning the firmament, the evening breeze caressed him, bringing him back to a semblance of sobriety. Initially, he had intended to procure spiritual wine and delicacies to honor Master Chun Dan, yet, unexpectedly, he found himself the one benefiting from the situation. Li Qin staggered slightly as he approached the shantytown. Upon his arrival, he spotted Mo Yunyu leaning against the doorway, her short hair tousled by the night breeze, suggesting she had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Li Qin, Mo Yunyu's face broke into a relieved smile as she hurried forward to assist him. "My dear husband, have you been drinking?" Li Qin nodded slightly, casting a glance at Mo Yunyu beside him. "My dear, today I visited my teacher and regrettably delayed my return home. I failed to inform you in advance, causing you undue worry, for which I sincerely apologize." Mo Yunyu paused her steps and softly replied, "Husband, there is no need for you to apologize to me. Allow me to assist you to bed." Gently, Mo Yunyu helped Li Qin onto the bed, but as he turned over, he found himself atop her. Just as he began to tear at her garments, Mo Yunyu wrapped her arms around his waist, a faint smile gracing her lips as she leaned close to his ear, whispering, "Husband, I am with child." Li Chun jolted awake, the effects of the wine dissipating instantly. He turned to sit upright, his face alight with excitement as he stammered, "Xiao Yu, you mentioned something. What is it that you have?" Mo Yunyu gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her smile serene and warm. With unwavering certainty, she replied to Li Chun, "My dear husband, we are expecting a child. Today, while meditating and cultivating, I sensed the life force within my womb." Upon hearing these words, Li Chun was instantly overwhelmed with joy. He hurriedly pulled Mo Yunyu closer, leaning down to gently press against her still barely noticeable abdomen. The sensation of their bloodline connection surged within him, and he could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Ha! I am going to be a father. I have a child." In his 2 lifetimes, this was the first time Li Chun would possess his own offspring. Though the child had yet to be born, he was filled with boundless elation. Mo Yunyu sat by the bedside, observing the ecstatic Li Chun with a faint smile, her heart awash with a feeling known as happiness. After the initial thrill, Li Chun gradually regained his composure and glanced at Mo Yunyu's abdomen, a flicker of worry creeping into his heart. Both he and Mo Yunyu possessed 9th-grade spiritual roots, which meant their child would likely inherit the same. However, the possibility of being born without any spiritual roots loomed large. He could only hope that this child would possess spiritual roots, even if merely of the 9th grade. He fervently wished for the child to not be devoid of them. His concern stemmed not from system tasks, but from the genuine fear that a child lacking spiritual roots would be doomed to remain a mere mortal, unable to embark upon the path of immortality. If the child were to be born without spiritual roots, any hopes of nurturing them with resources would be futile. Li Chun did not wish to witness the sorrow of sending a gray-haired person away while he remained youthful. That night, he found himself unable to attain tranquility, even neglecting his cultivation. Mo Yunyu was already with child, and Li Chun was to embrace the role of a father. Li Chun eagerly anticipates the arrival of his child. Should the child possess a spiritual root, he would be able to fulfill the system's first side quest and earn its rewards. However, Li Chun is also plagued by the fear that his child may lack a spiritual root, destined to remain an ordinary mortal. As dawn approaches, Li Chun gradually finds his composure. Li Chun has come to a realization. After the birth of a child, possessing a spiritual root is undoubtedly advantageous. However, should one lack such a gift, it is sufficient to ensure a life of worldly wealth and stability. There is no need for him to fret about the future. He should focus on each step he takes in the present, striving to enhance his cultivation and strength. Xiao Yu, remain at home and devote yourself to your cultivation and recovery. Do not engage in any labor, he instructed with utmost seriousness before departing. He earnestly cautioned Mo Yunyu to stay at home and focus on nurturing the child, avoiding any undue strain. Mo Yunyu obediently nodded, adjusting Li Chen's collar before bidding him farewell as he left the makeshift neighborhood. On the way, Li Chen and Mo Yunyu encountered Shu Chan once more. Shu Chan had returned to the makeshift area, renting a modest dwelling anew, dressed in simple attire that lacked the dazzling allure of her former self. Upon seeing Li Chun and Mo Yunyu, her demeanor was cold and expressionless. Li Chun did not intentionally mock Shu Chan, nor did he cast even a fleeting glance in her direction. "Xiao Yu, this is where I'll part ways with you. You may return now." Li Chun gently patted Mo Yunyu's hand and turned to walk towards the central area of the Shadow Mountain workshop, where the Divine Elixir Pavilion was located. As he watched Li Chen's figure fade from view, Mo Yunyu glanced at Shu Chan, offered a nod accompanied by a warm smile, and then turned to leave. Gazing at Mo Yunyu's slender silhouette, Shu Chan's cold demeanor finally cracked, twisting her features in anguish. "Li Chen, what is it about me that pales in comparison to that wretched maid? You would rather choose her than me. If you had only been willing to offer 120 spirit stones back then, we would have long since become partners on this path. How did it come to this?" Shu Chan attributed all her grievances to Li Chun, unconsciously overlooking the actions of Master Yang Fu, who had stripped her of her cultivation. Li Chun arrived at the Divine Elixir Pavilion. The esteemed manager Fu had already prepared a private alchemy chamber for him, which housed a premier-grade alchemical furnace. Towering at the height of a person, the furnace glowed a vibrant crimson, adorned with the figure of a fiery toad. Li Chun felt somewhat taken aback. This fire toad furnace was no less impressive than Master Qin Dan's Azure Phoenix furnace. The generosity of Fairy Ling Long was indeed remarkable. Reflecting on Fairy Ling Long's esteemed identity, Li Chen soon found his surprise dissipating. As the foremost cultivator of Incher Square, the head of the Divine Pill Pavilion, and the leader of the Celestial Talisman Pavilion, she even holds substantial interests in both Yuzhou and Pingzhou. While a top-tier alchemical furnace is of great value to Li Chen, it is but a trifle for Fairy Linglong. She is, after all, a wealthy matron within the cultivation realm. Unfortunately, the world of cultivation offers no tales of impoverished youths seeking to attach themselves to affluent women. In this realm, the dynamics are such that higher-tier female cultivators often seek the company of lower-tier male cultivators, or vice versa. The notion of leveraging beauty to court a wealthy matron or to cozy up to a wealthy patron is non-existent. After all, in the realm of cultivation, beauty is a common currency. Li Chen first concocted a furnace of qi-nurturing elixirs before making his way to the medicinal garden. Last night, Master Chen's cup of monkey wine had opened a crack in the thick barrier of Li Chen's cultivation, akin to a celestial gate. He believed that with just a few more sips of the monkey wine, he would swiftly transcend his limitations, breaking through to the 4th level of qi refinement and becoming a mid-stage practitioner. Upon reaching the 4th level, his spirit would undergo significant transformations, giving rise to spiritual awareness, enabling him to refine magical artifacts and harness their power. The difference between the 3rd and 4th levels of qi refinement may seem slight, yet it represents an insurmountable chasm. In the realm of cultivation, countless practitioners with 9th-grade spiritual roots have squandered their lives, halted at the 3rd level of qi refinement, unable to advance to the 4th. Ultimately resigned to return to the mundane world to live out their days in obscurity. Li Chen is indeed fortunate. He possesses a system that bestows upon him the legacy of alchemical cultivation, under the benevolent guidance of the exquisite Linglong Fairy, as well as the esteemed Master Chun and the benevolent steward Fu. He has scarcely experienced a deficiency in resources. Beginning from the 1st level of qi refinement, he has relentlessly utilized qi-nourishing pills to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 3rd level. A single cup of monkey wine from Master Chun has even caused the bottleneck in Li Chen's progress to begin to loosen. Other cultivators lack such a system and do not share the extraordinary fortune of receiving the attention of remarkable individuals like the Linglong Fairy and Master Chun. Li Chen wished to purchase a jar of monkey wine. However, his storage bag was lacking, rendering him unable to afford it. Continuing to consume qi-nourishing pills seemed futile, as he had ingested an excess of them, and his body had developed a resistance. Now he had no choice but to forge spirit-gathering pills. In the medicinal garden, as expected, Li Chen encountered the pair of grandfather and granddaughter, Yufeng and Yunji. Yufeng reclined in a wrought-tin chair, a fan shielding his face from the sun, and he could scarcely be bothered to open his eyes at Li Chen's arrival. Yunji squatted by the medicinal field, perpetually serene and tranquil, tending to several magnolia plants. Taoistly, what spirit herb do you seek? Upon seeing Li Chen, Yunji rose, her smile gentle and her voice calm. Li Chen clasped his fist towards Yunji and requested, "I would be grateful if you could procure 10 spirit ginseng and 10 gathering spirit flowers for me." A subtle ripple stirred in Yunji's tranquil gaze as she paused in silence before responding. Dearly, spiritual herbs and medicinal plants possess their own growth cycles. It is unwise to harvest such a quantity all at once. Li Chen pondered for a moment before revising his request, stating, "Then I shall require 5 spirit ginseng and 5 gathering spirit flowers." This time, Yunji refrained from further commentary, gracefully gliding towards the medicinal field. There, she carefully unearthed 5 spirit ginseng and plucked 5 gathering spirit flowers, presenting them to Li Chen. Li Chen was also aware that spiritual herbs possess a growth cycle. For instance, the golden bone grass required for refining the pill of abstinence flourishes under simple conditions, sprawling abundantly across the medicinal fields, readily available for apprentices to indulge in. Likewise, the spiritual herbs necessary for concocting the qi-nourishing pill were also cultivated in considerable quantities within the herb garden. However, high-grade spiritual herbs were rather scarce in the garden. The more advanced the herb, the more intricate its growth conditions, and the longer its growth cycle. Furthermore, the medicinal garden of the Divine Elixir Pavilion did not permit unrestricted access to its spiritual herbs. Li Chen took the jade box from Yunji's hands, uttering a word of thanks before turning away. Initially, Li Chen had intended to engage in further conversation with Yunji, but alas, that old man Yunfeng regarded him with the vigilance of a guard watching for thieves. After Li Chen departed, Yunfeng removed the fan from his face, exclaiming in astonishment. He was about to commence the process of refining a spirit-gathering pill. How much time has passed since then? He clicked his tongue in admiration. This young man possessed remarkable talent in alchemy. No wonder the sect leader granted him the privilege to freely utilize spirit herbs. Perhaps this lad possesses a spiritual physique suited for the path of alchemy? Alas, his cultivation level remains somewhat insufficient, unworthy of my dear Zhur. Otherwise, it might have been worthwhile to consider him. Yunji, however, was unfazed by her grandfather's musings, tending to the spirit herbs without paying heed to his soliloquy. Li Chun procured a spirit ginseng and a gathering flower, complemented by a selection of auxiliary herbs, and proceeded to refine them directly. The combination of one spirit ginseng with one gathering flower, along with the additional herbs, would yield a batch of gathering elixirs. Having assimilated the memories of several second-tier alchemists, Li Chun was well-versed in the intricate details of concocting the gathering elixir. As anticipated, he successfully produced the elixirs, achieving a perfect success rate. According to his agreement with the exquisite fairy Ling Long, he was entitled to retain 5 of the 10 gathering elixirs, while the remaining 5 would belong to the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Gazing at the plump, jade-green elixirs, each the size of a longan, Li Chun felt a surge of exhilaration, his eyes sparkling with determination. These 5 gathering elixirs should enable him to break through to the 4th layer of qi refinement. With the elixirs in hand, he could commence his efforts to transcend the bottleneck and ascend to the 4th layer of qi refinement, which represented the mid-stage of this realm. However, he could not attempt this breakthrough in the crowded shantytown, where the multitude of onlookers could easily be drawn to the fluctuations of spiritual energy resulting from his advancement. It was time to consider relocating. He contemplated constructing a cave dwelling atop a spiritual vein, where the cultivation environment would be rich in spiritual energy and free from prying eyes. Yet, prior to renting such a cave, he needed to acquire a set of formation plates to establish a protective array outside the cave, concealing the power fluctuations that would accompany his breakthrough. After reaching the 4th layer of qi refinement, Li Chun would also require a technique to mask his aura and conceal his cultivation level. Given his 9th grade spiritual root aptitude, a rapid ascension to the 4th layer could easily arouse suspicion. Exercising caution, Li Chun resolved to purchase the formation plates first, followed by renting the cave, where he would aim to break through to the 4th layer. However, as he calculated the spiritual stones in his storage bag, his expression gradually soured. Just yesterday, he had received 285 spiritual stones, and although the bitter bamboo wine was a gift from Baifeng and did not count as an expense, he had spent 100 stones at the delicacy house. Presently, he was left with a mere 185 spiritual stones. Renting a Tier D cave for a month would cost 80 spiritual stones, and even the most basic formation plates would require hundreds of stones. Furthermore, with Mo Yunyu expecting a child, he could not neglect her nourishment. The supply of spiritual rice was essential. Given all this, Li Chun felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, his heart sinking in resignation. Cultivating in the realm of immortality was arduous. Doing so with a family was even more challenging, particularly with subpar spiritual root aptitude. While Li Chun could refine elixirs to earn spiritual stones, the plight of the other lower-tier cultivators in the Inshur market was far more dire. No wonder Mo Bai toiled day and night at the alchemy furnace, disregarding his own cultivation. After a moment of reflection, Li Chun subdued his urge to break through to the 4th layer of qi refinement immediately. He resolved to first relocate from the shantytown to the cave dwelling, and once he received his spiritual stones next month, he would contemplate purchasing the formation plates and the techniques to conceal his aura. Additionally, he would need to acquire magical artifacts after reaching the 4th layer. Given the current insufficiency of his earnings, he had to devise ways to accumulate more spiritual stones. In the world of cultivation, everyone was a survivor, and Li Chun began to understand the necessity of competition. How could one sustain their resources without striving for them? Suppressing distracting thoughts, Li Chun departed from the Shindan Pavilion and made his way to the cave-dwelling district to rent a Grade D cave. The Een Mountain Workshop was established through the collaboration of several prominent cultivation families. However, it is primarily managed in turns by the Fish Dragon Yang family and the Condensing Breeze Wang family. The remaining families, namely the Qing Bamboo Mountain Bai family, the Crescent Lake Sidu family, and the Wind Cliff Zhao family, hold little influence in the presence of these 2 foundational families. At present, the Een Mountain Workshop is under the management of the Fish Dragon Yang family. Li Chun presented 80 spirit stones to a 9th layer qi refining cultivator from the Yang family. After registering, He received the opening token for cave dwelling number 299, classified as Grade D. The cave dwellings are categorized into 4 grades: 10 Grade A, 50 Grade B, and 100 Grade C, while the peripheral Grade D dwellings number over 300. Holding the Jade token, which bears the character D on one side and the number 299 on the other, he understood that only with this token could he reside in the cave dwelling. Li Qin had been granted a month's residence in the cave manor number 299 of the Ding rank, after which he would be required to continue paying spirit stones. In the realm of cultivation, there is no allowance for overdue rent. Failure to pay would inevitably result in eviction. With 185 spirit stones in his storage bag, he found himself short by 80 upon leaving the cave district, his expression impassive as he prepared to return to the shantytown to assist Immortal with the move. Although the cave manors were expensive, their cost was justified by the benefits they provided, making them a necessary rental. Upon returning to the shantytown, Li Qin encountered an unexpected figure. Han Mao had returned. His transformation was striking. His once oval physique had become robust, and 3 jagged claw marks now marred his face, extending from the corners of his eyes to his chin, a testament to the blood he had witnessed. A few months prior, Han Mao had borrowed spirit stones from Li Qin to purchase a magical artifact before joining the demon hunting squad, a group of cultivators who ventured into the Yin mountain range to hunt ferocious beasts. Li Qin had assumed he would not return, likely having met a grim fate as bait for the monsters. To his surprise, he had returned, bearing significant changes. Brotherly, Han Mao greeted him, approaching with a wide, menacing grin, the claw marks on his face seeming to writhe as if infused with life. Li Qin nodded. Unexpectedly, Han Mao took out 10 spirit stones from his bosom. Big brotherly, I no longer harbor any resentment towards you. After narrowly escaping from the jaws of demonic beasts several times, I have come to understand that your refusal to lend me spirit stones back then was, in fact, for my own good. I had previously lent you a nourishing pill, mentioning that I would calculate the interest. Before me stood a matured Han Mao, transformed into a person of steadiness, shedding the innocence of his former self. Li Qin did not refuse, taking the 10 spirit stones from Han Mao's hand, and calmly inquired, Do you still wish to be united as a Dao partner with Miss Xu? Han Mao's gaze grew resolute as he nodded emphatically, of course. Several times, I have narrowly escaped death. In each moment of peril, the gentle smile of Sister Chan would come to mind. It is Sister Chan who has bestowed upon me the belief in survival, sustaining my will to return to Yinshan Workshop. I must seek out Sister Chan to express my intentions and unite with her as a Dao partner. Li Qin nodded, uttered a few words of blessing, and then turned to leave. Whether Han Mao could become a Dao partner with Xu Chan, or how their relationship would unfold, was of no concern to Li Qin. His primary focus lay in discovering ways to amass more spiritual stones to aid his cultivation. Apart from alchemy, he possessed no other skills in the realm of cultivation. He could not resort to hunting demon beasts or becoming a rogue cultivator. Engaging in either demon hunting or acting as a rogue cultivator was akin to placing one's life at the mercy of fate. Any misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Upon returning home, Li Qin stuffed various miscellaneous items into his storage bag, then hoisted the cupboard, table, and chairs onto his shoulder. Li Qin's storage bag, a gift from the benevolent shopkeeper, is regarded as the most rudimentary in the realm of cultivation, possessing merely a cubic space insufficient to accommodate even a cabinet or furniture. Initially, Li Qin contemplated discarding the cabinet and furniture, yet upon reflection, he decided to retain them, for they held a value of several grains of spiritual sand. Observing Li Qin's peculiar behavior, Mo Yunyu inquired with a hint of confusion, My husband, what are you intending to do? Li Qin gazed at Mo Yunyu with a warm smile. Little Rain, from today onwards, we shall no longer reside here. I shall take you to a new home. Mo Yunyu nodded obediently, trailing behind Li Qin as they made their way out of the shantytown. Upon reaching the outskirts, Li Qin cast a final glance at the low, sprawling houses, his thoughts drifting back to a year ago. A year prior, he had just entered the realm of cultivation, establishing his residence in the shantytown. Unbeknownst to him, a year had swiftly passed. During this time, Li Qin not only embarked on the path of immortality, but was also on the verge of reaching the 4th level of qi refinement. Blessed with a partner and a child. Husband, I feel a tinge of reluctance. Mo Yunyu stood beside Li Qin, looking back at the shantytown, a sense of nostalgia welling up in her eyes. After all, she had lived in this area since childhood, having spent many years in this place. Li Qin withdrew his gaze, filled with ambition, yet his tone remained tranquil. Xiaoyu, you must learn to adapt. For now, we have merely relocated from the shanty town to the cave district. In the future, we shall move again, and that time it will be beyond the Yanshan block. Li Chun, accompanied by Mo Uni, moved into the cave dwelling. Among the more than 300 cave abodes of the Ding level, Li Chun resided in the 299th cave, while the ones situated behind it remained unoccupied for the time being. In front, the 298th cave was inhabited by a young man, exuding a palpable aura of bloodlust and malevolence. This new neighbor exhibited a notable indifference, failing to extend even a single greeting upon the arrival of Li Chun and his wife. Such emotional detachment is a prevalent norm within the realm of cultivation. Li Chunjiao nodded to his new neighbor, acknowledging their greeting. The interior of the cave dwelling was considerably more spacious than the houses in the shanty town. After arranging the cabinet and seating, it still appeared somewhat barren. Li Chun carefully sensed the abundant spiritual energy here, which was more than threefold compared to that of the shanty town. Thus, Li Chun and Mo Yunya settled in the cave dwelling area. By day, Li Chun would venture to the Divine Pill Pavilion to refine elixirs, and by night, he would return to the cave to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, a month had swiftly passed. During this time, nothing particularly noteworthy occurred. The once flat abdomen of Mo Yunya gradually became more pronounced. In order to nourish Mo Yunya and lay a solid foundation for their unborn child, Li Chun made it a daily ritual to purchase a pound of white spirit rice upon returning home. And occasionally, he would visit the Delicacy Pavilion to order a nourishing spiritual meal. As his visits to the Delicacy Pavilion increased, Li Chun discovered that their new neighbor next door was employed there as a spiritual butcher, responsible for the slaughtering of spiritual livestock. The dense aura of blood and malevolence that surrounded him was a testament to his grim profession. Li Chun had yet to engage in significant dialogue with his new neighbor. In the blink of an eye, it was once again the day for the monthly settlement of spirit stones at the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Unlike the other apprentices, Li Chun opted for a private settlement of spirit stones with shopkeeper Fu. This time, the enchanting fairy Ling Long did not make an appearance. Li Chun did not inquire further. It is not unusual for a foundational cultivator such as the exquisite fairy Ling Long to seclude herself for several years at a time. This month, Li Chun diligently devoted himself to alchemy, procuring over 400 spirit stones from manager Fu. With an abundance of spirit stones at his disposal, Li Chun promptly made his way to the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Having spent a month in preparation, it was indeed time for him to break through to the 4th level of Qi refinement and advance to the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Li Chun visited the Treasure Pavilion, primarily to procure an array formation disc to be placed outside his cave dwelling, thereby concealing the fluctuations of magical energy that would arise during his breakthrough to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Additionally, by establishing a formation outside the cave, he could ensure a degree of safety for Mo Yunyu. Beyond acquiring the array disc, Li Chun also intended to seek a secret technique capable of suppressing his aura and masking his cultivation level. The Treasure Pavilion was grand, nearly comparable to the Divine Elixir Pavilion. In the Yin Mountain District, the largest businesses included the Treasure Pavilion, Divine Elixir Pavilion, Thousand Refinements Pavilion, Celestial Talismans Pavilion. In the Goddess Pavilion, for instance, the Divine Elixir Pavilion not only sells elixirs to wandering cultivators, but also maintains commercial ties with the Zishu Immortal sect and numerous cultivation families from the Yin Kingdom. This is precisely why Manager Fu encourages the apprentices to diligently refine elixirs. In the cultivation world, elixirs are in high demand and short supply. The Divine Elixir Pavilion and Celestial Talismans Pavilion are properties of the Linglong Fairy, while the Treasure Pavilion and Thousand Refinements Pavilion are enterprises established by the Zishu Immortal sect in the Yin Mountain District. As for the Goddess Pavilion, its origins are much more significant. It is said that the Goddess Pavilion has branches in every market within the Yin Kingdom's cultivation realm, and even in the neighboring Yu Kingdom's cultivation domain. The exact faction behind the Goddess Pavilion remains a mystery. However, it is certain that such a cross-border chain enterprise must be backed by an exceptionally powerful cultivator. Li Chun intends to acquire an array and the method of breath restraint, and Baibao Tower stands as the most suitable choice. Venturing to the street vendor area in the west might lead to pitfalls. Baibao Tower, however, is distinct. It is a property of the Zishu Immortal sect, where the prices may be somewhat elevated, yet the credibility is assured. Furthermore, the offerings at Baibao Tower are diverse and comprehensive, encompassing nearly everything one could desire. Li Chen stepped into the treasure pavilion, where he was greeted by a humble mortal warrior. "I bow before the esteemed master. May I inquire what you wish to purchase?" As he observed the ordinary warrior before him, Li Chen was reminded of his own self from a year ago. This man, too, was an innate martial artist, appearing exceedingly subservient in Li Chen's presence. He likely came to Yinshan Square in search of enlightenment, ultimately finding himself employed at the treasure pavilion, hoping to earn spirit stones to acquire martial techniques and embark upon the path to immortality. Fortune seemed to smile upon him, securing a position within the pavilion. During his year in Yinshan Square, Li Chen frequently heard tales of secular martial artists arriving in search of transcendence. Yet most were captured by malevolent practitioners before even stepping foot into the square. Li Chen regained his composure and smiled at the martial artist before him, expressing his intention to purchase a first-tier small locking spirit array disc, as well as a martial art technique. "Esteemed master, please proceed to the second floor." The mundane martial artist gazed at Li Chen with envy and ushered him upstairs. The array disc was exceedingly valuable. The small locking spirit array disc that Li Chen sought was merely a low-level first-tier disc, crafted by array masters using special spiritual materials, enabling even those unversed in array formations to utilize it. However, its price was exorbitant, nearly comparable to that of a low-grade magical artifact. Upon reaching the second floor, Li Chen was greeted by a fellow cultivator. This was an elderly man, clad in the outer sect's standard robe of the Purple Void Immortal sect, which Li Chen had seen during his participation in the sect's spiritual assessment ceremony. "I am surnamed He," the old man said, his posture stooped, wearing a grayish-blue robe, and his murky eyes scrutinized Li Chen with a benevolent smile. "I hear you wish to purchase a small locking spirit array disc and a martial art technique? It is a pleasure to meet you, Master He." Li Chen clasped his fists, harboring a silent vigilance within. He had merely come to procure a minor spirit-locking array and a method to conceal his presence, not to engage in a grand enterprise that would warrant the attention of the esteemed proprietor of the treasure pavilion. The spirit-locking array was priced at 200 spirit stones. "May I inquire what kind of technique the young friend wishes to acquire?" "I seek a method that allows one to mask their aura. Does your esteemed establishment have such a technique for sale?" "Indeed, we do." Observing Li Chen's cultivation at the third level of qi refinement, the elder thoughtfully presented 2 tomes, imbued with the scent of ink, placing them before Li Chen with a genial smile. "The turtle breathing technique and the withered wood technique are particularly suitable for you, young friend. Should you find them to your liking, they are offered at the modest price of 10 spirit stones." Li Chen inwardly cursed the unfairness of it all. The turtle breathing technique and the withered wood technique were merely commonplace methods. While they could indeed conceal one's aura after cultivation, they would be rendered ineffective against cultivators of superior strength who would easily perceive one's true level of mastery. In the marketplace, the turtle breathing technique and the withered wood technique were priced at approximately 7 spirit stones, yet the Baibao Tower inflated the price by a staggering 30%. Ultimately, Li Chen resigned himself to the situation, parting with his spirit stones to acquire a small locking spirit array disc, a tome detailing the withered wood technique, and another volume elucidating the fundamentals of array formation. Li Chen resolved to return and delve into the study of formations. While he may not aspire to become a master of the craft, he at least desired to possess a fundamental understanding. "Young friend, we eagerly await your next visit." The elder, surnamed He, smiled as he watched Li Chen descend the stairs. Once Li Chen had left, he shook his head gently, lamenting to spend spirit stones not on purchasing elixirs to enhance one's cultivation, but rather on acquiring formation plates. Such youthful folly. Beside him, a third-level qi refinement apprentice could not help but interject, "Master, that individual is not lacking in spirit stones. He is a disciple of Master Chun from the Divine Elixir Pavilion and is reportedly capable of refining both the sustenance pill and the vitality pill." "Oh." The elder turned, his murky gaze reflecting a hint of surprise, before he chuckled lightly, choosing not to dwell on the topic further. After all, a mere apprentice in the third level of qi refinement hardly warranted his extensive attention. Li Chen returned to the cave dwelling, where Mo Yunyu had been waiting outside for an extended period. Each day at this hour, Mo Yunyu would stand at the entrance to greet Li Chen, a routine she had come to embrace. Coincidentally, their neighbor from the nearby Jinxiu building returned home. The 2 cave dwellings were separated by no more than a dozen meters. Fu Kong cast a glance at Mo Yunyu and, with an indifferent tone, inquired of Li Chen, "Is your wife with child?" Li Chen responded with a smile. It has been nearly 3 months now, Taoist Fu. When my child is born, you must come to celebrate with a drink. Fu Kong nodded silently and retreated to his own cave, sealing the door behind him. Li Chen paid no heed to Fu Kang's actions. Li Chen has resided in the cave for a month now, during which he has interacted with Taoist Fu several times. He has come to understand that Taoist Fu possesses an inherently somber disposition and prefers solitude over conversation. My dear husband, why are you late today? The dishes are nearly cold. Li Chen assisted Mo Yunyu back to their cave dwelling, gently explaining, My dear, today I visited the Bai Bao building to procure a formation plate, which took a bit longer than anticipated. Mo Yunyu nodded, refraining from further inquiries. After partaking in dinner, Li Chen promptly retrieved the formation plate from his storage pouch and positioned it at the entrance of their cave. My husband, are you setting up a formation? Li Chen smiled as he explained, I possess no skill in arranging formations. This is the little spirit locking array disc. With this disc, by embedding spirit stones into it and placing it at the entrance of the cave, one can directly activate it, thereby circumventing the cumbersome process of setting up a formation. Mo Yunyu inquired further, what exactly is the little spirit locking array and what are its effects? The little spirit locking array is a first-tier low-level formation, once activated. It can confine the spiritual energy within the cave, preventing fluctuations from reaching the outside. Additionally, the little spirit locking array has inherent protective properties, although its defense is limited, allowing a mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner to breach it with several attacks. Li Chen exhibited remarkable patience. Although Mo Yunyu was also a cultivator, her understanding of the cultivation world paled in comparison to Li Chen's, often lacking fundamental knowledge. Prior to encountering Li Chen, she had never utilized spirit stones for her cultivation, nor had she consumed any elixirs, not even the most basic of fasting pills. Otherwise, she would not have languished at the first level of Qi refinement after more than a decade of practice. Mo Bai devoted all his affection to his son, treating his daughter with exceptional harshness. Li Chen suddenly recalled something. It seemed he had not seen Mo Bai for over 10 days. Perhaps he had gone to the Zishu Immortal Gate to deliver spirit stones to Mo Yun. Li Chen did not dwell on it. After activating the minor locking spirit array, he imparted the technique for controlling the array to Mo Yunyu, enabling her to freely enter and exit the cave dwelling. After a night of diligent cultivation, Li Chen sensed that the formidable bottleneck, akin to a celestial gate, was on the verge of yielding to him. The following day, Li Chen visited the Shendan Pavilion to request a leave of absence from Manager Fu. Manager Fu's gaze swept over Li Chen as he inquired, Are you going into seclusion to break through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement? Li Chen nodded, secretly cursing the worthless withered wood technique, which utterly failed to conceal his cultivation. Manager Fu could see right through it. Manager Fu readily issued the falsehood, smiling at Li Chen. Once you break through to the 4th level of Qi refinement, come to seek me immediately. The young lady has prepared a gift for you. Li Chen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and expressed his gratitude to the shopkeeper Fu. When Li Chen had just embarked on his journey, the exquisite fairy had bestowed upon him a vial of Qi-nourishing elixir, encouraging him with the promise of further rewards should he successfully advance to the mid-stage of Qi refining. Li Chen had nearly forgotten about the matter, yet to his surprise, the exquisite fairy Ling Long truly kept her word. Even in her absence from the Yin Mountain district, she had entrusted a gift to Manager Fu to deliver to Li Chen. As for Fairy Ling Long, his guiding light, Li Chen found himself at a loss for how to express his gratitude. With a heart brimming with excitement, he returned to his cave abode. Taoist Fu, what are you up to? Upon arriving, Li Chen observed his new neighbor, Fu Kong, presenting a freshly prepared spirit fish to Mo Yuni, who repeatedly declined the offering, hesitant to accept. Seeing Li Chen's return, Fu Kong let out a sigh of relief, clearly unaccustomed to dealing with women. Mo Yuni's expression also softened as she quietly addressed Li Chen, Husband, Taoist Fu insists on gifting me the spirit fish. Li Chen gazed at Fu Kong. With a stern countenance and a calm demeanor, Fu Kong spoke, This fish is of poor quality and not fit for the dining table. Master Feng entrusted me with its disposal. Since your wife is with child, I brought it back to nourish her. Given that this is a gesture of goodwill from you, Taoist Fu, shall you please accept it? Li Chen pondered for a moment before nodding at Mo Yunyu, who then accepted the spiritual fish from Fu Kang's hands. Observing his stoic neighbor, whose demeanor was as frigid as his expression, Li Chen clasped his hands in gratitude, warmly expressing, I on behalf of my wife. Extend my thanks to fellow Taoist Fu. Mo Yunyu, with a graceful bow towards Fu Kong, softly uttered, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Fu." Fu Kong, managing a reluctant and awkward smile, replied curtly, "No need for thanks." After a brief pause, he added, "The spiritual fish, unfit for the table, has merely reached the threshold of its tier and is not worth many spirit stones." With that, he turned and returned to his abode. Mo Yunyu approached Li Chun and quietly remarked, "Husband, this fellow Taoist Fu is indeed a peculiar individual." Li Chun shook his head and corrected, "Friend Fu may appear cold on the outside, yet he possesses a warm heart. He simply lacks adeptness in social interactions. Xiao Yu, it is rather inappropriate for you to deem his kind gesture of gifting you a spirit fish as peculiar." Mo Yunyu stuck out her tongue in response. Upon returning to the cave dwelling and after partaking in dinner, Li Chun instructed Mo Yunyu to seal the cave and refrain from disturbing him or going outside for a while. Understanding that her husband was preparing to enter seclusion to break through to the fourth level of qi refinement, she recognized the gravity of the situation. Consequently, a serious expression settled upon her delicate features. The cave was adorned with luminous pearls, their gentle radiance illuminating Li Chun's resolute visage. Li Chun sat cross-legged on the mat, clearing his mind as he adjusted his state of being. Once he found his equilibrium, he retrieved 3 spirit-gathering pills from his storage bag and swallowed them in one swift motion. The potency of a single pill was insufficient for Li Chun to break through his current limitations. However, consuming too many at once risked overwhelming his dantian with an excessive surge of medicinal energy. 3 spirit-gathering pills presented a challenge that Li Chun felt he could barely endure. As the pills settled within him, the tumultuous energy transformed into spiritual power, raging through his dantian and nearly threatening to rupture it. Li Chun gritted his teeth, his cheeks flushed crimson, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. He meticulously merged the magical energy within his dantian with his immense spiritual power, then wielded this energy to assail the formidable barrier that resembled the gates of heaven. Boom, boom, boom. Within Li Chun, a torrent of magical energy surged forth, akin to the primordial act of creation, crashing against the solid barrier as formidable as the gates of heaven. Once, twice, thrice, Li Chun repeatedly harnessed his magical energy to break through the bottleneck. When exhaustion set in, he promptly retrieved and consumed a spirit-gathering pill. Fortunately, he had prepared an ample supply of these pills. Outside, Mo Yunyu bit her lip, her expression tense as she watched Li Chun, her hands clasped in prayer before her chest. "Heavenly being, I beseech you, may you bestow your blessings upon my husband," enabling him to successfully breach the bottleneck and advance to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Though Li Chun could not hear Mo Yunyu's fervent prayers, he perceived a glimmer of light amidst the tumultuous surge of magical energy crashing against him. As the relentless force threatened to tear his meridians apart, he felt on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, he finally shattered the formidable bottleneck, as solid as the gates of heaven. With a resounding roar, the obstruction to Li Chun's ascension crumbled, and his magical energy surged toward his brow, merging seamlessly with his soul. Nourished by this influx of power, his spirit began to undergo extraordinary transformations. Within the cave dwelling, spiritual energy erupted, swirling into a vortex that surged toward Li Chun's body, swiftly amplifying the magical energy within his dantian. Li Chun disregarded the surging magical power as he experienced a peculiar sensation. With a mere thought, he felt liberated from the constraints of his physical form, as if a third eye had sprouted. Through this third eye, Li Chun beheld his corporeal self seated upon the meditation cushion and observed the profound relief of Mo Yunyu. Within a radius of 2 yards, everything appeared strikingly vivid. This exquisite clarity surpassed the mere act of observation through the eyes. Li Chun was aware that he had awakened his spiritual consciousness. The awakening of spiritual consciousness signifies the attainment of the mid-stage of qi refinement, a milestone that enables the refinement of magical instruments and the ability to soar through the skies on a flying sword. After traversing this world for 20 years and spending over a year in the realm of cultivation, Li Chun had finally ascended to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Li Chun gradually opened his eyes, his spiritual consciousness extending outward, albeit limited to a mere 2 zhang. The most significant distinction between a cultivator in the initial stage of qi refinement and one in the intermediate stage lies not only in the disparity of their magical power, but also in their spiritual awareness. Though spiritual consciousness is not a tangible entity, It serves as an early warning system, allowing one to extend their perception beyond the confines of the body to observe the external environment, among its myriad other remarkable applications. Li Chun felt an immense sense of relief. Before he had entered Insure Square, he encountered a cultivator who attempted to rob him. He was fortunate that this cultivator was merely at the initial stage of chi refinement. Had the cultivator been at the mid-stage of chi refinement, the moment he unleashed his flying dagger, his spiritual perception would have provided an early warning, enabling him to activate the golden light talisman to deflect the attack. Upon seeing Li Chun awaken, Mo Yunyu leapt into his embrace, her face alight with excitement. "My dear husband, you have successfully advanced to the mid-stage of chi refinement." "Indeed, I have ascended to the mid-stage of chi refinement." In stark contrast to Mo Yunyu's exuberance, Li Chun felt an unexpected tranquility within. Rather than experiencing exhilaration at his advancement, he became acutely aware of the arduous path ahead in his pursuit of immortality. The limitations imposed by his ninth-grade spiritual root had once again reshaped his understanding. If the transition from the third to the fourth layer of chi refinement proved so laborious, what then could be expected of the threshold from the sixth to the seventh layer? And how formidable would the chasm be between chi refinement and foundation establishment? For one with a ninth-grade spiritual root, lacking fortuitous opportunities, it was likely that they would remain trapped at the initial stage of chi refinement for their entire lives, finding it exceedingly difficult to break through to the mid-stage. It is no wonder that the Zishu sect holds those with ninth-grade spiritual roots in disdain. The truth is, these roots are lamentably inept. Li Chun could scarcely fathom the amount of cultivation resources he would need to expend in order to establish his foundation. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. No matter how inferior his spiritual roots might be, was there not still a system at his disposal? This path to immortality, he was resolute, would undoubtedly be his to tread. Li Chun quickly adjusted his mindset, refusing to succumb to discouragement or despair, and did not retreat into seclusion. From his storage pouch, he procured a jade slip, into which he delved with his spiritual consciousness. This jade slip, a gift from the exquisite fairy Ling Long, had only now become accessible to him. As his consciousness penetrated the slip, Li Chun felt a momentary disorientation. In that fleeting state, he beheld a semi-transparent dragon, resplendent in deep azure, shifting in size and form with remarkable fluidity. After some time, Li Chun regained his composure, rubbing his temples to alleviate the throbbing pain, his complexion somewhat pallid. While possessing a ninth-grade spirit root was one matter, could it be that his comprehension was also lacking? Otherwise, why had he not grasped the essence of the jade slip's content? However, Li Chun soon dismissed this notion, reasoning that his understanding could not be deemed inadequate. Rather, the inscriptions contained within the jade slip must be exceedingly profound. Li Chun, seemingly unfazed, once again grasped the jade slip and delved his consciousness into its depths. Time and again, he endeavored, facing defeat, yet rising to the challenge anew. After a full month of relentless pursuit, he finally deciphered the contents of the jade slip gifted by the exquisite fairy Ling Long. Throughout this arduous month, Li Chun grew gaunt and emaciated, causing Mo Yunyu to shed silent tears in the shadows. However, Li Chun also observed that during his exploration of the jade slip, his consciousness appeared to have significantly strengthened. Prior to his study of the slip, his consciousness could extend a distance of 2 zhang beyond his body. Now, it had expanded to 3 zhang. Heavenly deception technique. Li Chun murmured to himself, solemnly securing the jade slip. This was a secret technique bestowed upon him by the exquisite fairy Ling Long, known as the art of deception. The art of deception was imparted by fairy Ling Long in only 2 layers. Upon mastering the fundamentals of this technique, one could not only conceal their presence, but also obscure their cultivation level, rendering even the most adept practitioners at the pinnacle of the chi refinement realm unable to see through the disguise. Should one elevate the art of deception to its second layer, even those at the peak of the foundation establishment realm would be unable to penetrate the ruse. Worthless withered wood technique. Worthless treasure pavilion. Li Chun secretly cursed the withered wood technique as worthless, deeming the treasure shop that sold it to him equally futile. In comparison to the celestial skill passed down by the exquisite fairy, the withered wood technique was indeed utterly inferior. Had he known that such a secret art was bequeathed by the exquisite fairy, he would not have squandered 10 spirit stones. Li Chun's gaze flickered, aware that this extraordinary technique was far from ordinary. What was the true origin of the exquisite fairy? Was her brother alive or deceased? And what level of cultivation did he possess? Ultimately, Li Chen could not deduce the answers. The transition from the third to the fourth level of qi refinement took him 3 days, while the comprehension of the heavenly deception technique consumed a full month. Throughout this month, Mo Yunyu refrained from cooking, fearing she might disrupt Li Chen's seclusion, subsisting solely on nourishing pills. Noticing that Mo Yunyu had become even more slender than before, Li Chen chided himself for his thoughtlessness and promptly rose to kindle a fire and prepare a meal. "My dear husband, allow me to assist," Mo Yunyu said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Over the past month, she had watched Li Chen in his retreat, too apprehensive to intrude, which had left her deeply worried. Li Chen finally returned to her normal state, and her heart was filled with immense joy. After simply preparing some spiritual rice and consuming a few bites, she promptly began her practice of the deceiving heaven technique. She resolved to master the fundamentals of this technique before emerging from her seclusion. As another fortnight passed, Mo Yunyu's belly grew increasingly prominent. At last, Li Chen achieved the initial mastery of the deceiving heaven technique, simultaneously perfecting the fire crow technique and the fire arrow technique from the scarlet flame art. Upon opening her cave dwelling, the long-awaited sunlight bathed her in warmth, though she found it somewhat disconcerting. Such is the life of a cultivator. While those in the qi refinement stage may find it manageable, for those in the foundation establishment stage, a single retreat can span several years. "I thought you had perished within your cave." Upon opening the cave, Li Chen encountered a young man, a cold smirk adorning his face as he gazed at her. "Who are you?" Li Chen gazed at the newcomer with a look of bewilderment. The young man regarded Li Chen with a disdainful expression, retrieving a token from his storage pouch, and replied haughtily, "My surname is Yang, and my grandfather is Yang Dezhu. You have yet to pay the 80 spirit stones for this month's rental of the cave dwelling. Settle the payment immediately." Li Chen regained his composure. Realizing that this individual was indeed a disciple of the Yulong family, come to collect the spirit stones bearing the authentic token of Yang Dezhu. Li Chen said little, promptly retrieving 80 spirit stones from his storage bag and handing them to the young man before him. "In the future, remember to pay a sufficient amount of spirit stones in advance before entering seclusion. Do not make me come to collect. Considering it is your first time, I shall not hold it against you. You impoverished souls should refrain from residing in the cave dwellings if you lack spirit stones. Return to the slums." The young man accepted the spirit stones, casting a disdainful glance at Li Chen, uttering a couple of scornful remarks, and then leisurely turned to leave. Li Chen's eyes flickered as he watched the young man depart. The Yulong family exudes an impressive aura. Li Chen was acutely aware that if he were not an apprentice of the divine elixir pavilion, and if this young man did not harbor fears of the exquisite fairy Ling Long, he would undoubtedly not be so courteous. Having already breached the formation and intruded into the cave dwelling, was it not a humiliation? Li Chen indeed felt a deep sense of humiliation. Yet he could not allow himself to erupt in anger. At this moment, the Yulong family still loomed before him like a formidable giant. Li Chen secretly noted the young man's grotesque visage. Sooner or later, he, Li Chen, would establish his own cultivation clan, compelling the descendants of the Yulong and Yang families to bow their heads and bear humble expressions before the members of the Li family. For now, he would endure in silence until he possessed the strength to act. Li Chen etched today's events into his memory as he strode towards the divine elixir pavilion to seek out Master Fu. Additionally, he intended to pay a visit to Master Chen. For having been in seclusion for such an extended period, Master Chen must be quite concerned for him. At the pinnacle of the divine elixir pavilion, Master Fu cast a scrutinizing glance at Li Chen and inquired in a grave tone. "It should take no more than a month and a half to advance from the third level of qi refinement to the fourth, correct?" Li Chen, with a tranquil expression, explained that he had also practiced 2 spells, which had taken him a bit more time. Manager Fu nodded in understanding, affirming that as long as he had made a breakthrough, it was all that mattered. "You are still young. A bright future awaits you." He then presented a gift from the master, saying, "Here, take this." With a flick of his waist storage pouch, a resplendent golden brick appeared in his palm. Li Chen rubbed his eyes and took the gold ingot from the hands of the shopkeeper Fu, feeling its weight almost causing him to lose his grip and let it fall to the ground. In that fleeting moment, Li Chen realized that this was no ordinary gold ingot of the mundane world, but rather a magical artifact, albeit one with a somewhat unrefined appearance. The shopkeeper Fu spoke in a calm tone, stating that this was a premier magical artifact, advising him to carefully refine it upon returning home, lest he disappoint the young lady's expectations of him. A premier magical artifact. Li Chen widened his eyes, gazing incredulously at Manager Fu. With a smile, Manager Fu nodded, affirming that indeed, this was a supreme magical artifact. Li Chen's heart was tumultuous, silently marveling at the exquisite craftsmanship of the Linglong fairy. First-tier magical tools, second-tier spiritual devices, and third-tier treasures. Magical tools are further categorized into inferior, intermediate, superior, and supreme grades, corresponding to the early, mid, and late stages of qi refinement, as well as the pinnacle of qi refinement. A supreme magical tool, once refined, would surely deplete one's entire reservoir of spiritual energy with a single use, wouldn't it? Li Chen recalled that initially, Immortal had sought to borrow spirit stones from him and Master Chen Dan, aiming to gather a total of 2,800 spirit stones to purchase a top-tier magical artifact for Mo Yunxing. Such top-tier artifacts are indeed of immense value. First, it was the deception technique, and now a supreme magical artifact. Li Chen felt that the generosity of Fairy Linglong was almost on par with that of the system itself. Fairy Linglong had been Li Chen's guide in the realm of cultivation, offering him considerable support. At this moment, receiving a top-tier magical artifact from Fairy Linglong left Li Chen profoundly moved. He felt that if Fairy Linglong asked, he would willingly traverse mountains and seas of fire for her. Observing Li Chen's deeply touched expression, Manager Fu nodded in satisfaction before continuing, "By the way, there is some news I must share with you. Immortal has likely perished outside. He has not returned to this day." Manager Fu's tone was calm, as if discussing a trivial matter, seemingly indifferent to the gravity of the situation. Li Chen furrowed his brows, displaying little reaction. Periodically, Immortal would embark on the flying vessel of the Ningbaya Wang family to the Zishu Immortal Gate, delivering the amassed spirit stones to Mo Yunxing. After handing over the spirit stones to Mo Yunxing, Immortal would hesitate to return via the flying vessel, as it required 10 spirit stones for passage. He diligently saved every spirit stone for his son's cultivation, as his own cultivation was rather modest, lacking magical artifacts or talismans. Should he encounter a rogue cultivator, his fate would be nearly sealed. Traveling under the cover of night often invites misfortune. To conserve spirit stones, Immortal always refrained from taking the flying vessel on his return journey from the Zishu Immortal Gate to Yinshan Fong, and now, he could not return. Upon learning from Manager Fu that Immortal had likely met his demise, Li Chen's heart stirred with little turbulence. After Li Chen and Mo Yunyu became partners in the Tao, they did not maintain contact with Immortal, who was entirely consumed with thoughts of his son far away at the Zishu Immortal sect, tirelessly refining elixirs day and night to amass spiritual stones. Although Immortal was Mo Yunyu's father, Li Chen felt no sorrow, only a lamentation for the perils of the cultivation world. At present, Li Chen contemplated whether to divulge this news to Mo Yunyu. After careful consideration, he resolved to keep this information concealed for the time being. Mo Yunyu's pregnancy had surpassed 5 months, with her belly growing ever larger, and Li Chen could not ascertain how she would react upon learning this news. Fearing it might affect their yet-to-be-born child, it would be best to wait until after the child's birth to disclose this information to Mo Yunyu. Having refined a batch of gathering spirit pills at the Divine Pill Pavilion, Li Chen departed and made his way to the Spirit Wine Workshop to purchase some spirit wine. Intending to visit Master Chen Dan. After nearly 2 months of seclusion, Master Chen Dan must have been quite worried about him. "Daoist, what wine do you wish to purchase this time?" In the Spirit Wine Workshop, Bai Feng was perusing the account books. Upon noticing Li Chen's arrival, he set aside the ledger, rising to greet him with a warm smile that evoked the sensation of a gentle spring breeze. "Greetings, Daoist Bai. I have but a few spiritual stones remaining. I shall take a jug of bitter bamboo wine as usual." After greeting Bai Feng, Li Chen purchased a jar of bitter bamboo wine. This time, Bai Feng charged Li Chen 90 spirit stones. Although Bai Feng is a direct descendant of the Bai family from Qingzhou Mountain and holds a respectable position as the manager of the Spirit Wine Workshop, he cannot afford to be overly generous and gift Li Chen spirit wine on every occasion. A jar of bitter bamboo wine costs 90 spirit stones, and Bai Feng is not so affluent as to bestow such a favor lightly. "Fellow Daoist Bai, I must take my leave now." Li Chen bid farewell to Bai Feng, who smiled and nodded, accompanying him to the door. "Daoist Li, take care and do visit my cave abode when you have the time." Li Chen nodded in agreement, deciding against visiting the White Wind Cave. Until he amassed sufficient strength, it would be prudent to limit his interactions with the scions of these cultivation families. In the B-level number 7 cave, Master Chun cast a concerned glance at Li Chun, who sensed a powerful wave of spiritual awareness sweep over him, far surpassing his own. Have you failed in your recent retreat to break through to the fourth layer of Qi refinement? Li Chun was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement, admitting that his mediocre aptitude had led to his failure to break through, thus disappointing his master. Master Chendan, possessing a cultivation level of the seventh layer of Qi refinement, had not seen through his disguise. Indeed, the deceitful heaven technique possessed remarkable efficacy. After mastering the basics of this technique, Li Chun concealed his true cultivation level, presenting himself as a peak practitioner at the third layer of Qi refinement. It was only during his recent visit to Manager Fu that he refrained from using the deceitful heaven technique to mask his abilities. After all, only by advancing to the mid-level of Qi refinement would Manager Fu be inclined to pass on the gift prepared by the enchanting Linglong fairy. Presently, only two individuals were aware of Li Chun's advancement to the mid-level of Qi refinement, Imo Yunyu and Manager Fu. Please, take a seat, Master Chendan urged. You are still young. Do not be disheartened. One failure does not signify the end. He gestured for Li Chun to sit, instructing a maid to bring forth spiritual fruits. Offering heartfelt consolation to Li Chun required no consolation, yet he still displayed an attentive demeanor as he absorbed the teachings before him, regardless of the circumstances. The elder standing before him genuinely cared for his well-being. However, Li Chun had resolved to perpetually conceal his true cultivation level through the use of the deceptive heaven technique. Striving to appear more ordinary, by masking his abilities in daily life, he would be prepared to reveal his authentic prowess in critical moments, catching any would-be assailants off guard. After consuming 2 spirit fruits in Master Chendan's cave, Li Chun rose to take his leave, his heart heavy with guilt. After all, this elder sincerely concerned himself with Li Chun's welfare, while Li Chun had chosen to hide his true capabilities and withhold the truth. Upon departing from Master Chendan's abode, Li Chun returned home, eager to refine the golden brick artifact bestowed upon him by the exquisite fairy Linglong. In front of the cave, Li Chun encountered Fu Kong once more. Did you fail to break through to the fourth layer of Qi refinement? Fu Kong inquired, his gaze penetrating as his spiritual sense swept over Li Chun, his tone remaining as unyielding as ever. Li Chun has yet to respond, and Fu Kong continued, emphasizing that cultivation cannot be rushed and one should not hastily practice. Your child is about to be born. If something were to happen to you, what would become of them, left as an orphan with a grieving mother? Li Chun found himself in a bewildering situation, caught between laughter and tears. This Taoist Fu displayed quite a remarkable concern for others. However, Li Chun chose not to elaborate. Instead, he clasped his fists in gratitude towards the seemingly cold, yet warm-hearted cultivator before him. Thank you, Taoist Fu, for your concern. I assure you that I shall refrain from reckless ambition in the future. Fu Kong nodded and handed Li Chun a bundle of lotus leaves, saying, This green pheasant is unworthy of the exquisite dining table at the delicacy pavilion. Take it home to nourish your wife. Li Chun gazed at the green pheasant enveloped in lotus leaves, shaking his head as he spoke solemnly. Friend Fu, your cultivation journey has not been an easy one. I cannot accept this. A flawed green pheasant is hardly worth a few spirit stones. Take it. What sort of man would refuse such a gift? Fu Kong resolutely thrust the lotus leaf-wrapped pheasant into Li Chun's hands before turning and striding towards his own cave dwelling. Li Chun held the green pheasant wrapped in lotus leaves, and a warm current surged through his heart. The companion, Fu, was taciturn and reserved, yet his heart was warm, making him a trustworthy individual. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chun suddenly spoke, Friend Fu, please wait. Fu Kong turned around, his gaze filled with curiosity as he looked at Li Chun. Li Chun stepped forward, approaching Fu Kong, and from his storage bag, he extracted a jade vial, placing it into Fu Kang's hands. My friend Fu, he said, this vial contains a qi-nourishing elixir. Please accept it, and do not refuse it out of modesty. Fu Kong gazed at the jade vial in his hand, remaining silent for a considerable time before shaking his head. No, I cannot accept this. The spirit fish and the green pheasant I gifted you were of inferior quality, mere remnants unworthy of the esteemed banquet table. Hardly worth a handful of spirit stones. This vial of qi-nourishing elixir is precious. I cannot accept it. Upon hearing this, Li Chun revealed a bright smile, showcasing his neat white teeth as he cheerfully remarked, Fellow Taoist Fu, I sincerely wish to befriend you. If you are willing to accept me as a friend, please do not hesitate or decline. Fu Kong gazed at Li Chun for a long, while before placing the jade vial into his storage bag and replied, "I shall take my leave." Watching Fu Kong seal the cave entrance, a hint of amusement graced Li Chen's face. "Shall you? Fellow Taoist Fu has gifted us a green pheasant. Please prepare it for stew." Upon returning to the cave dwelling, Li Chen entrusted the green pheasant wrapped in lotus leaves to Mo Yunyu, instructing her to cook it. With a gentle glow of maternal affection illuminating her face, Mo Yunyu, her belly slightly rounded, took the pheasant from Li Chen's hands and skillfully approached the stove to ignite the fire. Observing her silhouette, Li Chen hesitated for a moment, ultimately choosing not to share the sorrowful news of Mo Bai's likely demise. After enjoying their meal, Li Chen retrieved the golden brick gifted by the exquisite fairy Linglong. This was a premier magical artifact, and also Li Chen's very first. Most cultivators, upon reaching the mid-stage of qi refinement, would immediately seek to acquire a magical artifact, as it significantly enhances one's strength. It is indeed rare for cultivators like Li Chen to wield a top-tier artifact at such an early stage. The golden brick, though somewhat unrefined in appearance, did not deter Li Chen. Channeling his spiritual energy into the brick, he meticulously began to refine the restrictions contained within. True to its status as a top-tier artifact, the process of refinement proved to be exceptionally arduous. Li Chen devoted 3 arduous days to the task, enduring multiple instances of magical depletion and relying on restorative elixirs to recuperate his powers, until he finally succeeded in refining the golden brick. Upon completion of the refinement, Li Chen inscribed his own spiritual imprint within the brick. Only by leaving such an imprint within a magical artifact can it truly be considered to possess an owner. Li Chen pondered for an extended period. This golden brick, apart from its ability to enlarge and diminish, possessed no additional functionalities. By channeling his magical energy, he could manipulate the brick to swell to more than 10 times its original size, rendering it as large as a door and weighing over 10,000 jun. However, the exertion required to command this golden brick would completely deplete Li Chen's magical energy in a single attempt. Given his cultivation level at the 4th stage of qi refinement, wielding such a premier magical artifact was somewhat taxing. Within the confines of the cave, Li Chen dared not experiment recklessly, fearing that a single misstep could lead to the destruction of his dwelling. Mo Yunyu looked at Li Chen with a smile in her eyes. She seemed indifferent to magical artifacts, or perhaps she simply lacked enthusiasm for cultivation altogether. Li Chen pondered for a moment before shrinking the golden brick and stowing it away in his storage bag. This golden brick could only serve as a trump card. For wielding it consumed an excessive amount of mana. At present, it could only be utilized once by Li Chen, should he enlarge it and unleash it upon his foes. It would be he himself who would meet his demise if they were not vanquished. As for the true extent of the brick's power, he would need to carve out some time to experiment in a secluded location devoid of onlookers. After considerable contemplation, Li Chen concluded that the golden brick talisman alone was insufficient. He must also procure a flying sword from the Qinlian Pavilion. The ability to soar through the azure skies on a sword had long been his cherished aspiration. The exquisite golden brick bestowed upon him by the fairy Linglong was not a means of flight, and utilizing it demanded an exorbitant expenditure of his energy. Thus, Li Chen deemed it essential to acquire a low-grade flying sword. With the sword in hand, he would also need to obtain a sword technique. In the marketplace, a low-grade flying sword typically costs around 200 spirit stones, and acquiring the sword technique would likewise require a sum of spirit stones. Li Chen gazed at the prominent belly of Mo Yunyu, realizing that the arrival of their child was imminent. He needed to devise a means to procure a shadow spirit mushroom and the blood of a first-tier demon beast, the spotted deer, in order to concoct a nourishing fawn blood elixir for Mo Yunyu. Ah, the spirit stones. Li Chen let out a gentle sigh. Cultivating immortality demands an abundance of resources, which must be procured with spirit stones. Wealth is paramount, as it ranks first among the essentials. Having devoted nearly 2 months to breaking through to the 4th layer of qi refinement and comprehending the deception technique, he had not brewed any elixirs during this time. And now his stock of spirit stones in the storage bag was nearly depleted. It was imperative to accumulate more spirit stones. Li Chen resumed his daily routine, journeying to the Shindan Pavilion each day to refine elixirs, and returning to his cave abode at night to meditate and cultivate. After breaking through to the 4th layer of qi refinement, he distinctly sensed a deceleration in his cultivation speed. Even with the continuous consumption of gathering spirit pills, his progress remained exceedingly sluggish. However, Li Chen did not succumb to impatience. The path of foundation building spans 3 years, the formation of the golden core 10 years, and the emergence of the nascent soul a century later. Such is the fate of unparalleled prodigies endowed with heavenly-grade spiritual roots. As for himself, possessing merely 9th-grade spiritual roots, his advancement to the 4th layer of chi refinement was achieved through the extensive use of medicinal pills, so a slower pace was to be expected. In the realm of cultivation, achieving foundation establishment before the age of 60 and forming a golden core before one reaches 150 is regarded as a mark of minor genius. Most of the true disciples of the Zishu Immortal sect establish their foundations around the age of 30. In this world, a staggering 99% of mortals lack spiritual roots and are thus unable to embark on the path of immortality. Among those who do begin their journey, 99% remain trapped in the stage of chi refinement, unable to establish their foundations. Even among those who have established a foundation, 99% are unable to form a golden core. On the path to immortality, countless beings vie for that slender chance at transcendence. Yet, each hurdle along this path obstructs the majority of cultivators. As the exquisite Ling Long very aptly stated, how many have achieved immortality in the southern wilderness over the span of millennia? Moreover, the kingdom of Yin is but a remote nation among the 56 kingdoms of the southern wilderness. Within the entirety of the Yan's cultivation realm, there is not a single nascent soul true monarch. The highest cultivation level belongs to the old golden core ancestor of the Zishu Immortal sect, who has lived for over 400 years. This illustrates the arduous nature of the path to immortality, a challenge more daunting than ascending to the heavens. The age-old adage circulating in the cultivation world, that one must tread cautiously as each step is fraught with peril, further underscores the arduousness of this journey. Li Qin was not in a hurry. Having stepped into the realm of cultivation for less than 2 years, he had already ascended to the mid-stage of chi refinement. Although this pace of advancement could not be compared to those with superior spiritual roots, it certainly did not fall short of those with intermediate roots. He summoned his data panel, which remained as simple as ever. Host, Li Qin lifespan, 21, 96, cultivation level, 4th layer of chi refinement techniques, scarlet flame technique. Spirit transformation hand, withered wood technique. Deceiving heaven technique skills, 2nd tier alchemy treasures, golden light brick partner, MOU offspring, nun main quest, establish a cultivation family, incomplete, side quest, give birth to the first offspring with spiritual roots, incomplete. On the system panel, 2 new categories for skills and treasures had been added, while the rest remained largely unchanged. Li Qin paid little heed to the system panel, choosing instead to diligently follow his routine. By day, he busied himself at the Shundan Pavilion, refining elixirs, and by night, he consumed spirit-gathering pills for cultivation. At present, his singular ambition was to accumulate sufficient spirit stones to procure a flying sword and to acquire a Yinling mushroom along with a vial of white-spotted deer demon blood, in order to concoct a batch of fetal nourishing pills for MOU. Soon, a month passed, and once again, it was time for the spirit stone settlement. Yet the enchanting fairy Ling Long had yet to make her appearance. Li Qin received 600 spirit stones from the manager, Fu. As his cultivation advanced, the variety and sophistication of the elixirs he could concoct increased, along with his earnings in spirit stones. Currently, at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Li Qin primarily focuses on refining the Qi Nourishing Pill, the Spirit Restoring Pill, and the Spirit Gathering Pill, occasionally venturing to craft the Harmonizing Pill. With over 600 spirit stones amassed in his storage pouch, and after deducting rent, he was left with more than 500. Upon exiting the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Li Qin contemplated his next move. He donned a wide black robe and a conical hat, making his way directly to the Thousand Refinements Pavilion to procure a magical flying sword. To the outside world, he appeared as a cultivator at the 3rd layer of chi refinement. Revealing his true identity while purchasing a flying sword could easily arouse suspicion. As he approached the Thousand Refinements Pavilion, he was greeted by a wave of intense heat. A junior attendant, oblivious to Li Qin's disguise, welcomed him with a beaming smile and began to introduce the various magical artifacts available within the pavilion. Inside Thousand Refinements Pavilion, the artifacts displayed on the 1st floor were predominantly low to mid-tier, while the 2nd floor housed the advanced and top-tier artifacts. Notably, the pavilion did not sell spiritual artifacts, nor did it boast any 2nd-tier artifact masters. At Thousand Refinements Pavilion, one could not only purchase ready-made artifacts with spirit stones, but also commission an artifact from a skilled craftsman. Li Qin's cultivation of the Crimson Flame technique is rather commonplace, lacking the accompanying methods for crafting magical artifacts. Therefore, he need not commission a custom-made item. He can simply purchase the finished products from the Thousand Refinements Pavilion. He doesn't even need to ascend to the second floor, as the prices of high-grade artifacts are beyond his means. Ultimately, Li Qin's gaze settled upon a fully crimson flying sword and a jet-black rope. The discerning customer indeed possesses keen eyesight. This crimson-edged sword, forged from the essence of red iron, is renowned for its sharpness, and many disciples of the Purple Void sect are equipped with this very blade. Observing Li Qin's interest in the crimson-edged sword, the attendant eagerly endeavored to promote it. Li Qin waved his hand to interrupt his companion. The crimson-edged sword is merely a first-tier low-grade magical weapon, a standard sword of the Purple Void sect. Many servant disciples of the Purple Void sect are equipped with the crimson-edged sword, which is quite renowned in the cultivation world of Yin country. Li Qin did not require any further elaboration from his companion. Li Qin was particularly intrigued by the dark, ominous rope. Pointing towards it, he calmly inquired of the attendant, "What is the significance of that rope?" "Oh dear, esteemed guest, your discerning eye is remarkable," the attendant replied. "This is a first-tier intermediate magical artifact known as the Binding Immortal Rope. It is crafted from the sinews of the cloud python, steeped in the blood of various demons, and enhanced with numerous spiritual materials, rendering it extraordinarily resilient. Once ensnared by this binding immortal rope, even a late-stage qi refinement practitioner cannot escape for a considerable duration. I must confess, this exquisite piece is the pride of Master Ma from our Qianlian Pavilion, and it is the sole one of its kind in the entire Yin Mountain district. What caliber of craftsmanship, indeed, dares to call itself the Binding Immortal Rope?" Li Qin secretly scoffed, wondering how a mere mid-tier magical artifact could dare to bear the name Heaven-Restraining Rope and provoke the likes of Tu Xing Sunday. However, despite his jesting, he found himself quite intrigued by the rope. "Might I have the opportunity to examine this Heaven-Restraining Rope?" After a moment's hesitation, the attendant ultimately nodded in agreement. Li Qin observed the binding celestial rope for a moment and then inquired of his companion, "What is the price of this binding celestial rope?" The attendant replied, "Esteemed guest, the binding celestial rope is an intermediate-grade magical artifact and a masterpiece of Master Ma, priced at 698 spirit stones. 700 spirit stones." Li Qin found the situation utterly absurd. This bundle of celestial ropes seemed an excellent choice for ambushing the enigmatic beings. Initially, he intended to acquire the ropes to ensnare his adversaries and then deliver a fierce blow with the golden brick. However, upon hearing the exorbitant price of the celestial ropes, he promptly dismissed the idea. Ultimately, Li Qin exited the Thousand Refinements Pavilion with a crimson-edged sword in hand. The price of the crimson edge was considerably more palatable, costing merely 208 spirit stones. As he departed, the attendant at the pavilion watched him leave, but once Li Qin was out of sight, the attendant's smile vanished, and he spat contemptuously at Li Qin's retreating figure, muttering about the miserly man, lamenting the waste of his breath on someone who could not afford celestial ropes. Upon leaving the Thousand Refinements Pavilion, Li Qin made his way directly to the treasure house, intending to purchase a sword technique. The accompanying spell of the Crimson Flame technique was rather insubstantial, and he required a sword technique to complement his flying sword. This time, he did not encounter the manager of the treasure house. After spending 36 spirit stones to acquire the flickering light sword technique, Li Qin stepped out of the establishment. In the realm of cultivation, the prices of low-level techniques are often less than those of elixirs, magical artifacts, array discs, and spirit talismans, as a technique can be replicated indefinitely with minimal cost. However, high-level techniques are unattainable even with spirit stones. The flickering light sword technique is quite common, suitable only for the qi refinement stage. Li Qin contemplated for a moment, realizing he still possessed a considerable amount of spirit stones. Thus, he set off towards the Baodin Tower. Within the Yishan district, apart from the Divine Elixir Pavilion, there existed another establishment known as Baodin Tower, which also dealt in the sale of elixirs, albeit barely qualifying as a rival to the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Baodin Tower was an enterprise owned by the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff. Li Qin sought to procure a rare Yinlingji. Yet a considerable inconvenience arose. The esteemed Shindan Pavilion's medicinal garden did not harbor this elusive fungus. The Yinlingji, a specialty of the Yinwind Cliff, was exclusively available for purchase at the Baodin Tower, as the Zhao family of Wind Cliff reserved it solely for their establishment. Thus, Li Chun found himself compelled to visit Baodin Tower to acquire the coveted Lingji. Upon entering the Baodin Tower, he was immediately greeted by an attendant who inquired about his desires. What elixir do you wish to purchase? Be it the Biga Dan, the Zhishui Dan, the Yangqi Dan, the Huiling Dan, the Zhuling Dan, the Heqi Dan, or the Huangya Dan, rest assured, Baodin Tower offers them all. With quality that rivals that of Shindan Pavilion, Li Chun shook his head and, with a hoarse voice, said, I do not seek to purchase elixirs. Rather, I have come to your esteemed establishment in search of a rare shadow mushroom. The attendant was taken aback, studying Li Chun for a moment before responding, esteemed guest. I am unable to make such decisions. I must report to the person in charge. Li Chun nodded, signaling his attendant to inform the master of Baodin Tower. The Lingji, while not particularly valuable, served as the primary ingredient in the concoction of the Guiying pill. This pill, akin to the unique Zhongmiao pill crafted by Master Chun, serves a similar purpose, targeting elderly male cultivators in decline. However, the crux of the issue lies in the fact that Lingji only flourishes in regions of extreme Yin. Within the entire Heishui prefecture, only the Zhao family of Yinfeng Cliff possesses a vein of Ling that nurtures the Lingji, and the Zhao family maintains a close cooperative relationship with the Ningbi and Wang families, showing reluctance to sell the Lingji to the Shindan Pavilion. Soon, a middle-aged man emerged, his upper lip adorned with a thick beard, exuding an air of authority, dressed in a robe of law. Accompanying him was a youthful figure, strikingly handsome, with a demeanor that was notably effeminate. Li Chun's heart sank as he realized that the middle-aged man was brazenly probing him with his spiritual sense, while the young man was also scrutinizing him in a similar manner. He chuckled softly, wondering who it could be. Oh, it turns out to be Master Li from the Divine Elixir Pavilion. The middle-aged man laughed, clearly unfazed by Li Chun's unremarkable black robe, which offered no defense against his prying gaze. Li Chun, feeling a sense of resignation, removed his bamboo hat and respectfully clasped his hands towards the middle-aged man before him, saying, I have the honor of meeting you, Master Wang. My alchemical skills hardly deserve to enter the realm of the esteemed, and I am unworthy of the title of alchemist. Please do not mock me. The man in question was none other than the steward of Baodin Tower, the grandson of the ancestral Wang family of Ningbi Cliff, a significant figure rarely encountered in the market of Yinshan. As for the young man standing behind Master Wang, he appeared to belong to the younger generation of the Wang family, though Li Chun did not recognize him. Master Wang's gaze swept over Li Chun's face, and with an unyielding smile, he remarked, Young friend Li has only embarked on the path of immortality for less than 2 years, yet he has already attained the 3rd level of qi refinement. Moreover, he has the remarkable ability to independently refine both the pill of abandoning grains and the pill of nurturing qi. Such talent ensures that his ascension to the rank of alchemist is merely a matter of time. Li Chun did not respond, but instead shifted the topic, saying, Manager Wang, I wish to purchase a Lingji, and I hope you will grant my request. Wang Quan shook his head, smiling as he replied, Why must you purchase it? If you desire Lingji, I can personally see to it that you receive one as a gift. At this point, Wang Quan paused momentarily before continuing. Not only can I present you with the Lingji, but I can also provide you with other spiritual herbs, and even arrange for Master Yi to guide you in alchemy. It is worth noting that Master Yi from our Baodin Tower is a 2nd-tier alchemy master, and many alchemists seek his guidance, yet few gain access to him. However, all of this is contingent upon your departure from the Shindan Pavilion to join our Baodin Tower as an alchemist. Wang Quan gazed at Li Chun with a composed expression, his eyes emanating a powerful pressure and a formidable aura. Under Wang Quan's imposing gaze, Li Chun felt a chill, but remained neither servile nor arrogant. Clasping his hands in respect, the Linglong Fairy has bestowed great kindness upon me, and I have no desire to betray the Shindan Pavilion. I sincerely thank you for your generosity, Manager Wang. With that, Li Chun turned to leave. Baodin Tower had always regarded Shindan Pavilion as a competitor, and this Manager Wang wished for Li Chun to sever ties with Shindan Pavilion, a request he could never acquiesce to. Even if the day came when he had to leave Shindan Pavilion, Li Chun would not join another faction or betray the Linglong Fairy. He held her immense grace in his heart. Did they think a single Lingji could buy his loyalty and make him betray the Linglong Fairy? The Wang family was underestimating him. Even if they offered magical artifacts, Li Chun would never turn against the Linglong Fairy. One must have principles. Within Baodin Tower, Wang Quan was unfazed. His gaze remained calm and his tone indifferent as he remarked, "He is merely a third-layer Qi refinement alchemy apprentice. To elevate him to the status of masterly truly makes him believe he is of significance? Feng Ming, have someone keep an eye on him. Once he exits Yingshan Square, take action immediately. What does it matter if he is a genius in the way of alchemy? If he cannot be of use to my Wang family, then he must be eliminated." Beside Wang Quan stood a youth named Wang Fengming, who hesitated slightly. "Uncle, I've heard that this young man is highly regarded by the Linglong Fairy. If we were to kill him, would that not be slapping the Linglong Fairy in the face? If she were to become enraged, my Wang family might not withstand her fury." Wang Quan turned to the young man, his tone cold as he replied, "What is there to fear? The Linglong Fairy is a foundation establishment cultivator. Is our ancestor merely a figure made of clay? Do you truly believe she would risk her reputation over such a trivial individual? Moreover, the imminent demise of that elder from the Zishu sect is approaching. And before that time comes, he will surely seek to eliminate the Linglong Fairy. 20 years ago, it was the Linglong Fairy's brother who severely injured that elder. No one would believe he would not seek revenge. Furthermore, to maintain the authority of the sect, the Zishu sect cannot afford to tolerate the Linglong Fairy. Feng Ming, among the younger generation of the Wang family, you are the one most esteemed by our ancestors. You must not exhibit weakness, otherwise, how shall you uphold the dignity of the Wang household in the future?" Wang Fengming nodded and replied solemnly, "Second uncle, I am grateful for your guidance." Wang Quan, Ningbai Cliff, Wang family. Li Chen stepped out of Baodin Tower, his heart plummeting to the depths of despair. The cultivation families were increasingly domineering, particularly the Yulong family and the Ningbi Cliff Wang family. Initially, Li Chun believed that his modest cultivation would go unnoticed by these powerful sects. Yet he was unaware that they had already taken note of him. Li Chun was engulfed by a sense of urgency, accompanied by a profound feeling of crisis. Until he possessed the means to protect himself, he could not afford to step even a single pace away from Yingshan Square. Li Chun was unaware of how many people were covertly observing him. Within the confines of Yingshan Fong, due to the formidable reputation of the exquisite fairy, it was unlikely that anyone would brazenly make a move against him. However, once he stepped beyond the boundaries of Yingshan Fong, the situation could be entirely different. Strength. Li Chen was fervently eager to enhance his cultivation and prowess. Having successfully grasped the fundamentals of the deceptive heaven technique, he was now free to advance his abilities without restraint. At this stage, encounters with foundation establishment practitioners were exceedingly rare, let alone those of the Golden Core stage, due to his insufficient level. Moreover, those at the Qi refining stage were incapable of seeing through the disguise of the deceptive heaven technique. Lacking the elusive Yinlingji, Li Chun had no choice but to abandon the concoction of the fetal nourishing pill. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he first attended to Mo Yunya, followed by diligent practice, not daring to slacken for even a moment. Days passed in this manner, and before he knew it, 3 months had swiftly elapsed. Mo Yunya's belly had grown increasingly prominent, and the life force of the unborn child had become robust. With the time calculated, the child was soon to be born. Throughout these 3 months, Li Chen's life remained unperturbed, characterized by a monotonous routine. By day, he would refine pills at the Divine Pill Pavilion, and by night, he would cultivate in his cave. Regrettably, Li Chen's cultivation remained stagnant at the 4th level of Qi refining, showing no signs of breaking through to the 5th. His neighbor, Taoist Fu, would occasionally bring back spiritual fish or exotic beast meat from the delicacies tower to gift to Li Chun, coupled with the ample Qi-nourishing pills he provided. Mo Yunya's cultivation had solidly ascended to the 3rd level of Qi refining during her pregnancy. A mother's higher cultivation would undoubtedly benefit the unborn child. As the moment of birth approached, Li Chun felt both anxious and expectant, to the point where his desire for cultivation had significantly waned. One day, as Li Chun returned to his cave from the Divine Pill Pavilion, he entered to find Mo Yunya lying on the bed, blood seeping from between her legs. Her face pale as she smiled at him and said, "My husband, the child is about to be born. Do you want a son or a daughter? Shall you? Please refrain from speaking. Regardless of whether it's a son or a daughter, I shall cherish them both. Wait for me. I will fetch a midwife to assist you." That morning, Mo Yunya showed no signs of impending labor, and yet by afternoon, the child was set to arrive, catching Li Chun utterly off guard. Li Chun, in a state of panic, tore a talisman to summon a midwife. "Is your wife about to give birth?" Fu Kong, who had just returned from the Jinxiu Pavilion with a tale of spirit fish, immediately understood that Mo Yunya was in labor upon seeing Li Chen's distressed expression. You stay in the cave and keep watch. I shall fetch the midwife for you." Acting with great urgency, Fukong swiftly returned in less than 15 minutes with a woman, Sister Zhang, who possessed ample experience in assisting with childbirth. Li Chun gazed at the woman, offering her 2 spirit stones. "Sister Zhang, I implore you to ensure the safety of both mother and child." Sister Zhang accepted the spirit stones with a warm smile. "Rest assured, Master Li. Madam Li is also a cultivator, not an ordinary woman, so complications during childbirth are unlikely to occur. Wait outside the cave. The child will arrive shortly." As Sister Zhang entered the cave, Li Chen felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, his throat dry and parched. Thoughts of potential complications, of both mother and child, flashed through his mind, leaving him in a state of turmoil. In both his past life and this one, he had never experienced such disarray of emotions. Fukong stood by Li Chen's side, patting his shoulder. "Do not be anxious. Your wife is at the 3rd level of qi refinement. She is not so fragile." Li Chen swallowed hard, striving to maintain his composure. He believed that Mo Yunyu would face no complications, and that the child would arrive safely. He wondered whether it would be a boy or a girl, and if the child would possess a spiritual root. It is indeed possible for ordinary mortals, lacking spiritual roots, to bear offspring with such abilities, albeit with a low probability. When both parents possess spiritual roots, it is highly likely that their offspring will inherit this trait as well. With both he and Mo Yunyu endowed with 9th grade spiritual roots, it was reasonable to assume their child would also possess the same. Li Chen found himself unable to suppress his wandering thoughts. As he endured the torment, time slipped away, each second feeling like an eternity, and his emotions underwent tumultuous shifts. Wow! After what felt like an interminable wait, a resounding wail pierced the air, and Li Chen's anxious heart finally found solace. Side quest completed. Rewards have been issued. Please check, host. The system's notification echoed in his ears, and Li Chen, feeling a profound sense of relief, exhaled deeply. The child had been born successfully and possessed a spiritual root. As the door to the chamber swung open, a woman emerged. Her face adorned with a smile as she addressed Li Chen. "Mother and child are safe." "Thank you, Sister Zhang," he replied. Li Chen bowed in gratitude to the woman, presenting her with 2 spirit stones. Aunt Zhang received the stones from Li Chen's hand, her weathered face blooming with joy like a chrysanthemum. In her past experiences as a midwife, she had never encountered such a generous employer. Li Chen disregarded Sister Zhang and even neglected to examine the rewards bestowed by the system, hastily rushing into the cave dwelling. After a moment of contemplation, Fukong followed Li Chen into the cave. The interior was adorned with luminous pearls, casting a gentle radiance that illuminated Mo Yunyu. Mo Yunyu appeared frail, half reclining against the headboard, her cheeks devoid of color, yet her smile emanated a profound maternal warmth as she cradled a wrinkled infant in her arms. Li Chen leaned closer to Mo Yunyu, gazing at the infant swaddled in cloth, unable to suppress a joyful smile. "My dear husband, it is a son." Mo Yunyu handed the swaddled bundle to Li Chen, a gentle smile gracing her slender cheeks. Li Chen carefully took the swaddled infant into his arms, an overwhelming sense of connection surging within him. This was his son, with his blood coursing through those tiny veins. The baby, nestled within the fabric, appeared wrinkled and serene, neither crying nor fussing, and his clear, untainted eyes gazed intently at Li Chen. Li Chen unconsciously revealed the unique, benevolent smile of a father, playfully tapping his finger on the tiny bundle in his arms. "Son, I am your father. Quickly call me father." In his embrace, the wrinkled infant stared intently at Li Chen, reaching out with his chubby, delicate hands, and breaking into an innocent grin. Mo Yunyu, reclining partially, cast a reproachful glance at Li Chen. "My dear husband, our son has just been born. How could he possibly speak?" Li Chen finally came to a realization. He was not an extraordinary being. The child had just been born and was no different from any ordinary infant, unable to speak or leap, let alone soar through the skies. Even he, as the father, was yet incapable of such feats. Fukong stood to the side, observing the family of 3 before him, as he gazed at the newborn in Li Chen's arms. A hint of softness emerged on his otherwise stern visage, and with a slightly hoarse voice, he said, "Taoist Li, Taoist Mo, my heartfelt congratulations to you both." Li Chen felt quite joyous as he turned to Fukong and remarked, "My dear friend Fu, if you have a fondness for children, you might as well seek a companion on your journey. With your level of cultivation, finding a partner should be a simple endeavor, wouldn't it?" Fukong shook his head, lost in thought, and his expression grew somber, his demeanor sinking into despondency. Observing the silent Fu Kong, Li Chen contemplated deeply. It appears that this friend, Fu, carries his own tale. Shall you, please take this blood-replenishing pill. Li Chen cradled the child and retrieved a blood-replenishing pill from the jade vial, gently offering it to Mo Yunyu's lips. After she swallowed the elixir, her complexion improved somewhat, and she was barely able to rise from her bed. Despite her delicate appearance and seeming indifference to cultivation, Mo Yunyu was, in fact, a practitioner at the third level of qi refinement, possessing a physique far superior to that of ordinary women. Even though she had just given birth and her vitality was severely diminished, the effects of the pill began to restore her strength gradually. In the realm of cultivation, it is not customary for female practitioners to observe a month of confinement after childbirth. Fu Kong returned to his cave dwelling to fetch a flask of spiritual wine and shared it with the couple. After sipping a cup of crimson blood wine, Fu Kong turned to Li Chun and inquired solemnly, "My friendly, have you decided on a name for the child?" Mo Yunyu looked at Li Chun with anticipation. The naming of the child was a task that rightfully belonged to the father, as Mo Yunyu was not one to assert herself. Li Chun pondered for a moment, his expression earnest as he spoke. As cultivators, our sole aspiration upon embarking on the path to immortality is to attain eternal life. With unwavering determination, he declared, thus, "Let this child be named Changxing." Changxing, immortal. The name carries profound significance. My friendly, let us raise our cups in a toast. Fu Kong refrained from mocking Li Chen and lifted his own cup in solidarity. Mo Yunyu gently took the swaddled infant from Li Chen's arms, her gaze softening as she looked at her son. In a tender whisper, she said, "From this day forth, you shall be known as Li Changxing." As she gazed at her tranquil child, a fleeting thought crossed her mind, causing her complexion to pale. With a timid look directed at Li Chun, she hesitantly inquired, "My dear husband, what shall we do if Changxing lacks a spiritual root and is unable to embark upon the path of immortality?" Li Chun was acutely aware of Mo Yunyu's concerns. Mo Yunyu possessed a 9th grade spiritual root, while her younger brother, Mo Yunxing, boasted a 7th grade spiritual root. From the moment of her birth, Mo Yunyu had never experienced the warmth of affection from her father, Mo Bai, who greeted her only with cold indifference. Mo Yunyu harbored a deep-seated fear that her son might lack a spiritual root, rendering him unworthy of Li Chen's favor. Li Chun was acutely aware of Mo Yunyu's concerns. He gently drew her closer, patting the back of her hand, and soothingly reassured her, there is no need to worry, regardless of whether Changxing possessed spiritual roots. He is my son, and I shall not be harsh on my own child. Although the testing has yet to be conducted, Li Chun is certain that his son possesses spiritual roots. The system's side quest was to bear a child with spiritual roots. The task has been accomplished, and the rewards have been granted. There shall be no issues. Li Changxing undoubtedly possesses a spiritual root, most likely of the 9th grade. After consuming a flask of spiritual wine, Fu Kong rose to take his leave. Li Chun escorted Fu Kong out of the cave dwelling. Feeling that this fellow cultivator was considerably more trustworthy, a commendable friend indeed. In Mo Yunyu's embrace, their son had already fallen into a deep, serene slumber, sleeping remarkably soundly. Such is the nature of newborns, as they spend the majority of their time in peaceful repose. Li Chun turned to Mo Yunyu and gently spoke, "Little Rain, you must be exhausted. Please take some time to rest." Mo Yunyu obediently nodded, cradling her son as she returned to bed, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Mo Yunyu harbored no ambitions, nor did she aspire to become an immortal. Her desires were modest. She simply wished for her husband and child to be safe and for their family to revel in happiness together. Casting a glance at Li Chun, who was seated cross-legged on a mat, an abundance of tenderness filled her eyes, bringing her a profound sense of tranquility. With the successful birth of their son, who possessed a spiritual root, all of Li Chun's worries dissipated, leaving him with the opportunity to examine the system for the first time. Host, Li Chun lifespan, 2196, spiritual root, grade 8 cultivation level, 4th layer of Qi refinement techniques, crimson flame art, spirit transformation hand, withered wood art, light-splitting shadow sword technique, deceiving heaven technique magical artifacts, crimson peak sword, golden light brick skill level, 2nd tier alchemy partner, Mo Yunyu offspring, Li Changxing main quest, establish a cultivation family, incomplete, side quest, seize a heritage, occupy spiritual vein territory, incomplete, gazing at the system panel, Li Qin's eyes widened in astonishment. An additional column for the spiritual root had appeared on the display. Wasn't he supposed to possess a grade 9 spiritual root? The measurement from the Zishu sect's spirit testing pillar indicated a grade 9 root, and Fairy Linglong had also confirmed this. Why then did the system panel reflect a grade 8 spiritual root? Could it be that the Zishu sect's measuring pillar was faulty? Or had Fairy Linglong made an error? Li Qin shook his head, deeming it improbable. The spirit testing pillar of the Zishu Immortal sect could not possibly be malfunctioning. Nor could Fairy Linglong err in her judgment. Thus, why had his 9th grade spiritual root transformed into an 8th grade one? After extensive research, Li Qin finally uncovered the reason. Upon focusing on the progeny section, he was astonished to discover that he could access the panel data of Li Changsheng, whereas he could not do the same for Mo Yunya. Progeny: Li Changsheng longevity 0, 75, spiritual root 8th grade talent. None. The data pertaining to Li Changsheng was remarkably concise. Li Chun stroked his chin, coming to a realization as to why his 9th grade spiritual root had transformed into an 8th grade one. It seemed that the qualities of his progeny's spiritual root would indeed accumulate upon him, the father. Li Qin shifted his gaze towards the side, where Mo Yunyu and her child were seated, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Was the system encouraging him to procreate abundantly? If Li Changsheng possessed a 7th grade spiritual root, could it be that he too would transform into one of that caliber? Upon deeper reflection, Li Chun felt invigorated. What if he were to seek a partner with a heavenly grade spiritual root and bear a child of the same exceptional quality? Would he not then ascend to the status of a heavenly grade spiritual root himself? He had intimately experienced the profound limitations of a 9th grade spiritual root. If his offspring's spiritual roots could somehow amalgamate with his own, then by siring several children endowed with superior spiritual qualities, would not his path to immortality become a veritable expressway? Henceforth, he resolved to pursue partners of high spiritual aptitude to bear children. With both Mo Yunyu and Li Qin possessing 9th grade spiritual roots, it seemed fortunate that Li Changsheng had attained an 8th grade root. However, it was entirely possible that their next child could emerge with a 9th grade root. Li Chun withdrew his gaze, secretly resolving to take on several more Dao companions, with the hope that their spiritual roots would possess superior qualities. Rather than siring a multitude of offspring with 9 grade spiritual roots alongside Mo Yunya, it would be far more advantageous to have a singular child endowed with a heavenly grade spiritual root. The principle of optimal progeny is indeed paramount. However, companions of heavenly grade spiritual roots are likely challenging to find. In the vast realm of the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world, the absence of even a single Yuanying true monarch underscores the rarity of such practitioners. One cannot help but wonder about the nature of Linglong Fairy spiritual root. For some inexplicable reason, Li Qin found himself contemplating Linglong Fairy, undoubtedly aware that her spiritual root aptitude was remarkably high. Otherwise, she would not have attained such profound cultivation at such a tender age. As he recalled her ethereal visage, he quickly regained his composure. Realizing that Linglong Fairy was not someone of his current standing he could hope to approach, Li Chun quelled his distractions and began to delve into the second side quest issued by the system. The first side quest involved begetting an offspring with spiritual roots, and upon its completion, the task transformed into a pursuit for dominance, seeking to occupy a ley line. As he gazed at the side quest presented by the system, a shiver ran down Li Qin's spine. In the realm of cultivation within the Yin Kingdom, the various ley lines had long been divided and claimed by numerous factions. With his mere 4th level of qi refinement, was he truly expected to risk his life to seize control of a ley line? Li Chun had also discerned certain insights regarding the side quests issued by the system. Each side quest was intricately linked to the overarching main quest. However, concerning the system's second side quest, Li Chun recognized his current incapacity to fulfill it. It would be prudent to first examine the rewards bestowed by the system upon the completion of the first side quest. Li Chun was filled with anticipation regarding the system's rewards. After all, the starter pack gifted by the system included a second-tier alchemical inheritance. Thus, the rewards for completing the task should undoubtedly surpass that of the initial starter pack. Li Chun, filled with anticipation, began to explore the rewards offered by the system. When he first embarked on the path of immortality and activated the system, it presented him with a novice gift package, which contained a second-tier alchemical inheritance. It was precisely due to this second-tier inheritance that Li Qin was able to elevate his cultivation to the current 4th level of qi refinement through an abundance of elixirs. It is noteworthy that in the Divine Elixir Pavilion, The majority of apprentices toil for over a decade, barely managing to concoct entry-level spiritual pills such as the revitalizing pill and the hemostatic pill, without the second-tier alchemical inheritance bestowed by the system. Li Chen would not consider himself a true genius in the art of alchemy. With the emergence of Li Chongqing, Li Chen successfully accomplished the system's inaugural side quest. Li Chen was filled with anticipation for the reward. Given that it was a reward after completing a task, it surely should not be inferior to a novice gift pack. In the system, an additional item slot had appeared. Li Chen beheld a crimson throwing knife within his inventory. A throwing knife? Li Chen was engulfed in a swirl of confusion as he reached out with his mind to touch the crimson flying dagger. After a moment, he regained his composure, revealing an expression of peculiarity rather than the anticipated joy. This crimson dagger, known as the bloodthirsty blade, was a remarkable growth-type artifact of the demonic path. In the realm of cultivation, Qi refinement practitioners wield magical tools. Foundation establishment cultivators utilize spiritual implements. Golden core, true persons employ treasures. And nascent soul, true monarchs possess spiritual precious items. The bloodthirsty blade, however, defies categorization. It is neither a magical tool nor a spiritual implement. Nor does it fall under the realm of treasures or spiritual precious items, but rather it is an extraordinary artifact capable of growth. Yet, it is not merely this distinction that rendered Li Chen's expression so strange. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the bloodthirsty blade is an artifact of the demonic path. To harness this malevolent treasure, its master must nurture it within their dantian, daily feeding it with their own blood. When the time for battle arrives, activating the bloodthirsty blade compels it to siphon the master's vital essence, subsequently locking onto the enemy, rendering them incapable of evasion, forcing them to confront the blade head-on. One could assert that when the blade is drawn, it strikes true. With Li Chen's current cultivation level, even foundation establishment cultivators and golden core true persons would find themselves unable to evade the bloodthirsty blade. However, it is likely that the dagger would struggle to penetrate the defenses of high-tier foundation establishment and golden core practitioners. The extent of the prowess this growth-type artifact could unleash hinges not only on Li Chen's own cultivation, but also on the amount of vital essence it extracts from him. The higher Li Chen's cultivation level, the more essence blood the blood-biting flying dagger extracts, thereby amplifying its formidable power. In simpler terms, it is a demonic treasure that inflicts 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while inflicting 800 upon its wielder. When confronted with an excessively powerful cultivator, it may result in a self-inflicted loss of 1,000, rendering it ineffective against the adversary. Li Chen found himself at a loss for words. In the mundane world, he had ascended to the pinnacle of martial arts with his indestructible golden shield and his infallible throwing knife technique, dominating the realm of martial arts. Upon entering the world of cultivation, the system rewarded him with a sinister artifact, the bloodthirsty flying knife, a weapon that could inflict harm upon both enemies and its wielder. He extracted the bloodthirsty flying knife from the system. The crimson blade lay nestled in the palm of Li Chen's hand, measuring merely 3 inches in length and resembling a willow leaf. Before he could examine it further, the scarlet knife seamlessly merged with his flesh, burrowing itself into his dantian. Did this flying knife possess a spirit of its own? Li Chen focused his spiritual consciousness on his dantian, observing the scarlet flying dagger, and deduced that this dagger possessed sentience. He had acquired yet another potent weapon, albeit one that could not be wielded lightly. The golden brick bestowed upon him by the exquisite fairy was a premier magical artifact. However, given Li Chen's currently limited cultivation, activating the golden brick once would nearly deplete his entire reservoir of spiritual energy, rendering it impractical for frequent use. The bloodthirsty flying dagger, a gift from the system, was even more extraordinary. Unlike traditional artifacts, the bloodthirsty dagger did not require spiritual energy for activation, but rather, it demanded the essence of one's blood. The essence of blood is not merely ordinary fluid. Even as a cultivator, Li Chen would struggle to extract even a few drops of his precious blood. Nevertheless, possessing such a rare treasure is certainly preferable to having none at all. When the moment of life and death arrives, it may very well reveal astonishing powers that could delight Li Chen beyond measure. Li Chen was eager to test the prowess of the bloodthirsty flying dagger. However, he lacked a suitable target for this trial, as the blade's inevitable bloodshed could not be avoided. He had already experienced the might of the golden brick. A single strike could shake the mountains and cause the earth to tremble. carving a profound pit into the ground that even a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator would find challenging to withstand. The power of the bloodthirsty flying dagger should rival that of the golden brick, for it was a growth-type magical artifact, whereas the golden brick was merely a tool. With a golden brick in his storage pouch and a bloodthirsty flying dagger in his dantian, Li Chen finally felt a semblance of confidence in facing the world of cultivation. If he were to unleash the bloodthirsty flying dagger without restraint, even a peak Qi refinement cultivator would likely meet an instantaneous demise. As for Foundation establishment cultivators, he doubted that the current incarnation of the bloodthirsty flying dagger could breach their defenses. Nonetheless, he anticipated little chance of encountering such cultivators. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Li Chen's mood lightened considerably. The presence of the bloodthirsty flying dagger in his dantian afforded him not only courage but also immense security. Henceforth, his path was clear. He would methodically refine pills and cultivate, all while nurturing his son. Moreover, he could contemplate seeking out several female cultivators with high spiritual root qualifications, marrying them to bear children blessed with superior spiritual roots, thus enhancing his own lineage. Once he achieved a breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage, and with the celestial elder of the Purple Void sect remaining inactive, he would essentially be able to navigate the cultivation realm of the Yin kingdom with ease. At that point, acquiring a piece of spiritual vein territory to establish his own cultivation family would be a matter of course. He set himself a modest goal, to break through to the Foundation establishment realm within 20 years. Li Chen sat cross-legged on the cushion, his heart brimming with boundless determination as he began to practice the Qi Yin technique, inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy. It was the perfect opportunity to explore the distinctions between an 8th grade spirit root and a 9th grade spirit root. The night swiftly passed in the pursuit of his cultivation. Li Chen opened his eyes and cursed once more. Useless, a mere 9th grade spiritual root. Li Chen experienced the cultivation speed associated with an 8th grade spiritual root. If one were to liken a 9th grade spiritual root to crawling, then an 8th grade spiritual root would be akin to walking upright. By this reasoning, a 7th grade spiritual root would resemble a brisk run, while a 6th grade spiritual root would be comparable to a sprint. As for a heavenly grade spiritual root, would not cultivation be akin to soaring through the skies? It is imperative to seek a partner on the path, and one with a high-quality spiritual root at that. Li Chen resolved within himself to seek a new companion on his path. As for whether Mo Yunyu would have any objections, he felt no concern. This was the realm of cultivation, where formidable practitioners could effortlessly forge crystal palaces, accommodating tens of thousands of wives and concubines without a whisper of dissent. After all, had not Master Chen Dan taken 4 maidservants and concubines for himself? Why should Master Li not have a few more companions on his journey? Mo Yunyu rose from the bed, her complexion considerably improved, moving about with ease. Li Chen approached the bedside and cast a glance at the swaddled Li Changsheng. A tender smile, unique to a loving father, graced his face. My son, your father must depart for work to earn some spirit stones. Be well behaved at home. Heed your mother's words and refrain from crying. Should your father return to find you unruly, he will surely discipline you. Upon hearing Li Chen's voice, the infant Li Changsheng opened his bright, clear eyes and, with a toothless grin, gazed up at Li Chen, beaming with innocent joy. Li Chen's heart sank. Oh no! This son, who neither cried nor fussed, only knew how to grin foolishly. Could he possibly be a simpleton? Mo Yunyu's gaze softened as she adjusted Li Chen's collar. Her tone playfully reproachful as she spoke. My dear husband, how can you frighten him when he is still so young? Li Chen gently embraced Mo Yunyu's slender waist, planting a soft kiss upon her forehead. Xiaoyu, I am heading to the Divine Dam Pavilion. Please take good care of Changsheng at home, and remember, do not let your own cultivation decline. Mo Yunyu nodded, cradling Li Changsheng in her arms as she accompanied Li Chen out of the cave abode, watching him depart. As she gazed at his figure gradually fading away, she looked down at her son, then raised her eyes to the heavens. A delicate dimple appeared on her slender cheek as she murmured softly to herself, Heavenly powers, may you bless my husband with all endeavors flourishing and a smooth path in his celestial journey. And may you also safeguard Changsheng, allowing him to grow up safe, healthy, and joyful. Today, Li Chen was in high spirits. The bloodthirsty flying dagger had bestowed upon him immense confidence and assurance, as if the invisible weight pressing upon him had been lifted, rendering him noticeably more at ease. Li Chen chose not to visit the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Instead, He intended to stroll through the area of itinerant cultivators on West Street, seeking to purchase a couple of small toys for his son. The West Street area is a melting pot of diverse wandering cultivators. Li Chen spent a grain of spiritual sand to purchase a rattle drum. While strolling down the street, he unexpectedly encountered two individuals, Shu Chan and Han Mao. It was truly surprising for Li Chen to see these two together. Brotherly. Han Mao stood up upon noticing Li Chen, his face marred by grotesque scars resembling a centipede writhing in motion as he greeted Li Chen. Li Chen cast a glance at Han Mao's stall, where a disarray of materials from magical beasts was displayed. Beastly flesh, bones, hides, milk, and blood. These were the remnants extracted from a low-level magical creature known as the sword-maned boar. Turning his gaze to the adjacent stall, he beheld Shu Chan, who was clad in simple attire. Her stall was adorned with neatly stacked sheets of low-grade and mid-grade spirit paper. Shu Chan kept her head bowed, avoiding any eye contact with Li Chen. Li Chen's gaze flickered with mild astonishment. This woman had indeed reformed and was genuinely intent on embarking on a life of harmony with Han Mao. His eyes swept over Han Mao and Shu Chan, noting that the magical aura emanating from Han Mao was slightly less potent than his own, placing him at the 4th level of Qi refinement. As for Shu Chan, she stood at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of Qi refinement. After a moment's contemplation, Li Chen inquired of Han Mao, "How much do you sell this beast's milk for?" Han Mao, with a grin that revealed the scars on his face, cheerfully replied, "If brotherly desires it, please take it. No spirit stones are needed." Li Chen cast a meaningful glance at Han Mao and inquired calmly, "How many spirit stones?" Han Mao did not press the matter. Instead, he smiled at Li Chen and replied, 12 spirit stones." Li Chen retrieved 15 spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to Han Mao, taking away a jar of beast milk from his stall. Han Mao watched Li Chen depart, letting out a soft sigh, lamenting that while Li Chen has improved, their relationship can never return to its former state. Shu Chan raised her head, her gaze filled with venomous resentment as she watched Li Chen's retreating figure. Turning to Han Mao, her expression turned icy, questioning why he, with a higher cultivation than Li Chen, would demean himself before someone at the 3rd level of Qi refining. "Is this all you amount to? I truly regret binding my fate with someone so lacking in ambition." Han Mao scratched his head, wearing a fawning smile as he replied, "Sister Chan, please don't be upset. I promise I won't do this again." Shu Chan's cold gaze remained fixed on Han Mao, demanding, "When will you fulfill your promise to buy me a bottle of Yin restoration pills to mend my damaged Yuan Yin?" Han Mao's smile faltered as he responded, "Sister Chan, please don't rush me. Tomorrow, I will join Brother Wang and others to hunt beasts in the Yin mountain range. I will soon earn enough spirit stones to purchase the pills for you." Li Chen strolled along the street, swiftly leaving Shu Chan and Han Mao behind. Upon reaching the end of West Street, he paused before a vendor's stall. "Ah, it's you," exclaimed the stall owner, clad in an ample black robe and donning a mischievous monkey mask. Their voice rang clear and melodious, akin to the sound of jade beads striking a plate, leaving a lingering resonance that was utterly enchanting. Li Chen grinned and inquired, "Fairy Huang, how fares business today?" Huang Qingya, without removing her mask, replied in a tone devoid of emotion, "No transactions were made." Li Chen glanced at the spiritual talismans on her stall, noting both the low and mid-level ones. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively inquired, "Fairy Huang, do you possess any high-level spiritual talismans?" Li Chen was not acting on a whim. He intended to supplement his collection with some advanced talismans, for talismans are renowned for their convenience. Even cultivators at the initial stage of Qi refinement can utilize first-tier advanced talismans, even the most elite ones. The use of talismans incurs virtually no expenditure of a cultivator's mana. The adage that insufficient cultivation can be compensated by talismans is not to be taken lightly. In the realm of cultivation, talisman cultivators, formation cultivators, and goo cultivators often possess the ability to defeat foes across minor realms, and such instances are countless. Huang Qingya wore a mask, concealing her visage and expression. Yet, Li Chen could perceive the beauty and vitality in her expressive eyes. Huang Qingya blinked, scrutinizing Li Chen with a playful tone. "You truly are timid and fearful of death, having only reached the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. You already seek to purchase advanced talismans for protection? With these spirit stones, wouldn't it be wiser to acquire spirit pills for your cultivation?" Li Chen maintained his smile as Huang Xinzi inquired about the availability of advanced spirit talismans. Previously, when confronted by Huang Qingya, Li Chen had been timid and cautious. Trembling with fear at her mere words, which had caused him to break into a cold sweat. Yet now, in the presence of the talented talisman master Huang Qingya, he felt no trace of anxiety. This transformation was entirely due to the presence of a bloodthirsty flying dagger within his dantian. At the stall, Huang Qingya tilted her head and stated that an advanced spirit talisman from the talent pavilion was priced at 200 spirit stones. "Do you possess any spirit stones?" she asked. With a smile gracing his face, Li Chen acknowledged that he indeed lacked sufficient spiritual stones. However, he proposed an exchange of medicinal pills. "What kind of pills do you possess?" Huang Qingya inquired, her tone now imbued with heightened curiosity. Li Chen chuckled lightly and spoke, "I possess the Gathering Spirit pill, the Harmonizing Qi pill, and the Yuan Enhancement pill." Huang Qingya's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Li Chen, inquiring, "Do you have the Huang Yadan?" Li Chen did not respond directly. As long as Fairy Huang possessed advanced spiritual talismans, Li would have Huang Yadan. Huang Qingya rose to her feet, her height matching that of Li Chen. She glanced around to ensure no one was present before inquiring, "You are merely a practitioner at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. It is said that you can only refine 3 types of spiritual pills: the pill of absorption, the nourishing pill, and the pill of restoration. How is it possible that you possess intermediate and advanced spiritual pills?" Li Chen maintained his smile, responding calmly, "It seems that Fairy Huang has forgotten. My mentor is Master Chendan." Huang Qingya scrutinized Li Chen for a moment, her voice melodious and striking. "I was momentarily startled, thinking that a mere Qi refinement stage 3 cultivator like you could concoct the Huangya pill. It turns out you are merely assisting Master Chen with his elixirs." "That makes sense. Provide me with a vial of Huangya pills, and I shall exchange it for 24 high-grade spirit talismans. You may select any high-grade talismans you desire." Li Chen cast a significant glance at Huang Qingya, who was shrouded beneath her dark robe. "I require advanced wind thunder talismans and advanced cold ice talismans. Does Miss Huang possess any?" Huang Qingya readily retrieved 24 spirit talismans from her storage bag, her lively eyes swirling with anticipation. "What about the Huang Yadan?" Li Chen presented a jade vial to Huang Qingya. Upon opening the vial, she took a moment to observe its contents, then leaned closer to the opening to inhale the aroma, confirming it was indeed Huang Yadan. "Here, take these wind thunder talismans and ice talismans. Do examine them. Should you acquire more Huang Yadan next time, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall exchange them for talismans or purchase them with spirit stones. However, we are well acquainted. Remember the last time I gifted you a dozen dust-repelling talismans? When you sell me your elixirs, I expect a more favorable price. Not as exorbitant as that of the Divine Elixir Pavilion or the Precious Elixir Loft." With a playful gesture, Huang Qingya stuck out her tongue at Li Chen. Li Chen received 24 high-grade spirit talismans from Huang Qingya, responding with a cheerful acknowledgement before turning to depart. This fairy, Huang, conceals her depths remarkably well. Li Chen harbored a sense of curiosity, not expecting that she could indeed craft advanced spirit talismans. In the market, there were rumors that this Huang fairy was a prodigious talisman master, having achieved the 6th level of Qi refinement before the age of 20, capable of drawing intermediate spirit talismans. Now it was evident that this Huang fairy was clearly a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator, possessing the ability to inscribe advanced spirit talismans. The Huang Yadan was a high-grade spirit elixir used by late-stage Qi refinement practitioners for their cultivation. It was uncommon for mid-stage cultivators to indulge in such luxury. At under 20 years of age, with late-stage Qi refinement prowess, it seemed that this Huang fairy's spiritual root aptitude was extraordinary, with the potential to establish her foundation before the age of 30. One could only wonder what visage lay hidden beneath that mask. Li Chen caressed his chin, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Perhaps he could forge a bond with this enchanting Huang fairy as his eternal companion. Li Chen was harboring intentions towards the enigmatic Huang fairy, unaware that she was also observing his retreating figure. With an unusual glint in her eyes, she murmured softly, "Even if you are a disciple of Master Chen, he should not entrust you with such a high-grade spiritual pill as the Huang Yadan. Could it be that you, like me, are concealing your cultivation and alchemical talents? Yet, did not the people of Angshan say you only entered the celestial realm 2 years ago?" As Huang Qingya scrutinized Li Chen's silhouette, her gaze grew increasingly peculiar, and her inner doubts multiplied. After departing from the area where scattered cultivators set up their stalls on West Street, Li Chen made his way to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Resuming his routine of alchemical refinement, he successfully produced a furnace of gathering spirit pills and another of harmonizing Qi pills. Although his spiritual root had ascended to the 8th grade, Li Chen's cultivation progress remained sluggish. unable to break through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. The 8th grade spiritual root, while considered inferior, allowed for a cultivation speed approximately double that of a 9th grade spiritual root. However, merely relying on meditation for training would cap his advancement at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, making it exceedingly difficult to achieve the 7th layer. He would need to depend on pills for further progress. Presently, having consumed an excessive number of gathering spirit pills, Li Qin's body had developed a resistance to their effects. Continuing to take them would yield minimal results. Henceforth, he must produce a greater quantity of harmonizing Qi pills and consume them for his cultivation. Both gathering spirit pills and harmonizing Qi pills are classified as mid-tier spiritual pills, yet the efficacy of harmonizing Qi pills surpasses that of gathering spirit pills. And they are also priced higher. As Li Chun was returning to his cave abode after work, he encountered Manager Fu. Manager Fu called out to Li Chun, "Young Master Chen, I have heard that your child has been born?" Li Chun smiled broadly as he nodded at Master Fu. "Master Fu, even you are aware of this?" However, Master Fu shook his head and, with a solemn expression, advised, "Young Chun, possessing a 9th grade spiritual root, the path to immortality is inherently arduous. Now, with a family to support, the journey becomes even more challenging. If you still aspire to ascend the immortal realm, focus your energies on mastering alchemical skills and enhancing your cultivation. Do not allow your wife and children to become a burden on your progress. Otherwise, a century hence, you may find yourself resting beneath the desolate earth." Li Chen's expression turned solemn as he respectfully saluted Master Fu, expressing his gratitude for his concern. "Thank you, Uncle Fu. For your guidance, I am indeed enlightened." Master Fu nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his face as he waved his hand at Li Chen. "As long as you understand, that's all that matters. Do not mind the old man's verbosity. You may leave now." Li Chen then turned and departed. Li Chun understood that Manager Fu was genuinely advising him. However, he chose to disregard the sage's counsel. On the contrary, he believed that he should have more children. For the greater the number of offspring, the higher their innate talents would be, thus ensuring a more prosperous path in his cultivation. Upon returning to his dwelling, he was greeted by Mo Yunyu, who approached with a baby carriage woven from purple bamboo. Her gaze was tender as she looked at Li Chun. "My dear husband," she said, "Changxing has been exceptionally well-behaved today, not a single cry or fuss." Li Chen glanced at the bamboo-woven baby carriage. "Is this yours?" he inquired. Mo Yunyu shook her head. "It was a gift from the neighbor, Taoist Fu. Initially, I was reluctant to accept it, but Taoist Fu insisted, and I could not decline." Li Chen nodded, feeling somewhat odd. Taoist Fu seemed excessively concerned about longevity, even more so than the child's own father. One might mistakenly believe he was the child's true parent. However, on the other hand, it must be said that this Taoist Fu is indeed a trustworthy individual. Li Chun and Fu Kang's friendship gradually deepened. To be precise, Fu Kang was his very first friend in the realm of immortality. "Changsheng, do you like the gift your father bought for you?" Li Chen retrieved a rattle drum from his storage bag and presented it before Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng extended his chubby hands, somewhat bewildered, and took the rattle drum from Li Chun. The drum swayed, producing a rhythmic thumping sound. Li Changsheng squinted his eyes into narrow slits, grinning widely, revealing his toothless smile, and laughed foolishly. Li Chen was increasingly worried. Could it be that his son was truly dull-witted? After playfully teasing Li Changsheng for a while, and once the child had fallen into a deep slumber, Li Chun retrieved a jar of beast's milk from his storage pouch and handed it to Mo Yunyu. Nurturing a child must begin from an early age. One cannot allow the child to falter at the starting line. Although Li Changxing possessed an 8th grade spiritual root, Li Chen had already resolved to ensure that his son would become a distinguished figure in the realm of immortals. The heart of a parent is indeed a profound thing. It was only after becoming a father that Li Chun truly grasped the depth of this sentiment. After sharing an evening meal with Mo Yunyu, Li Chun commenced his nightly cultivation routine. Life had certainly improved. They enjoyed spiritual rice at every meal, and occasionally indulged in the flesh of magical beasts, though the modest cave dwelling left something to be desired. Li Chun aspired to relocate to the Grade B cave dwelling. The Grade B cave was closer to the center of the spiritual vein and offered a superior environment. Given his current income, he could barely afford it. However, Li Chun found himself hesitating. To outsiders, he was merely a third-layer Qi refinement alchemist, capable of concocting only the spirit-nourishing pill and the energy-preserving pill. Would moving to the Grade B cave be overly ostentatious? Ultimately, he resolved to endure for another 2 years in the Grade D cave. waiting until he advanced to the 5th layer of qi refinement and until Li Changxing matured a bit more. At which point he could naturally reveal his ability to refine the gathering spirit pill and subsequently transition to the grade B cave. Seated cross-legged on his mat, Li Chen took a moment to adjust his mindset before retrieving a harmony pill and ingesting it. Upon entering his abdomen, the harmony pill transformed into spiritual energy, augmenting Li Chun's magical power. After reaching the 4th layer of qi refinement, the pace of his cultivation slowed significantly. Even with the consumption of pills, progress was gradual. It was a stark contrast to the rapid enhancements he experienced during the 1st and 2nd layers, where ingesting pills could swiftly elevate his magical prowess. As one advanced further, the cultivation speed would only diminish, and even the consumption of spirit pills would yield similar results in enhancing one's spiritual roots. The path of immortality was fraught with challenges, far from mere words. Thus, the tranquil days passed, and before long, 2.5 years had flown by. During this time, Li Changxing progressed from crawling to walking, sprouted teeth, and could now call out father to Li Chen. After 2.5 years of relentless dedication to his cultivation and the accumulation of numerous pills, Li Chen finally broke through, barely elevating his cultivation to the 5th layer of qi refinement. Throughout this period, he had multiple encounters with Huang Qingya, witnessing her true visage. A superficial friendship had developed between them, yet it was far from sufficient for him to consider marrying her and starting a family. After all, in Huang Qingya's eyes, he was merely a 3rd-layer qi refinement alchemist, barely capable of refining the gathering spirit pill. Notably, Li Chun's bond with his neighbor, Taoist Fu, grew increasingly profound. Fu Kong frequently returned from the delicacy pavilion with beastly meat and a flask of spiritual wine, seeking Li Chun's company for a drink. Fu Kong held genuine affection for his nephew, Li Changxing, often bringing spiritual items as gifts to lay a solid foundation for him. Through his interactions with Fu Kong, Li Chun gleaned some insight into the background of this Taoist. At 29 years of age, Fu Kong was at the 6th layer of qi refinement, earning spirit stones as a spiritual butcher at the delicacy pavilion while also cultivating demonic arts through the slaughter of beasts, gathering blood and resentment to refine demonic artifacts. He was originally a direct descendant of a qi refinement family in Qingzhou. However, the family was annihilated, and their ancestral land was occupied by others. Presently, the land of the Fu Kong family is held by the Yin family of Qingzhou, whose patriarch is a practitioner at the 8th level of qi refinement. Whenever he drinks and mentions the Qingzhou Yin family, Fu Kong's eyes turn crimson, and he silently sheds tears. Calculating the time, Li Changxing is now 2.5 years old, and Li Chen has been in the immortal realm for nearly 5 years. After 5 years in the realm of cultivation, possessing a 5th level of qi refinement is not too shabby. On one particular day, Li Chen returned from the Divine Elixir Pavilion, contemplating a move to a Class B cave dwelling. As he arrived back at his abode, Li Changxing came running towards him with his little short legs, calling out from a distance, "Daddy, Daddy, did you buy any toys for Changxing today?" Li Chen smiled as he picked up his son. "Changxing, your father is a bit busy today and forgot to buy you a toy. Shall I get it for you tomorrow?" "Oh." Li Changxing nodded. A look of disappointment etched upon his youthful face, his spirits dampened. Mo Yunyu emerged from the cave, her gaze stern as she regarded Li Changxing. "Changxing," she admonished, "how many times has your mother spoken to you about this? Your father works tirelessly to earn spirit stones and provide for our family. Why do you show so little understanding, incessantly pestering your father for toys?" Li Changxing huddled within Li Chen's embrace, retracting his head slightly, feeling a sense of trepidation towards Mo Yunyu. Li Chen had not anticipated that Mo Yunyu would transform in such a manner after becoming a mother. She showered Li Chen with boundless tenderness, yet exhibited a stern demeanor towards their son, resulting in Li Changxing feeling a sense of trepidation towards his mother. "All right, Xiaoyu, Changxing is still young. Why must you be so harsh with him?" Mo Yunyu gazed at Li Chen with a look of helplessness. "My dear husband, indulge him a little. Sooner or later, Changxing will manage to spoil both you and Taoist Fu." As she spoke, Mo Yunyu's expression suddenly became somewhat rigid. Li Chen also sensed the presence of another person approaching from behind. Turning around, he beheld a young man of striking demeanor, clad in the ceremonial robe of an inner disciple of the Purple Void sect. The youth bore a striking resemblance to Mo Yunyu. As he arrived at the entrance of the cave dwelling, his gaze fell upon Li Chen with a tranquil demeanor. Before shifting to the infant Li Changxing cradled in Li Chen's arms, his expression softening slightly. Ultimately, he He directed his attention to Mo Uni, his voice hoarse yet tender as he spoke. Elder sister, I have returned to see you. Mo Yunsheng was handsome and tall, adorned in the standard attire of an inner disciple of the Purple Void sect, with a storage pouch hanging from his waist, exuding an air of subtle arrogance. He regarded Li Chun with a calm, even indifferent expression. However, upon noticing Li Changsheng, his gaze softened somewhat. Finally, Mo Yunsheng turned his focus back to Mo Uni. His voice slightly raspy as he reiterated, Elder sister, I have returned to see you. Mo Uni fell into a momentary silence before stepping aside, inviting him in. Please enter the cave and take a seat. Her feelings toward this younger brother were somewhat complex. Li Chun said little, cradling Li Changsheng as he followed into the cave dwelling. Li Changsheng nestled in Li Chen's embrace, curiously observing Mo Yunsheng. With childlike innocence, he inquired of Li Chun, Father, is this uncle your friend? Why has Changsheng never met him before? Li Chun had yet to respond when Mo Yunsheng turned his head, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Li Changsheng. You are Li Changsheng, correct? I am your uncle. Li Changsheng paid no heed to Mo Yunsheng, instead looking up at Li Chen and inquiring, Father, what is an uncle? Within the cave, Mo Yunsheng independently drew a chair and sat down, surveying the cave, and then Li Chun for a moment before speaking in a low voice. Although your cultivation is modest, you have not mistreated my sister. With that, Mo Yunsheng turned his gaze toward Mo Yunyu, stating, I have descended the mountain primarily to avenge our father. I have already slain the 3 fiends of the dark clouds, avenging him. I was concerned for your well-being, so I came to check on you. Sister, seeing you in good spirits puts my mind at ease. Upon my return, I shall enter seclusion to cultivate, striving to secure a place among the top 3 in the inner sect competition a decade hence, to earn a foundation establishment pill and allow our father to behold the vistas of the higher realms. He continued, I have erected a tomb for our father, located in our ancestral home at Goathorn Mountain, beside our mother's grave. In the coming decade, I shall have no time to pay respects to our parents, so I would appreciate it if you could visit frequently to tend to their resting place. Mo Yunyu regarded her brother with a complex expression before ultimately nodding and softly responding, all right. A hint of a smile graced Mo Yunsheng's face as he turned to Li Changsheng, saying, Little one, call me uncle. Li Changsheng instinctively raised his head to gaze at Li Chen. Li Chen nodded at Li Changsheng. At present, it seemed that this little nephew was not a bad sort. He understood the importance of avenging his father, ensuring that Mo Bai's efforts were not in vain. With Li Chen's consent, Li Changsheng cheerfully called out uncle. Mo Yunsheng stepped forward, gently caressing Li Changsheng's chubby cheeks. After a moment of contemplation, he reached to his waist and retrieved a palm-sized shield. This was the first time Changsheng had seen it at such a size. This is the mixed iron shield, a magical artifact I used in my early years, he said. Consider it a gift from your uncle to you. Take it and use it for now. You may hand it over to Changsheng later. As he spoke, Mo Yunsheng placed the mixed iron shield into Li Chen's hands. He looked back at Li Changsheng with a gentle gaze. Once Changsheng reaches the age of 5, he would promptly assess his spiritual roots. If Changsheng possessed them, he would be sent to the Zishu Xianmen, with me as his uncle overseeing him. It would be far better than languishing away with you. Li Chen curled his lips in disdain, offering no reply, although Mo Yunsheng meant well. His words were somewhat harsh to the ear. As the son of Li Chen, he possessed the capability to nurture himself and had no need to be sent to the Zishu sect as a servant disciple. Casting a glance back at Mo Yunyu, Mo Yunsheng fell silent for a moment before speaking. Sister, I understand that father has not treated you well, but he is still your father. You must not harbor hatred towards him. I must take my leave now, sister. Please take care of yourself. Mo Yunyu pursed her lips, remaining silent throughout, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she watched Mo Yunsheng depart from the cave residence. Li Chen did not engage in much conversation with Mo Yunsheng. This young brother-in-law is not inherently bad. He merely possesses a certain arrogance. However, upon reflection, one can understand this attitude. Mo Yunsheng, being of the 7th grade spiritual root, has rather mediocre innate talent. After entering the Purple Void sect, he ascended from a mere servant disciple to an inner disciple, which would naturally instill a sense of pride. Though he is still quite young, 2 years junior to Li Chun, his ability to distinguish himself among countless servant disciples and attain the status of an inner disciple indicates that he possesses at least the cultivation level of the 7th layer of Qi refinement. It is true that part of this late-stage Qi refinement level was achieved through the sacrifice of Mo Bai's bloodline, yet one cannot deny his own efforts. Gazing at the low-grade magical artifact, the mixed iron shield, Li Qin's impression of this young brother-in-law is neither particularly favorable nor unfavorable. Mo Yunyu stood there in a daze, clearly displaying her profound despondency. 2 years prior, Li Qin had conveyed the news of Mo Bai's demise to Mo Yunyu, who had shown little reaction at the time. Li Qin once believed that Mo Yunyu was indifferent to Mo Bai's fate. However, it now appears that she does indeed care. Li Chongqing struggled to leap from Li Qin's embrace, and with his little legs, he trotted over to Mo Yunyu, tugging at the hem of her trousers. "Mother, do not cry. Chongqing will not make you angry." Thanks to the solid foundation laid by Li Qin and Fu Kong, although Li Chongqing was yet to turn 3, he was already capable of running and jumping, his physique far more robust than that of most children his age. Mo Yunyu bent down, cradling her son in her arms, her eyes shimmering with tears as she gazed at Li Qin. "My dear husband, I wish to return to our ancestral home at Yangjiashan to pay homage to my parents." Li Qin paused in silence for a moment, carefully contemplating before nodding in agreement. "Very well, I shall accompany you back to the mortal realm tomorrow." Having been bound as Dao partners with Mo Yunyu for nearly 4 years, she had never once made a demand of him, seemingly dedicating her entire existence to her husband and children. Now, with Mo Yunyu making her first request of him, Li Qin found himself unable to refuse. Having reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, armed with the top-tier magical artifact, the golden brick, as well as a plethora of advanced talismans procured from Huang Qingya, and the bloodthirsty flying dagger, he believed that a trip back to the mundane world should pose little danger. Even if peril were to arise, he felt capable of handling it. Surely, he would not be unfortunate enough to encounter a foundational cultivator intent on taking his life. In the realm of cultivation within the Yin Kingdom, every foundational cultivator held a name and reputation. They were formidable figures who would not stoop to pursue a mere Qi-refining novice like him. Currently, Li Qin presented himself to the outside world as a peak Qi-refining 3rd-layer cultivator. Only Fu Zhonggui and Mo Yunyu were aware of his true 5th-layer prowess. Since he was to accompany Mo Yunyu back to her ancestral home in the mortal realm, it was prudent to request leave from Fu Zhonggui in advance. This journey would likely take at least 10 days to half a month, if not longer. Additionally, he needed to inform Master Qin to alleviate any concerns. That evening, Li Qin made his way directly to the Divine Pill Pavilion to seek leave from Fu Zhonggui, while Mo Yunyu remained in their cave dwelling to pack her belongings. On the top floor of the pavilion, Li Qin encountered Zhou Jian, which took him by surprise. Before Li Qin's arrival, Zhou Jian had been a prodigious alchemical apprentice at the Divine Pill Pavilion, capable of concocting harmony pills and essence-enhancing pills, even the yellow bud pill. By all accounts, he should have been promoted to alchemist long ago, yet Fu Zhonggui and the fairy Linglong had yet to elevate him to that status. In recent years, although Zhou Jian had retained his nominal affiliation with the pavilion, he had seldom been seen there, making this unexpected encounter all the more striking. It appeared that a rift had formed between Zhou Jian and Fu Zhonggui, creating a rather tense and frosty atmosphere. "Young Qin, what brings you to seek out this old man?" Fu Zhonggui cast a glance at Li Qin, his face devoid of the usual amiable smile. His eyes filled with an icy demeanor. Li Qin understood that the coldness in Master Fu's gaze was not directed at him, but rather at Zhou Jian. Meeting Master Fu's eyes, Li Qin respectfully cupped his hands together and said, "Master Fu, I humbly request a leave of absence for a period of time, and I hope for your approval." "Granted," Master Fu replied with a wave of his hand, signaling for Li Qin to take his leave. Li Qin cast a glance at the shopkeeper Fu and then at Zhou Jian, saying nothing further as he turned to leave. Once Li Qin had departed, shopkeeper Fu shifted his gaze towards Zhou Jian and coldly remarked, "Zhou Jian, had it not been for the cultivation provided by my divine alchemy pavilion, would you possess your current alchemical skills? You may wish to go to the Treasure Dan Tower, but you must pay 5,000 spirit stones as a fee for the years of training you received from the divine alchemy pavilion. Only then will I return to you the spirit contract you signed. Otherwise, you shall not leave the divine alchemy pavilion for the Treasure Dan Tower. Be aware that violating the spirit contract incurs backlash, and I wonder if you can bear the cost of such retribution." Zhou Jian's complexion turned ashen, his eyes darkening with fury. "Old Fu, how many batches of pills have I refined for the divine alchemy pavilion over the years? Do you not think it excessive to demand 5,000 spirit stones now?" Shopkeeper Fu merely laughed derisively, stating, "The divine alchemy pavilion is no charity, and I am no benevolent man. In short, if you wish to reclaim your spirit contract, Bring me 5,000 spirit stones. Very well, very well, Zhou Jian retorted. What a cunning old fox Fu is, what a disgrace the divine alchemy pavilion has become, and how exquisite that fairy must be. He stood up, gritting his teeth, and swept out in a huff. Shopkeeper Fu watched Zhou Jian leave with a scornful gaze and a mocking smile, thinking, a mere jester. And you dare to stir up trouble? Zhou Jian exited the divine alchemy pavilion with a grim expression, lacking even the desire to conceal his anger as he made his way directly to the treasure Dan Tower. Inside the tower, a handsome, effeminate young man invited Zhou Jian to sit and inquired with concern, Master Zhou, what did the old fox Fu say? Will he release you? Zhou Jian took a sip of spirit tea, his voice filled with indignation as he replied, that old fox Fu is utterly overbearing. He demands 5,000 spirit stones merely to return my spirit contract, before acquiring the qualification to refine elixirs. All apprentices at the Divine Alchemy Pavilion must sign a spirit contract with old Fu, which requires them to drop a drop of their blood on it. Should they violate any terms of the contract, they would suffer its repercussions. Remarkably, only Li Qin was exempt from this, having never signed a contract with old Fu. Wang Fengming's eyes flickered in interest. Li Qin? Zhou Jian disdainfully explained he is merely an apprentice at the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, at the 3rd level of qi refinement. And hardly worth noting. However, he possesses some talent in alchemy. Within 5 years of entering the cultivation world, he has already managed to refine the gathering spirit pill. Wang Fengming narrowed his elongated eyes, his skin softer and fairer than that of most women, indeed a prodigy, yet regrettably not one suited for my treasure Dan Tower. Noticing Wang Fengming's interest in Li Qin, Zhou Jian added, by the way, I encountered Li Qin today. He went to request leave from old Fu, who granted it without hesitation, unlike the other apprentices of the Divine Alchemy Pavilion who do not receive such treatment. Old Fu even privately arranged for him to have a separate alchemy room. After many years at the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, I have brought this matter up several times. Yet old Fu has never relented. How can such blatant unfairness be deemed acceptable? Oh, Wang Fengming's gaze shifted, a glimmer of brilliance illuminating his eyes as he cheerfully diverted the conversation. The Divine Elixir Pavilion and the old ghost Fu are blind to the treasures they possess, failing to cherish even a genius alchemist like Master Zhou. It seems the Divine Elixir Pavilion is doomed to a short existence. Zhou Jian nodded vigorously, as if pecking at grains. Indeed, indeed. Young Master Wang, I am unable to produce 5,000 spirit stones to retrieve the spirit contract from Fu the old ghost, and thus cannot attend the Baodin Tower to preside over the furnace. Young Master Wang, might you cover this 5,000 spirit stone shortfall for me? Wang Fengming squinted his elongated eyes, staring intently at Zhou Jian, causing the latter to feel a chill run down his spine, discomfort enveloping him. Just as Zhou Jian was about to speak, Wang Fengming preemptively replied, no problem, no problem. Our Baodin Tower is willing to supplement Master Zhou with 2,000 spirit stones. As for the remainder, that shall be for Master Zhou to resolve on his own. A satisfied smile crept across Zhou Jian's face. In that case, I thank you. Young Master Wang. Wang Fengming shook his head. From this moment forth, Master Zhou is part of our Baodin Tower family. There is no need for thanks. Master Zhou, I have some matters to attend to, if you would. Zhou Jian understood and promptly rose. Young Master, I shall take my leave. Once Zhou Jian departed, Wang Fengming spoke softly. Taoist Zhao, I have a matter that requires your assistance, necessitating your personal attention. A young man clad in an ample black robe entered. His complexion dark and ashen, a storage bag dangling from his left waist and a corpse-rearing bag from his right. He inquired ominously, what does Taoist Wang wish for me to assist with? Wang Fengming chuckled lightly. There is an apprentice at the Divine Elixir Pavilion named Li Qin, a mere 3rd-layer qi refining cultivator, residing in cave 299 of the Ding level. I need Taoist Zhao to keep an eye on him, should he leave Inshur Square. Zhao Ran's face darkened as he looked at Wang Fengming, his expression one of surprise. He's merely a 3rd-layer qi refining cultivator. Couldn't Taoist Wang simply send a maid to deal with him? Why must I intervene? Wang Fengming shook his head. My maids may possess cultivation, yet they lack the experience for combat and cunning. They are more ornamental than effective. There is a risk that the boy may escape. It must be you, Taoist Zhao, who undertakes this task to ensure absolute security. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Ran nodded in agreement. You speak well, Wang Qi. Very well. I shall take on this task for you. Li Qin requested an extended leave from Master Fu, and after a night of meditation and cultivation, dawn arrived. In the early morning, Li Chen cradled Li Chongqing in his arms, accompanied by Mo Yunyu. As the family of three ventured forth from their secluded cave dwelling towards the outskirts of Yingshan Square. Initially, Li Chen had not intended to leave Yingshan Square. But upon Mo Yunyu's insistence, he could not bring himself to refuse her request, concerned for Mo Yunyu's well-being. He felt uneasy about her embarking on a journey into the mundane world alone. After all, she was genuinely at the third level of qi refinement, possessing a timid disposition ill-suited for confrontations or battles. Should she encounter peril, the odds of survival would be exceedingly grim. Thus, he resolved to accompany Mo Yunyu to the secular realm, bringing along their son Li Chongqing as well. Leaving Li Chongqing behind in Yingshan Square was equally unsettling for Li Chen, particularly considering that Fu Kong would be working at the Jinmyo Tower. It would be unreasonable to expect Fu Kong to take Li Chongqing to the slaughterhouse. Li Chen, accompanied by his wife and child, ventured outside the Yin Mountain Square, completely oblivious to the two pairs of eyes that followed him from a distance. In the shantytown, Shu Chan hurriedly returned home and, without hesitation, pulled Han Mao outside. Han Mao, wearing an eager smile, allowed himself to be led along, inquiring, "Sister Chan, where are you taking me in such a haste?" Shu Chan halted, a flicker of resentment illuminating her eyes as she pronounced each word with precision. Li Chen has left the Yin Mountain Square. Han Mao's face twisted, marred by the cruel scars resembling centipede legs, and after a moment of silence, he croaked, "Sister Chan, are you planning to assassinate him?" Shu Chan's expression turned icy as she affirmed, "Indeed, I intend to kill him." Scanning their surroundings and noting the absence of onlookers, Han Mao lowered his voice, "Sister Chan, have you lost your mind? Brotherly is highly favored by the Linglong Fairy. What if she investigates our actions after we kill him?" Shu Chan's gaze remained indifferent. How long has it been since the Linglong Fairy last appeared in the Yin Mountain Square? Do you truly believe someone of her stature would have any significant ties with Li Chen? But what of Master Chen Dan? Even without the Linglong Fairy, Brotherly is a disciple of Master Chen Dan, and we cannot withstand his wrath. Seeing Han Mao's hesitation, Shu Chan raised an eyebrow and scolded, "Look at you. So cowardly and timid. Afraid of this and that, how can you aspire to cultivate?" Han Mao lowered his head, his spirit subdued by Shu Chan's reproach, and weakly explained, "Sister Chan, I am not timid. I am merely cautious. If I weren't cautious, I would have perished countless times at the jaws of the demonic beasts." Observing Han Mao before her, Shu Chan softened her tone and spoke gently. "Li Chen has spent years refining pills at the Divine Pill Pavilion and resides in a cave dwelling. Can you fathom the wealth he has accumulated over these years? He is merely at the third layer of qi refinement, and his partner is utterly useless. We are both at the fourth layer. Robbing him would be effortless. Han Mao, if you truly love me, accompany me to eliminate Li Chen. This way, we can not only seize his amassed fortune, but also rid me of my inner demons. Surely, you do not wish to see me live in resentment every day?" Han Mao met Shu Chan's vengeful gaze and, after biting his lip, reluctantly nodded, internally lamenting, "Brotherly, please do not hold this against me. I do not wish to resort to this, but I cannot bear to see Sister Chan engulfed in hatred. I long to see her smile and be joyful each day." As they exited the Yin Mountain Square, Li Chen felt a surge of emotions, his thoughts drifting back 5 years. 5 years prior, he had journeyed to the Zishu Immortal sect to partake in the grand spiritual assessment, only to be rejected due to his inferior roots. Through various inquiries, Li Chen learned of a marketplace beneath the Yin Mountain range in Heishui Prefecture, a gathering place for wandering cultivators. Thus, Li Chen resolutely ventured to Yingshan Square, eager to seek his fate among the celestial beings. Before he could reach his destination, he encountered an ambush by a cultivator. Fortunately, the assailant was merely at the initial stage of qi refinement, allowing Li Chen to turn the tables with his flying dagger technique. As he lingered outside Yingshan Square, uncertain of how to enter, he encountered the enchanting Immortal Linglong. It was she who guided him into Yingshan Square and led him to the Divine Elixir Pavilion, setting him upon the path to immortality. 5 swift years later, he emerged from Yingshan Square, now a cultivator at the 5th level of qi refinement. In Li Chen's embrace, Li Chongqing surveyed his surroundings with a curious gaze. His eyes filled with wonder as he beheld the distant, undulating mountains. "Let us proceed," Li Chen remarked, a sense of nostalgia washing over him as he led his wife and child toward the north. The ancestral home of Mo Yunyu lies within the jurisdiction of Heishui Prefecture, specifically in the Qingyang County of Xuanqing, nestled on the slopes of Mount Yangjiao, situated in the northern reaches of Heishui and bordering the neighboring Qizhou. If Li Chen were alone, He could effortlessly soar through the skies on his sword, reaching Yangzhou Mountain in a matter of mere hours. However, accompanied by Mo Yunyu and Li Changxing, he lacked the ability to transport them via sword flight. The only alternative would be to procure a flying vessel. The flying vessel is a magical artifact capable of carrying a considerable number of passengers. The Wang family of Ningbi Cliff possesses such a vessel, facilitating daily commutes between various markets. For a mere 10 spirit stones, cultivators can board the Wang family's flying vessel. It was aboard this vessel that Mo Bai journeyed to the Zishu Immortal Gate, yet upon his return, he was reluctant to take the flying vessel again. Instead, while passing through Wuyun Mountain, he encountered the 3 fiends of Wuyun and was unable to return. Li Qin refrained from taking the flying boat, not due to a reluctance to part with spirit stones, but rather because the vessel did not venture into the mortal realm, confining its journeys to the bustling markets and celestial sections. After traversing a considerable distance, Li Qin halted, entrusting Li Changxing to Mo Yuni, his gaze piercing as he directed his attention toward the dense forest behind them. Mo Yuni, puzzled, inquired, "My husband, what troubles you?" Li Qin did not respond to Mo Yunyu. Gazing at the lush, verdant forest, his tone was as frigid as ice that had remained unmelted for millennia. "Come out. How long do you intend to follow us?" Upon the utterance of Li Qin's words, Mo Yunyu was struck with a chilling shock, tightly clutching Li Changxing in her arms, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, the rustling of grass by the roadside heralded the emergence of 2 figures walking side by side, Shu Chan and Han Mao. Shu Chan's countenance was one of indifference, her gaze laced with venom as it bore down upon Li Qin, her voice hoarse and somber, declaring, "Today marks your demise." Li Qin. In stark contrast to Shu Chan's impassive demeanor, Han Mao exhibited an unnatural expression, evading Li Qin's penetrating gaze. Li Qin glanced at Shu Chan and Han Mao, disregarding them, and continued, "Another friend, you may also reveal yourself now." Suddenly, a series of sharp claps resounded. "Might I inquire how you discovered my presence?" A young man clad in an expansive black robe, his visage a pallid hue and his aura suffused with a palpable sense of death, emerged from the dense thicket, tilting his head with a curious gaze fixed upon Li Qin. "What? There is another person." Shu Chan and Han Mao's eyes widened in astonishment, their pupils rapidly constricting. Li Qin observed the young man for a moment, his gaze lingering on the storage pouch and the corpse-rearing bag at his waist. This young man, judging by the fluctuations of magical energy emanating from him, possessed a cultivation level of the 6th layer of qi refinement. Li Qin secretly let out a sigh of relief and calmly inquired, "Might I ask, has Li offended the Zhao family of Yianwen Cliff in any way? Given your status and cultivation, why would you seek to eliminate a mere qi refinement 3rd layer practitioner like myself?" The young man gazed at Li Qin in astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a low voice, "You are not merely a 3rd layer qi refinement cultivator. Otherwise, you would have no chance of detecting my presence. You must possess a treasure that conceals your true cultivation level, am I correct?" Li Qin remained non-committal. This cultivator from the Zhao family is certainly no pushover. Li Qin was able to discern the identity of the individual before him due to the corpse-raising pouch that hung at his waist. The Zhao family, occupying the Yianwen Cliff, controlled a vital channel of Yin energy, which they utilized to forge and nurture a multitude of zombies and malevolent spirits. When Li Qin subtly probed the young man, the latter's lack of denial confirmed his affiliation with the Zhao clan. As for how Li Qin uncovered this, it was evident that his spiritual perception was on par with that of the Zhao cultivator, although the Zhao practitioner was at the 6th layer of qi refinement. Thus surpassing Li Qin in cultivation, Li Qin possessed an innate spiritual essence that was inherently more potent than that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, during his comprehension of the deceptive heavens technique, his spiritual perception had undergone a substantial enhancement. Despite being at the 5th layer of qi refinement, Li Qin's spiritual perception was comparable to that of a 7th layer cultivator. Now, Li Qin sought to clarify a particular matter. Why had this Zhao cultivator come to assassinate him? He recalled that he had never harbored any animosity towards the Zhao family, nor had he ever encountered this Zhao practitioner before. As for Shu Chan and Han Mao, Li Qin chose to disregard them entirely. Shu Chan had regained her cultivation at the 4th layer of qi refinement, and Han Mao was also at the same level. Thus, Li Qin felt indifferent towards their presence. "Friend Zhao, could you enlighten me as to who sent you to carry out this assassination attempt on my life?" Li Qin refrained from making arbitrary assumptions and directly inquired of the Zhao clan cultivator. Zhao Rant's visage was ashen, yet he let out a sardonic chuckle, reluctantly acknowledging the foresight of Wang Qi. Had he sent his concubines, they would likely have fallen victim to you. Although you have concealed your cultivation, you have encountered me. Youngster, it is merely unfortunate luck that befalls you, compounded by your entanglement with Wang Qi. Wang Qi, Wang Fengming. Li Chen nodded, recalling the strikingly handsome young man he had encountered earlier at Baodin Tower. So it is, he thought. Now, Li Chen was acutely aware of the identity of that captivating youth, the foremost figure of the younger generation from the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff, the esteemed young master Wang Fengming. Beside him, Xu Chan and Han Mao appeared pale, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The Zhao family of Yianwind Cliff and the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff were colossal entities that loomed above them. They simply could not fathom how Li Chun had managed to entangle himself with such formidable powers. Moreover, was not Li Chun at the third level of qi refinement? Why had that Zhao family cultivator claimed he was concealing his true prowess? Under the terrified gazes of Xu Chan and Han Mao, the pallid-faced Zhao family cultivator stepped toward Li Chen, emanating an unsettling aura of death. Zhao Ren advanced, his body cloaked in dark, ominous energy, which coalesced into a massive claw, a sinister smile gracing his features as he reached for Li Chen. Boy, it is time for you to depart. Li Chen lowered his eyelids slightly, signaling that you may now take your leave. The moment Li Chen parted his lips, a mesmerizing beam of crimson light surged forth, akin to a meteor trailing its luminous tail, resplendent and dazzling. As the gentle breeze swept through the mountains, it sent shivers down the spines of Xu Chan and Han Mao, their hearts plummeting into an abyss of ice, feeling an icy chill emanating from the depths of their souls. The Zhao family's cultivator stood rigidly in place. As the wind caressed him, he seemed weightless, collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide open, the terror of his final moments still etched upon his visage. Li Chen waved his hand, and a beam of crimson light surged from within the body of the Zhao clan cultivator, returning to Li Chen's grasp, merging into the flesh of his palm. Li Chen's visage turned ashen as he turned to face Xu Chan and Han Mao. Brotherly, please spare Sister Chan, I implore you. Han Mao's legs weakened, causing him to collapse before Li Chen, his voice trembling as he incessantly bowed his head in supplication. Li. But before Han Mao could continue his desperate pleas, Li Chen swiftly drew from his storage pouch, unleashing a crimson beam that split into two fleeting sword shadows, resulting in the swift decapitation of two large heads. Li Chen's complexion turned ashen as he turned to face Mo Yunyu and Li Changxing, forcing a gentle smile. Xiaoyu, Changxing, everything is fine. The bloodthirsty flying dagger should not be wielded lightly. Yet, Li Chen still activated the bloodthirsty flying dagger, for Mo Yunyu and Li Changxing were still behind him. He needed to swiftly conclude the battle, leaving no chance for the Zhao family's cultivators to inflict harm upon his wife and child. As for Xu Chan and Han Mao, they were not worthy of perishing beneath the bloodthirsty flying dagger. Li Chen's complexion was as pale as paper. He retrieved a blood-replenishing pill from his storage pouch and swallowed it to compensate for the depletion within him. Just moments ago, the blood-sucking flying dagger had instantaneously drained 30% of his vital essence. It is important to note that vital essence differs greatly from ordinary blood. Even though Li Chen was a fifth-layer qi refinement practitioner, he possessed only a few drops of vital essence in his body. The Zhao family cultivator, albeit a sixth-layer qi refinement practitioner, was merely a step above Li Chen in cultivation level. In truth, Li Chen could have refrained from using the blood-sucking flying dagger, as the high-level spirit talismans and golden bricks acquired from Huang Qingyo would have sufficed. Nevertheless, Li Chen resolutely activated the blood-sucking flying dagger and swiftly eliminated the Zhao family cultivator. The reason was simple. Mo Yunya and Li Changxing were behind him, and Li Chen could not allow any mishap to befall them. Upon his first activation of the blood-sucking flying dagger, Li Chen profoundly grasped the terror of this weapon. Particularly remarkable was the fact that this dagger had the capacity to grow. The moment it was unleashed, the Zhao family cultivator met his demise, his blood entirely drained. This dagger truly lived up to its name, as it required the extraction of Li Chen's own vital essence before it could be wielded, and once activated, it swiftly claimed the life of its foe while simultaneously siphoning away all their blood. Mo Yunya approached, cradling Li Changxing in her arms, her delicate face pale and tears streaming down her cheeks. Husband, are you all right? It's all my fault. If I hadn't suggested returning to the mundane world to pay respects to my parents, you wouldn't have encountered such danger. Li Chen turned his head to gaze at Mo Yunyu, gently raising his hand to wipe away her tears. With a tender smile, he said, Little Yu, it is not feasible for me to remain within the confines of Yinshan Square for all eternity, Sooner or later, I shall encounter such circumstances. This incident is not your fault, so do not burden yourself with guilt. Mo Yunyu shook her head, replying, Husband, I shall never act willfully again. In her embrace, Li Changxing shrank his head slightly. Having just witnessed Li Qin slay that Zhao family cultivator and then observed him use his flying sword to sever the heads of Shu Quan and Han Mao. This scene was profoundly shocking for the young Li Changxing, instilling a sense of fear towards his father. Li Qin glanced at his son and, with a calm demeanor, inquired, Changxing, are you feeling afraid? Li Changxing nodded gently, once more retreating into the embrace of Mo Yunyu. Li Qin's expression was cold, his tone composed. Changxing, remember the scene before you today. You may not fully comprehend it now, but it is imperative that you commit it to memory. The world of cultivation is a harsh realm. If you do not slay others, they will inevitably seek your demise. When you embark on your path to immortality, always bear in mind not to show mercy. Faced with Li Qin's stern gaze, Li Changxing felt an even deeper trepidation, yet he obediently nodded and replied, Father. Changxing will remember. In everyday life, Li Qin could be a nurturing father, but he felt it was essential to impart the brutal truths of the cultivation world to Li Changxing. Li Changxing is the eldest son of Li Qin. Despite possessing only an 8th grade spiritual root aptitude, Li Qin still harbors high hopes for his son, wishing for him not to become a weakling with a kind heart. Changxing, he said, pay heed, for I must impart a crucial lesson to you. After taking a life, remember to search the corpse and then obliterate all traces. Li Qin, through his actions, instructed Li Changxing. He stepped forward, first seizing the storage bags and corpse-rearing bags from the Zhao family's cultivators, followed by the storage bag from Shu Quan. Then, Li Chun raised his hand, and a fiery crow emerged, engulfing the 3 corpses in a blazing inferno. Li Changxing nestled in his mother's embrace, peering out with a naive and innocent gaze at Li Chun, fixated on the blazing inferno. Let us depart from here. After dealing with the corpses of the 3, Li Chun swiftly led the mother and son away from the scene. As night fell, they exited the confines of Yinshan Fong, entering the realm of mortals. In a modest town, Li Chun sought refuge in an inn. Within the guest room, he retrieved 2 storage bags and a corpse-rearing bag from his sleeves. Li Chun effortlessly opened Shu Quan's storage bag, which contained a haphazard collection of items, including around 100 spirit stones. It took him a quarter of an hour to finally unlock the storage bag belonging to the Zhao family's cultivator. Upon opening it, Li Chun gently shook his head. Although the Zhao family cultivator was somewhat more affluent than Shu Quan and Han Mao, the difference was not substantial. His storage bag held no magical artifacts. Merely a few mid-level spirit talismans, over 300 spirit stones, and an assortment of jars and bottles. Li Chun once again cast his gaze upon the corpse bag. Ultimately, the spoils he acquired were as follows. A total of 457 spiritual stones, Han Mao's low-grade magical artifact, the cold silk net. Over a dozen types of blood collected by the Zhao clan's cultivators for the purpose of nurturing zombies. And 2 zombies with cultivation equivalent to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Li Chun accepted all these items without reservation. The corpse-rearing bag from the Zhao family and the 2 zombies must be dealt with at an opportune moment. Otherwise, their presence would become a significant nuisance. Furthermore, upon returning to Yinshan Fong, he must seek an opportunity to eliminate Wang Fengming, the foremost individual among the younger generation of the Wang family. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Li Chen's eyes. Li Chen certainly has not forgotten that it was Wang Fengming who sent this Zhao family cultivator to attempt to assassinate him. In a matter of days, if the Zhao family cultivator does not return, Wang Fengming will undoubtedly harbor suspicions towards Li Chun. It remains uncertain whether he will disclose this matter to the Zhao family at Yinfeng Cliff. Should Wang Fengming choose to inform the Zhao family, even greater troubles await Li Chun. Li Chun chose not to dwell on his thoughts. He believed that whatever challenges arose, he would confront them as they came. As long as he returned to Yinshan Fong, he would be shielded by the enchanting fairy. The following day, Li Chun procured a swift steed and set forth with the mother and son of Mo Yunyu, heading directly to Yangjiao Mountain in Shuangqing County. After 5 years of immersion in the realm of cultivation, his return to the mundane world was effortless, for he had previously navigated the secular martial arts with ease. 5 days later, Li Chun arrived at Yangjiao Mountain. At the summit, there lay a small grave and a larger one beside it. The small grave was an old tomb where Mo Yunyu's mother rested in eternal slumber, while the larger one, a grave of honor, had been constructed by Mo Yunxing not long ago. Mo Yunyu knelt before the small grave, tears glistening in her eyes. "Mother, it has been a long time since I last visited you. You do not hold it against me, do you? I have a husband now and a child. My husband treats me exceptionally well, and Changsheng is obedient and understanding." As Mo Yunyu knelt before her mother's small grave, she murmured softly, recounting many things, most of which revolved around Li Chun and Li Changsheng. In the end, she turned her gaze towards the larger grave of Mo Bai, remaining silent for a moment before lighting incense and burning paper offerings. Li Changsheng stood beside Li Chen, tugging at his pant leg, gazing at their mother with innocent curiosity. Li Chen stepped forward, offering a stick of incense to his future mother-in-law, followed by another for Mo Bai. He then gently patted Mo Yunyu on the shoulder, saying, "Xiao Yu, it is time for us to depart." Meanwhile, in the secret chamber of the Baodin building in Yinshan Fong, Wang Fengming tapped his long fingers on the table, squinting his narrow eyes as he murmured to himself. "I requested Zhao Ran's intervention, believing I had set my expectations adequately high. Yet I find I have underestimated you once again. What secret do you harbor within? Otherwise, why would a figure like the Linglong fairy take such an interest in you? My esteemed ancestor often taught me that a child of 1,000 gold should not lounge in the hall. It seems my decision to refrain from direct involvement was indeed wise. Next time, I shall enlist the aid of my second uncle." In Heishui Prefecture, Shuanqing County. Within an inn, Li Chun entrusted a batch of wind and thunder talismans, fire and thunder talismans, and ice talismans to Mo Yunyu, earnestly advising, "Xiao Yu, keep these advanced talismans close. Should danger arise, do not hesitate to use them." Mo Yunyu shook her head, replying, "Husband, it would be wiser for you to retain these advanced talismans. We are in the mundane world, not the realm of cultivation. Regardless, I am a practitioner myself, and I shan't encounter peril." "Better safe than sorry," Li Chen countered. "Moreover, Changsheng is in your care. You must consider his well-being as well. Take them, and keep them safe." Li Chen forcefully placed the advanced spirit talisman into Mo Yunyu's hand, leaving her no room for refusal. Although they found themselves in the mundane world, it did not preclude the possibility of danger for Mo Yunyu. After all, Li Chen himself had once slayed a nascent Qi practitioner while merely immortal. Mo Yunyu's timid disposition rendered her ill-equipped for magical duels or combat. Thus, Li Chen felt uneasy without providing her with some means of protection. Were it not for the fact that Mo Yunyu had only reached the third layer of Qi refinement and was unable to refine or wield magical instruments, Li Chen would have even considered entrusting her with the mixed iron shield and the cold silk net. On the bed, Li Changsheng groggily opened his eyes and murmured, "Father, where are you going?" Li Chen gazed at his son and softly explained, "Father has gone out to attend to some matters, but shall return shortly. Changsheng and your mother will remain here to wait for me. Do not wander off, and be sure to listen to your mother, do you understand?" Li Changsheng nodded obediently. Li Chun had nothing further to convey as he stepped out the door. Mo Yunyu followed him, hesitating for a moment before softly speaking, "Husband, take care in all matters." Li Chen nodded, departing from Shuanqing County. Upon reaching a secluded area outside the city, he retrieved the crimson-edged sword from his storage bag, transforming it into a streak of light as it soared towards the north. Shuanqing County lies in the northern part of Heishui Prefecture, bordering Qingzhou. Li Chen resolved to take a journey to the Qingafang market in Qizhou, intending to dispose of the corpse bags belonging to the Zhao clan's cultivators and to manage the zombies, as well as to procure various resources. Within the realm of cultivation in the Yin Kingdom, there exist several prominent markets, namely the Yingshan Market in Heishui Prefecture, the Nanshan Market in Yunzhou, the Taihu Market in Pingzhou, the Qinghe Market in Qingzhou, and the Shilin Market in Dingzhou. Each of these markets is established upon second-tier spiritual veins, drawing together a substantial number of wandering cultivators from the Yin Kingdom's cultivation community. Li Chen soared northward along the pristine waters of the Qingshui River. Within the borders of Qingzhou, this river meanders southward into Heishui Prefecture, where it converges with the Heishui River. Along a certain stretch of the Qingshui River lies a vital water vein, around which several prominent immortal cultivation families of Qingzhou established the bustling market of Qingafang. Flying with a sword, his velocity far surpassed that of horseback travel. After half a day, Li Chun descended upon a section of the river enveloped in thick mist. This mist, conjured by an illusionary array, served as a boundary between the mortal realm and the celestial, with such enchantments typically guarding the entrances of every market, preventing unwitting mortals from straying within. Li Chun was no longer a novice in the realm of cultivation. He possessed a considerable understanding of its intricacies. Without hesitation, He formed a series of hand seals and strode confidently into the thick mist. This time, clad in an oversized black robe and donning a monkey-faced mask akin to Huang Qingya, he chose not to conceal his cultivation level with the art of deception. This was not the Yingshan district, and there were no acquaintances here. Thus, Li Chun felt free to reveal his true strength. Concealing one's cultivation has its advantages and disadvantages. The former allows one to be underestimated by adversaries, catching them off guard. The latter, however, can lead to unfavorable perceptions from other cultivators if one appears too weak. Beyond the mist lay a new realm. The Clearwater River flowed majestically, its banks lined with a multitude of low-lying structures, which formed a continuous expanse, delineating various zones. Li Chun glanced and immediately comprehended the situation. The thatched roof houses belonged to a shanty town, while the lofted shops represented the interests of various factions. Additionally, there was a designated area for itinerant practitioners to set up their stalls. The layout of Qingafang and Yingshanfang was largely similar, with the sole distinction being that the caverns in Qingafang were constructed beneath the water's surface, rather than on the shore. Li Chun did not venture into the area where the scattered cultivators set up their stalls. Instead, he made a beeline for the commercial district. Purchasing items from the scattered cultivators' booths often led to deceit. However, the shops within the commercial district were markedly different, possessing a degree of credibility. In the commercial district, Li Chun beheld the Celestial Maiden Tower as well as the Treasure Pavilion. The Treasure Pavilion on Qinghe Lane was also an establishment of the Purple Void Immortal sect. What would the esteemed senior like to purchase? In the Treasure Pavilion, Li Chun was attended by a maid of the second level of Qi refinement, who, undeterred by his attire, sensed the formidable aura of magical power radiating from him and addressed him with utmost respect as senior. Li Chun cast a glance at the maid, his voice low and hoarse, stating that he wished to acquire a body refining technique, in addition to procuring 2 magical artifacts and a number of spiritual herbs. Li Chun arrived at Qingafang with a purpose. The handling of the corpse-raising bags and the 2 zombies was merely secondary. His primary objective was to procure a body refining technique. The cost of activating the blood-biting flying daggers was too great. Li Chun deemed it essential to acquire a body refining technique to enhance his physical constitution and bolster his vital energy. After cultivating this technique, the potential repercussions of wielding the blood-devouring flying daggers may be mitigated in the future. Furthermore, Li Chun intended to procure 2 intermediate magical artifacts, as well as the primary ingredients required for concocting both the essence-enhancing pill and the yellow bud pill. In Li Chun's possession, the low-grade magical artifacts include the Chiefing Sword, the Mixed Iron Shield, and the Cold Silk Net, while his top-tier artifact is the Golden Brick. However, he regards the power of the low-grade artifacts with a certain disdain. The energy expenditure required to activate the Golden Brick is excessively burdensome, even though he has attained the 5th level of Qi refinement. Utilizing the Golden Brick twice nearly depletes his entire reservoir of spiritual energy. Hence, he feels the necessity to acquire 2 mid-grade artifacts. The same applies to spiritual herbs. Within the Divine Elixir Pavilion's herbal garden, the spiritual herbs are not available for unlimited harvest. They follow a growth cycle. Over the past few years, Li Chun has increasingly sensed that the spiritual herbs cultivated in the pavilion are becoming insufficient. If he were to purchase spiritual herbs from Qinghe Fang, any herbs bought out of his own pocket would naturally yield elixirs that belong solely to him. The maid's eyes brightened, and her expression grew more respectful as she said, "Please wait a moment, esteemed senior. I shall inform the person in charge." Li Chun nodded and took a seat to the side. Such a substantial business matter was evidently beyond the purview of this maid. The principal of the Baibao building had to be summoned. After a brief interval, the head of the Baibao building, stationed at Qinghe Fang, emerged. He was a robust, middle-aged man, clad in the standard robe of the Zishu sect, with a glowing countenance. "Fellow cultivator," he introduced himself, "I am Xie Xian, the head of the Baibao building. Please, let us ascend and discuss the details." Li Chun nodded, clasping his hands in salute, his voice low and hoarse, acknowledging, "I have met fellow Daoist Xie." Ascending to the second floor, Xie Xian invited Li Chun to take a seat and instructed a maid to present spiritual tea. With a cheerful smile, he inquired of Li Chun, "I have heard that you seek to purchase a cultivation technique for body refinement, as well as magical artifacts and spiritual herbs?" "Indeed," Li Chun affirmed. Li Chun's true visage is concealed beneath a monkey-faced mask. His voice, cold and aged, betrays a taciturn demeanor. Xie Xian refrained from intrusively probing Li Chun's genuine appearance with his spiritual perception. He maintained his smile, pondering what prerequisites a friend might have for body refinement techniques. There were no specific grade requirements. Ideally, the method should augment vitality and blood essence. Li Qin was acutely aware that the treasure pavilion would never offer high-level cultivation techniques for sale. In the realm of cultivation, the methods available for purchase were predominantly low-level. High-level techniques were seldom displayed for sale. To acquire such advanced methods, one would need to be a direct descendant of a cultivation family or to join a sect as a true disciple. Naturally, there were also fortunate individuals who explored the ruins of their predecessors and obtained the legacies of esteemed masters. Presently, aside from the heavenly deception technique, the methods Li Qin practiced were all commonplace in the world of cultivation. Upon hearing Li Qin's request, Xia Xian pondered for a moment before gently shaking his head. In the cultivation world, body cultivation was inherently rare, and while the treasure pavilion possessed a body refinement technique, it did not enhance one's vitality. Did the treasure pavilion truly lack a body refinement method capable of augmenting one's vitality? Li Qin was not surprised by Xia Xian's response. In the cultivation realm, where magic cultivation was predominant, body cultivation was indeed scarce, resulting in a dearth of body refinement techniques. Just as Li Qin was about to speak, Xia Xian shifted the conversation, cheerfully stating that although the treasure pavilion did not have a body refinement method to enhance vitality, he possessed a technique that might align with Li Qin's needs. Li Qin was taken aback internally, yet maintained an impassive demeanor. He said, "Friend Xia, do not hesitate to bring it forth for me to examine." Xia Xian nodded, patted his storage bag, and presented a blood-red jade slip before Li Qin. Li Qin observed the blood jade slip for a moment before pressing it against his forehead to decipher its contents. This is not a method for refining the body. It is a sinister technique of the demonic path. Moments later, Li Qin's eyes flew open, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. Xia Xian gazed at Li Qin with a knowing smile, affirming that indeed, this was a technique of the demonic path, acquired by Xia in his early years after vanquishing a practitioner of dark arts. So what do you think? Does this technique meet your needs, my friend? Li Qin gazed at the rotund monk before him, and he couldn't shake the feeling that a vivid crimson aura seemed to envelop his figure. Though it might have been merely an illusion, Li Qin remained silent, utterly dismissing Xia Xian's assertions. Although the jade slip presented by Xia Xian contained only the introduction to a technique, Li Qin was certain that it was an exceptionally profound dark magic method. The Blood God technique, with its mere title and preamble, had already left Li Qin in awe. There was no denying that once mastered, this Blood God technique would enable the unrestricted manipulation of the blood-devouring flying daggers, creating an unparalleled synergy between the two. How many spirit stones? Li Qin's voice was hoarse, his throat parched, and within him echoed countless voices urging him to acquire the Blood God technique. Despite being fully aware of the dubious nature of Xia Xian and the questionable legitimacy of the Blood God technique he offered, Li Qin found himself unable to resist the allure of temptation. If my fellow cultivator truly desires it, a mere 1,000 spirit stones will suffice. Li Qin's eyes sparkled with uncertainty as he pondered the inadequacy of spirit stones in his possession. Might your esteemed establishment be interested in purchasing spiritual items and materials? He inquired. Xia Xian maintained his smile, replying, "Certainly." Li Qin retrieved a corpse-raising bag from his sleeve and placed it before Xia Xian. Xia Xian cast a meaningful glance at Li Qin, accepted the bag, and slowly spoke. 2 zombies at the 5th level of Qi refinement are worth 600 spirit stones. What are your thoughts, my friend? Li Qin nodded. All right. After selling the corpse-rearing bags and 2 zombies, he produced 400 spiritual stones and handed them to Xia Xian. Xia Xian took the blood-quality jade slip, performed a spell to unlock its restrictions, and then presented it to Li Qin, saying, "This Blood God technique is now yours." My friend. Li Qin took the jade slip and, upon a cursory glance, furrowed his brow slightly. Why are there only the first 3 layers? Xia Xian replied with a smile. If there were additional content, would you be able to afford it, my friend? Upon hearing this, Li Qin felt that it indeed made sense. According to the introductory descriptions of the Blood God technique, practicing this art allows one to seize the blood of living beings to enhance oneself, refining it into one's own essence, and further advancing one's cultivation. When mastered to a profound level, the Blood God technique can even evolve into a vast sea of blood, enabling the creation of a Blood God avatar. However, Xia Xian had only provided the first 3 levels of this technique, and one could only reach the pinnacle of Qi refinement, with no further methods beyond that point. Li Qin exchanged few words with Xia Xian, took the blood essence jade slip, and turned to leave, extinguishing any thoughts of purchasing magical artifacts or spiritual herbs. Safe travels, my friend, Xie Xian said, remaining seated, a smile gracing his face as he watched Li Chen depart. Once Li Chen exited the treasure pavilion, Xie Xian's gaze deepened, a tinge of crimson flickering in his eyes. He chuckled softly. Yet another fish had taken the bait, and 1,000 spirit stones were gained effortlessly. As long as you cultivate the blood god technique, you shall never escape my grasp. Li Chen exited the treasure pavilion and circled around Qingafang twice before cautiously departing from the bustling market. Upon leaving Qingafang, he promptly drew his flying sword, transforming it into a streak of light as he swiftly made his escape. After half a day, Li Chen left Qizhou and returned to Heshui Prefecture, where he finally brought his sword to a halt, descending to the riverbank with a long exhale of pent-up breath. He realized he had been overly sensitive. Xie Xian had not followed him, nor was there anyone attempting to assassinate him. Seated on a by the riverside, Li Chen began to contemplate his recent encounter with Xie Xian and the blood god technique. Xie Xian was the steward of the treasure pavilion and a disciple of the Zishu sect. How could he possess the blood god technique? Could it be that he acquired it after slaying practitioners of the demonic path? And what of this blood god technique? Li Chen was certain that the blood god technique was an extraordinarily profound sorcerous skill, of which he had only acquired the foundational content related to qi refining. So, should he pursue the practice of this blood god technique? It was not that Li Chen harbored an aversion to sorcerous skills. Rather, he was uncertain whether the blood god technique concealed any pitfalls. Given his current perspective, even if there were indeed traps embedded within, he would be unable to discern them. The clear waters of the river surged with a vigorous flow, and Li Chen's thoughts cascaded like the currents. Ultimately, he lifted his head, exhaling a breath of turbid air, and his gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. The blood god technique was a path he could not tread. Setting aside the question of whether the technique held any treachery, even in the absence of such, it remained an unwise pursuit. Should he embark on the path of the blood god technique, embracing a life of slaughter and bloodshed, he would essentially be embarking on a road of no return. Indeed, while the speed of cultivation with the blood god technique was undeniable, it came with considerable drawbacks. Those whose minds were not steadfast, upon becoming practitioners of the dark arts, would likely face grim fates. In the realm of cultivation, every notable figure within the sorcerous domain was characterized by immense wisdom, tenacity, and fortune. The lower-tier sorcerers were merely fodder for the higher-tier practitioners. Take the blood god technique, for instance. Once one tasted the exhilaration of rapid ascendance through murder and bloodshed, would they ever revert to methodical cultivation? Li Chen had no desire to become a pariah hunted by all in the world of cultivation. Were it not for his system, his wife, and his child, he would have unhesitatingly embraced the blood god technique, even at the cost of becoming a reviled fiend. However, he possessed a system that could enhance his spiritual root aptitude. There were profound cultivation methods accessible through the system, rendering the perilous pursuit of the blood god technique unnecessary. Furthermore, he was a man of family. Should his practice of the blood god technique be exposed, it would inevitably jeopardize the safety of his wife and child. Li Chen pondered deeply and ultimately resolved not to pursue the blood god technique, choosing instead to regard its existence as null. Just moments ago, he felt as though he were ensnared by a malevolent force, his mind besieged by myriad voices tempting him to delve into this arcane and sinister practice. Li Chen was acutely aware that after witnessing the blood god technique, his inner demons had been stirred. Merely observing the blood god technique could evoke such malevolent thoughts. Indeed, the practices of the demonic path were truly insidious. The perils of the cultivation realm were omnipresent, and Li Chen's understanding of its dangers deepened significantly. Overcoming his inner turmoil undoubtedly subjected his Tao heart to yet another trial and refinement, subtly enhancing his spiritual awareness. By the riverbank, Li Chen rose, a lingering sense of trepidation enveloping him. His visit to Qinghafang was solely intended to acquire a body-refining technique to bolster his vitality. Yet he had nearly succumbed to temptation. Who exactly was that Xie Xian? Was he truly a disciple of the Zishu sect? Li Chen felt a question arise within his heart, committing the name of the cultivator, Xie Xian, to memory. Just as Li Chen was about to depart, a young maiden soared towards him from a distance, her expression fraught with urgency as she called out, "Please, esteemed immortal, hold your steps." Li Chen turned around, his expression tranquil as he assessed the young maiden before him. She was a chivalrous woman of the secular world, possessing remarkable agility. The girl soared towards him, swiftly arriving at his side. Appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age, her chest rose and fell with intensity as she respectfully spoke. I am Ning Hongxiu, here to pay my respects to the immortal master. Li Chun, clad in a black robe and donning a monkey-faced mask, inquired with a tranquil tone. Have you been following me all this way? The young girl looked up, revealing a countenance that Li Chun faintly recognized, as if he had encountered her somewhere before. Upon witnessing a flash of sword light in the sky, Hongxiu realized she had encountered an immortal master, prompting her to pursue him relentlessly. Li Chun gazed at the young maiden before him, observing her for a moment before softly inquiring, Might I ask who the esteemed Master Kaishan is to you? The girl widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at the figure shrouded in a black robe. Do you, revered immortal master, know my father? Li Chun slowly removed his mask, for the esteemed leader Ning had once extended his gracious support to him. The girl gazed intently at Li Chun, her delicate, rosy lips parting in astonishment. And she exclaimed joyfully, Little Li Flying Dagger, it truly is you. Big brotherly, it is I, Hongxiu. As he beheld the girl before him, Li Chun felt a twitch in his cheek, recalling the painful memories of the past. Before entering the realm of cultivation, Li Chun had navigated the mundane world, carving his path to the pinnacle of the secular martial arts, earning accolades as a prodigy not seen in a century. In his earlier days within the martial world, Li Chun had even acquired a renowned moniker, Little Li Flying Dagger. Li Chun could almost ascertain that the young maiden before him was indeed the daughter of the esteemed Ning. In this lifetime, Li Chun had originally been a virtuous scion of a humble farming family in Funyo Town, Pingshan County, under the jurisdiction of Heishui Prefecture. Upon his birth, his mother tragically perished during childbirth. By the time he reached the tender age of 5, his father, worn down by toil, succumbed to illness, leaving him to sell the meager family land and venture to Yanggu County, where he joined a faction known as the Sanha Gang, thus becoming a disciple of the gang. The Sanha Gang was a prominent force in Yanggu County, founded by 3 martial heroes united in brotherhood. Ningji served as the illustrious leader of this gang. In his youth, Li Chun frequently received the patronage of Ningji, who held him in high regard and had even proposed several times to betroth his daughter to Li Chun. As he gazed upon the maiden before him, her figure gradually began to coalesce with the image of that snot-nosed child from years past. Li Chun recalled that he had encountered Ning Hongxiu once before. It was in the year when he was 14 and she merely 6, affectionately nicknamed Xiu'er. Back then, Ning Hongxiu was a mischievous little rascal. But now she stood before him as a graceful and poised heroine. Brotherly, it truly is you, she exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. My father said you had sought immortality, and I never imagined you would indeed become a master of the celestial arts. Her cheeks flushed with exhilaration, taking on a rosy hue. Li Chun, in high spirits, approached the young girl with a warm smile, inquiring gently, Hongxiu, how is Master Ning faring now? Not well, replied Ning Hongxiu, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She threw herself into Li Chun's embrace, and as if unbidden, small pearls of sorrow cascaded down her cheeks. Choking back her emotions, she lamented, Brotherly, had you not left Yanggu County in search of immortality, my father would have bequeathed the Sanha Gang to you. You would have been the leader of the Sanha Gang, and my father would not have met such a tragic end. Li Chun furrowed his brow slightly. Hongxiu, what on earth is happening? Ning Hongxiu raised her gaze, revealing a profound hatred in her eyes. 6 years ago, after you, Brotherly, departed from Yanggu County, the balance of power was lost, and Dugu Ying's arrogance began to swell. He first murdered Uncle Wang, and then coerced my father into surrendering his authority. Naturally, my father refused to relinquish his power within the gang, leading to a fierce conflict that split the Sanha Gang in two. 2 years ago, Dugu Ying perfected his eagle claw divine skill and came to our home, mercilessly slaughtering my entire family. In a desperate bid to protect me and escape Yanggu County, my father's loyal subordinates were all lost. Now, Dugu Ying reigns supreme in Yanggu County, having renamed the former Sanha Gang to the Tianyuan Gang, establishing himself as the martial arts overlord of the region. For the past 2 years, I have been fending off assassins sent by Dugu Ying. Today, I intended to leave Heishui Prefecture for Qingzhou, but upon witnessing a flash of sword light in the sky, I pursued it, hoping to seek the Immortal's assistance in avenging my family. Brotherly, I never imagined that the Immortal would be you. Li Chun has come to comprehend the sequence of events. The Sanha Gang is led by 3 chieftains, the Grand Chief Ningji, the second Chief Dugu Ying, and the third Chief Wang Tianhao. Li Chun had not anticipated the myriad of events that had transpired in Yanggu County during his 5 years in the realm of cultivation. Casting a glance at the tearful young woman in his embrace, he gently patted her shoulder. Hongxiu, please refrain from crying for now. We shall return to Yanggu County. Ning Hongxiu nodded earnestly, her teeth clenched. Brotherly, I shall reduce Du Guing to ashes. Very well, let us ensure his utter destruction. Thus, Li Chun guided the young woman along the river, making their way swiftly towards the city of Yanggu County. Years prior, Li Chun had received kindness from the leader of the Ning clan. Now, upon encountering Ning Hongxiu and learning of the tragedy that had befallen her clan leader, he felt compelled to intervene. Although Ning Hongxiu was but a mortal, her martial prowess was commendable and her agility was exceptional. Hence, as they journeyed together, their pace was brisk. 3 days later, Li Chun and Ning Hongxiu arrived at the outskirts of Yanggu County, gazing at the familiar yet foreign city gates. A wistful nostalgia filled his eyes. 6 years ago, he had resolutely stepped through these gates, embarking on his journey to the Zishu Immortal sect to partake in the spirit testing ceremony. Now, upon his return, he found that everything had changed. Li Chun was acutely aware that he had become estranged from the mundane world. As time progressed, the acquaintances of his former life would inevitably wither and fade, transforming into dust and desolate graves. Elder brother Li, the city is rife with the watchful eyes of the solitary eagle. Should we disguise ourselves? At the city gate, Ning Hongxiu was filled with fervor, her grip on the hilt of her sword tightening to the point where her knuckles turned a shade of blue from the exertion. Li Chun shook his head, declaring, no need. He proceeded directly to seek out Du Guing. Ning Hongxiu nodded in agreement, and the two entered the city. Upon their arrival, Li Chun sensed numerous prying eyes upon them, yet he paid them no heed. On the streets of Yanggu County, a group of individuals from the martial world gazed at the two figures, whispering amongst themselves. Is that the killing star? Indeed, it must be him. Who could mistake it? They were astonished that after 6 years of silence, he had returned. With the return of this killing star to Yanggu County, bloodshed would surely ensue at the Tianyuan gang today. Come, let us follow and observe. Esteemed elders, who exactly is he? Is he renowned? I do not recognize him. Youngster, you are but a novice in the martial world. You have not encountered him before. But surely, you have heard of the illustrious Xiao Li Fei Dao? Hiss. Is he truly the one whose blade always draws blood, the one who never misses, the legendary Xiao Li Fei Dao? At the Tianyuan gang in the Grand Hall, the leader Du Guing was hosting a banquet for various hall leaders, with fine wine and exquisite dishes accompanied by enchanting music and dance. Du Guing, seated at the head of the table, surveyed his surroundings with a look of satisfaction. His current esteemed position was hard-won, just as Du Guing reveled in his triumph. A flustered figure burst into the banquet, exclaiming, Leader, it is terrible. He has returned. He has come back with Ning Hongxiu. Du Guing furrowed his brow and sternly rebuked. Brother Chu, you are a figure of some renown in the martial world. Who could instill such fear in you? Confronted by Du Guing's reproach, the pale scholar Chu Yulin swallowed hard and stammered, It is Li Chun. Li Chun has returned. What? Du Guing sprang to his feet, a hint of panic evident in his eyes. In the hall, the leaders of the Tianyuan gang found themselves at a loss, their wine cups slipping from their hands. Faces ashen with fear, the once vanished Xiao Li Fei Dao had suddenly returned, and alongside Ning Hongxiu, no less. Surely, he was here to exact vengeance for Ning's leader. What shall we do now? Let us first assess the situation. Though Xiao Li Fei Dao is indeed formidable, we are many. Does he possess an abundance of flying daggers? As whispers filled the air, Du Guing gradually regained his composure, sneering as he spoke. What if Li Chun has returned? This leader's skills have long since reached their zenith. I shall see for myself if the legendary Xiao Li Fei Dao can truly be withstood. Come, let us confront this Xiao Li Fei Dao. Ah, the eldest young lady, who held a grudge against the leader, pleaded, It is the leader who bears enmity towards you. We mere underlings have no quarrel. Spare us. In the expansive grounds of the Tianyuan gang, Ning Hongxiu's fair face was frosty, wielding a finely crafted iron sword. As the blade danced through the air, it left a trail of severed limbs and shattered bones, filling Li Chun's ears with the anguished cries of the fallen. Li Chun followed closely behind Ning Hongxiu, ascending the bloodstained staircase step by step. At the summit of the staircase stood a grand hall. In front of the hall, a group of martial arts elites from Yanggu County awaited them. At the forefront was a tall and lean middle-aged man, whose gaze was cold and piercing as he regarded the approaching pair. Ning Hongxiu led the way, clearing a path for Li Chun. Upon reaching the top of the staircase, She paused, stepping aside to look at Li Chen. She was confident in her ability to handle the minions of the Tianyuan gang. But the formidable Du Guing was a challenge best left to her brother Li, who had now ascended to the status of an immortal master. Li Chen approached the front of the hall, gazing up at the plaque that hung above from a distance of more than 10 meters. Once, this grand hall was known as the Hall of Unity. Now, it bears the name of the Supreme Hall. Observing the young man clad in a black robe, his countenance stern, Du Guing's eyes narrowed with intensity as he spoke in a deep voice. Welcome back to the Tianyuan gang, my dear brother Li. Li Chen cast a sidelong glance, his tone tranquil, observing each of you brandishing your blades, which hardly resembled a warm welcome. On the gaunt visage of Du Guing, a faint, insincere smile emerged. Then we shall see what brings you back, dearly. If it is merely for a visit, our leader would certainly extend a warm welcome. However, should you have come seeking trouble, do reveal your weapons. I am quite curious to ascertain whether the legendary Little Li flying dagger can indeed be intercepted by no one. Li Chen disregarded Du Guing, his gaze sweeping over the familiar faces before turning towards Ning Hongxiu. Hongxiu, among those present, who warrants death and who deserves to be spared. Ning Hongxiu's expression was frigid. All those gathered here must perish. Li Chen nodded gently. Thus, all shall perish. Arrogant. Li Chen, you remain as ever, unabashedly presumptuous, truly believing yourself invincible in this world? Even though the Little Li flying dagger never misses its mark, can you truly wield so many daggers against us, with all our numbers? The dialogue between Li Chen and Ning Hongxiu provoked the ire of the leaders of various factions, who glared at Li Chen in anger, denouncing him as audacious. Was he truly audacious? In his youth, Li Chen traversed the martial world without a single defeat, undeniably exhibiting arrogance. However, after entering the realm of cultivation, he tempered his hubris. The present Li Chen is no longer the brazen youth or a martial arts overlord. He has become a fledgling practitioner of the Qi refining stage, treading cautiously along the path of immortality, advancing with trepidation. As he gazed upon a group of old acquaintances, Li Chen's expression remained serene as he raised his hand. Upon raising his hand, a colossal crimson palm began to coalesce, casting a shadow over the group of martial arts dignitaries from Yanggu County. Witnessing this immense crimson hand, the martial magnates trembled, their hearts filled with an inexplicable dread. What kind of martial art is this? It is the transformation of spirit hand. Though not a conventional martial technique, Li Chen spoke softly, his raised palm gently pressing down, the enormous crimson hand following suit. Boom! The earth trembled. Under the terrified gazes of a crowd of Tianyuan gang minions and curious martial artists, the Supreme Hall collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending plumes of dust soaring into the air. As the dust settled, the formidable figure of Du Guing, the martial arts overlord of Yanggu County, had vanished. Along with the prominent leaders of the Tianyuan gang, the sky had fallen upon Yanggu County. In the open area below, some martial artists stood with vacant eyes, murmuring in disbelief. Ning Hongxiu stared blankly at the ruins of the hall, and soon regained her composure, rushing towards the debris. She began to clear away the shattered stones, retrieving Du Guing's lifeless body from the wreckage. 1 sword strike, 2 sword strikes, 3 sword strikes. Ning Hongxiu, driven by madness, relentlessly hacked at Du Guing's corpse with her iron sword. Below, the minions of the Tianyuan gang scattered in panic, while the onlookers remained silent, as if frozen in fear. Clatter. After a long while, Ning Hongxiu's sword clattered to the ground. She turned to face Li Chen, collapsing into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Li Chen gently patted the girl on the back, softly reassuring her. Hongxiu, do not weep, all has passed. Ning Hongxiu looked up, wiping away her tears, her eyes still red, and said, Big brother Li, thank you. Li Chen shook his head. Master Ning had supported him on numerous occasions. Now that he was aware of this matter, it was only right for him to seek vengeance on his behalf. Hongxiu, you have avenged your great grievance. What are your plans now? Ning Hongxiu gazed intently at Li Chen, unabashed, and spoke candidly. Brother Li, I have no other plans. I wish to marry you. Li Chen waved his hand. Hongxiu, there is no need for such formalities. I have come here to avenge Master Ning, who has supported me on numerous occasions. I seek no gratitude from you. Ning Hongxiu gazed at Li Chen with clear eyes, yet she replied, But my father has said that I am to be wed to you. Li Chen chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Noticing his silence, Ning Hongxiu grew anxious. Big brother Li, my desire to marry you is not merely a consequence of my father's words. It is a genuine wish from my heart. You cannot fathom how long I have harbored feelings for you since childhood. When you suddenly vanished, I incessantly pestered my father for answers. And only after much persistence did he reveal that you had embarked on a quest for immortality. You cannot imagine the sorrow I endured during that time. Big brotherly, please, take Hongxiu as your bride. Beneath the setting sun, amidst the ruins and surrounded by pools of blood, the young girl gazed intently at Li Chun, her expression earnest as she boldly confessed her innermost feelings. Li Chun furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding to the young girl with a solemn tone. Hongxiu, I already have a wife and children. Ning Hongxiu grasped the sleeve of Li Chun's garment, unwilling to let go. I do not care. Meeting her earnest gaze, Li Chun gently urged, Hongxiu, you understand that I have embarked on the path of immortality. The realms of the immortal and mortal are distinct. We are no longer beings of the same world. Ning Hongxiu's eyes shone with determination, refusing to concede. Then take me with you on the path of immortality. Li Chun, feeling helpless, could only explain earnestly, Hongxiu, cultivating immortality requires a spiritual root. Without a spiritual root, one cannot embark on the path of immortality. Among multitudes of mortals, only a single individual may possess such a root. How can you be certain that I lack a spiritual root? In an effort to dissuade the young girl, Li Chun retrieved a spiritual testing plate from his storage bag and placed his palm upon it. The plate would sense one's spiritual root aptitude. If one possessed a spiritual root, the plate would emit a radiant glow. Conversely, if there was no reaction, it would confirm the absence of a spiritual root. This testing plate had been prepared for Li Changsheng. And although Li Chun was aware that Li Changsheng possessed an 8th grade with spiritual root, formalities had to be observed. He never anticipated that this testing plate would be utilized on Ning Hongxiu. The question of whether Ning Hongxiu might possess a spiritual root had not crossed Li Chun's mind, as it was exceedingly rare for a mortal to be endowed with such a gift. Ning Hongxiu gazed at the spiritual testing plate with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation before placing her palm upon it. In the next moment, the plate burst forth with a golden radiance, not overwhelmingly bright, yet significantly more luminous than the glow emitted during Li Chun's own assessment of his spiritual root. A 6th grade gold spiritual root. To his astonishment, she truly possessed a spiritual root. Li Chun gazed at the young girl, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Ning Hongxiu's delicate face broke into a joyous smile, brimming with excitement. It glows, it glows. Brotherly, this jade plate has illuminated. May I take it as a sign that I can marry you? On the bustling streets of Xuanqing County. With a candied hawthorn skewer in one hand and tugging at Li Chun's sleeve with the other, Ning Hongxiu inquired anxiously, brotherly, do you think Sister Imo will accept me? And will the Changsheng society harbor any disdain for me? Li Chun turned his head and replied with a gentle smile. Rest assured, Xiaoyu has a gentle disposition. She will not treat you poorly. Changsheng is quite understanding as well. As long as you present him with a sugar-coated hawthorn stick, he will take a liking to you. Despite Li Chun's comforting words, Ning Hongxiu felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, she was about to meet Li Chun's first wife and son. In the realm of cultivation, there exists no distinction between primary and secondary spouses. Only the terms Dao partner, concubine, and maid are recognized. As for whether Mo Yunyu would accept Ning Hongxiu, Li Chun believed she would. In front of the inn, Mo Yunyu held the hand of Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng gazed curiously at the bustling crowd on the street when suddenly, his eyes sparkled with recognition. Mother, it is father. He has returned. Mo Yunyu followed the direction of Li Changsheng's finger and indeed spotted her husband. However, she noticed that a valiant young lady was accompanying him, and their demeanor suggested a close intimacy. Li Chun and Ning Hongxiu had arrived at the entrance of the inn. He turned to Mo Yunyu and gently inquired, Little Rain, have you encountered any troubles these past few days? Mo Yunyu softly shook her head, her gaze tender as she looked at Li Chun. Husband, Longsheng and I have been staying at the inn these days, and we haven't faced any difficulties. Daddy, who is this beautiful sister? Li Changsheng felt overlooked. He clutched the hem of Li Chun's trousers and shook it vigorously, striving to capture Li Chun's attention. Li Chun bent down and lifted Li Changsheng into his arms. Changsheng, this is your Aunt Hongxiu. Quickly, call for someone. Li Changsheng gazed at Ning Hongxiu with an innocent and pure expression. Aunt, hello. Ning Hongxiu finally felt her heart at ease and handed the candied hawthorn skewers to Li Changsheng. You are such a good boy. This is a gift from your aunt. Li Changsheng did not accept it, but instead looked up at Li Chun. Upon seeing Li Chun nodding with a smile, he finally took the candied hawthorn from Ning Hongxiu's hand and attempted to lick it. Immediately, Li Changsheng's eyes brightened. Father, what is this? This is candied hawthorn. If Changxing likes it, we can have Aunt Hongxiu buy you some more. Changxing, would you like to go play for a while with Aunt Hongxiu? Li Chen offered an explanation, seeking his son's opinion. Li Changsheng gazed at Ning Hongxiu, his innocent and untainted eyes revealing a hint of contemplation, before he nodded earnestly. Li Chen entrusted Li Changxing to Ning Hongxiu. Hongxiu, please take Changxing to the city for a while. Ning Hongxiu nodded and led Li Changxing away. Once they departed, Li Chen turned to Mo Yunyu and spoke softly. Xiao Yu, Hongxiu is an old acquaintance of mine from the mortal realm. This time, my husband. There is no need for explanations, Mo Yunyu gently interjected, her gaze softening as she looked at Li Chen. As long as you cherish her, you may bring her back. Even if you wish for that young lady Hongxiu to take on a significant role, I harbor no grievances. Li Chen scratched his head, realizing that the words he had prepared were unnecessary. Mo Yunyu remained the same Mo Yunyu. Even now, while she was understanding and empathetic, the innate humility and timidity within her had yet to dissipate. Li Chen embraced Mo Yunyu, for in the realm of cultivation, there exists no distinction between a primary wife and a secondary one. Both you and Hongxiu are my partners on this path, without hierarchy. Mo Yunyu tilted her head and softly spoke. Husband, let us have another child. Li Chen shook his head and calmly refused, saying, No, it is not feasible. If you wish to have a child, what of your cultivation? Mo Yunyu had already given birth to Li Changxing for Li Chen, which was more than sufficient. Li Chen has no intention of continuing to have children with Mo Yunyu. Mo Yunyu possesses a 9th grade spiritual root, while Li Chen currently has an 8th grade spiritual root. Should they conceive another child, it is likely that the offspring would inherit either an 8th grade or a 9th grade spiritual root. Why does Li Chen seek a partner with a high spiritual root aptitude? It is merely because he desires to bear offspring endowed with superior spiritual roots, thereby enhancing his own spiritual qualities. Without the system, Li Chen would not even contemplate finding a partner, let alone having children. He has never been a lecherous individual. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Li Chen nodded affirmatively, solidifying his conviction. He was not a man easily ensnared by the allure of women. An hour later, Ning Hongxiu returned with Li Changxing in tow. In Li Changxing's hands, there was an additional packet of snacks, along with 2 small toys. Mo Yunyu approached with a gentle smile, inquiring softly of Ning Hongxiu, Sister Hongxiu, has Changxing been mischievous? Ning Hongxiu appeared somewhat flustered and restrained, repeatedly shaking her head. Sister Mo, Changxing is very well behaved, not mischievous at all. Li Chen lifted Li Changxing into his arms. My son, it is time for us to return home. That day, Li Chen procured 2 swift steeds and set forth towards Yin Mountain Square, accompanied by Mo Yunyu and her child, as well as Ning Hongxiu. This journey had already consumed a considerable amount of time. The mundane world differs significantly from Yin Mountain Square. In the realm of mortals, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth is exceedingly sparse, almost non-existent. Thus, no cultivator would linger in the secular world for long, unless they were those who had forsaken the path of cultivation, returning to the mundane to wield power and indulge in life's pleasures. One of the distinctions between the cultivation realm and the secular world lies in the presence of spiritual veins, which are typically found in areas where cultivators congregate. These veins emanate spiritual energy, facilitating the practice and absorption of this essence by cultivators. Only in places rich with spiritual energy do spiritual herbs and medicines flourish. And only there can one find spiritual materials and mines. In the cultivation world of the Yin Kingdom, the mountains housing spiritual veins have all been divided and occupied by various factions. The Zisu Xian Min claims the sole 3rd-tier spiritual vein in the Yin Kingdom. The Yulong family has staked a claim over a 300-mile stretch of the Heishui River, monopolizing a 2nd-tier spiritual vein and barring outsiders from approaching. The Wang family occupies several peaks of Ningbai Cliff. Even 1st-tier spiritual veins are partitioned among numerous Qi refining clans, such as the Bai family of Qingzhou Mountain, the C2 family of Crescent Lake, and the Zhao family of Yinfeng Cliff. The 5 major markets, Yin Mountain Square, Nin Mountain Square, Tai Lake Square, Qing River Square, and Stone Forest Square, are built upon 2nd-tier spiritual veins, attracting a plethora of wandering cultivators and providing them with a foothold. At the same time, the Zisu Xianmin and various prominent cultivation families have established enterprises within these markets, exploiting the spiritual stones of the wandering cultivators. Aside from the 5 major cultivation markets, the Yin Kingdom's cultivation realm also contains several smaller markets situated on 1st-tier spiritual veins. 5 days later, Li Qin returned to the outskirts of Yin Mountain Square with Mo Yunwei and her child. Ning Hongxiu dismounted and gazed curiously into the dense fog ahead, brotherly. Is the cultivation realm beyond this thick mist? Li Chun nodded with a smile, affirming, indeed, beyond this illusionary formation lies the realm of cultivation. Hongxiu, the world of cultivation is unlike the mundane. You will comprehend this once you embark upon the path of immortality. At this juncture, Li Qin's expression turned icy. The Wang family, Wang Fengming. Although I have returned to Yingshan Feng unscathed and unassailed, I have not forgotten Wang Fengming's collusion with the Zhao family to orchestrate my demise. This debt must be settled with Wang Fengming. What is this? Li Chun returned to the cave dwelling with Mo Yunyu and her son, accompanied by Ning Hongxiu. As they approached, they encountered Fu Kong, who cast a curious glance at Ning Hongxiu before looking at Li Qin with a questioning expression. Li Qin chuckled softly and explained. Fellow Taoist Fu, allow me to introduce her. This is Hongxiu, my new companion. Fu Kong nodded, his expression remaining unchanged. He understood Li Qin's choice to bring back a mortal woman. In Fu Kang's eyes, due to Li Qin's limited spiritual roots, it seemed unlikely that he would ever ascend to immortality. Thus, he had pinned his hopes of transcendence on the next generation, aspiring to have several children with spiritual roots to nurture. It was precisely because of Li Qin's low cultivation that Fu Kong felt at ease in befriending him. Uncle Fu, I missed you so much. Upon seeing Fu Kong, Li Changxing hurried over with his little short legs. Changxing, how was your time in the mortal realm? Was it enjoyable? Fu Kong bent down to lift Li Changxing into his arms, and despite his stern demeanor, a smile broke through, softening his tone. The mortal realm is quite fun. I wish to return there. Uncle Fu, would you take me to the mortal realm again? Li Changxing asked, eagerly engaging in playful antics with Fu Kong. Meanwhile, Li Qin led Ning Hongxiu into the cave dwelling. As she stepped into the realm of cultivation for the first time, Ning Hongxiu found everything to be utterly fascinating. Li Qin advised Ning Hongxiu to remain in the cave dwelling and stay with Mo Yunyan as much as possible before embarking on the path of cultivation, urging her not to wander aimlessly. Simultaneously, he requested Mo Yunyan to impart some fundamental knowledge of the cultivation world to Ning Hongxiu. Once Ning Hongxiu was settled, Li Qin made his way to the Divine Pill Pavilion to pay his respects to Manager Fu. Subsequently, he visited Master Chen's cave dwelling to greet him as well. The following day, in an unprecedented feat, Li Qin concocted 4 batches of elixirs at the Divine Pill Pavilion. After all, a man with family responsibilities must toil diligently to earn spirit stones, especially now that he had an additional mouth to feed in Ning Hongxiu. After finishing his work, he proceeded to the Treasure Pavilion, where he purchased a foundational technique known as the Golden Yuan skill. Much like the Red Flame technique, the Golden Yuan skill is a commonly found low-tier cultivation method within the realm, available at a remarkably modest price and considered a staple. Ning Hongxiu, possessing a 6th-grade spirit root, had a predominant affinity for the metal element. Li Qin wished to provide her with a more profound cultivation method. However, the nature of such techniques is exceptionally unique within the realm of cultivation. Advanced methods are predominantly monopolized by esteemed cultivation families and major sects, while those available in the marketplace are merely low-tier, commonplace techniques. These can only elevate one to the pinnacle of qi refinement, lacking any subsequent content for the foundation establishment stage. Should a rogue cultivator fortuitously reach foundation establishment, they would face the arduous challenge of having no techniques to pursue. At this juncture, rogue cultivators who have independently established their foundations typically have only 2 options to obtain further cultivation methods: either become a disciple of one of the major cultivation families or serve as an outer sect steward in the Zishu sect, laboring for them. Beyond these 2 paths, it is exceedingly difficult for rogue cultivators to find alternative routes. Naturally, those who have inherited the legacies of esteemed predecessors find themselves in a distinct situation. Each step presents a formidable barrier to the progress of lower-tier rogue cultivators. This encapsulates the plight of the majority of rogue cultivators in the Yin Kingdom, a scenario that is largely mirrored across other realms of cultivation. It is not that Li Qin is unwilling to seek a profound method for Ning Hongxiu. Rather, given his current status, such a pursuit is unattainable. Li Qin himself practices the Qi Yin technique, which is not superior to the Jin Yuan method. Li Qin returned to the cave dwelling accompanied by Jin Yuan Gong. Mo Yunyu was busily preparing the evening meal, while Ning Hongxiu was beside Li Changxing, engaging him in playful activities and teaching him a set of mundane martial arts. In truth, Li Changxing felt quite isolated. for he lacked companions and had begun reading and recognizing characters before even turning 3 years old. The arrival of Aunt Hongxiu brought him considerable joy. However, Ning Hongxiu could not perpetually indulge in play with Li Changsheng, as she too had her own cultivation to attend to. Li Chen contemplated for a moment and resolved to soon grant Li Changsheng a brother or sister, providing him with a companion and ensuring he would not endure a childhood devoid of completeness. After the family had shared their evening meal, Li Chen called Ning Hongxiu aside to impart the teachings of the Golden Essence technique, hoping she would swiftly embark on her path to enlightenment and transform into a cultivator. Ning Hongxiu possessed commendable aptitude, and with the Golden Essence technique being a relatively accessible discipline, she quickly grasped its essence and, filled with determination, commenced her meditation and practice. Observing Ning Hongxiu, who was now occupying his meditation mat, Li Chen glanced around the cave dwelling. It became evident that relocating needed to be prioritized. This Tier D cave, after all, felt somewhat cramped, and the spiritual energy was insufficiently abundant. The 4 of them residing in a Tier D cave appeared rather congested. Li Chen resolved to rent a Grade C cave dwelling the following day and to partition several rooms within the dwelling. As Li Changsheng gradually matured, certain burdens inevitably fell upon him. The following morning, Li Chen gazed at Ning Hongxiu. Approaching him, Ning Hongxiu appeared somewhat disheartened. "Brotherly," she lamented, "I have sensed the ethereal essence of heaven and earth, yet I remain unable to draw this energy into my being and refine it into spiritual power, thus completing my path to enlightenment." Li Chen shook his head, offering a gentle smile of reassurance. "There is no need to rush. The realm of cultivation is distinct from the mundane world. Take your time." Mo Yunyu chimed in with a smile. "Hongxiu, you possess a 6th grade spiritual root. I believe you will soon embark on your path. I began my cultivation at the age of 7, and it took me 5 long years to channel my energy and enter the Tao at 12, she continued. Ning Hongxiu nodded, clenching her fist. "Rest assured, brotherly and sister Mo, I will diligently cultivate and ensure I do not become a burden." Li Chen, with a smile, playfully pinched Ning Hongxiu's nose before turning to leave the cave, proceeding as usual to the Divine Elixir Pavilion for work. Mo Yunyu, as customary, accompanied Li Chen out of the cave, watching his figure fade from view. However, this time, Mo Yunyu was not alone. Ning Hongxiu was by her side. As for Li Changsheng, he remained blissfully asleep, unaware that his father had long risen and departed for work. In the afternoon, Li Chen headed to Cave No. 2 of Level A. This cave was home to a prominent figure of the Yulong Yang family, known as Yang Dazhu, who was reputed to be a direct descendant of the family's ancient ancestors. Yang Dazhu was a significant personage in the Inshur market, possessing peak cultivation in the Qi refinement realm. He managed the shantytown and cave district of Inshur Market, and even commanded the enforcement team of the area. Li Chen submitted 200 spirit stones and received the decree to open the B-class number 99 cave dwelling. Exiting the A-class number 2 cave, he gazed upon the A-class number 1 cave. This cave, belonging to the enchanting fairy Ling Long, was constructed at the very heart of the 2nd-tier spiritual vein. It was a gift from the Yulong Yang family and the Ningbaya Wang family, who dared not request spirit stones from fairy Ling Long. Although this cave was hers, she seldom resided there. Observing the sealed cave, he noted the absence of any formation arrays at its entrance. Reflecting on the passage of time, Li Chen realized it had been over 3 years since he had last seen fairy Ling Long and remained unaware of her current whereabouts or endeavors. Li Chen submitted 200 spirit stones and obtained the opening token for the Grade C cave number 99. In the dilapidated district, a single dwelling costs 1 spirit stone per month. A Grade D cave requires merely 80 spirit stones monthly. Conversely, a Grade C cave demands 200 spirit stones each month, while a Grade B cave necessitates a substantial 500 spirit stones. The weight of life's burdens has once again intensified. Li Chen secretly cursed the major cultivation families for their avarice. They established caves in the spiritual veins and leased them to wandering cultivators, charging exorbitant fees of tens of thousands of spirit stones each month. How many wandering cultivators toil relentlessly to earn these spirit stones merely to rent a cave for their cultivation? Ultimately, these spirit stones end up lining the pockets of the affluent families. The principal culprits are undoubtedly the Fish Dragon Yang family and the Ningbaya Wang family, both foundational clans with a legacy spanning centuries and the largest stakeholders in Yin Mountain Square. Although the Qing Zhushanbai family, the Yu Yahusi Tu family, and the Yin Feng Ye Zhao family are nominally recognized as the founders of Yin Mountain Square, their influence is minimal. In truth, The families wielding real power in Yin Mountain Square are the Yang and Wang families. Li Chen returned home with the official token, intending to invite Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu to reside in the Grade B cave dwelling. Xiaohei, do not run away. Woof, woof. Upon arriving home, Li Chen witnessed Li Changxing chasing a palm-sized puppy, darting about outside the cave dwelling. Li Chen squinted his eyes. This was a first-tier demonic beast. A young black flame hound. How could such a creature find its way into his home? Changxing, from where did this young black flame hound originate? Li Chen stepped forward and lifted Li Changxing, inquiring about the origins of this young beast. Father, Little Black is the pet that Uncle Fu gifted to me. Li Chen nodded, placing Li Changxing down to entertain himself, while he mentioned that he would seek out Uncle Fu for an important matter. Fu Kong took a genuine interest in Li Changxing, treating him almost as his own child, even going so far as to procure a first-tier demon beast cub for him. Although merely a first-tier creature, it possessed a value of over 100 spirit stones. For a nascent Qi cultivator, this sum represented an astronomical figure, even for Fu Kong. A practitioner at the 6th level of Qi refinement, it was not an insignificant amount. Friend Fu, are you there? Li Chen called out at the entrance of the cave, and the door creaked open slowly. Li Chen stepped into the cave and said to his companion, Taoist Fu, here are 200 spirit stones. Please accept them. Li Chen extracted 200 spirit stones from his storage bag and pushed them towards Fu Kong. He could not accept the black fire puppy without due compensation. Fu Kang's expression hardened, his brow furrowing. Changxing is not merely your son. He is also my nephew. Return the spirit stones. Li Chen shook his head, asserting that one must be fair. The value of the young demon beasts is considerable, and fellow Taoist Fu also requires resources for his cultivation. So I insist you accept these spirit stones. Fu Kong did not even glance at the spirit stones. Instead, he gazed steadily at Li Chen. Today, I ventured into the Yinshan mountain range to hunt demon beasts and fortuitously encountered a newly born black fire dog pup. Considering that Changxing lacks companionship, I decided to bring it back as a gift for him. As you know, I practice the blood fiend technique, which necessitates the absorption of malevolent blood energy for my training. The slaughterhouse has ceased to suffice for my cultivation. In the coming period, I shall return to the Yinshan mountain range to hunt demon beasts, collect the blood fiend energy, and simultaneously refine the blood fiend banner. I have already resigned from my position as a spiritual butcher at the Jinxiu building. Now, I wish to ask you for a favor. Noticing the seriousness in Fu Kong's demeanor, Li Chen's expression grew solemn. Please, fellow Taoist, speak your mind. Fu Kong, maintaining his calm gaze upon Li Chen, stated, the blood fiend technique relies on blood and malevolent energy for training. I have taken many lives. And when I attempt to break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, I will undoubtedly face internal and external demons obstructing my path. I would like to request Master Chen to concoct a batch of tranquil spirit pills to suppress these inner and outer demons. I have prepared the spiritual herbs, auxiliary materials, and the formula, but I lack any rapport with Master Chen. Li Chen furrowed his brow. Li Chen had long been aware of Fu Kang's cultivation of demonic arts. Yet today marked the first occasion on which he heard Fu Kong utter the name of the cultivation technique, the blood fiend method. Li Chen couldn't help but recall Xie Xian, whom he had encountered at Qingafeng. Within his storage bag, he had sealed a blood divine technique. The names of the blood killing technique and the blood divine technique were inextricably linked in Li Chen's mind. Noticing Li Chen's furrowed brow, Fu Kong spoke in a calm tone. It is perfectly acceptable if you do not wish to request Master Chen to assist me in alchemy. Li Chen regained his senses and asked, fellow Taoist Fu, could you share how you acquired this blood fiend technique? Fu Kong did not respond. His gaze fixed on Li Chen with an unusual intensity. Li Chen was aware that Fu Kong had misunderstood him. Just as he was about to clarify, Fu Kang's expression turned reflective as he spoke solemnly. 13 years ago, my family faced extermination. During my escape, I encountered a venerable elder. After saving me, this elder imparted to me the blood fiend technique. Since then, I have journeyed from Qingzhou to Heishui Prefecture, arriving at Yinshan Square. In truth, I share your lineage, possessing a 9th grade spiritual root. Were it not for the blood fiend technique, I would not have attained my current level of cultivation. Should you harbor an interest in the blood fiend technique, I would be willing to teach it to you. Li Chen furrowed his brows tightly as he retrieved a blood-colored jade slip from his storage pouch. Fu Daoyu, please examine this technique. Fu Kong regarded Li Chen with suspicion before accepting the blood-colored jade slip and pressing it to his forehead. Moments later, Fu Kang's eyes flew open, a beam of crimson light shooting forth from his gaze. The blood god technique and the blood fiend method stem from the same lineage, representing a more profound and esoteric form of demonic cultivation derived from them. Where did you acquire this blood god technique? Li Chun did not withhold the truth. He recounted his recent visit to Qingafang Market and his encounter with Xia Xian. Fu Kong remained pensive and silent. Li Chun remained silent, trusting that Fu Kong possessed his own discernment regarding the matter. According to Li Chun's speculation, the blood god technique and the blood fiend technique were likely disseminated intentionally by a certain formidable figure within the demonic path. Practitioners who successfully cultivate the blood god technique and the blood fiend technique will inevitably become resources, or, in more dire terms, sustenance. Li Chun felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had resisted the temptation to practice the blood god technique. After a moment, Fu Kang's gaze turned steely, his voice hoarse, even knowing that traps lay ahead. He resolved to press onward, declaring that there was no turning back. The blood feud of the Fu family demanded retribution. Brother, I thank you for introducing me to this blood god technique. In response to Fu Kang's appreciative look, Li Chun remained silent. After a prolonged pause, Li Chun spoke softly, requesting the spiritual herbs and formula for the tranquil spirit pill, offering to ask Master Qin to refine the elixir for him. Fu Kong was also aware that pursuing the blood god technique and the blood fiend technique was fraught with peril, yet he chose to forge ahead, driven by vengeance. For the sake of revenge, Fu Kong had long since relinquished any concern for the path of immortality, for longevity, or the possibility of ascension. His existence was solely dedicated to avenging his family. This was Fu Kang's choice, and Li Chun respected it. Having decided to continue his training in the blood fiend technique, Li Chun resolved to assist him in refining a batch of tranquil spirit pills, aiding Fu Kong in breaking through to the 7th level of qi refinement, thus enabling him to become a practitioner in the later stages of qi refinement to seek vengeance for his family's deep-seated enmity. In truth, the formula for the tranquil spirit pill was unnecessary. Within the 2nd-tier alchemical inheritance that Li Chun had acquired lay the method for its refinement, allowing him to craft the elixir without needing to call upon Master Qin's assistance. Upon entering the realm of cultivation, Li Chun found himself devoid of companions. Save for Fu Kong and Huang Qingya, the bond between Li Chun and Huang Qingya scarcely qualifies as friendship, for it is built upon a foundation of superficial acquaintance. Fu Kong, typically reticent and bearing a stern demeanor, is known to Li Chun not to be inherently so. His transformation into a taciturn and humorless individual stems from a tragic incident that led to the annihilation of his family, profoundly altering his temperament. Nevertheless, from the perspective of camaraderie, Fu Kong emerges as a trustworthy and commendable friend. Having acknowledged this friendship, Li Chun would not hesitate to extend his assistance whenever it is needed. Li Chun returned to the cave dwelling, inviting Mo Yuni and Ning Hongxiu to assist in the relocation. Li Changsheng held the little black dog and asked, "Father, where are we going?" "We are moving to the B-class cave dwelling," came the reply. Li Chun cheerfully explained to his son the distinctions between the Class B and Class D caverns. Li Changsheng was left in a state of bewilderment upon hearing this. Li Changsheng had not yet reached the age for cultivation and was perplexed by the circumstances. Upon arriving at the Class B cave dwelling, Li Chun took it upon himself to gather rubble and construct several walls, thereby partitioning the interior space into 4 distinct areas. One was a grand hall, another was a bedroom exclusively for Li Changsheng, while the remaining 2 served as bedrooms for Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu. As for Li Chun, he was content to occupy any available space. At dawn, Li Chun proceeded to the Divine Elixir Pavilion as usual. In the alchemy chamber, he retrieved the spiritual herbs prepared by Fu Kong and ignited the furnace to concoct the tranquil spirit pill. This pill was classified as a high-grade 1st-tier elixir, and dedicating an entire day to its refinement left Li Chun with no time to produce any other elixirs. The higher the grade of the elixir, the more time the alchemical process demanded. For lower-grade pills like the pill of absorption, hemostatic pill, and vitality pill, he could produce 1 batch each hour. However, the time required for elixirs such as the spirit-gathering pill, harmonizing qi pill, and vitality enhancement pill varied significantly. As for 2nd-tier spiritual elixirs, one could not expect to produce a batch in less than 10 days to half a month. This was due to the fact that higher-tier elixirs necessitated a greater variety of herbs, each with a longer maturation period, and the alchemical process itself was considerably more intricate, thus prolonging the duration of production. In the evening, Li Chun made his way to Class D cave number 298, where he presented a vial of tranquil spirit pills to Fu Kong. Fu Kong accepted the jade vial, not even sparing a glance at its contents before stowing it away in his storage pouch. Without uttering a word, he embraced Li Chen warmly. Li Chen could even perceive the rich scent of blood and ominous energy that enveloped him. "Let's go?" Fu Kong embraced Li Chen and, seizing the cover of night, stepped out of the cave dwelling and into the shadowy market of Yishan. Li Chen silently observed the figure of Fu Kong, whose silhouette appeared strikingly solitary yet resolutely determined. After a prolonged moment, Li Chen averted his gaze and softly spoke, "Friend Fu, I wish you good fortune." Suddenly, he sensed someone lurking in the shadows, watching him. Upon turning to investigate, he discovered a nascent chi cultivator. Meeting Li Chen's gaze, the cultivator displayed a hint of panic before hastily retreating into the enveloping darkness of the night. Li Chen's eyes glimmered with a cold light. Wang Fengming. This individual was most likely sent by Wang Fengming to spy on him. Of course, it could also be a possibility that other factions had dispatched him. Li Chen returned to the Grade C cave dwelling and promptly consumed a yuan enhancement pill, seizing the moment to cultivate. The supply of high-grade spiritual herbs cultivated in the Divine Elixir Pavilion's medicinal garden was dwindling, and Li Chen could no longer indulge in the unrestricted consumption of qi-nourishing pills as he once did. Fortunately, having relocated to the Grade C cave, his spiritual root had ascended from the 9th grade to the 8th, thus preventing any stagnation in his cultivation. 3 months passed in this manner. On this particular day, upon returning to the cave, Li Chen was greeted by Ning Hongxiu, who rushed towards him, tiptoeing to wrap her arms around his neck. "Brotherly," she exclaimed, "I have wonderful news to share. I have successfully entered the path." Li Chen smiled and nodded in encouragement, recognizing the remarkable talent of Hongxiu. In truth, he could discern her prowess at a glance without her needing to say a word. As a novice in the path of cultivation, her unstable aura was evident to any discerning eye. In just 3 months, she had successfully harnessed the energy to embark on her journey as a cultivator, a pace that is quite typical for one possessing a 6th grade spiritual root. After all, residing in a Class B cave abode, with access to spiritual rice at every meal and occasional spiritual delicacies, is a luxury that even disciples of the Zishu sect or members of noble families may seldom enjoy. "Brotherly, I too am now a cultivator. Why not teach me the art of alchemy? This way, I could alleviate some of your burdens and grant you more time for your own cultivation," Hongxiu suggested, affectionately draping her arms around Li Chen's neck as she expressed her desire to learn the craft of alchemy. Li Chen shifted his gaze and found the notion feasible. Now, with a family to care for, despite receiving a substantial sum of spirit stones each month from Manager Fu, it still proved insufficient. Residing in a Grade C cave dwelling, he was burdened with a monthly expense of 200 spirit stones. Additionally, he had to procure spirit rice, beast meat, and the daily blood meal for the little black dog raised by Li Changxing, all of which consumed spirit stones. The family's expenses for food, clothing, and cultivation rested heavily on Li Chen's shoulders, making his responsibilities quite burdensome. Mo Yunyu had once expressed a desire to learn a craft to earn spirit stones and alleviate some of Li Chen's burdens. Unfortunately, she lacked the aptitude. Alchemy eluded her grasp, as did talisman making, not to mention formations. After several attempts, Mo Yunyu became increasingly self-deprecating, feeling utterly useless. She even entertained the thought of washing clothes for others to earn spirit sand. However, after a few scoldings from Li Chen, she no longer dared to bring it up. Now, with Ning Hongxiu expressing her desire to learn alchemy, Li Chen was naturally willing to teach her. Yet, he pondered whether Ning Hongxiu possessed the talent for it. However, embarking on the path of alchemy required the procurement of an alchemical furnace, spirit herbs, and even iron heartwood. How many spirit stones would that entail? The thought of it made Li Chen's scalp tingle. The resources necessary to nurture an alchemist were indeed daunting. Not everyone was fortunate enough to possess a systematic inheritance of second-tier alchemical knowledge like Li Chen, without a major power backing them. One simply lacked the qualifications to cultivate an alchemist. Perhaps it would be best to take Ning Hongxiu to the Divine Alchemist Pavilion as an apprentice and assess her potential for alchemy. If she lacked the talent, it would be wise to dissuade her from pursuing it early on. As he contemplated while gazing at the young girl in his arms, Li Chen smiled and said, "There is no rush regarding learning alchemy. At present, there is another matter that requires our immediate attention." Ning Hongxiu looked bewildered and asked, "Elder brotherly, what is it that is so urgent?" "Ah," Ning Hongxiu suddenly exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson. Li Chen lifted her effortlessly, bringing her close to his ear as he chuckled softly. "Of course, it's to give Changxing a little brother or sister. Otherwise, how lonely would Changxing be?" Ning Hongxiu, cradled in Li Chen's embrace, wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her flushed cheeks against his chest, her entire body tensing, losing its pliability. Li Qin carried Ning Hongxiu into the room, and after a tender moment, he did not forget to continue his meditation and cultivation. The naive young girl nestled under the covers peered out with her head, softly inquiring, "Brotherly, do you still wish to cultivate?" Li Qin gently caressed the young girl's silky hair, smiling tenderly as he said, "It is time to address me properly." "Husband," Ning Hongxiu responded, retreating into the covers and refusing to emerge. Observing her shyness, Li Qin chuckled softly before solemnly continuing, "Hongxiu, as cultivators embarking on the path to immortality, our ultimate desire is to transcend and become immortal. Yet, the road to immortality is fraught with countless challenges and dangers. If we become complacent in our practice, how shall we overcome these formidable obstacles?" With that, Li Qin produced a yuan-enhancing pill and slowly closed his eyes. Ning Hongxiu lifted the covers, gazing at Li Qin, who was in deep meditation. As determination flickered in her eyes, she resolved to accompany her husband on his arduous journey towards immortality. Rising from her resting position, she mimicked Li Qin's posture and closed her eyes in earnest. The following day, upon awakening from his meditation, Li Qin was heartened to see Ning Hongxiu still diligently practicing beside him. In contrast to Mo Yunyu's lackadaisical approach to cultivation, Ning Hongxiu undoubtedly exhibited a commendable ambition. However, the thought of Mo Yunyu soon brought Li Qin a headache. Mo Yunyu, possessing a 9th-grade spiritual root, showed little interest in her training. She secretly hoarded the nourishing and spirit-gathering pills he provided, refusing to consume them herself. Despite Li Qin's repeated admonitions, her defiance remained unwavering. She insisted that, as a 9th-grade spiritual root bearer, it was prudent not to squander resources. Instead, she intended to reserve those elixirs for her future child. Li Qin had advised and scolded her, yet on the surface, Mo Yunyu appeared to comply willingly. However, in reality, she continued to conceal the cultivation resources that Li Qin had provided her. Li Qin could not help but recall Mo Bai. Mo Yunyu and Mo Bai were indeed a father and daughter, sharing an undeniable resemblance in certain aspects. Li Qin took Ning Hongxiu to the Divine Pill Pavilion, where he began to instruct her in the fundamentals of alchemy, including the identification of medicinal properties, how to ignite the furnace, maintain its temperature, and manipulate the intensity of the flames. Although Li Qin held a unique position within the Divine Pill Pavilion, the apprentices and attendants behind the scenes often exchanged whispers about him. Gradually, rumors of Li Qin's penchant for indulgence began to circulate among the lower-tier cultivators of Yinshan Lane. Li Qin did catch wind of some of these tales, but he merely chuckled and dismissed them. Ning Hongxiu, possessing a 6th-grade spiritual root, had begun her studies in alchemy under Li Qin's guidance, yet she unfortunately lacked the innate talent for the craft. As her belly grew day by day, Li Qin eventually ceased to bring her to the Divine Pill Pavilion, and Ning Hongxiu herself lost the desire to continue her studies in alchemy. "Alchemy is far too difficult." This was her lament. Another year passed, and Ning Hongxiu's belly swelled prominently, her cultivation reaching the 3rd layer of qi refinement, with the impending possibility of childbirth looming. This rate of cultivation was not particularly exaggerated, considering Ning Hongxiu's 6th-grade spiritual root and the unlimited supply of nurturing qi pills provided by Li Qin. One day, Li Qin returned home from the Divine Pill Pavilion as usual. Li Changxing stood guard outside the cave with a black and red dog by his side. Upon seeing Li Qin, he hurried over, his face alight with excitement. "Father, Aunt Hongxiu is about to give birth. I am going to have a younger brother or sister." Li Changxing is now 4 years old, exhibiting a rather composed demeanor, and he is generally obedient and sensible. Overall, Li Qin is quite pleased with his eldest son. A black and red dog joyfully follows Li Changxing, panting and wagging its tail at Li Qin. Li Qin crouched down, gently ruffling Li Changxing's hair, and inquired with a smile, "Changxing, would you prefer a younger brother or a younger sister?" Li Changxing bit his finger, contemplated for a moment, and then replied, "I desire a sister." Li Qin remained silent. Whether Ning Hongxiu had given birth to a son or a daughter was of little consequence to him. What truly mattered was the nature of the child's spiritual root and innate potential. Perhaps familiarity breeds comfort. With the birth of Li Changxing, the imminent arrival of the second child did not evoke any sense of anxiety in Li Qin. Li Qin stood at the entrance of the cave, brimming with anticipation. Typically, a pregnancy lasts for 10 months. Given that Ning Hongxiu possesses a 6th-grade spiritual root, the child she bore for an entire year should possess a commendable aptitude. Should it not? Wow. With a resounding cry of an infant, a smile blossomed on Li Chen's face. Li Chongqing stood beside Li Chen, his height barely reaching Li Chen's thigh. He was so exhilarated that he danced with joy, exclaiming, "Father, Aunt Hongxiu has given birth." As the cave's entrance opened, Mo Yunyu emerged, casting a stern gaze upon Li Chongqing. "Chongsheng," he admonished, "what are you shouting for? Do you not fear startling your sister?" Li Chongqing hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand, yet the excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. Mo Yunyu glanced at Li Chen. "My husband, it is a daughter." Li Chen nodded and stepped into the cave. In the bedroom, Ning Hongxiu reclined on the bed, cradling a delicate, radiant infant in her arms. In stark contrast to the wrinkled appearance of Li Chongqing at his birth. Upon seeing Li Chen return, Ning Hongxiu rose from the bed and handed the swaddled daughter to him. "Husband, this is our daughter. Hongxiu, please lie down and refrain from moving around." Li Chen took the infant girl, still swaddled in her blanket, urging Ning Hongxiu to remain still. The baby, cradled in Li Chen's arms, wailed incessantly. Meanwhile, Li Chongqing tugged at Li Chen's pant leg, his face alight with excitement. "Father, may I hold my sister?" Li Chen smiled and nodded. Presenting his newly born daughter to Li Chongqing, Li Chongqing cautiously took his newborn sister from Li Chen's embrace, gently pinching her cheek, which only caused the little one to wail even louder. As her cries intensified, Li Chongqing found himself at a loss. Ning Hongxiu, reclining on the bed, watched the brother and sister with a warm smile. Li Chen did not rebuke Li Chongqing. Instead, a tender smile adorned his face. "My dear husband, please bestow a name upon our daughter," Ning Hongxiu said with a cheerful gaze directed at Li Chongqing, who was flustered as he tried to entertain his younger sister. Her attention then shifted to Li Chen, while Mo Yunyu also turned her gaze towards him. Li Chongqing no longer comforted his crying sister. Instead, he turned his gaze to his father, intrigued by the name he would bestow upon her. Li Chen did not ponder for long and calmly spoke, "Immortal. Li Immortal." Ning Hongxiu was taken aback for a moment. Then she smiled and said, "All right, let us call you Li Immortal." In the embrace of Li Chongqing, the newly born Li Xian suddenly fell silent, only to soon break into a joyful, innocent laughter. "Father, mother, Aunt Hongxiu's sister, how delightful." Mo Yunyu approached, playfully pinching Li Chongqing's ear. "Hand over little Xianer to me. Be careful not to let her fall." Li Chen gazed calmly at the scene before him, feeling a profound warmth within. Naming his son Chongqing and his daughter Xian reflected not only his aspirations for them, but also served as a source of motivation for himself. Mo Yunyu cradled the newly born Li Xian and settled by the bedside, engaging in a thoughtful discussion with Ning Hongxiu on how best to nurture their daughter. Li Chongqing stood by, and for some inexplicable reason, his mood suddenly plunged into despondency. Li Chen mistakenly believed that Li Chongqing's low spirits were due to jealousy. Therefore, with a cheerful demeanor, he gently ruffled his hair and inquired with concern, "Chongqing, what troubles you? Were you not just filled with joy a moment ago?" Li Chongqing looked up at Li Chen and said, "Father, you once told me that when I was born, Uncle Fu held me. It has been a long time since I last saw Uncle Fu. I miss him dearly." Li Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled reassuringly, saying, "Uncle Fu will return to see you very soon." "Really?" "Of course, it's true." Li Chongqing became elated. This son was indeed easy to please. Since the last farewell to Fu Kong had not returned. Li Chen was unaware whether Fu Kong had successfully transcended the 6th layer of qi refinement to reach the later stages. He also pondered the fate of his companion, fellow Taoist Fu, wondering what he was currently engaged in. Soon, however, Li Chen ceased to dwell on these inquiries and redirected his focus to the system panel. Host, Li Chen lifespan, 2599, spiritual root, grade 6 cultivation, 5th layer of qi refinement techniques, red flame art, spirit transformation technique, withered wood technique, deceiving heaven art, light splitting shadow sword technique skills, 2nd tier alchemy treasures, red edge sword, golden light brick Dao partners, Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu descendants, Li Chongqing. Li Xian main quest, establish a cultivation family, incomplete. Side quest, seize foundations, occupy spirit veins, incomplete. Li Chen opened Li Xian's data panel once more. Offspring, Li Xian lifespan, 081. Spiritual root, grade 6 talent, combat magic. Li Xian possesses a grade 6 spiritual root, which can be regarded as an inheritance of Ning Hongxiu's spiritual root aptitude, simultaneously elevating Li Chen's own spiritual root quality to grade 6. What does the talent for combat magic signify? Li Chen stroked his chin, deep in thought. In comparison to Li Chongqing's data panel, Li Xian possessed an additional talent, combat magic. Meanwhile, Li Chongqing's talent was none. Li Chun cast a glance at his daughter, still nestled in her swaddling blankets, and then at his son, who was grinning foolishly. He couldn't help but let out a gentle sigh. It remains uncertain whether, once Li Chongqing and Li Xian do embark on their cultivation journeys, Li Chongqing will still be able to smile as joyfully as he does now. Li Xian emerged, concurrently elevating Li Qin's spiritual root quality to the 6th grade. Li Qin had experienced the cultivation speed of both the 9th grade spirit root and the 8th grade spirit root. Now, with his spirit root elevated to the 6th grade, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed compared to the 9th and 8th grade spirit roots. The 6th grade spirit root was akin to a prodigy, exhibiting a cultivation speed several times faster. It was no wonder that the Zishu sect placed such immense importance on spirit roots when recruiting disciples. The Zishu sect held a spirit root assessment ceremony every decade, gathering the budding talents of the Yinghua cultivation realm. Naturally, the Zishu sect primarily recruited from the prominent cultivation families and rogue cultivators of Yinghua, making it exceedingly rare for someone like Li Qin, with an ordinary physique, to participate in the spirit root assessment. When Li Qin first attended the assessment at the Zishu sect, he faced considerable scorn and derision. Those with 9th grade spirit roots were deemed unworthy of entry into the Zishu sect, lacking even the qualifications to become a servant disciple. Individuals with 8th or 7th grade spirit roots, if of a young age, could enter the Zishu sect as servant disciples. With a 6th grade spirit root, one could directly join the outer sect as an outer disciple. Disciples of the Zishu sect were categorized into servant disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and true inheritors. Servant disciples did not enjoy the sect's resources, while outer disciples began to receive preferential treatment from the sect. Only true inheritors were granted access to the sect's foundational techniques. The Zishu sect, being the sole sect in Yinghua, boasts a lineage spanning thousands of years, with a 3-tiered inheritance system that typically produces golden core masters in each generation. At the peak of its glory, the Zishu sect boasted multiple golden core cultivators. However, in the present day, the sect had weakened considerably, possessing only one golden core ancestor who was over 400 years old, with no newly ascended golden core masters. Despite this decline, the Zishu sect remained the only celestial sect in Yinghua, towering over the cultivation realm like an indomitable mountain. If the secular realm of Yinghua was ruled by dynasties, then the cultivation realm was governed by the Zishu sect. Whenever the Zishu sect convened the spirit root assessment ceremony, the major cultivation families of Yinghua would send their most gifted descendants to participate. The rationale behind the families sending their talented offspring to the Zishu sect was quite straightforward. Due to the abundant cultivation resources available at the Purple Void sect, along with its 3rd-tier inheritance, Li Qin experienced the exhilarating pace of a genius's progression, aided by enhancing elixirs that elevated his spiritual root aptitude to the 6th grade. The spiritual roots are categorized into 9 grades, with the 1st grade being the highest, often referred to as the heavenly grade spiritual root, which purportedly allows for unobstructed advancement to the nascent soul stage. However, in reality, heavenly grade spiritual roots exist solely in legend. Throughout the history of the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world, not a single heavenly grade spiritual root has ever emerged. Should such a root appear, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of major sects from foreign lands vying for the individual's allegiance. As far as Li Qin is aware, Song Su, the foremost disciple of the Purple Void sect, who pursued the ethereal fairy Ling Long and had his flying sword shattered by her, possesses merely a 3rd grade spiritual root. Despite this, he has been accepted as a direct disciple by the Golden Core Elder of the Purple Void sect and is regarded as the sect's promising future. A 6th grade spiritual root is considered a minor genius within the Yin Kingdom's cultivation realm, where the majority of wandering cultivators possess inferior spiritual roots. A prodigious practitioner like Huang Qingya ought to have joined the Purple Void sect and ascended to become a true disciple. However, every individual harbors their own secrets, and Huang Qingya's absence from the sect likely stems from her own reasons. With the enhancement of his spiritual root, Li Qin's daily life remained largely unchanged. He continued to frequent the Divine Elixir Pavilion to refine pills and return to his cave dwelling each night to meditate, spending quality time with his beloved children. Thus, 2 more years passed. After these 2 years, Li Qin's cultivation advanced once more, progressing from the 5th to the 6th layer of qi refinement. Having spent 8 years in the cultivation realm, Li Qin, now 27 years old, attained the 6th layer of qi refinement. At this age, this level of cultivation satisfied him, as he harbored hopes of establishing his foundation by the age of 40. Following his breakthrough to the 6th layer, Li Chun presented himself as a 4th-layer Qi refiner, successfully ascending to the position of the 3rd alchemist at the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Currently, in the Yin Mountain Market, lower-tier cultivators greet Li Chun with smiles, addressing him as Master Li, the alchemist. In the eyes of wandering cultivators in this locality, Li Chun has become a prominent figure of sorts. During these 2 years, Ning Hongxiu cultivated to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, and Li Chun gifted her a low-level magical artifact, the cold silk net. As for Mo Yunya, she remains unchanged, still at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, with no progress whatsoever. Despite Li Chun urging her to consume spirit-gathering pills, she remains unable to break through the bottleneck and advance to the 4th layer. There is no trace of determination within Mo Yunya. Her indifferent, laid-back attitude persists. And even residing in a grade C cave dwelling, along with the aid of elixirs, she remains unable to progress beyond the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Li Changsheng is already 7 years old, resembling a little adult. In contrast, the mischievous Li Xian, not yet 3, spends her days causing havoc, riding on Li Changsheng's beloved pet, the black fire dog, and dashing wildly through their cave dwelling, often creating a scene of chaos. Compared to Li Changsheng, this daughter is far from demure. Li Chun deeply realized that the C-grade cave was still too small. He could not allow Li Xian to frolic outside the cave, as it might easily attract the attention of other cultivators. Yet, Li Xian was in a lively and energetic phase. Confining her within the cave every day would stifle her natural spirit. Li Chun realized that he needed to seek out a place of spiritual energy in advance, not only to complete the system's side quests, but also for his lively and energetic daughter. Additionally, with Li Changxing now 7 years old, his spiritual roots had already manifested, and it was time for him to begin his cultivation journey. The spiritual energy provided by a grade C cave dwelling was becoming increasingly inadequate to support the cultivation of both Li Chun and Ning Hongxiu, who were at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Should Li Changxing embark on the path of immortality, the energy from a grade C cave would undoubtedly be insufficient. It was imperative to find a spiritual vein and occupy a mountain peak for themselves. However, the problem lay in the fact that all spiritual vein locations in the Yin Kingdom's cultivation realm had been divided and claimed by various sections. To acquire a spiritual vein, they would have to contend with other cultivation families, with Li Chun at only the 6th level of Qi refinement, alongside Ning Hongxiu at the 4th level. Which cultivation family could they possibly compete against? Furthermore, as their children grew day by day, and as Li Qin and Ning Hongxiu's cultivation levels increased, the spiritual stones obtained from the elixir furnace at the Divine Pill Pavilion were becoming increasingly insufficient to cover the family's expenses. Li Chun was deeply troubled. Balancing the responsibilities of cultivating immortality while ensuring the well-being of his family was proving to be an arduous task. That day, upon returning to his cave abode from the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Li Chun was greeted by the chaotic scene of Li Xian riding the black and red hound, toppling various pieces of furniture as he excitedly chased after Li Changsheng, shouting, "Little Black, bite him, bite him." Witnessing this spectacle, Li Chen's expression darkened, and his temples throbbed with frustration. Li Xian, Li Changsheng. Li Chen stepped into the cave, his expression cold as he gazed at the pair of siblings. "Father, you have returned. What about the spirit fish you promised to give Xianer?" Upon seeing Li Chun come home, Li Xian leaped down from the back of the dog, her face beaming with joy as she approached and tugged at Li Chen's pant leg, shaking it eagerly. Li Chen's cheeks twitched slightly as he coldly remarked, "Li Xian, do you still dare to ask me for spirit fish? Stand against the wall and do it properly." "Oh." Li Xian, albeit reluctantly, stood before the cave wall, her small face betraying not a hint of fear, and she even discreetly winked at Li Changsheng. Li Chun was filled with fury. This daughter was utterly unruly, spoiled beyond measure by Mo Yunyu and Li Changsheng. "Father." Li Changsheng bowed his head and murmured softly. Li Chun cast a stern gaze upon his son, Changsheng. "Xianer is still young. She lacks understanding. Do you not also lack discernment? You too shall step aside and reflect upon your actions." Li Changsheng obediently approached the cave wall, refraining from uttering a word, fearful of provoking his father's wrath. Li Chen cast his gaze upon the dog with a coat of black and red, his eyes icy. "Should you dare to accompany Xianer in her mischief again, I shall sever your tail to concoct the wondrous elixir." The dog, Xiao He, immediately tucked its tail between its legs, looking at Li Chun with a pitiful expression. Noticing Li Chen's unwavering cold demeanor, it hurriedly scurried to Li Changxing's side, squatting down and trembling in front of the cave wall. Just then, Mo Yunyu returned from outside with a bundle of green bamboo, which she intended to use for crafting spirit paper. Glancing at the stern expression of Li Chun and then at Li Changxing facing the wall, along with Xiener and Xiaohei, Mo Yunyu quickly grasped the situation. With a smile upon her face, she gently inquired, "Xiener, have you been naughty again? Provoking your father's ire?" Li Xianman, unconcerned, nodded with a playful smile. "Auntie, please persuade father not to be angry." Mo Yunyu turned her gaze towards Li Chen. "Husband, Xiener is still young. Her mischief is quite natural. Why should you be upset with her?" Li Chun rubbed his temples and let out a soft sigh. He found himself in need of renting an additional grade C cave abode. Otherwise, the singular abode he possessed would provide him no tranquility during the disturbances caused by Li Xian. However, a grade C cave abode commanded a monthly fee of 200 spirit stones. The following day, Li Chen once again sought to rent a cave abode, acquiring the opening token for grade C cave number 100 from Yang Diju. As he paid the spirit stones, he felt a pang of regret. Is it easy for a loose cultivator to earn a few spirit stones? 2 cave abodes would cost him 400 spirit stones each month. Surely, the hearts of the Fish Dragon Yang family and the Ning by Cliff Wang family were as dark as their dealings. Yang Diju, handing the opening token to Li Chen, cheerfully remarked, "Master Li Dan, you truly are a remarkable young talent. Having entered the realm of immortality for merely 8 years, you have already attained the 4th level of Qi refinement and ascended to the esteemed position of the 3rd alchemist in the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, capable of refining harmony pills. Surely, your monthly stipend from the Divine Alchemy Pavilion is considerable? Many loose cultivators in Yinshan Lane possess higher cultivation levels than Master Li Dan. Yet they can only afford to rent grade D cave abodes. How could they compare to you, able to rent 2 grade C cave abodes?" Li Chen shook his head, responding with a wry smile, "Senior Yang, please do not jest at my expense. As a family man, I find myself in a predicament." Yang Dezu wore a warm smile, inquiring, "So, does this mean that Master Li Dan's monthly earnings from refining elixirs at the Divine Elixir Pavilion are insufficient for your needs?" Li Chen remained silent, while Yang Deju continued, "Master Li, with your remarkable talents and your ability to forge the harmony elixir, might I propose that you consider joining my Yang family as a guest elder? I can assure you that we would provide you with a residence situated upon a spiritual vein, in addition to a monthly stipend of spirit stones that would far exceed what the Divine Elixir Pavilion offers. In return, we would only ask that you craft a selection of elixirs required for the cultivation of our young disciples each month. What say you, Master Li?" Li Chun raised his eyes and clasped his hands toward the elderly man before him, expressing his gratitude. "I am deeply honored by your kindness, esteemed elder. However, I am profoundly indebted to the sect master and cannot forsake the Divine Elixir Pavilion. I hope you can understand my position." Yang Diju, unperturbed, chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Since you hold such loyalty and righteousness, let us consider this matter as if I had never mentioned it." Li Chen stepped out of the grade A number 2 cave, casting a glance back before turning his gaze toward the adjacent grade A number 1 cave, and then swiftly departed. Over the years, as Li Chun revealed his remarkable alchemical skills in concocting spirit-gathering pills and harmony pills, he ascended to the esteemed position of the 3rd alchemist within the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, no longer a nameless cultivator. The 3rd son of the Bai family from Qinzhou Mountain made several attempts to court him, offering generous terms in an effort to invite Li Chun to serve as a guest alchemist. The Sidhu family from Crescent Moon Lake and the Zhao family from Wind Cliff also sought to engage with Li Chun, eager to recruit the newly minted alchemist of the Divine Alchemy Pavilion. In the realm of cultivation, alchemists hold a revered status. However, the resources required to nurture an alchemist are exceedingly vast. Even the esteemed Yang family of Fish and Dragon extended an olive branch to Li Chen. Yet, he declined all overtures from the prominent families. Within the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, Li Chun enjoyed a relative freedom. He could pursue alchemy at his leisure, and if he chose to abstain, no one would impose upon him. Accepting the solicitations from various cultivation families would inevitably curtail his freedom, particularly given his current modest level of cultivation. Li Chun had never contemplated serving as a guest elder for the other factions, regardless of how generous their offers might be. Notably, Wang Fengming chose not to inform the Zhao family of Yinfeng Cliff about Li Chen's act of slaying Zhao Ran. After renting a cave dwelling, Li Chun did not return home. Instead, he proceeded to the Baibialu, where he acquired a volume of the Qingmu Sutra. Li Changxing possesses an 8th grade, enabling him to commence his cultivation. The passage of time cannot be further delayed. As for sending Li Changxing to Zishu sect as a menial disciple, Li Qin never considered it, for menial disciples do not benefit from the resources provided by the sect. Given that Li Changxing is merely 7 years old, it is even less feasible to send him to Zishu sect. After procuring a volume of Qingmu Ju, Li Qin pondered for a moment before making his way to the area of the scattered cultivators on West Street. There, he purchased a clay jar from a wandering cultivator, which contained a stunning golden-scaled fish at the cost of 30 spiritual stones. This golden-scaled fish, classified as a low-level first-tier demonic beast, possesses little flesh but is remarkably beautiful and lacks aggression, making it an ideal pet for Li Xian. Upon returning to his cave abode, Li Chun presented the golden-scaled fish to Li Xian. Li Xian held the earthen jar, gazing at the exquisite golden-scaled fish within. Her eyes instantly sparkled with delight as she tiptoed to plant a sweet kiss on Li Chen's cheek, her voice ringing with innocence. "Thank you, Daddy. You are the best to Xiener." Li Chun gazed at his lively, mischievous, and audacious daughter with a mixture of affection and exasperation. "Xiener, go play with Xiaohei. I have matters to discuss with your elder brother." Li Xian nodded, skipping joyfully while cradling the earthen jar. "Father, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Li Changxing stood before Li Qin, his stature already considerable, exuding an air of composure. Li Qin observed his son for a moment, then spoke in a deep voice. "Changxing, starting today, I shall teach you the ways of cultivation. Are you prepared?" Li Changxing nodded earnestly. "Father, rest assured, I shall devote myself to my cultivation with unwavering determination." Li Chun gently patted Li Changxing on the shoulder, expressing his satisfaction towards this obedient and understanding son. After imparting the Qingmu Ju to Li Changxing, Li Qin invited Ning Hongxiu to move into cave dwelling number 100 of Class B. In contrast to the laid-back attitude of Mo Yunya, Ning Hongxiu was fervently dedicated to her cultivation. Most of her day was spent in meditation, a consequence of her frustrations in mastering the arts of alchemy and talisman crafting. Li Chun was naturally delighted by this development, as he undoubtedly wished for his companion to possess greater cultivation, enabling them to traverse the path together for a longer duration. Thus, Li Qin and Ning Hongxiu relocated to the B-level cave dwelling number 100, while Mo Yunyu, Li Changxing, and Li Xian continued to reside in their original abode. However, despite this arrangement, Li Xian frequently knocked on their door, disrupting the tranquility of Li Chun and Ning Hongxiu. Eventually, Ning Hongxiu, incensed by the incessant disturbances, delivered a stern reprimand to Li Xian, which temporarily subdued her antics. Yet, within a mere fortnight, Li Xian had completely forgotten the consequences of her previous mischief and reverted to her playful nature. Whenever Li Xian became particularly unruly, Ning Hongxiu found herself compelled to discipline her once more. However, as the frequency of these reprimands increased, Li Xian's resilience grew, rendering her increasingly impervious to Ning Hongxiu's authority, until ultimately even Ning Hongxiu found herself at a loss. Additionally, the golden-scaled fish that Li Qin had gifted her, after half a year under her care, succumbed to her negligence, despite being a creature of considerable vitality. Time passed swiftly, and as 2 years slipped by, Li Qin's concerns for his daughter's future intensified with each passing day. Li Xian is on the cusp of turning 5 years old. In her household, apart from her biological mother, Ning Hongxiu, who still holds a semblance of authority over her, the rest of the family is nearly powerless to restrain her. Li Changxing, at the tender age of 9, has successfully embarked on his spiritual journey, becoming a practitioner at the first level of qi refinement. Li Changxing was remarkably considerate. He understood the heavy burdens his father carried. During his moments of leisure from cultivation, he would assist his mother in washing and crafting spiritual paper, striving to alleviate some of his father's weighty responsibilities. Ning Hongxiu devoted herself to her training with exceptional diligence, having reached the pinnacle of the 4th layer of qi refinement. On the verge of breaking through to the 5th layer, Mo Yunyao remained unchanged, still at the peak of the 3rd layer of qi refinement, venturing daily to the Western Streets area for scattered cultivators to purchase green bamboo, returning to wash and produce spiritual paper. Her skill in crafting spiritual paper was honed under the guidance of Li Chun at the Tianfu Pavilion, and the spiritual paper she produced was supplied to the pavilion, earning her a modest income of over 100 spirit stones each month, indeed relieving a portion of Li Chen's burdens. As for Li Chun, he remained at the 6th layer of qi refinement, with the breakthrough to the 7th layer still a distant prospect. However, the tranquility of their days would not persist indefinitely. One fateful day, outside Yinshan Square, a beam of bloodlight erupted from the Yinshan Mountains. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, all cultivators in Yinshan Square were stirred into a frenzy. This heralded the emergence of a hidden cave left by a senior expert. Such a commotion could only be caused by the discovery of a cave relic from a Foundation establishment cultivator, and it was not impossible for it to be from a Golden Core practitioner as well. In a fervor, a multitude of scattered cultivators rushed towards the Yinshan Mountains. Even the formidable pinnacle cultivators Yang Dezhu and Wang Quan could not restrain them. Typically, scattered cultivators would bow and scrape before the prominent Foundation establishment families of the Yangs and the Wang family of Ningbayu. But now, with fortune and opportunity within reach, who would still heed the Yangs and the Wangs? Before the opportunities left by the senior expert, the accumulated prestige of the two families vanished in an instant. Above Yinshan Square, Wang Quan, clad in a resplendent robe, stood upon his flying sword, gazing at the distant blood light and the thronging scattered cultivators. Among these cultivators were many fierce characters, akin to Wang Quan himself, at the pinnacle of qi refinement. Wang Quan, with a cold glimmer in his eyes, spoke in a deep voice to his companion, Wang Fengming. Fengming, judging by this commotion, it is at least a cave left by a Foundation establishment cultivator, and it is not impossible for it to be a cave of a Golden Core master. These scattered cultivators cannot be contained, but we must not allow them to seize the treasures within the senior expert's cave. I will proceed first to prevent the treasures from being taken. You must hasten back to Ningbayu and summon our ancestor. Only with their arrival can we stabilize the situation. Wang Fengming narrowed his elongated eyes, contemplating for a moment before responding solemnly. In that case, uncle, you go ahead to the senior expert's cave, and I will immediately return to summon our ancestor. The uncle and nephew promptly set off in separate directions, transforming into two streaks of sword light, one heading towards the Yinshan Mountains, the other towards Ningbayu. On the ground, a pair of cold eyes watched the two, oblivious to the lurking presence. Li Chun was enveloped in a dark robe, pulling the hood to obscure his visage. Only after Wang Fengming's sword aura had departed from the Yinshan Square did he summon his flying sword to follow. The relics of ancient masters held no allure for Li Chun. However, the prospect of ambushing Wang Fengming intrigued him immensely. Observing the crimson light soaring amidst the Yinshan mountain range, it was evident that it likely marked the remnants of a demonic cultivator's abode. Such a place would most certainly be fraught with intricate traps and mechanisms, where a single misstep could lead to irrevocable doom, even assuming the absence of such perilous contraptions. With so many cultivators converging towards the relic, what purpose would it serve for Li Chun to follow suit? Rather than pursuing the relic, it would be far more advantageous to ambush Wang Fengming. As a late-stage qi refinement cultivator and the foremost among the younger generation of the Wang family, who was highly esteemed by the family's ancestors, Wang Fengming undoubtedly possessed valuable spirit stones and magical artifacts. Li Chun had not forgotten the incident involving Wang Fengming's request for Zhao family's cultivators to assassinate him. It lingered in his memory. Since his return from the mundane world, Li Chun had been subtly monitoring Wang Fengming's movements, yet the latter seldom ventured out of Yinshan. Even when he did, he was rarely alone, always accompanied by other cultivators. However, this time, he had finally found himself isolated. Was this lad akin to a rabbit, darting away with such swiftness? In midair, Li Chun gritted his teeth as he noticed a beam of sword light nearly fading from sight ahead of him. Li Chun was wholly preoccupied with the intention of assassinating Wang Fengming, yet he overlooked a crucial detail. Wang Fengming's cultivation was superior to his own, and the quality of his flying sword surpassed that of Li Chun's crimson edge, resulting in Li Chun losing track of him. In the vicinity of Yinshan Square, Li Chun dared not brazenly attempt to kill Wang Fengming. However, once outside Yinshan Square, he observed Wang Fengming maneuvering his flying sword with increasing speed and distance. Watching the fleeting brilliance on the horizon, Li Chun felt a wave of despair wash over him. Finally presented with an opportunity to confront Wang Fengming alone, he had prepared himself for the encounter, even willing to risk being drained of his essence by the bloodthirsty flying dagger to eliminate his foe. Yet, the outcome was that Wang Fengming was simply too swift for him to follow. Casting a glance at his crimson edge beneath him, Li Chun's eyes blazed with fury. Worthless crimson edge, worthless Bai Bailu, worthless Zishu sect. Just as Li Chun was engulfed in despair, contemplating retreat back to Yinshan Square, a massive net suddenly surged from the ground into the sky, enveloping the shimmering sword light above. Li Qin's furious gaze shifted to one of astonishment. Has Wang Fengming encountered a bandit? Is it not just himself who wishes to assassinate Wang Fengming? Li Qin squinted his eyes, his thoughts shifting as he directed his flying sword downwards, landing gracefully on the ground. He tore a piece of the spirit travel talisman and swiftly approached the battlefield ahead. Before long, Li Qin arrived at the ground, shrouded in the concealment technique, his aura impeccably hidden from detection. Raising his gaze towards the two figures engaged in combat above, Li Qin's eyebrows twitched. It's her. In midair, a tall and striking female cultivator stood upon her flying sword, her hands forming intricate seals as countless high-level spirit talismans swirled around her, reminiscent of lively fish in motion. Wang Fengming, disheveled and somewhat disoriented, glared with his narrow eyes gleaming with danger, his voice low as he reprimanded. Huang Qingya, you wretched servant, last time you escaped by sheer luck. Yet you dare to appear before me again? Step aside, for I have no time to play with you today. In the air, Huang Qingya's expression was icy, her tone frigid as she declared, Wang Fengming, I have finally caught you. Today, you shall meet your demise here. Go. With a single wave of her hand, hundreds of advanced thunderfire talismans surged toward Wang Fengming as if imbued with life. Following this, a series of thunderous explosions erupted, painting the sky in a fiery crimson hue. Watching Wang Fengming engulfed by the onslaught of thunder and fire, Li Qin's pupils constricted, his admiration for the talisman cultivators growing. An advanced spirit talisman was indeed formidable, equivalent to a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner's spell. The sheer force of hundreds of such talismans raining down would surely leave a foundation establishment cultivator in dire straits. Useless, Wang Fengming retorted. I possess the turtle origin shield bestowed by my ancestor. You cannot harm me. While this shield may not be a spiritual artifact, it is a top-tier magical tool. No matter how many talismans you wield, even the finest of them cannot breach my turtle origin shield, unless you possess second-tier talismans. Do you? Huang Qingya, I have pressing matters to attend to today and do not wish to engage with you. Step aside quickly lest I be forced to eliminate you. As the thunder and fire subsided, Wang Fengming's figure emerged, brandishing a shield that radiated blue light, forming a protective barrier around him. He had rushed back to the clear jade cliff without noticing Huang Qingya's ambush, and now, caught off guard, he found himself in a precarious situation. However, once he focused, Huang Qingya's attacks could not harm him, for he was armed with the top-tier turtle origin shield. Nonetheless, at this moment, Wang Fengming had no desire to entangle himself with Huang Qingya, as he was eager to return to the clear jade cliff to report to his ancestor about the emergence of a senior expert's cave dwelling outside of Yin Mountain. While Wang Fengming was not intimidated by Huang Qingya, he also lacked confidence in subduing this talented talisman practitioner in a short period. Huang Qingya, her demeanor cold, produced several blood-red spirit talismans, gazing at Wang Fengming as if he were a corpse. As the blood-red talismans took flight, a terrifying spiritual pressure caused Wang Fengming to break into a cold sweat. Die. In the air, a violent explosion ignited chaos, stirring the spiritual energy and creating a tempest that destabilized even Li Qin on the ground, while the surrounding trees were uprooted and snapped in half by the fierce winds. Second-tier talismans. Huang Qingya indeed possessed second-tier talismans. Li Qin could scarcely fathom the fate of Wang Fengming, who found himself at the heart of the tempest. The second-tier spirit talisman, akin to a foundational cultivator casting a spell, was unleashed in a flurry by Huang Qingya, causing cold sweat to bead on Li Qin's brow as he observed. Ahem. Do you presume that having awakened the blood talisman spirit body and elevated several top-tier talismans to the second tier grants you the power to vanquish me? Were it not for my turtle origin shield, coupled with 2 exquisite robes of spellcraft and an inner armor of the highest caliber, I might have indeed fallen into your clutches today. Wretched maid, you have truly provoked my ire. As the remnants of the explosion dissipated, Wang Fengming remained suspended in midair, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his turtle origin shield in tatters, and his resplendent robe of spellcraft in shreds, revealing yet another robe and inner armor beneath. Li Qin widened his eyes in disbelief. He had survived this ordeal? In that moment, Li Qin felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had flown at a slower pace and had not been the first to strike at Wang Fengming. Huang Qingya's several second-tier spirit talismans fell down, yet they failed to eliminate Wang Fengming. Li Qin was uncertain whether the bloodthirsty flying dagger could penetrate Wang Fengming's defenses, even if it were to drain all of Li Qin's vital essence. The outcome remained somewhat enigmatic. Li Chun was mistaken. Wang Fengming was not born under the sign of the rabbit, but rather the turtle. First, there was the supreme defensive artifact, the turtle origin shield, followed by 2 exquisite robes, each adorned with a layer of top-tier inner armor beneath. Was he truly so fearful of death? No wonder he was recognized as the foremost among the younger generation of the Ningbaya Wang family. The value of his equipment alone exceeded 10,000 spirit stones. It is worth noting that many impoverished foundation-building cultivators cannot even muster such wealth. Vile servant, meet your demise. Wang Fengming, with disheveled hair and tattered robes, bore fresh blood at the corner of his mouth. His gaze was twisted with malice as he brandished 2 shimmering flying swords, launching them towards Huang Qingya. Pale of face, Huang Qingya unleashed a flurry of high-grade golden talismans, desperately casting them to form layers of protective barriers before her. Hee, do you not possess an abundance of talismans? Wang Fengming's handsome features contorted as he savagely directed his swords to pierce through the layers of golden light. Amidst Wang Fengming's frenzied assault, a peculiar smile crept onto Huang Qingya's bloodless visage. Wang Fengming's expression froze as he sensed a surge of spiritual energy behind him. Upon turning, he was met with a massive golden brick, akin to a door panel, descending upon him with tremendous force. In midair, the cloaked figure of a cultivator stood upon a scarlet flying sword, his gaze sharp and devoid of warmth. At last, I have seized the opportunity. Boom. Wang Fengming's eyes widened in terror as the radiant golden brick crashed down upon him. Instinctively, he formed a hand seal, attempting to repel the brick with his spell. Yet, this formidable brick weighed over 10,000 pounds. The ground trembled violently as the dazzling brick drove Wang Fengming into the earth, creating a deep crater. Boom, boom, boom. As Wang Fengming was buried beneath, Li Chun did not relent, manipulating the golden brick to strike repeatedly, each impact sending shockwaves through the ground. Huang Qingya descended from the air, watching the brick descend time and again, her long eyelashes trembling involuntarily as she glanced at Li Chun, shrouded in his black cloak. Having nearly exhausted his magical energy, Li Chun finally withdrew the golden brick. Given his current cultivation level, commanding the golden brick was still a considerable effort. It was not out of a profound hatred for Wang Fengming. Rather, it stemmed from caution, fearing that Wang Fengming might have hidden tricks up his sleeve. The sight of Wang Fengming's turtle origin shield, 2 exquisite robes, and a top-tier inner armor had genuinely astonished Li Chun. He had witnessed fear before, but never had he encountered someone so terrified of death. On the ground lay a crater, measuring over 10 meters in diameter and several meters deep. Li Chun cautiously approached the hollow, where the figure of Wang Fengming had vanished, leaving only a pool of flesh encased within the tattered remnants of his robe. There was no need for further inspection. Given the manner of your attack, survival was an impossibility. Huang Qingya stood beside Li Chun at the edge of the hollow, her gaze flickering as she scrutinized him. Her voice, as melodious as ever, was laced with a hint of playful mockery. Li Chun turned around and met Huang Qingya's gaze. Huang Qingya was clad in a light apricot robe, her wheat-colored complexion flushed with a hint of color, and her eyes sparkled with a touch of delight. Taoistly, she remarked, "You have concealed much from Qingya." Indeed. Li Chun removed his hood, revealing a pale and austere visage. "How did you recognize me?" Li Chun concealed his presence with a technique that deceived the heavens. He doubted that Huang Qingya could discern his identity without the aid of spiritual perception. Huang Qingya blinked, a mischievous smile appearing on her sun-kissed face as she replied, "I guessed." Li Chun did not dwell on this issue for long. His interest lay elsewhere. "Huang Diu, why did you attempt to assassinate Wang Fengming? Did you have a grudge against him?" Huang Qingya nodded, her expression suddenly turning frigid as she spoke in a low voice. "A few years ago, I ventured to the Yinshan mountain range with Wang Fengming to collaborate on the hunt for demonic beasts. After I severely injured one of the beasts, Wang Fengming covertly launched a surprise attack, intending to capture me. He failed in his attempt and instead allowed me to escape." Li Chun nodded, signifying his understanding of the enmity that had developed between Huang Qingya and Wang Fengming. Li Chun harbored lingering doubts. He yearned to inquire about Huang Qingya's spiritual root aptitude and the nature of the blood talisman body. However, after some contemplation, he ultimately refrained from voicing his queries. In the realm of cultivation, the prerequisite for embarking on the path of immortality is the possession of a spiritual root. Spiritual roots are classified into 9 grades, and the quality of one's spiritual root is of paramount importance to cultivators. The superior the spiritual root, the smoother the journey along the immortal path conversely. The inferior the spiritual route, the more arduous and fraught with obstacles the journey becomes. A first-grade heavenly spiritual route is reputed to encounter no bottleneck in the transition to the nascent soul stage. However, a ninth-grade spiritual route faces bottlenecks even at the third layer of chi refinement, with these obstacles as formidable as the gates of heaven. Major sects regard high-grade spiritual routes as seedlings of immortality, and they do not hesitate to allocate resources for the cultivation of mid-grade spiritual routes. Unfortunately, those with low-grade spiritual routes are relegated to the status of servant disciples, and those with ninth-grade low-grade spiritual routes lack even the qualifications to serve as disciples within the sect. In addition to spiritual root aptitude, the cultivation world also recognizes the concept of spiritual bodies. Spiritual bodies manifest in myriad forms. Cultivators endowed with an alchemical spiritual body possess extraordinary talents in alchemy. For instance, Li Chen has received the second-tier alchemical inheritance instilled by the system. In the eyes of Master Chen and Manager Fu, they suspect that Li Chen possesses some form of alchemical spiritual body. In truth, Li Chen lacks a spiritual body. Yet, Huang Qingya genuinely possesses a talismanic spiritual body. Or perhaps a blood talisman body. It is no wonder that she is already capable of inscribing top-tier spiritual talismans and can further nurture these talismans into second-tier ones. Li Chen did not inquire about Huang Qingya's spiritual root aptitude, nor did he question her regarding the blood symbol spiritual body. However, Huang Qingya took the initiative to ask him, "Li Daoist, if I am not mistaken, you have only entered the realm of cultivation for a mere decade, correct?" Gazing into Huang Qingya's enchanting eyes, Li Chen was at a loss. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she continued. To have cultivated to the 6th layer of chi refinement in just 10 years, and to possess the ability to forge advanced spiritual pills, could it be that you, dear Taoist, truly possess a 9th-grade spiritual root? Might you, like me, also be endowed with a spiritual body? Li Chen fell into a moment of silence. And after careful contemplation, he slowly replied, "Indeed, I possess a 9th-grade spiritual root, and my cultivation has been entirely amassed through the accumulation of elixirs. As for whether I possess a physique attuned to the path of alchemy, I cannot say with certainty." Li Chen possesses a 9th-grade spiritual root, a fact known to many. However, the 9th-grade spiritual root was a thing of the past. He now boasts a 6th-grade spiritual root. Yet, this transformation is a matter too complex to elucidate to Huang Qingya. In the realm of cultivation, there do exist treasures capable of enhancing one's spiritual root aptitude. But such artifacts are beyond the reach of those at the chi refining stage. Huang Qingya, along with others, harbors suspicions that Li Chen may possess a certain alchemical physique. Li Chen neither confirms nor denies these speculations, allowing them to continue their conjectures, rather than pressing for answers. Huang Qingya shifts her gaze toward the pit, where Wang Fengming has been reduced to a pulp, her beautiful visage betraying a hint of excitement. Taoistly, she declares, "It is time for us to inspect our gains." Li Chen nodded. Immediately, the two descended into the pit. Huang Qingya removed the storage bag that Wang Fengming had hung at his waist and began to inspect the spoils of their conquest. Li Chen picked up the shattered Guiyuan shield, then removed the tattered robe and inner armor, his face reflecting profound regret. The top-tier artifact Guiyuan shield, 2 exquisite robes, and 1 superior inner armor, collectively worth over 10,000 spirit stones, were all regrettably damaged. Meanwhile, Huang Qingya had opened Wang Fengming's storage bag, her eyes sparkling as she murmured in delight, "We've struck gold." As Li Chen and Huang Qingya joyfully divided the spoils, Wang Fengqi, who was guarding the soul tablets of their kin on Ningbayu Cliff, gradually wore an odd expression, eventually breaking into a radiant smile. The source of Wang Fengqi's elation stemmed from the shattering of Wang Fengming's life soul tablet. In the richly infused spiritual energy of the secret chamber, the stooped elder suddenly opened his murky eyes, placing a hand over his chest, feeling a sense of unease wash over him. "Ancestor, Fengqi seeks an audience." The elder stood up, his expression grave as he gazed at the stone door, commanding, "Enter." As the door swung open, before the elder could speak, Wang Fengqi, with a sorrowful countenance, looked at him, her voice trembling as she announced, "Ancestor, the life soul tablet of our kin, Fengming, has shattered." The elder was taken aback. After a moment, he regained his composure, the sorrow on his face unmistakable, his gaze dark and heavy with grief. His voice was aged and hoarse. "Fengming, our Wang family had finally birthed a true phoenix with 3rd-grade spiritual roots, with hopes of ascending to the Dan formation stage. Thus, I named him Fengming, wishing for him to soar like a phoenix, heralding our family's prominence in the Xinxia realm of the Yin Kingdom. Fengming, you are the pride of our Wang family. How can you perish before leading us to prosperity? After a lengthy silence, Wang Shou suppressed his inner sorrow, his gaze turning cold, an aura of terror erupting from him, causing Wang Fengqi to struggle to breathe. All the fortune of the Wang family rests upon Fengming. Whoever dares to sever our family's fortune, I shall not spare. Wang Shou, the elder of the Wang family, was consumed by rage, his eyes brimming with a murderous intent that nearly materialized. Wang Fengqi stood by, head bowed, her shoulders imperceptibly trembling, seemingly filled with immense grief and indignation over her fallen kin. 3,680 spirit stones, we shall split evenly. 2 golden jiao swords. 1 for each of us. The Wugong cone belongs to me, while the soul-settling bell shall be yours. I will inscribe a copy of the secret techniques from these 2 jade slips for you. The damaged Guiyuan shield, the 2 robes, and the inner armor, all will be yours, while the beauty-retaining pill shall be mine. How do you find this arrangement, Taoistly? Huang Qingya smiled at Li Chun, discussing the distribution of their gains. As for the remnants of Wang Fengming's flesh, the 2 had reduced it to ashes. Faced with Huang Qingya's proposed allocation, Li Chun agreed without hesitation, nodding readily. The 2 of them nearly split the spoils evenly, although strictly speaking, Huang Qingya had incurred a slight loss. After all, she was the principal force against Wang Fengming. Having expended numerous spirit talismans, it was she who had shattered Wang Fengming's Guiyuan shield, robes, and inner armor. Li Chun merely employed a deceptive technique to conceal his presence, seizing the opportunity to claim a life at a critical moment. He was exhilarated, gazing at the substantial sum of 1,840 spirit stones. Li Chun felt a weight in his breath, since his entry into the realm of cultivation. This was the first time he had handled such an immense quantity of spirit stones. In addition to the spirit stones, Li Chun also acquired the exquisite artifact, the Golden Flood Dragon Sword, the formidable artifact, the soul-settling bell, as well as a damaged turtle origin shield, 2 robes of mystical protection, and inner armor, a second-tier divine fire technique, and a secret art for cultivating spiritual flame. It appeared that Wang Fengming possessed a fire attribute spirit root. Otherwise, he would not have carried a second-tier divine fire technique and a secret art for cultivating spiritual flame. Truly, as a direct descendant of the Wang family from the condensing Azure Cliff, he embodied the pinnacle of the younger generation of the Wang clan. Such affluence, one might say, is hardly surprising for one who preys upon a foundation establishment cultivator. Indeed, it seems that robbing cultivators for spirit stones is a swift path to wealth profitable beyond measure, leading to instant riches. Li Chun's gaze flickered. In that moment, he found no desire to refine elixirs. What were a few spirit stones in comparison? Surely, it would be far more lucrative to engage in the perilous trade of a bandit. Yet, he soon regained his composure, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Faced with such immense temptation, he felt the stirrings of reckless ambition, contemplating the path of a bandit. It is essential to recognize that banditry is a venture fraught with danger, where one places their life on the line, uncertain of when they might encounter formidable adversaries, leading to irreversible consequences. Moreover, not every cultivator possesses the wealth of someone like Wang Fengming. Li Chun, with a family to care for, could not afford to embark on such a perilous path. Li Chun silently sighed, reflecting on the arduous and perilous journey along the path of immortality. Just moments ago, he had once again endured the trial of his inner demons. Li Daoyu, Huang Qingya said, I must make a trip to Qingafang to handle the belongings left by Wang Fengming and also procure some spiritual items. Would you care to accompany me? Having gathered her spoils, Huang Qingya proposed to venture to Qingafang to address these matters, inquiring if Li Chun would join her. The 2 had slain Wang Fengming, and naturally, his magical artifacts could not be displayed openly. Thus, Huang Qingya needed to discreetly manage these forbidden items. Li Chun pondered for a moment, then gently shook his head. For he had a wife and children at home, making it inconvenient for him to travel far. Li Chun was reluctant to visit Qingafang for 2 reasons. The first was the presence of his wife and child at home, making long travels inconvenient for him. The second reason pertained to Xiexian. Li Chun wished to avoid encountering the cultivator by that name. Huang Qingya did not press him further, but instead bestowed upon him a radiant smile, her sun-kissed complexion accentuating her sparkling white teeth, creating a remarkably brilliant expression. Taoistly, may our collaboration be delightful. Thus, I shall take my leave first. Li Chun nodded, watching as Huang Qingya transformed into a streak of luminous light, soaring towards the northern region of Qingzhou. Li Qin could distinctly sense that after the harrowing experience of jointly slaying Wang Fengming, the bond between him and Huang Qingya had significantly deepened. He pondered when he might finally bring this brilliant talisman cultivator home and start a family. Moments later, Li Qin snapped back to reality, retracting his gaze and steering his flying sword back to Yingshan Fang. Simultaneously, atop a cliff amidst the Yingshan mountain range, the stone door of a cave abode stood wide open, resembling a colossal beast gaping its maw, emitting a blinding crimson light. Within this cave, a tall, slender youth clad in a blood-red robe, exuding an aura of malevolent blood energy, stood before a blood pool. In his hands, he held a blood bead, radiating blood light that pierced through the cave, captivating countless cultivators from Yingshan Fang. Blood God Technique, Blood Fiend Technique, Azura Technique, Transforming Blood Pool. The success of his foundation establishment hinged upon whether the transforming blood pool could be filled. With Linglong Fairy absent from Yingshan Fang, it was likely that no foundation-building cultivators remained. The Yin family, wait for me. As the youth muttered to himself, a throng of cultivators rushed into the cave. This is not a cave left behind by an esteemed elder, but a trap set by demonic cultivators, deliberately luring us here. Bold demonic cultivators. How dare you toy with us? Who are you? Prominent figures from Yingshan Fang such as He Yuan Ning, Wang Quan, Wang Gui, Yang Dihai, Yang Duxiu, Bai Rong, Situ Ming, Zhao Wuyo, along with several scattered cultivators, stormed into the cave. Upon witnessing the roiling blood pool and the youth with the blood bead, clad in his crimson robe and emanating a chilling aura, they furrowed their brows in unison. The youth, tall and gaunt, with a cold countenance and blood-red eyes sweeping over the crowd, remarked, "Excellent. There are no foundation-building cultivators among you. I am Fu Chou, known as the Blood River Ascendant," he declared. Wang Quan frowned and retorted coldly, "You, a mere chi refining stage demonic cultivator, dare to call yourself an ascendant? You are utterly oblivious to your own insignificance." He Yuan Ning, the head of Baibao Building, stepped forward with an icy glare. A chi refining stage demon spawn dares to act recklessly in the realm of cultivators in Yin Kingdom, unafraid of the might of the immortal sects? The youth, with an expression of indifference, raised his hand. Within the cave, the blood pool surged violently, and the blood bead in his grasp unleashed countless beams of blood light. Kill. The dim cave was illuminated by the blood light as various magical artifacts and spells flew chaotically, all engulfed by the torrent of blood pouring from the pool. Sizzle. Sizzle. The blood within the pool seemed to possess a malevolent nature, rendering the cultivator's magical artifacts and spells powerless before it. In the youth's hands, the blood bead emitted countless rays of blood light, causing any who were struck by it to have their vital essence spiral out of control, along with their magical power rapidly consuming itself. I have a wife and children. If I perish here, what will become of them? What is this? I still have to establish my foundation and reach the dance stage. I cannot die here. I refuse to accept this. In the shadowy cavern, one by one, the cultivators were drawn into the blood pool, their eyes wide open as they witnessed their very beings merging with the crimson depths, an expression of utter unwillingness filling their gaze in their final moments. This demonic spawn is truly sinister. We must flee. He Yuan Ning, the overseer of the Baibao Pavilion at the Yinshan district of the Zishu sect, was gripped by terror. He hastily retrieved a second-tier minor teleportation talisman from his storage pouch, disregarding the pain of expenditure, fearing that any delay would result in becoming part of that ghastly blood pool. The other cultivators were equally paralyzed by fear. Within the dimly lit cavern, the blood pool churned violently, as numerous chi refinement stage practitioners struggled and screamed within its depths. Their flesh and blood became one with the pool, their souls eternally ensnared in its depths, lingering above it in a chorus of anguished howls, gradually transforming into grotesque and hideous monsters. The young man bore a hardened visage, his hair soaked in blood, and behind him surged an ocean of crimson. The bloodlight in his eyes intensified, and he murmured to himself, "The blood god technique, the blood fiend method, the Azura path, my foundation in the blood arts is firmly established. I can only tread this path of slaughter, with no turning back." Seizing the opportunity while the ethereal Linglong Fairy and the Zishu sect remained oblivious, he resolved to escape from this place. With that, the young man exited the cavern, casting a distant gaze towards the Yinshan district. A trace of gentle smile broke through his stern demeanor before he transformed into a streak of blood light, vanishing into the earth, leaving no trace behind. Li Chen returned to Yinshan Fang. This recent act of robbing Wang Fengming had rendered him immensely wealthy overnight, alleviating the scarcity of resources in his storage pouch. "Father, have you found any spirit stones?" In the cave, Li Xian was practicing her punches, her delicate fists slicing through the air with vigor as she relentlessly struck at the dog beside her. Upon seeing Li Chen return to the cave, Li Xian hurried over with her short legs, wearing an endearing smile of eagerness. This daughter, nearly 5 years of age, showed little interest in studies, preferring instead the art of wielding blades and firearms, and she delighted in clinging to Li Chen, eagerly listening to his stories. Meanwhile, the black fire dog sat forlornly to the side. Ever since Li Xian learned to walk, it had not enjoyed a moment of peace. And one must remember that it too was a magical beast. Li Chen cast a glance at his daughter, his smile swiftly fading. With a hint of irritation, he asked, "Go on, what is it that you desire this time?" Li Xian flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of glistening teeth, and, like a treasure, drew forth a willow leaf dagger from his waist. "Father, do you see what this is?" Li Chen's eyelids fluttered momentarily. "From whence did you acquire that flying dagger?" The young girl beamed brightly. "Father, why concern yourself with the origins of this flying dagger? When shall you impart the art of the flying dagger to me? I have heard from Mother that in your heyday, you wielded the flying dagger with unparalleled skill, never tasting defeat, earning yourself the moniker of Little Li Flying Dagger. Now, I am the new generation of Little Li Flying Dagger, and you, dear father, are the esteemed Old Li Flying Dagger." Li Chen rubbed his temples, realizing that his daughter became increasingly restless as she grew older. The flying dagger in her hand, he could easily surmise, was a gift from Li Changsheng. Currently, Li Xian's spiritual roots had yet to fully mature, preventing her from embarking on her cultivation journey. While he urged her to focus on her studies, she found herself unable to concentrate. Despite her tender age, she had already made impressive strides in martial arts. Remarkably, she had managed to grasp a few nuances of the family's signature mountain-splitting palm technique, and when she struck the dog with it, the creature yelped in pain. Baring its teeth, Li Chen, feeling helpless, embraced Li Xian and spoke earnestly. "Xiener, the pursuit of martial arts is ultimately a minor path. It is imperative that you dedicate yourself to reading and acquiring knowledge. Otherwise, in the future, lacking education, no young man will find favor in you." Li Xian leapt from Li Chen's embrace, placing her hands on her hips. "If no one else likes me, then so be it. I couldn't care less. As long as my father adores me, that is sufficient. Father, please impart your exquisite flying knife technique to me." Li Chen, feeling helpless, had no choice but to impart his knife-throwing skills to her. Observing Li Xian adeptly wielding the flying daggers to strike at the black fire hound, which leaped and darted in a frantic attempt to evade, Li Chen eventually chose to close his eyes. The girl possessed an undeniable talent. She learned rapidly, regardless of the subject. However, her boldness and excessive restlessness stood in stark contrast to Li Changxing's composed and tranquil demeanor. Ignoring Li Xian, Li Chen summoned Li Changxing and, after inquiring with concern about his progress in cultivation, allowed him to take his leave. Li Changxing is remarkably considerate, providing great peace of mind to Li Chen. After successfully ambushing Wang Fengming and acquiring a substantial sum of spirit stones, Li Chen resolves to procure spirit herbs the following day in order to concoct a furnace of earth origin pills. Despite having ascended to the 6th layer of qi refinement, the attainment of the 7th layer still appears to be a distant prospect. Although his spiritual root aptitude has been elevated to the 6th grade, his cultivation speed remains frustratingly stagnant. Among the second-tier alchemical inheritances Li Chen has obtained, there exists a particular recipe known as the Earth Origin Pill, specifically designed for practitioners at the 6th layer of qi refinement to break through the bottleneck into the 7th layer. Li Chen resolved to commence gathering the spiritual herbs required for the refinement of the Earth Origin Pill the following day, with the aspiration of successfully concocting the elixir and advancing to the late stage of qi refinement. Only by achieving this breakthrough could he possess the confidence to pursue a piece of spiritual land. On the morrow, Li Chen made his way to the Divine Pill Pavilion, where he encountered Bai Feng along the journey. Bai Feng appeared troubled, his brow furrowed with concern. Upon spotting Li Chen, he managed to force a faint smile and greeted. "Masterly," Li Chen instinctively inquired, "Young Master Bai, have you encountered some troublesome matter?" Bai Feng responded with a wry smile, "Masterly Dan, are you not aware that a relic of an esteemed elder's cave dwelling emerged in the Yinshan mountain range yesterday? Li Chen nodded. Bai Feng continued, stating that the cave was not left by a revered elder, but rather a trap set by a practitioner of the demonic path, designed to lure the cultivators of Yin Mountain into a deadly ambush, where they would be slain and their vital essence seized. A relative of the Bai family, Bai Rong, who had reached the 8th level of Qi refinement, met his demise alongside others in the Yin Mountain range, falling victim to that malevolent practitioner. As Li Chen conversed with Bai Feng, he maintained an impassive expression, yet tumultuous waves surged within his heart. This demonic cultivator, known as Fu Chou and self-styled as the Blood River Master, had laid a trap to ensnare dozens of practitioners from Yin Mountain in his quest to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. Even Bai Rong of the Qingzhou Mountain Bai family, Yang Daxiu of the Yulong Yang family, and Sidu Ming of the Yueya Lake Situ family all perished at the hands of this demonic practitioner, failing to return. Li Chen could almost ascertain that Fu Chou was indeed Fu Kong. What had transpired over the years? After bidding farewell to Bai Feng, Li Chen, burdened with sorrow, made his way to the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Upon entering, he encountered the aged manager Fu, who bore the weight of years upon him. With kind eyes, he gazed at Li Chen and spoke earnestly. Young Chen, I trust you have heard about yesterday's events? Li Chen nodded respectfully and replied, I have heard a little about it. This is indeed the realm of cultivation. Fortunately, you did not venture forth among the hundreds of cultivators. Only a mere handful have returned. These demonic cultivators have grown increasingly audacious. After a brief conversation with Master Fu, Li Chen took his leave and proceeded to the alchemy chamber to concoct a furnace of primordial enhancement pills. With a substantial sum of over 2,000 spirit stones in his possession, he indulged in a rare moment of leisure, opting to brew only one batch of elixirs before departing from the Divine Elixir Pavilion. At present, Li Chen had ascended to the esteemed position of the third alchemist of the Divine Elixir Pavilion, enjoying greater privileges as a result. Upon exiting the pavilion, his first destination was the treasure house. The treasure house offered a vast array of goods, and Li Chen's purpose for visiting was to acquire earth origin fruits, the primary ingredient for crafting earth origin pills. Since the Divine Elixir Pavilion's herbal garden did not cultivate this particular fruit, Li Chen sought it at the treasure house. Upon entering, he noticed that the attendants at the treasure house appeared exceptionally cautious, their voices barely above a whisper. Li Chen wishes to purchase the Duyuan fruit, but the associates are unable to make a decision as the person in charge is not present. Li Chen's thoughts swiftly turned, and he soon grasped the situation. The esteemed he, the master of the Baibao building, had ventured beyond the Yinshan mountain range yesterday, seeking to seize opportunities within the ruins of a revered predecessor. Now, it is likely that Master he is on his way back to the Zishu Immortal Gate to report on the events of the previous day. Having failed to procure the coveted Duyuan fruit, Li Chen emerged from the Baibao building, his heart increasingly burdened with concern for Fu Kong, having committed such a heinous act, resulting in the demise of dozens of cultivators within the Yinshan district. The Zishu Immortal Gate would undoubtedly take action. Not only the Zishu Immortal Gate, but also the prominent cultivation families within the Yin Kingdom's realm would not remain idle. Li Chen foresaw that, in the forthcoming period, the Blood River Man would transform into a notorious figure despised by all in the Yinghua cultivation realm, should he act within the secular world. Even if he were to massacre an entire city, the response from the cultivation community would likely be minimal. However, the nature of slaughtering cultivators differs significantly, with disciples of the Zishu sect traversing the mountains below and members of various esteemed cultivation families wandering abroad. There exists a palpable fear that these disciples may fall victim to the Blood River Man's treacherous hands. After all, the Blood River Man cultivates the sinister arts of blood, thriving on the life force of others. Li Chen returned to his cave dwelling, burdened with profound thoughts. His desire for cultivation significantly diminished. Father, this individual has come to seek you. He claims to deliver a message on behalf of another. Upon his return, Li Chen encountered a young secular martial artist. This worldly warrior, confronted by the 9-year-old Li Changsheng, exhibited a demeanor that was both restrained and respectful. Noticing Li Chen, the martial artist from the secular realm cautiously inquired, "Are you the esteemed Li Chen, Master Li?" Li Chen scrutinized the individual before him. This person appeared to be in his 20s, possessing a robust physique, a broad forehead, and a square face. His internal strength was considerable, clearly marking him as an exceptional master within the secular martial world, skilled in the practices of hard qigong. "It is I, who instructed you to deliver a message to me." In response to Li Chen's inquiry, The young man bowed his head and respectfully replied, "Esteemed master, I originally came to Yingshan Square in search of enlightenment. Upon my arrival, I encountered another esteemed master who claimed to be a friend of you, Master Li. He imparted to me the way to enter Yingshan Square and urged me to seek you out, delivering a message. This esteemed master also mentioned that if I conveyed the message, you would bestow upon me a piece of celestial fortune." A friend? Li Chen pondered, for he had but one true friend in the realm of cultivation. Li Chen's gaze shifted slightly as he calmly inquired, "What message did that person ask you to convey to me?" The young secular warrior raised his head, his expression filled with respect as he looked at Li Chen. 7 days hence, at the Emerald Peak of Qingzhou. Master Li, that is the sole message entrusted to me by the Immortal. It was indeed he. Li Chen's mind was a tempest of thoughts, yet his countenance remained inscrutable. At the verdant Suiwei Mountain in Qingzhou, there lies a spiritual vein once belonging to the Fu family. Many years ago, a cultivator named Yin assassinated the Fu family's elder and subsequently seized control of Suiwei Mountain. Now, it has become the ancestral land of the Yin clan. 7 days hence, at Suiwei Mountain in Qizhou, Fu Kong intends to seek vengeance against the Yin family. He has entrusted a secular warrior to convey a message to him, whether to meet at the foot of Suiwei Mountain or to summon him to reclaim the mountain after 7 days. It is likely that he wishes to bestow Suiwei Mountain upon him. During a convivial gathering of libations between Li Chen and Fu Kong, they once conversed about the aspiration to seek a piece of land endowed with spiritual essence to establish a foundation for their own cultivation family in the future. It is likely that Fu Kong has retained this notion in his memory. Now, he is determined to return to Suiwei Mountain to avenge the profound grievances that have accumulated like a sea of blood. However, after exacting his vengeance, he cannot remain on Suiwei Mountain, nor can he linger in the cultivation realm of Yin Kingdom. Therefore, he intends to bequeath that Suiwei Mountain to himself. Li Chen swiftly comprehended Fu Kang's intentions. Turning to the young warrior before him, Li Chen quelled his tumultuous thoughts and inquired calmly, "What is your name?" The young man replied, "Respectfully reporting to you, my name is Tai Ao." Li Chen nodded gently and inquired, "Tai Ao, having come to seek the immortals, are you aware of the concept of spiritual roots?" Without hesitation, Tai Ao eagerly affirmed, "Master, I once journeyed to the Purple Void Immortal Gate to partake in the grand ceremony of spiritual root assessment." Li Chen's gaze was enigmatic. "So, you possess a 9th grade spiritual root and have been rejected by the Immortal sect?" Tai Ao bowed his head and replied solemnly, "Indeed. Although my spiritual root is of inferior quality, I harbor an unwavering heart devoted to the pursuit of immortality. I implore the Immortal Master to grant me a chance. Bestow upon me a celestial fate and guide me onto the path of enlightenment." Li Chen paused momentarily, and in a daze, he beheld the visage of his younger self from a decade past. 10 years ago, during the last spirit testing ceremony of the Zishu Immortal sect, Li Chen was 19, seemingly akin in age to the present Iron Ao. Possessing a 9th grade spiritual root and being somewhat advanced in years, he found himself unable to gain entry into the Immortal sect. Li Chen vaguely recalled the mocking gazes of the onlookers as he ascended the spirit testing platform. Accompanied by the indifferent expression of the elder from the Zishu sect, Li Chen remained silent. Tai Ao stood nearby, clutching the hem of his garment. His gaze filled with trepidation as he looked at Li Chen. Ultimately, with gritted teeth, he knelt before Li Chen, beseeching the Immortal Master to grant him favor and bestow a celestial connection, guiding the humble individual onto the path of enlightenment. Li Chen regained his composure and gazed at the young man kneeling before him. This was himself from a decade ago. Li Chen raised his hand to help Tai Ao up and gently inquired, "What type of spiritual root do you possess?" Tai Ao, filled with joy, hurriedly responded, "In answer to the esteemed master, I am of the wood elemental spiritual root." Li Chen nodded, retrieving several spirit stones from his storage pouch and handing them to Tai Ao. He then turned to Li Changsheng beside him, instructing, "Changsheng, take him to the shanty town and help him settle in. Additionally, impart to him the Qingmu art." "Father, your child understands," he replied. Li Changsheng, though not short in stature, possesses a youthful visage, yet his demeanor is remarkably composed, resembling that of a miniature adult. "I am profoundly grateful to Master Li for guiding me onto the path of enlightenment. This kindness will forever remain etched in my memory, and I shall assuredly repay Master Li when the opportunity arises." Tai Ao, having received several spirit stones from Li Chen, bowed repeatedly before him, his face radiant with gratitude. Li Chen waved his hand, indicating for them to depart. Accompany Chongqing to settle in the shantytown. My abilities are limited, and this is all I can offer you. Tai Ao once again bowed deeply to Li Chun, expressing his profound gratitude before following Li Chongqing out of the cave dwelling. Observing the youth Tai Ao, a smile involuntarily crept upon Li Chun's lips. A decade ago, he had journeyed south from Heishui Prefecture to attend the spirit testing ceremony at the Zishu Immortal sect, only to be deemed unworthy with a mere 9th-grade spiritual root, thus failing to gain entry into the sect. Li Chun, unwilling to relinquish his aspirations, sought information from various sources and arrived at Yinshan Square in pursuit of celestial destiny. Outside Yinshan Square, he encountered the ethereal Linglong fairy, who, by extending her guidance, paved the way for him to embark on the path of immortality. The situation of Tai Ao mirrored that of Li Chun almost perfectly. Both possessed the 9th-grade spiritual roots and had been rejected by the immortal sects, seeking enlightenment at Yinshan Square. He met Fukong, who revealed to him the means of entering Yinshan Square and came to deliver a message to Li Chun. Upon seeing Tai Ao, Li Chun was reminded of his younger self from a decade ago. Back then, fortune smiled upon him as he encountered the Linglong fairy. Today, Li Chun was more than willing to part with a few spirit stones and share a technique, the Qingmu Ju, to guide Tai Ao onto the path of immortality. Although Li Chun was acutely aware that Tai Ao was unlikely to achieve great success on this journey, he had first-hand knowledge of the limitations of 9th-grade spiritual roots. Without the system, and without the Linglong fairy as his mentor, he could only wonder what his own fate might have been. Soon, Li Chun cast aside his thoughts regarding Tai Ao's future, recognizing that his destiny would ultimately depend on his own fortune and opportunities. Presently, his mind was occupied with the matter of claiming Suwei Mountain, initially troubled by the system's side quests. The arrival of Fu Kang's messenger suggested he might be on the verge of receiving Suwei Mountain as a gift. Li Chun contemplated the likelihood of seizing control over Suwei Mountain. He had attained the 6th layer of Qi refinement, while Ning Hongxiu had yet to reach the 5th layer. As for Mo Yunya, Li Chongsheng, and Li Xian, they were negligible, possessing little combat prowess. With just himself and Ning Hongxiu, could they possibly defend a spiritual vein? It seemed exceedingly difficult. After meticulous contemplation, Li Chun concluded that it would be exceedingly challenging for him and Ning Hongxiu to seize a spiritual vein, for it is, after all, a spiritual vein. Achieving immortality is the ultimate aspiration of cultivators. However, the harsh reality is that most rogue cultivators have relinquished their hopes of attaining immortality. They are desperately striving to acquire a spiritual vein, to establish a domain from which to build their own families. Should Li Chun manage to claim Suimei Mountain, the rogue cultivators, perceiving his low cultivation level, would undoubtedly devise means to usurp it. After all, Li Chun's public display reveals only his 4th level of Qi refinement. Ning Hongxiu also stands at the 4th level of Qi refinement. What qualifies 2 cultivators of such a level to lay claim to a spiritual vein? It would be difficult for the rogue cultivators to resist the temptation. Furthermore, if you were indeed to occupy Suimei Mountain, the immortal families of Qizhou would likely conspire to suppress and ostracize him. In the cave dwelling, Li Chun sat cross-legged on a mat, stroking his chin thoughtfully. After a prolonged silence, his gaze flickered, and he murmured to himself that he must enlist Huang Qingya. Huang Qingya, a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator and a prodigious talisman master, would be a formidable ally. If he could persuade her to join him in claiming Suimei Mountain, it would be sufficient to deter most rogue cultivators. After all, Huang Qingya would eventually become one of his own. He pondered whether she had returned from Qingdafeng, where she was attending to the artifacts left by Wang Fengming. Li Chun planned to visit Huang Qingya the following day, with the intent of persuading her to accompany him in seizing Cuwi Mountain. Having shared the harrowing experience of the ambush against Wang Fengming, Li Chun and Huang Qingya had forged a bond of friendship, and he believed she would agree to join him on this endeavor. Furthermore, he contemplated probing Master Chun Dan's intentions. Should Master Chun express a willingness to partake in the venture, they could also journey to Cuwi Mountain together. With Huang Qingya, a prodigious talisman master in the late stage of Qi refinement, and Chun Tiange, a seasoned alchemist, they would be well equipped to establish a foothold in Qingzhou and create their own cultivation family. That night, Li Chun pondered extensively, his mind a tumultuous whirlpool that rendered him incapable of calming his thoughts for meditation. As dawn broke the next day, he prepared for the journey ahead. Li Chun rose early and made his way directly to the B-class cave number 16 to pay a visit to Huang Qingya. Upon arriving at the entrance of cave No. 16, Li Chen called out in a clear voice. Is Taoist Huang present? At the entrance, a radiant azure light blossomed, parting to reveal a pathway. Li Chen stepped into the cave dwelling, only to behold a woman clad in a pale yellow robe, her figure graceful, with skin the hue of sun-kissed wheat. Her ebony tresses were elegantly gathered at the back of her head by a silk ribbon, forming a ponytail. Li Daoyu, it has only been a brief while. Has it not? I have just returned from Qingafang to my abode, and yet you have sought me out. Have you perhaps developed an affection for me? Huang Qingya, tall and statuesque, regarded Li Chen with a playful glimmer in her lively eyes, her beautiful visage devoid of the usual cool demeanor. In unfamiliar company, this celestial maiden indeed appeared aloof. However, in the presence of those she knew, she revealed an entirely different aspect of her character. Li Chen sat leisurely on the stone bench, a serene smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Huang Qingya. He had come today not only to express his longing for his companion, but also to discuss a matter of great significance. Huang Qingya approached him, taking a seat before him, and with a playful smile, she remarked, Dear Taoist Li, you already have 2 companions. And the rumors circulating suggest you have an affinity for beauty. Initially, I was inclined to dismiss such tales. However, it appears there is truth to the whispers. I regarded you as a friend, yet you seem to covet my beauty. Just as Li Chen was about to speak, Huang Qingya took the initiative to divert the conversation. Do tell, esteemed Taoist Li, what matters have you come to discuss with me? Li Chen suppressed his distractions and, with a serious expression, spoke. Huang Daoyu, having reached the late stage of qi refinement, have you ever contemplated acquiring a spiritual vein and claiming dominion over its territory? Huang Qingya cast a fleeting glance at Li Chen and replied, No. What purpose would I have in occupying a spiritual vein? Currently, my dwelling is constructed upon a second-tier spiritual vein, and in due time, I intend to relocate to a grade A cave. I prefer solitude. Managing a spiritual vein is quite burdensome. Moreover, does the realm of cultivation in the Yin Kingdom even possess any unclaimed second-tier spiritual veins? Li Chen's expression stiffened, as Huang Qingya's unexpected response caught him off guard, leaving him at a loss for words. To seize Tsuemei Mountain, the presence of Huang Qingya, a prodigious talisman practitioner in the late stage of qi refinement, was indispensable. In Li Chen's calculations, Huang Qingya was a crucial element in his ambitious plan to establish a family on Tsuemei Mountain. Furthermore, he intended to cultivate a deeper connection with this celestial maiden, aspiring to forge a bond as partners in the Tao and bear children together. However, Huang Qingya's light-hearted remarks disrupted all of Li Chen's meticulously laid plans and rendered his prepared discourse futile. Prior to visiting Huang Qingya, Li Chen had envisioned her readily agreeing to accompany him to Tsuemei Mountain. Indeed, one must never be overly confident, for often, circumstances unfold in ways one least expects. Observing Li Chen's troubled countenance, the playful glimmer in Huang Qingya's eyes no longer concealed itself. Taoist Li, she said, speak plainly. Your roundabout probing suggests you do not regard me as a friend. If you do not consider me a friend, I must ask you to take your leave. Li Chen forced a smile, finally realizing that he had been played by the enchanting Huang Qingya. However, he harbored no resentment. The very fact that Huang Qingya had uttered such words indicated her willingness to accompany him to Qingzhou, to seize control of Tsuemei Mountain and become its sovereign. With a serious demeanor, Li Chen spoke earnestly, Qingya, I intend to take possession of Tsuemei Mountain and wish to invite you to join me. Once we have claimed it, we shall divide it equally, with you as the nominal ruler of Tsuemei Mountain. Huang Qingya remained silent, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she spoke in a low tone. Tsuemei Mountain belongs to the Yin family of Qingzhou. The patriarch of the Yin family has recently ascended to the 9th level of qi refinement. And there are also dozens of qi refinement practitioners within the clan, along with a first-tier protective formation. How can the two of us possibly seize Tsuemei Mountain? Huang Qingya paid no heed to Li Chen's form of address, focusing instead on the feasibility of their endeavor. Steady, Li Chen maintained a facade of composure. Yet within, he was filled with immense joy. The matter of jointly occupying Tsuemei Mountain with Huang Qingya had been secured. As for the Yin family, such concerns were beyond Li Chen's contemplation, since Fu Kong had dispatched someone to convey the message of bequeathing Tsuemei Mountain to him. He would undoubtedly manage the affairs concerning the Yin family's cultivators with ease, having already established his foundation. Li Chen was confident that Fu Kong would handle the Yin family without difficulty. Moreover, Li Chen was equally delighted by the evolving relationship with Huang Qingya. His addressing her as Qingya went unchallenged, signifying a deepening bond between them. Today, she was Qingya. Perhaps in the future, she could become his lady. You seem utterly unconcerned about the Yin family, as if Zuwei Mountain is already yours, Huang Qingya suddenly remarked, her lively eyes glimmering with skepticism as they turned to Li Chen. Li Chen spoke earnestly, affirming the truth of his words. Indeed, Zuwei Mountain has become a sacred domain for me. However, I harbor concerns regarding my ability to safeguard this cherished land. Thus, I have come to extend an invitation to Qingya, hoping that together we may occupy Zuwei Mountain, utilizing your esteemed reputation to deter any ill-intentioned intruders. Huang Qingya blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering, revealing a contemplative expression on her exquisite face. After a brief moment, she broke into a smile, placing a hand gently on Li Chen's shoulder. Masterly, she remarked, I hope you will look after me well in the days to come. Li Chen gazed at Huang Qingya, offering a respectful gesture as he said, I have had the honor of meeting the master of Huangshan, and I hope for your continued guidance in the future. Their eyes met, and they couldn't help but share a hearty laugh. Once Huang Qingya's laughter subsided, she brushed aside the loose strands of hair that framed her face and tucked them behind her ear, her expression turning serious as she inquired, When shall we set off for Cuwi Mountain? Li Chen's smile faded, and he replied in a low voice, In 6 days. We will depart for Qizhou to take over Cuwi Mountain. Huang Qingya nodded, affirming the decision. All right, let us seal it with a promise. As she extended her right hand, Li Chen's expression turned peculiar as he reached out, their pinky fingers intertwining. The moment their little fingers connected, Li Chen felt his body stiffen, and his heart involuntarily skipped a beat. From just a short distance away, he observed her sun-kissed visage. Was she blushing? Or was it merely a trick of the light? Li Chen could not help but let his thoughts wander, for Huang Qingya's complexion was of a wheat hue, making it somewhat challenging to ascertain whether she was blushing. Huang Qingya withdrew her right hand and discreetly stepped back a few paces, maintaining a certain distance from Li Chen. With a smile, she waved at him, saying, Li Shanzhu, if there are no further matters to discuss, you may take your leave. We shall meet again in 6 days. Li Chen felt a lingering reluctance for the touch he had just experienced. He nodded gently and said, Master Huangshan, I shall take my leave now. As he stepped out of Huang Qingya's cave, he glanced back, unable to suppress a faint smile. The more he interacted with this fairy, Huang, the more he discovered her innocent side. Being in her company lightened his spirit and filled him with joy, a stark contrast to his time spent with Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu. In that fleeting moment, when he and Huang Qingya made a pact, Li Chen sensed his heart racing. Could this be what it feels like to be enamored? With a smile gracing his lips, Li Chen approached the 7th cave dwelling of the B grade, intending to pay a visit to Master Chen Dan. Within the cave, Huang Qingya incessantly waved her right hand, her sleeves stirring a gentle breeze, exclaiming in embarrassment, how utterly mortifying. In an instant, she regained her composure, her lively eyes shimmering as she murmured to herself, He cannot possibly possess a 9th grade spiritual root. He likely embodies some form of alchemical spiritual body. Should we become partners on this journey? With him refining elixirs while I craft talismans, it would indeed be a splendid alliance on the path to immortality. Yet, he is already encumbered with 2 partners, along with a son and a daughter. If I were to bind myself to him, would I not become the villainous woman who disrupts a family? Ah, my young friend. It has been quite a while since you last paid me a visit. Master Chen Dan reclined languidly in his chair, a maid attending to his legs while another kneaded his shoulders, still reveling in the pleasures of life. Li Chen bowed respectfully to the elder and then straightened his posture with a smile, saying, Master, your life is truly enviable. Chen Dan, the master, sat up and waved to the 2 maidservants, then turned to Li Chen, saying, Young lad, I have long surpassed the foundational stage, and my path to immortality is now beyond reach. Do not follow in my footsteps. You are still young and possess extraordinary talent in alchemy. With diligent practice, it is not impossible for you to establish your foundation in the future. In recent years, I have heard the rumors circulating in the world. You must not lose hope or succumb to the allure of women. Focus your thoughts on honing your alchemical skills and cultivation, for elevating your own realm is of utmost importance. Li Chen's lips quivered slightly as he respectfully replied. In truth, he yearned to defend himself, for he was not indulging in the pleasures of women. He was diligently devoted to his cultivation. However, after a moment's contemplation, Li Chen resolved to remain silent. Time would vindicate him. Observing Li Chen's obedient demeanor, Master Chen's tone softened. Young man, you have been in the realm of cultivation for nearly 11 years, and your skills have ascended to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Given your 9th grade spiritual root, this progress is commendable. Nevertheless, in the future, you should refrain from seeking a partner or bearing children. Invest your spiritual stones and elixirs in your own advancement. Striving to reach the pinnacle of Qi refinement before you turn 60 and aim to break through to the foundation establishment stage. I am advanced in years and have little time left. Should you attain the peak of Qi refinement before my passing, I will bequeath my entire fortune to procure a foundation establishment pill for you, assisting your ascent on the path of immortality. As he gazed upon the elder before him, a wave of warmth surged within Li Chun. With a smile, he replied, Master, you are not yet 90, and this is indeed your prime. I shall continue to honor and respect you, so please do not speak such despondent words. The lifespan of a Qi refinement cultivator typically extends to 120 years. However, this is not a certainty. Some may not reach that age, while others might live to 150. Moreover, the realm of cultivation offers longevity elixirs. It is unlikely that Master Chun will reach foundation establishment, for once a cultivator surpasses 60, their vitality wanes, and their spirit begins to deteriorate. Unable to overcome the challenges of vitality and spirit, Li Chun secretly resolved to find a way to concoct a longevity elixir for the elderly man before him in the future. The master and disciple engaged in conversation for a while, exchanging insights on alchemical techniques. Master Chun even inquired about the well-being of Li Chongqing and Li Xian. Eventually, Li Chun respectfully spoke, Master, I intend to venture out soon in search of a spiritual vein. Would you be interested? Preposterous. Master Chun suddenly rose, his beard bristling as he glared. What level of cultivation do you possess? How dare you attempt to seize another's spiritual vein with merely the 4th layer of Qi refinement? Li Chun smiled as he explained, Master, please do not be angry. Allow your disciple to finish speaking first. This endeavor to acquire the spiritual vein was not solely my undertaking. Are you familiar with Huang Qingya, the esteemed friend Huang? Chen Dan squinted his eyes. I have heard of that young girl. She is 2 years my junior and already possesses the cultivation of the late stage of Qi refinement. She is capable of inscribing advanced spiritual talismans, a rare talent that rivals even that of true disciples of the celestial sections. How is it that you have entangled yourself with her? How could she possibly hold any regard for you? Li Chen's expression was stiff, uncertain of how to respond. He longed to convey to Master Chen Dan that he had attained the 6th level of Qi refinement and possessed a 6th grade spiritual root, not the 4th level of Qi refinement or a 9th grade spiritual root. Ultimately, Li Chun refrained from clarifying his relationship with Huang Qingya and respectfully extended an invitation, saying, Master, my disciple and Taoist friend Huang intend to seek the Qinshui mountain in Suimei, and we wish to invite you to accompany us. Should you choose to join us? Silence. Before Li Chun could finish his words, he was sharply interrupted by the elder. Master Chen Dan, with a grave expression, fixed his gaze upon Li Chin and spoke in a stern tone. Huang Qingya is not an ordinary individual. You, with merely a 4th level Qi refining cultivation and a 9th grade spiritual root, dare to entangle yourself with her? Are you not afraid she might sell you out? I will not leaving Shanfang, and you are forbidden from going to Qizhou, perhaps feeling that his tone was too harsh. Master Chen's expression softened somewhat as he earnestly continued, Young Chun, the world of cultivation is fraught with peril. You are still young. Do not venture into danger. Coming from the secular world, you should understand the unpredictability of human nature. With your current cultivation, it is unwise to seek connections with prodigious rune cultivators like Huang Qingya. It is far more prudent to diligently refine pills in the Divine Pill Pavilion to earn spirit stones and enhance your own cultivation, for that is the true path. Should you encounter difficulties, you may certainly confide in me. I regard you as a disciple. Who else should I assist if not you? Return now. Dedicate yourself to your training and refrain from seeking shortcuts. On the path to immortality, one must tread carefully, taking each step deliberately. There are no shortcuts to be found. Master Chen spoke at length, and Li Chin could only listen respectfully. Ultimately, he departed from Master Chen's cave, his face adorned with a bitter smile. While Huang Qingya was aware that Li Chun had reached the 6th level of Qi refining, Master Chen remained oblivious. In his eyes, Li Chun was merely a 4th level Qi refining cultivator, a weak practitioner devoid of combat experience and formidable artifacts. Master Chen even believed that Li Chun was unworthy of associating with a prodigious rune cultivator like Huang Qingya and urged him to refrain from seeking her favor. Li Chen understood that this teacher genuinely cared for his well-being. However, there were many matters that Li Chen found difficult to elucidate to him. Li Chen returned to his cave abode, his heart heavy with melancholy. As he reached the entrance, a sharp glimmer of cold light shot towards him with a whoosh. Li Chen raised his hand and caught the flying dagger, his face filled with helplessness as he gazed at the little girl hiding in the shadows. Xianer, has your father treated you poorly? Why do you wish to harm him? Li Xian donned a delicate pink dress, her hair styled into two towering horn-like braids atop her head. Emerging from the shadows, she pouted slightly and said, "Father, I am no longer a child. Please do not treat me as one and attempt to deceive me. With my limited abilities, how could I possibly cause you any harm?" Li Chen pressed his temples, contemplating that sometimes having overly intelligent children may not be a blessing. "Father, you promised Xianer that you would take her to explore the world beyond. When shall you fulfill that promise?" Li Xian stepped forward, grasping Li Chen's pant leg, gazing up with an expression of eager anticipation on his face. Li Chen's heart softened as he lifted his daughter into his arms, smiling gently as he spoke. "Soon, very soon, in just half a month's time, Father will take Xianer to move and show her the wonders of the outside world." Li Xian gazed intently at Li Chen. "Father, you are not deceiving me this time, are you?" Li Chen's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "No." Li Xian's face lit up with a joyful smile, for she had unwavering faith in her father. As Li Chen gazed at his daughter nestled in his arms, a pang of guilt unexpectedly struck him. Since her birth, Li Xian had primarily traversed the confines of their two residences, with only occasional excursions to the market under her father's guidance. Now, this spirited and lively girl had yet to venture beyond the confines of Yinshan. Although she exhibited a mischievous and energetic disposition, she was far from being unmindful. It was imperative to relocate swiftly to the verdant peaks of Tsui Mountain, where Li Xian's exuberant nature could flourish unfettered. Li Chen increasingly felt the necessity of having a mountain of his own, rather than remaining in the shadow of Yinshan Square. Li Chongqing is quite well. He has been obedient and sensible since childhood, with a rather tranquil disposition, comfortably residing at home. However, Li Xian is a different story, confined within the household. It is akin to imprisoning a fledgling eagle in a cage. At this moment, Li Chen's desire to seize the spiritual realm intensifies. It is not solely to fulfill the system's mission, but also to provide his daughter with a more expansive space for freedom. After spending some time playing with Li Xian, Li Chen goes to check on Li Chongqing. "Chongqing, has Taiyao settled in well?" Li Chongqing nodded and said, "Father, rest assured. I have imparted the Qingmu Ju to Taiyao and assisted him in paying the spirit stones, enabling him to establish a home in the shanty town." Li Chen cast a sweeping glance at Li Chongqing, then retrieved a bottle of qi nurturing pills from his storage pouch. "Chongqing, as you diligently cultivate your skills, once you achieve a breakthrough to the 4th level of qi refinement, I shall present you with 2 magical artifacts." Li Chongqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded emphatically. Li Chen patted his son's shoulder, offering a few encouraging words before returning to the cave dwelling to meditate and cultivate. Inside the cave, Ning Hongxiu noticed Li Chen's return and stepped forward to link her arm with his, saying, "My husband, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you." Li Chen gently tousled Ning Hongxiu's silky hair and smiled warmly. "What is it? Please, do share." "My husband," she continued, "my cultivation level is not insignificant, and I cannot spend every day confined to home and training. Our family incurs a considerable expenditure of spirit stones each day. You devote your time to alchemy at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, while Sister Immo diligently processes bamboo to create spirit paper. Even Chongqing lends a hand to Sister Immo, leaving me feeling rather unproductive. Therefore, I have resolved to venture into demon hunting. This way, I can also earn some spirit stones." Li Chen was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and coldly declared, "No. The dangers of hunting demons were far too great. It was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Li Chen would never permit Ning Hongxiu to engage in such perilous endeavors. It must be understood that demonic beasts are ferocious, and the Yingshan Mountains are fraught with peril. In the Yingshan market, out of 10 individuals who venture to hunt demons, 6 rarely return, resulting in an alarmingly high casualty rate." Meeting Ning Hongxiu's aggrieved gaze, Li Chen let out a gentle sigh. "Hongxiu, focus on your cultivation, and do not concern yourself with other matters. In due time, there will be ample opportunities for you." Li Chen was not particularly perturbed by the unsuccessful invitation to Master Chen Dan. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 6 days had gone by. Rising early, Li Chun bid farewell to Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu before heading straight to the outskirts of the Yingshan market. Daoist Li Qingya. Outside the Yingshan market, Li Chun met with Huang Qingya. The two exchanged a glance, effortlessly commanding their flying swords as they soared northward towards Qingzhou. To the south of Heishui Prefecture lies Haizhou, where the Zishu Immortal sect is situated, and further south is the Boundless Sea. The northern region of Heishui Prefecture borders Qizhou. Harnessing the power of their swords, the pair traversed from Heishui Prefecture into the territory of Qingzhou within a matter of hours. After another brief journey, Li Chun and Huang Qingya arrived at the foot of the Qingshan mountain range. Strictly speaking, the Qingshan mountain range in Qingzhou and the Yingshan mountain range in Heishui Prefecture are part of the same mountain chain, albeit with different appellations. Within the borders of the Yan Kingdom lies a mountain range that stretches over 10,000 miles, traversing a significant portion of the kingdom from south to north, connecting with the neighboring Yuan Kingdom. This mountain range is known by various names depending on the region. Within Qingzhou, it is referred to as the Qingshan mountain range. At the periphery of the Qingshan mountain range are two notable peaks, one called Suwei Mountain and the other, Huta Mountain. Suwei Mountain is occupied by the Yin family, while Huta Mountain is held by the Feng family. Li Chun and Huang Qingya arrived at the foot of Suwei Mountain. At the base, Huang Qingya displayed a look of astonishment. There were traces of a broken formation. The small 5 elements reversal array set up by the Yin family had been violently breached. The one who dismantled the formation must have either employed a second-tier breaking seal talisman or was a foundation establishment cultivator. In the realm of cultivation in the Yin Kingdom, a foundation establishment cultivator would likely disdain the spiritual vein of Suwei Mountain. Therefore, it was probable that someone had used a second-tier breaking seal talisman to breach the Yin family's protective array. Regarding Huang Qingya's deduction, Li Chun remained noncommittal, shrugging his shoulders as he proceeded directly to the summit. Today marked the 7th day agreed upon with Fu Kong. He must have dealt with the Yin family by now, right? Not wishing to pry further, Huang Qingya quickly followed as Li Chun ascended the mountain. Along the way, apart from the chirping of birds and the buzzing of insects, the entire mountaintop was eerily silent. Upon reaching the peak, Li Chun and Huang Qingya encountered rows of houses and courtyards, yet not a single soul was in sight. Huang Qingya furrowed her brow, sniffing the air, her vigilance heightened as she surveyed her surroundings. The silence was unsettling, and the air was thick with a lingering metallic scent of blood. Li Chun felt no anxiety as he began to survey his surroundings. On Suiwei Mountain, not a soul was to be found, only the lingering scent of blood that had yet to dissipate completely. Li Chun secretly clicked his tongue, astonished by Fu Kang's ruthless methods. Not a single living soul remained on the entire Suwei Mountain. But what about the others? Be careful. Suddenly, Huang Qingya's voice pierced the air, sharp and commanding, as she raised her hand, unleashing a top-tier thunderbolt talisman. A brilliant yellow beam struck the ground just a few meters in front of Li Chun. Thud, thud. The earth bubbled forth, and flowing blood seeped from the ground, gradually coalescing into a human form. Huang Qingya was struck with terror. It was a being from the river of blood. Li Daoist, come to my side quickly. This entity is exceedingly dangerous. As she spoke, several crimson second-tier spirit talismans appeared in Huang Qingya's hand. Li Chun turned to Huang Qingya and softly reassured her. Do not be anxious. Brother Fu is not our adversary, but rather a dear friend of mine. Huang Qingya, still somewhat skeptical, approached Li Chun, her grip tightening around several blood-red talismans, her face betraying no sign of relaxation. After all, he was the infamous Blood River Master, who had lured to their demise dozens of cultivators from Yinshe Lane. In the realm of cultivation, hierarchies are strictly observed. Only those who have reached the foundation establishment stage are entitled to be addressed as masters. Golden core cultivators are referred to as true people, while those of the nascent soul stage are honored as true lords or divine lords. In the presence of the Blood River Master, a foundation establishment practitioner of the demonic path, Huang Qingya could hardly suppress her apprehension. Li Chun gently patted Huang Qingya's hand, signaling her to relax. A few meters in front of him, blood surged from the ground, slowly coalescing into a humanoid form, which gradually revealed distinct features. It was undoubtedly Fu Kong. He appeared considerably more emaciated than before, his demeanor sharper than ever, and his crimson eyes colder than in times past. Clad in a blood-red robe, even his hair bore the hue of blood, while his pallid complexion suggested years of seclusion underground, away from sunlight. The scarlet gaze fixed upon Li Chun, then scrutinized Huang Qingyao beside him. Fu Kang's expression was stern, and his tone carried an icy edge. Is this your new companion on the path? Li Chen nodded. Brother Fu, this is my new companion, Huang Qingyao. Huang Qingyao stood beside Li Chen, vigilantly observing Fu Kang across from them, refraining from uttering a word in defense. Fu Kang slowly nodded. I have heard of her. How's Chashing faring now? Fu Kang's appearance had undergone considerable transformation, his demeanor significantly altered as well. Yet, when inquiring about Li Changsheng, a trace of gentle warmth emerged on his otherwise stern visage. Li Chen replied with a smile, stating that Changsheng had grown up and had entered the path, nearing the second level of qi refinement, possessing an 8th grade spiritual root. He often mentioned that he hadn't seen Uncle Fu in a long time. Fu Kang's smile became somewhat rigid after a moment. His gaze dimmed slightly as he gently shook his head, saying, in my current state, it is best not to meet him. I have not spared a single member of the Yin family. He continued, Brother, I entrust you with Tsui Mountain. As he spoke, Fu Kang looked around. His expression filled with reluctance. This was the place where he had grown up. Li Chen furrowed his brows and asked, Brother Fu, are you leaving? Fu Kang nodded and replied calmly, in the realm of cultivation within the Yin kingdom, there is no longer a place for me. I must depart from Yin. Once I leave, I am uncertain if I will ever return. As brothers, before I go, I wish to present you with a gift. With that, Fu Kang flicked his blood-red robe, causing dozens of storage bags to tumble from his sleeves, forming a small mountain at Li Chen's feet. These items are not meant to be exposed to light. Handle them with care after you take them, and be sure to keep our relationship a secret, lest you suffer from my misfortunes. Li Chen opened his mouth and said, Brother Fu, you must also cultivate with moderation. I cannot accept these offerings. Fu Kang slowly shook his head. I am now a foundational cultivator, and acquiring spirit stones is quite effortless for me. Had it not been for the blood god technique you bestowed upon me, and the clear spirit pill you requested Master Chun to concoct, I would not be the person I am today. Moreover, as I practice the blood path's demonic arts, blood souls serve as the finest sustenance for me. Spirit stones and spiritual items hold little significance. We are brothers, so take it without hesitation. Do not be overly modest. As Li Chen gazed at Fu Kang before him, a multitude of questions swirled in his mind. Yet, Fu Kang did not grant him the opportunity to inquire. His form gradually dissipated, scattering blood orbs that slowly merged into the ground. Brother, I can no longer turn back. You must take care, he added. Also look after Changsheng. Do not allow him to suffer any grievances. Li Chen stood motionless, surrounded by dozens of storage bags, yet he found himself devoid of the desire to attend to them. Fu Kang was departing from the realm of the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world, his destination unspoken. However, Li Chen could foresee the perilous path that lay ahead. For the blood god technique and the blood evil method were not of innocent origin. They were likely bait disseminated by a formidable figure of the demonic path within the cultivation domain. The higher Fu Kang's cultivation, the greater the danger he would face. Contemplating the possibility that Fu Kang might never return, a wave of melancholy washed over Li Chen. He yearned to offer assistance, yet felt utterly powerless to do so. Standing beside him, Huang Qingyao softly remarked, This Taoist friend Fu is indeed a person of deep emotions. It appears your bond is quite profound. Li Chen nodded and calmly spoke, Qingyao, I have a matter to discuss with you. Huang Qingyao blinked and chuckled, You need not speak. Allow me to elaborate. The elder of the Yin family, despite his advanced years, shamelessly coveted my beauty. Thus, in a fit of anger, I annihilated the Yin clan and claimed Tsume Mountain as my own. Come, let us traverse this Tsume Mountain together, for I shall henceforth be its sovereign. As Li Chen gazed at Huang Qingyao's graceful silhouette, he picked up the storage bag at his feet, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. He could not deny that being in Huang Qingyao's company had significantly alleviated the sorrow he felt from Kang's departure. Tsume Mountain was not vast, yet it concealed a first-tier spiritual vein within its core. Thanks to this vein, the vegetation flourished remarkably on the mountain. After Huang Qingyao completed her inspection of Tsume Mountain, she turned to Li Chen with a beaming smile and said, There are 30 acres of spiritual fields where we can hire wandering cultivators as spiritual farmers to cultivate spiritual rice. I have devised a plan. We shall retain 70% of the harvest, while the remaining 30% will belong to the farmers. There is also a plot for medicinal herbs, though it currently yields only low-tier spiritual herbs. Since you are an alchemist from the Divine Pill Pavilion, you could transplant some higher-tier spiritual herbs from their gardens for cultivation. Then, you may refine pills and sell them to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Alternatively, we could establish a pill shop in Qingafeng. This grove of green bamboo on the mountain can be utilized to manufacture spiritual paper. I can inscribe talismans on the spiritual paper and sell them in Qingafeng. The spiritual stones left to you by your friend Taoist Fu should suffice for us to rent 2 shops there, one for pills and one for talismans, ensuring a continuous influx of spiritual stones. Moreover, there stands a spiritual peach tree on the mountain, a high-tier spiritual plant that is a specialty of Tsume Mountain. We must take good care of it in the future. As Huang Qingya strategized on how to manage Tsume Mountain, her eyes sparkled, and her sweet smile revealed her pearly white teeth, contrasting beautifully with her sun-kissed skin. Li Chun smiled in return, his grin radiating even more brilliance than Huang Qingya's. This was because, in Huang Qingya's vision, there was no distinction between you and me. Additionally, what brought joy to Li Chun was the completion of the system's side quest. Speak up. Why are you just grinning like a fool? This Tsuewei Mountain does not belong to me alone. Noticing that Li Chun remained silent, Huang Qingya turned her gaze toward him, a playful reproach evident on her face. Li Chun nodded with a smile, affirming that Tsuewei Mountain did not belong solely to one person, but to all of them. Huang Qingya was taken aback for a moment, then rolled her eyes, exclaiming how exasperating he was. What do you mean by you all and we? You are you, and I am I. Never mind, I can't be bothered to discuss this further. I am off to select my own cave residence. With that, Huang Qingya turned away, her long neck resembling that of a proud swan, her silhouette radiating an unmistakable air of haughtiness. Steady now. With a smile gracing his lips, Li Chun felt assured that his bond with the enchanting Huang Qingya had solidified. Now, the only barrier between them was a mere veil, yet to be pierced. As he surveyed his surroundings, Li Chun nodded in satisfaction. The foundation was already laid. He merely needed to pay homage to heaven and earth and conduct the grand ceremony to establish the Li family of Tsuewei Mountain, thereby fulfilling the main quest of the system. However, he still needed to examine the storage bags left to him by Fu Kong. Disguised as Fu Chou and calling himself the Blood River Man, Fu Kong had lured and slain dozens of cultivators in the Yinshan mountain range. Among them notable figures such as Yang Dishio of the Yulong Yang family, Wang Gui of the Ningbi Cliff Wang family, Bai Rong of the Qingzhou Mountain Bai family, and Situ Ming of the Yuya Lake Situ family. These individuals were not mere wanderers, but rather esteemed personalities in the Yinshan market. Now, their fortunes lay within the heap of storage bags before him. Additionally, there was the Yin family, which Fu Kong had annihilated, leaving no survivors. Their accumulated wealth likely resided within these bags as well. Contemplating this, Li Chun eagerly picked up a storage bag, intent on discovering the true value of the grand gift bestowed upon him by Fu Kong. Allow me to assist you, Huang Qingya said, returning with an uncertain glimmer in her eyes as she gazed at Li Chun. Li Chun nodded and replied with a smile, perfect. With your assistance, Qingya, I shall find this task considerably easier. If I were to count these storage bags alone, it would undoubtedly consume a great deal of time. Upon hearing Li Chun's candid acceptance, Huang Qingya's expression shifted slightly, and she quietly inquired, you place such trust in me. Are you not afraid that I might be tempted by greed, seeking to take your treasures by force? Li Chun, without a moment's hesitation, gazed gently at the woman before him. No, I truly believe in Qingya. I sincerely wish to forge a bond with her as companions on this celestial journey, supporting one another along the way. Should Qingya be swayed by greed, resorting to murder and theft, then it would be my own poor judgment that led me to misjudge her character, and not her fault. Huang Qingya lowered her head, picked up a storage bag, and, using her spiritual sense to open it, murmured softly, what does companionship mean? I do not comprehend. Perhaps we shall discuss it later. Li Chun, unhurried, opened the storage bag in his hand and began to tally his possessions. He held a certain understanding of Huang Qingya's character. As for her insinuations of avarice and the potential for treachery over wealth, Li Chun felt no trepidation whatsoever. Should they truly turn against each other in the face of such immense profit, Li Chun possessed a hidden trump card that Huang Qingya was entirely unaware of. At present, with his cultivation having ascended to the 6th level of qi refinement, he was confident that no cultivator below the foundation establishment stage could withstand his bloodthirsty flying daggers. Of course, exceptions existed, such as Wang Fengming, who donned 2 exquisite robes and a top-tier defensive artifact. Under normal circumstances, no cultivator would allocate all their enhancements solely to defense, as Wang Fengming had. After a short while, gazing upon the mountain of spirit stones. Huang Qingya's eyes sparkled with excitement. With over 48,000 spirit stones, she could procure several foundation establishment pills. Li Chen smiled silently. Fu Kong had slain numerous cultivators, among whom were prominent figures from renowned immortal families such as Yang Dexiu, Wang Gui, Bai Rong, and Situ Ming. Additionally, it was likely that the accumulation of the Yin family was also encompassed within these 48,000 spirit stones. As Li Chen gazed at the pile of spirit stones, a surge of excitement coursed through him, prompting his attention to wander to the eclectic assortment of items surrounding him. There were low-grade artifacts, mid-grade artifacts, high-grade artifacts, and top-tier artifacts, alongside various bottles and jars, as well as numerous jade slips that Li Chen had yet to examine thoroughly. Suddenly, a glimmer of golden light caught his eye. From amidst the collection of artifacts, Li Chen picked up a dazzling golden brick. Huang Qingya leaned in, her expression one of surprise. "Do you not already possess a similar golden brick?" she inquired. Li Chen nodded and retrieved the gleaming gold brick gifted by the exquisite fairy from his storage pouch. Upon placing the two gold bricks side by side for comparison, he was astonished to discover that they were utterly identical. Could it be that these gold bricks were mass-produced by a certain master craftsman? Li Chen suppressed his curiosity and continued to inventory the treasures. Ultimately, he and Huang Qingya collaborated to meticulously tally the contents of dozens of storage bags. They counted a total of 48,338 spirit stones, 12 supreme-grade magical artifacts, 56 mid- to low-grade artifacts, dozens of bottles of spirit pills, more than 20 miscellaneous jade slips, and over 100 spirit talismans. When they summed everything together, Li Chen and Huang Qingya estimated that the value of these storage bags gifted by Fu Kong amounted to around 100,000 spirit stones. Huang Qingya, astonished, cast a peculiar look at Li Chen. 100,000 spirit stones, along with a Mount Suwei, she mused. Is it truly so casual for practitioners of the demonic path to be this extravagant? With such treasures, even a waste with a 9th-grade spiritual root could forcibly ascend to the foundation building stage. Li Chen's expression stiffened as he exhaled a heavy sigh, responding softly. I had not anticipated that Brother Fu's gift would be so extravagant. The thought of Fu Kong brought a wave of sadness over him once more. Huang Qingya, standing beside Li Chen, gently patted his shoulder and, with a playful smile, inquired, "At this moment, I find myself contemplating the notion of killing for wealth. Do you fear such a prospect?" Li Chen tilted his head, a teasing glint in his eyes as he regarded Huang Qingya, chuckling softly. "Fear not. What is mine is yours. Whether you desire spirit stones or elixirs, simply voice your wish, and I shall readily present them to you. What need is there for the violence of murder and theft?" In response to Li Chen's playful gaze, Huang Qingya spat disdainfully. "Pa, what do you mean yours and mine? You are truly shameless." The gift from Fu Kong was undeniably precious. After meticulously counting the treasures within her storage pouch, Huang Qingya selected her cave abode, allowing Li Chen the opportunity to examine the rewards from the system. Host, Li Chen cultivation level, 6th layer of Qi refinement lifespan, 30 out of 100, spiritual root, 6th grade techniques, red flame art, spirit transformation hand, withered wood art, deceiving heaven technique, shadow splitting sword technique skills, 2nd tier alchemy treasures, crimson edge sword, golden brick, bloodthirsty blade partner, Mo Yunyue, Ning Hongxiu offspring, Li Changsheng, Li Xian main quest, establish a cultivation family, uncompleted, side quest, bear 5 offspring with spiritual roots, uncompleted. The side quest section had changed, the previous tasks had been accomplished, and the system issued new side quests. Li Chen shifted his focus to the system's integrated space, eager to review the rewards from his previous side quest. Upon successfully completing the task of securing a foundation and occupying the spiritual vein, the system bestowed upon him a unique cultivation technique. Without a moment's hesitation, he opted to extract it directly. Moments later, he emerged from the vast expanse of information, his eyes gleaming with brilliance and his face betraying an unmistakable excitement. The reward this time was a body cultivation technique, known as the 10,000 Treasures Body Forging Record. This technique involves the refinement of magical artifacts to forge a corporeal form, ultimately transforming oneself into a formidable humanoid beast. Unlike the commonplace techniques circulating in the cultivation world, the 10,000 Treasures Body Forging Record is a genuine, celestial-grade method. As far as Li Chen was aware, even the Zisu sect in the Yin Kingdom possessed only a 3rd-tier inheritance. Celestial-grade cultivation methods are indeed scarce throughout the entirety of the southern wilderness cultivation realm, if not the entire human realm. Undoubtedly, the system's offerings are of the highest caliber. However, one aspect that sent shivers down Li Qin's spine was the exorbitant resource consumption required to cultivate this technique. The 10,000 Treasures Body Forging record comprises 9 levels. The first level corresponds to the Qi refinement stage, necessitating the refinement of 10 top-tier magical artifacts to forge a 10 treasure body. The second level corresponds to the foundation establishment stage, requiring the refinement of 100 top-tier spiritual artifacts to forge a 100 treasure body. The third level pertains to the golden core stage, demanding the refinement of 1,000 top-tier magical treasures to create a 1,000 treasure body. The fourth level corresponds to the nascent soul stage, while the fifth corresponds to the god transformation stage. By the time one reaches the 9th level, corresponding to the true celestial realm, one must refine countless immortal treasures to forge an immortal and indestructible form. The 10,000 Treasures Body Forging record is the pinnacle of body cultivation techniques. Once mastered, one could dominate within the same realm, moving with unrivaled freedom as a treasure body. Yet, the terrifying resource expenditure required for this celestial-grade cultivation method presents a formidable challenge. The Qi refinement stage alone demands the refinement of 10 top-tier magical artifacts. Where would an ordinary Qi refinement cultivator procure such items? The foundation establishment stage is even more outrageous, requiring a full 100 spiritual artifacts. As one advances, the conditions become increasingly absurd. For Li Qin, commencing the cultivation of the 10,000 Treasures Body Forging record would not pose a significant challenge, as he already possessed several top-tier magical artifacts. Although the resource consumption for this cultivation method is extraordinarily daunting, excitement surged within him. The allure of mastering a technique that could grant dominance over his peers in the same realm was simply too great to resist. Moreover, a celestial-grade cultivation method is a treasure sought after by countless cultivators. Should this technique's existence be revealed, it would surely rouse the ancient beings hidden in every corner of the human realm. Li Qin yearned to immediately retreat and cultivate the 10,000 Treasures Forging Body record. However, he needed to return to Yinshan Workshop to bring Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu, as well as Li Chongxing and Li Xian, to settle them at Sui Mountain. Having just taken possession of Sui Mountain, numerous matters required his attention. Before he could immerse himself in the cultivation of the 10,000 Treasures Forging Body record, he must attend to these affairs to ensure a tranquil retreat. Li Qinshuan addressed Huang Qingya. Qingya, I must return to Yinshan Feng for a while. Huang Qingya nodded in acknowledgement. You may go. I shall maintain order at Sui Mountain. She continued, by the way, upon your return to Yinshan Feng, please recruit a few early-stage Qi refinement cultivators to assist in cultivating the 30 acres of spiritual fields at Sui Mountain. Additionally, see if you can invite a formation master to set up protective arrays at the foot of the mountain. Li Qin nodded, internalizing the matters that Huang Qingya had spoken of. Qingya, if there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. Huang Qingya gazed at Li Qin, retrieving a crimson talisman from her storage pouch. This was a Thunderfire talisman, originally a pinnacle first-tier spiritual talisman, which I have nurtured to elevate it to the 2nd tier. Take this for your protection. Travel safely. Qingya. Li Qin's eyes flickered as he stepped forward to embrace Huang Qingya. The 2nd-tier spiritual talisman was equivalent to a foundational cultivator casting a powerful spell, and Huang Qingya herself possessed but a few. Stop. Huang Qingya swiftly dodged Li Qin, her face contorted in disdain. This celestial maiden has already bestowed upon you a 2nd-tier spiritual talisman. Do you dare to seek further advantage? Begone. Depart at once. Li Qin's lips curled into a smile, a wave of warmth washing over him. Qingya, I shall take my leave. You remain here at Sui Mountain and await my return. With that, Li Qin soared into the sky on his flying sword, heading straight for Yinshan Feng. Huang Qingya stood rooted to the spot, watching him depart, a smile gracing her delicate features as she murmured, Mother, it seems Qingya has found a home. Yet, she was reluctant to become a villain. Lost in thought, Huang Qingya's mind drifted back over 20 years. She was born into a merchant family, yet her mother was a courtesan. From the moment she could remember, she and her mother endured the cruelty of her father's legitimate wife, who, after the initial allure had faded, abandoned them to their fates. Her brother would often taunt her as a bastard, while her father's wife would scorn her mother as a shameless harlot, a seductress, a wicked woman. It was only at the tender age of 8, following her mother's death, that Huang Qingya could no longer bear the humiliation and fled the Huang household, wandering the world alone. Eventually, she encountered a mentor, a cultivator who had resigned himself to a mundane existence. Under his guidance, Huang Qingya practiced for 2 years until he passed away. Before his departure, he urged her to seek out the Zishu Immortal sect, but Huang Qingya, unwilling to depend on others once more, chose to navigate the realm of cultivation as a free-spirited and unanchored rogue. Throughout the years in the cultivation world, Huang Qingya faced numerous trials and tribulations, experiencing betrayal and survival in a realm where the strong preyed upon the weak. Though she often felt solitary, she was not one to trust easily. Yet now, a figure had emerged whom she felt she could rely on, a rarity in her life. Surveying Suiwei Mountain, she bit her lip, her gaze clouded with uncertainty. Could this truly be my home? Perhaps I should meet his family first. Should they reject me, I would simply depart. After all, I have navigated these years alone since my mother and mentor passed away. It is nothing of great consequence. The cultivation world has never known peace. Outside Yinshan Fong, Li Chun retracted the golden light and summoned a fire crow, reducing 2 attackers to ashes. Upon returning to Yinshan Fong, he called for Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu. Xiaoyu, Hongxiu, prepare yourselves, we shall relocate tomorrow. The 2 women exchanged hesitant glances. Mo Yunyu spoke first. Husband, perhaps we should reconsider. We are currently renting a grade C cave dwelling, and our spirit stones are already stretched thin. How can we possibly sustain the expenses of a grade B cave? Changsheng is growing, and he requires pills and spirit stones for his cultivation. Sienna is nearing the age of initiation. We should save wherever we can. Ning Hongxiu nodded in agreement. Li Chen glanced at the 2 women and inquired with a smile. Who informed you that we are to relocate to the B-grade cave? After a brief moment of contemplation, Mo Yunyu softly replied, My lord, it would not be an issue to move back to the D-grade cave. This will help reduce our expenses. Ning Hongxiu lowered her head, a look of shame crossing her face. My lord, Sister Mo, it is all my fault for being so inept. Observing their misunderstanding, Li Chun was both amused and exasperated. Cease your unfounded worries and hasten to prepare. I have matters to attend to and must make a visit to the Divine Pill Pavilion. The matter of Li Chen's assassination of Wang Fengming remained unknown to the 2 women, as Li Chun chose not to disclose it to them, believing that such knowledge would only serve to increase their anxiety. As for the gift of Suiwei Mountain from Fukang, Li Chen also intended to keep that a secret for the time being, preferring to wait until they had relocated to Suiwei Mountain to surprise them. Father, are you going out again? Please take Sienna with you. Upon seeing Li Chun return home only to prepare for another departure, Li Xian ran up to him and embraced his leg. Li Chen, feeling helpless, gently pinched his daughter's delicate nose and softly reassured her. Sienna, father has important matters to attend to. Will you be a good girl and wait patiently at home for me? Oh, Li Xian lowered her head, her emotions tinged with a sense of melancholy. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Chen could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for his daughter. He gently lifted her into his arms and set off towards the Divine Elixir Pavilion together. On this occasion, Li Chen did not intend to refine pills, but rather to bid farewell to Manager Fu. Upon reaching the top floor of the pavilion, he was fortunate enough to encounter Manager Fu. With a benevolent smile, Manager Fu regarded the young Li Xian nestled in Li Chen's embrace and inquired, Dear boy, what brings you here to seek the old man? And why have you brought your daughter along? Greetings, Grandpa Fu. Li Xian leaped down from Li Chen's embrace, unafraid in the slightest. She approached Manager Fu, sweetly calling out to him. Manager Fu, with a gentle smile, patted Li Xian's head and remarked, You are truly obedient, dear. Li Chen stood respectfully beside the esteemed Manager Fu, bowing in deference. Master Fu, I have come to bid you farewell. Manager Fu gazed at Li Chen with a benevolent expression, calmly inquiring, Have you found a better place? I, along with the enchanting fairy Huang Qingya, have taken residence on Mount Suiwei and have decided to relocate there. Over the years, Master Fu and the Pavilion Master have shown me much kindness, which I shall never forget. However, with children at home and the spirited nature of my daughter, residing in Yingshan Square has been a bit of a burden for her. Manager Fu looked at Li Chun with gentle eyes and spoke in a tranquil tone, You have not signed a spiritual contract with me. Thus I cannot constrain your freedom. Young Chun, I anticipated your departure from the Divine Pill Pavilion, though I did not foresee it happening so soon. Since you have chosen to leave, I shall not hold you back. However, once you move out of Yingshan Square, the path ahead will be yours to navigate alone. Take a moment to consider if there is anything else you require. I will do my utmost to assist you where I can. As I approach the end of my days, I seek nothing in return, only that you remember the kindness bestowed upon you by the young lady." Li Qin's expression turned solemn as he respectfully bowed to the elderly man before him. Li Xian approached Li Qin, mimicking his gestures as he bowed respectfully to Manager Fu. Throughout the years spent at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Fairy Linglong had never treated Li Qin poorly, nor had Manager Fu. Their repeated support and care had paved a smooth path for Li Qin's ascension. Although he was about to depart from the Divine Elixir Pavilion and leave Inkshire Lane behind, the immense gratitude Li Qin felt towards Fairy Linglong and Manager Fu would forever remain etched in his memory, never to be forgotten. Li Qin departed from the Divine Elixir Pavilion with Li Xian, his storage bag now containing a precious alchemical furnace, the Fire-Toad Furnace. As per the words of Manager Fu, this furnace was originally intended as a gift for you. Since you are leaving, it is only fitting that you take it with you. At present, Li Qin possessed a substantial fortune in spirit stones, accompanied by over a dozen exquisite magical artifacts, rendering the Fire-Toad Furnace relatively insignificant in his eyes. Nevertheless, Manager Fu's gesture filled Li Qin with a profound sense of gratitude, as deep as the mountains. Li Qin was acutely aware of his unique status within the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Unlike the other apprentices, who were required to forge a spiritual contract with the steward, Fu, before embarking on their solitary alchemical endeavors, he had never entered into such an agreement. When Shou Jian sought to leave the pavilion, Fu demanded spirit stones in exchange for the contract. Yet Li Qin enjoyed numerous privileges bestowed upon him by both the enchanting Linglong Fairy and Fu. This peculiar distinction left him with few friends among the apprentices. As he prepared to depart, he chose not to bid farewell to his fellow students. Originally, he had intended to say goodbye to Yun Ji in the medicinal herb garden, but the disapproving gaze of that old man, Yun Feng, who always scrutinized him as though he were a thief, dissuaded him from doing so. Upon exiting the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Li Qin gazed upon the towering structure that stood resolutely at the heart of Inkshire Square, filled with nostalgia. Over a decade ago, he had entered the realm of cultivation as an apprentice here, receiving the Crimson Flame technique from Fu, which set him upon the path of immortality. Throughout these years, he had progressed from chopping wood to becoming an apprentice and eventually ascending to the rank of an alchemist. His sentiments towards the pavilion were bittersweet. It was the birthplace of his journey into the world of cultivation. Yet, he knew that he must leave this place to continue his pursuit of immortality. Standing before the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Li Qin bowed deeply to the grand edifice, a final farewell to the place that had nurtured his beginnings. On the top floor, Fu gazed fondly at the figure of Li Qin and his daughter on the street below, murmuring to himself, "Ah, young Qin, the young lady has foretold that you will become a prominent figure in the future. I wholeheartedly trust her judgment, for she is never mistaken. As you depart the pavilion, it is akin to a fledgling eagle leaving its nest or a fish plunging into the vast ocean. Alas, my remaining time is limited, and I wonder if I shall witness the day you soar through the skies or leap over the Dragon Gate." After leaving the pavilion, Li Qin did not return to his cave dwelling but instead made his way to the treasure pavilion, where he acquired various spirit herbs and medicinal seeds, along with some jade gold rice seeds. There lay a medicinal field atop Suwei Mountain, alongside 30 acres of spiritual land that could not be left fallow. After a flurry of purchases and acquiring 2 small toys for Li Xian, he finally returned to his cave dwelling. Upon his arrival, he found that Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu had meticulously tidied the space, even packing away mundane items such as tables, chairs, and cabinets. Li Changxing stepped out of the room, having learned about the impending relocation. Unable to contain his curiosity, he turned to Li Qin and inquired, "Father, are we departing now?" Li Qin shook his head, not in haste. He still needed to prepare a few things. Li Changxing gazed at Li Qin, a look of astonishment gracing his features as he inquired, "Father, are we not set to relocate to the Dingji cave abode? Surely there is no need to prepare any belongings?" Li Qin gently patted Li Changxing's shoulder and advised him not to inquire further, lest the surprise be spoiled. As night fell, Li Qin sat cross-legged on a mat and retrieved 2 resplendent golden bricks from his storage pouch, along with a palm-sized flying boat. Fu Kong had bestowed upon Li Qin a magnificent gift, which comprised 12 premier magical artifacts. Li Qin intended to utilize 10 of these exquisite artifacts to cultivate the 10,000 treasures body forging technique. The remaining 2 consisted of a golden brick. identical to the one gifted to him by the exquisite fairy Ling Long, and a top-tier magical artifact known as the Heavenly Net. The Heavenly Net could synergize with the golden brick, first ensnaring the target before delivering a crushing blow from above with the golden brick. Li Chun resolved to keep these two artifacts at hand as his regular means of defense in future confrontations. Gazing at the brilliant golden bricks, he scrutinized them closely before embarking on the process of refinement. At present, Li Chun had achieved the 6th level of Qi refinement, making the reforging of top-tier artifacts a considerably less arduous task. As the night wore on, Li Chun wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, his expression shifting between uncertainty and astonishment. He had successfully cleansed the newly acquired golden brick with his magical energy and inscribed his spiritual imprint upon it, thereby refining the brick with ease. To his astonishment, upon completing the refinement of this new golden brick, Li Chun discovered a subtle connection between the two golden bricks. Immediately, he held one in his left hand and the other in his right, carefully examining them. Suddenly, the two bricks emitted a blinding golden radiance, resembling two magnets that, with a resounding thud, melded seamlessly together, leaving no trace of separation. Li Chun squinted his eyes, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Two golden bricks had fused into one, yet this newly formed brick was larger and more substantial than before. Li Chun meticulously examined the situation and arrived at a conclusion. The fusion of the two golden bricks had enhanced their quality, elevating them to a level that nearly transcended the realm of magical artifacts, categorizing them among the finest of the finest. If he were to acquire another golden brick, could the one in his possession transform into a spiritual instrument? Li Chun stroked his chin, his mind teeming with conjectures. Perhaps there once existed a spiritual artifact known as the Golden Light Brick, or even a treasure, which, for some unknown reason, had been fragmented into numerous pieces. Could it be that by refining these golden light bricks, they might merge together once more, returning to their original form? After contemplating this new fragment of the golden light brick for a brief moment, Li Chun chose to dismiss it and instead turned his attention to refining another mid-level magical tool, a flying vessel. Li Chun intended to take his family to Tsuiwei Mountain for settlement. However, as Mo Yunyu, Li Changxing, and Li Xian were unable to fly, he needed to refine this intermediate-grade flying vessel. With this vessel, they would no longer require the use of teleportation talismans or the need to ride horses, thus saving a considerable amount of time. By dawn, Li Chun had finally refined the flying vessel. Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu, and Li Changxing concluded a night of cultivation, while Li Xian continued to sleep soundly. Changxing, come with me to the shantytown for a visit. Li Chun beckoned Li Changxing to accompany him to the shantytown. Along the way, Li Changxing, perplexed, inquired, "Father, is our family really in such dire straits that we must return to the shantytown? What are you thinking?" Li Chun gave Li Changxing a sharp knock on the head. "No matter how inept your father may be, it is unlikely that you would be forced to return to the shantytown. We are here to select individuals from the slums." Li Changxing was even more perplexed. "Father, what kind of person are we selecting?" Li Chun offered no explanation as he led Li Changxing directly to the shantytown, nestled at the periphery of Yingshan Fong. The shantytown does not rest upon a ley line. It merely benefits from the ambient spiritual energy that wafts from it. Consequently, residences in the shantytown can be rented for a mere spirit stone per month. Slightly more expensive are the courtyards. The inhabitants of this area are predominantly lower-tier cultivators. Most of these practitioners are at the initial stage of Qi refinement, unwilling to abandon the path of immortality. Each month, they devise various means to acquire spirit stones to pay their rent, thus allowing them to remain in Yingshan Fong to pursue their cultivation. Li Chun arrived at the shantytown to recruit 2 initial-stage Qi refinement cultivators to work as spiritual farmers on Tsuiwei Mountain to tend to his own fields. The shantytown was not unfamiliar to Li Chun. It was here, many years ago, that he first established his abode upon entering the realm of cultivation, where he met individuals such as Han Mao and Shu Chan. Apart from Han Mao and Shu Chan, Li Chun was not well acquainted with the lower-tier loose cultivators in the shantytown. "Ah, is that not Master Li Dan?" exclaimed an elderly man with a weathered face. "Master Li, you are a distinguished individual. What brings you to this humble place?" Upon entering the shantytown, he encountered an old man named Zhang, who had once been Li Chun's neighbor. The old man had sought to borrow a nourishing Qi pill from Li Chun to assist his grandson in breaking through the bottleneck to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. But Li Chun had declined his request. Many years had passed since then. and it remained uncertain whether the old man's grandson had successfully overcome the bottleneck and ascended to the fourth level of qi refinement. Li Chun disregarded the old man Zhang and led Li Changxing deeper into the shanty town. The old man Zhang, watching Li Chun's retreating figure, spat disdainfully, his face a mask of contempt. After all, they were neighbors from the same dilapidated background. Who was he to look down upon? Was it merely a modicum of alchemical talent and a stroke of fortune that had caught Master Chen's attention and earned him a place as a disciple? If only his own grandson could enter the divine alchemy pavilion as an apprentice, he would surely achieve greater success. Old Zhang's words reached Li Chun's consciousness. Yet he paid them no mind, choosing to remain indifferent. After walking a short distance, they encountered a woman. Upon seeing Li Chun, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh my! How fortuitous! This morning, a magpie was chirping outside my door, and it seems good fortune has indeed arrived. She exclaimed. Li Danshi, would you care to assist me with my business? My services are exceptional and reasonably priced. Only 2 spirit stones. You can easily spare that, can't you? Why not give it a try? I guarantee you won't regret it. This alluring cultivator of the 3rd tier of qi refinement, clad in revealing attire, flirtatiously batted her eyelashes at Li Chun. Li Chun remained unresponsive, while Li Changxing, filled with fury, coldly reprimanded, with your filthy character, do not taint my father's sight. Begone! Kuan Xiao, feeling disheartened, cursed under his breath and departed in frustration. Li Chun gazed at Li Changxing with a look of astonishment. In his childhood, Li Changxing was quiet and unobtrusive. Now, having matured slightly, his demeanor has become more composed. In Li Chun's memory, Li Changxing had never exhibited anger, yet today, he found himself enraged, unleashing a torrent of invectives upon others. Li Chun gently patted Li Changxing's shoulder and spoke calmly. Changxing, do not be easily provoked in the face of adversity. For someone of that nature, it is best to disregard them. There is no need for such a reaction. Father, your child takes your words to heart. Li Chun nodded and commenced his search for suitable candidates among the spirit farmers, accompanied by Li Changxing. The selection of spirit farmers is a matter of great significance. Li Chun aimed to choose 2 individuals at the initial stage of qi refinement. Ideally one with a water affinity and the other with a wood affinity. Of course, those with an earth affinity were also permissible, as cultivators with water, wood, and earth roots are particularly well suited to the role of spirit farmers. Ultimately, Li Chun selected a female cultivator named Wang Lijuan, possessing a water affinity and at the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Additionally, he chose a young boy named Wu Xiaofan, who had an earth affinity and was at the 2nd layer of qi refinement. Notably, during his search for spirit farmers, Li Chun encountered Tai Ao, who had yet to embark on the path of cultivation and had not found a means to earn spirit stones. After all, he remained an ordinary mortal, living cautiously in a dilapidated housing area. Li Chun also brought Tai Ao along. Li Chun serves as a guiding light for Tai Ao on his path to immortality. Since he has already initiated him into this celestial journey, Li Chun is more than willing to offer his support once again. Accompanied by Wang Lijuan, Wu Xiaofan, and Tai Ao, the trio returns to the cave dwelling. Upon entering the sacred area, they keep their heads bowed, refraining from glancing around, exuding an air of profound humility. Xiaoyu, Hongxiu, Xian follow me, he commands. Summoning Mo Yinyu, Ning Hongxiu, and Li Xian, Li Chun leads the group towards the outskirts of Yinshi. Additionally, trailing behind them is a dog, resembling a calf in size, with a coat of black and red fur, its tongue lolling out as it wags its tail. In Li Chun's embrace, Li Xian's face radiated with excitement. Father, are you taking Xian out of Yinshan Square? Li Changxing followed closely behind Li Chun, his heart brimming with confusion, and he could not help but inquire, Father, where are we relocating to? Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu shared a similar perplexity, though the 2 women refrained from voicing their questions. Upon exiting Yinshan Square, Li Chun surveyed his surroundings, retrieving a palm-sized flying boat from his storage bag. With a surge of magical energy, the diminutive vessel expanded, transforming into a ship measuring over 10 meters in length and 4 to 5 meters in width, gracefully hovering several feet above the ground. Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu stood there, momentarily at a loss. Li Changxing was utterly astonished. He had never known that his family possessed a flying vessel. Such a mode of aerial transportation, capable of accommodating multiple passengers, is exceedingly expensive. Li Chun possessed a mid-tier magical flying vessel. Should one wish to procure such a vessel from the Qianlian Pavilion, the cost would nearly rival that of a top-tier artifact. The Wang family of Ningbayu boasts a true marvel. a top-tier flying ship that traverses the bustling markets of the cultivation world in Yin country, serving as a colossal transport for cultivators. To board the Wang family's vessel, a ticket priced at 10 spirit stones is required. With their near monopoly over the passenger transport business in the Yin cultivation realm, the Wang family enjoys a lucrative fortune, reaping substantial rewards daily. Li Chongqing embarked on the path of immortality, possessing a considerable understanding of the common knowledge within the realm of cultivation. He stared in astonishment at Li Chun as he released the flying vessel, and in that moment, a tempestuous turmoil surged within him, refusing to subside. Not only Li Chongqing, but also Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu shared this sentiment. Only Li Xiantian, in his innocent naivety, gazed with uncontainable excitement at the ship suspended several feet above the ground, exclaiming, "Father, Father, what a magnificent ship!" Li Chun chuckled softly. This flying vessel was not particularly grand, but in the future, Father would bestow upon Xianu a far larger craft. With that, Li Chun cradled Li Xian and leapt gracefully onto the deck, glancing down at the figures of Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu, Li Chongsheng, and others below. Li Chun smiled and called out, "What are you all dawdling for? Come aboard." As the flying vessel ascended into the sky, it wove effortlessly between the towering peaks, with the rivers encircling the mountains resembling exquisite jade ribbons embedded within the earth. The mortal cities appeared no larger than the palm of one's hand. The brisk, fierce wind swept by as Li Chun stood at the bow, his dark robe billowing dramatically in the breeze. Tai Ao gaped in astonishment, observing the swiftly gliding vessel, the swirling mists surrounding them, and the tiny cities beneath. He then turned his gaze forward towards a towering figure ahead. Stammering slightly, he finally emerged from his stupor, murmuring to himself, "Is this the prowess of the immortals?" His face was etched with envy, while his eyes sparkled with ambition. The reactions of the others mirrored Tai Ao's sentiments closely. Wang Lijuan stood beside him, her eyes filled with longing, unable to restrain herself from exclaiming, "Do not dream of it. Flying vessels are not luxuries we can afford." Li Chongqing approached Li Chun, his heart filled with an astonishment no less profound than that of anyone else. Since his childhood, Mo Yuni had imparted to Li Chongqing the knowledge that his father toiled alone at the Shindan Pavilion to earn spirit stones to support the entire family, which was quite a struggle. This instilled in him a sense of responsibility from a young age. As he began his cultivation, he assisted his mother in washing the green bamboo to produce spirit paper, all in an effort to alleviate some of his father's burdens. Yet, who could possibly enlighten him on the nature of this flying vessel beneath their feet? Did their family truly possess a flying boat? Li Chun cast a glance at his son, offering no explanation. The flying vessel was a gift from Fu Kong. In comparison to the dozens of storage bags bestowed by Fu Kong, this flying artifact was merely a trivial fraction. Li Chun could not divulge any information regarding Fu Kong, not even to Li Chongqing. At least for now, he was unable to share Fu Kang's news with Li Chongqing. Noticing Li Chun's silence, Li Chongqing quickly realized the situation. He glanced at the trio behind him, Tai Ao, Wang Lijuan, and Wu Xiaofan, suppressing his curiosity and refraining from further inquiries. Mo Yunya and Ning Hongxiu were also filled with questions. Yet they understood that this was not the opportune moment to voice them. Li Xian sat upon Li Chen's arm, her youthful face brimming with excitement as she gazed eagerly at the mountains and rivers rushing beneath them. In this rare moment of tranquility, she refrained from shouting. Observing the unusual silence among the group, Li Chen turned to inquire, "Are you not curious about where I am taking you?" Mo Yunyu smiled and shook her head, declaring that as long as she was with her husband, she cared not for the destination. Ning Hongxiu nodded in agreement. Nearby, Wang Lijuan promptly expressed her loyalty, stating, "As long as the master provides us with spirit stones, we shall serve him without question." Tai Ao and Wu Xiaofan, realizing the sentiment, nodded eagerly in affirmation. Li Chen withdrew his gaze from the crowd and fixed his eyes on the distant horizon, a surge of ambition swelling within him. After more than a decade in the realm of cultivation, he had stepped out of Yin Mountain Square, breaking free from the protection of the exquisite fairy. His future path in the world of immortals would now depend solely on his own endeavors. As the onlookers observed Li Chen's figure, they couldn't help but feel that he appeared more imposing and enigmatic. Simultaneously, while Li Chen and his family departed from Yin Mountain Square towards Tsuweiwei Mountain, Master Chun of the Grade B Cave No. 7 at Yin Mountain Square received a letter. Puzzled, he wondered who could possibly be sending him correspondence. With a look of bewilderment, he opened the letter. Moments later, after finishing the contents, His expression shifted between joy and despair as he sighed deeply, exclaiming, "Foolishness! Why does this young man refuse to heed reason? Instead of pursuing the righteous path laid before him, he seeks shortcuts. On the immortal road, there are no shortcuts to be found. Taking his family to Tsui Mountain, does he truly believe that Huang Qingya is a benevolent soul? Alas, let him go. But I fear that my teachings will be buried with me." Meanwhile, in Baodin Tower, the patriarch of the Wang family gazed sternly at Wang Quan and coldly inquired, "Have you ascertained who killed our family's phoenix child and severed our lineage?" Kneeling on the ground, Wang Quan was drenched in cold sweat, struggling to find his words. The patriarch's gaze became even more frigid. "I entrusted you with protecting Feng Ming, and this is how you fulfill that duty? Feng Ming is dead, and yet you remain alive amidst the bloodshed?" Wang Quan stammered, his voice trembling. "Grandfather, I recognize my mistakes. Please, punish me." The patriarch seized a teacup from the table and forcefully struck Wang Quan on the forehead, which began to bleed profusely. "Useless," he declared. "From this day forth, Baodan Tower will be managed by Feng Qi. You are to investigate the murderer of Feng Ming. Employ whatever means necessary to unearth the culprit. Should you fail to identify the one responsible for Feng Ming's death, do not return to Ningbi Cliff, nor will you be considered a member of the Wang family." "Yes." Wang Quan dared not retort, fearing further ire. The patriarch, his countenance dark, swept away. Once the patriarch had distanced himself, Wang Quan finally rose from the ground, a troubled expression on his face as he addressed the young man beside him. "The world of cultivation is vast. Where shall I begin searching for Feng Ming's killer?" Feng Qi, calm in demeanor, responded thoughtfully, "Second uncle, Feng Ming was at the 9th level of Qi refinement and possessed many treasures bestowed by our patriarch. Consider carefully how many cultivators in Yin Mountain Square or even in Heishui Prefecture could have ambushed Feng Ming. Who might harbor a grudge against him? Who benefits the most from Feng Ming's demise? Or rather, who would most wish to see Feng Ming stifled in his growth?" Wang Quan's eyes flickered with realization. "Feng Qi, are you suggesting the Yulangyang family?" Feng Qi shrugged. "I cannot say for certain, but in Heishui Prefecture, few possess the audacity to kill Feng Ming. Regardless, Uncle Heir, since you lack direction, why not investigate? Feng Ming is the phoenix child of the Wang family, bearing the fate of our clan. Whoever has slain Feng Ming must be avenged. The Wang family cannot let this injustice go unpunished." Wang Quan nodded, a fierce glint crossing his face. "And I understood what must be done." As I watched Wang Quan depart, Wang Fengqi shook his head gently, a fleeting flash of bloodlust in his eyes, his face adorned with derision. With Feng Ming already deceased, why expend time and energy pursuing the murderer? Indeed, Feng Ming was a third-grade spiritual root, and our ancestor regarded him as the phoenix child of the Wang family, pouring countless resources and effort into his cultivation. Now that he is gone, it is only natural for our ancestor to be enraged. However, the considerable investments made in Feng Ming now seem to be in vain. "Ancestor, family, huh? Had you allocated half of the resources invested in Feng Ming to me, I might have avoided this path. Now, only after his death do you remember my existence. It is too late." Wang Fengqi sat in his chair, his handsome features resting on one hand, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Yet, Feng Ming's demise could serve a purpose. Wang Quan is a brute. With a little manipulation, I could instigate a conflict between our families. When the families clash, many shall perish, and the blood of kin is far more exquisite than that of outsiders. At this thought, Wang Fengqi licked his lips, his eyes gradually turning blood red. The tidal Blood River man does have a certain allure. After much time, the flying vessel glided into Qingzhou, drawing near to Tsui Mountain. Gazing at the verdant peaks, Li Chun felt a smile tug at his lips as he spotted a tall female cultivator in an apricot-colored robe upon the mountainside. Li Changxing stood beside Li Chun, his heart filled with confusion as he could no longer contain himself. "Father, what is this place? Why have you brought us here?" The others also turned their gazes towards Li Chun. Li Chun skillfully maneuvered the flying vessel to a gentle descent, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "This was Qingzhou's Tsuiwei Mountain, and from this moment forth, it would be our abode." Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu exchanged glances, their eyes drawn to the tall, elegant female cultivator clad in an apricot-colored long robe ahead. As the vessel touched down, Li Chun embraced Li Xian and approached Huang Qingya. Standing before her, he remarked with a smile, "Qingya, as the mistress of Tsui Mountain, surely you need not wait here to welcome us." Huang Qingya's gaze swept over the group, her expression slightly awkward as she replied in a cool tone, I merely sought to escape the confines of my abode for a breath of fresh air, and fortuitously encountered you. It was not my intention to await your arrival here." Li Chun understood Huang Qingya's demeanor well. She always exuded an air of aloofness in the presence of unfamiliar individuals. Li Chun gently patted Li Xian's head and called out, "Xianer, please summon someone." Li Xian gazed at Huang Qingya, then tilted her head upwards to look at Li Chen. Biting her finger, she wore an innocent expression and asked, "Father, what should I call her?" Before Li Chen could respond, Li Xian leapt from his embrace, unafraid, and approached Huang Qingya. Tilting her head, she inquired of the beautiful fairy, "May I call you Annie? What a good daughter. Your father has not spared his affection for you." Li Chen couldn't help but smile, giving Li Xian a thumbs up. His daughter was indeed a thoughtful little darling, well worth the nurturing. In truth, Li Xian's intentions were quite innocent. At home, she was most cherished by Mo Yunyue and Li Changsheng, whom she affectionately referred to as her aunt. Upon meeting Huang Qingya, she naturally wished for another aunt who would dote on her just as Mo Yunwei did. Huang Qingya cast a reproachful glance at Li Chen, remarking, "Is it wise to teach such a young child to be mischievous? What kind of father are you?" As she spoke, Huang Qingya picked up Li Xian, gently pinching her delicate nose, her expression softening as she said warmly, "Xianer, you truly are beautiful. How old are you this year?" "Aunt, you are the truly beautiful one. I am 5 years old this year and have never been to the mortal realm. My brother says the candied hawthorn there is delicious, but no one has taken me to buy any. Aunt, will you take me to the mortal realm and buy me some candied hawthorn?" Li Xian was cradled in Huang Qingya's embrace, her eyes sparkling with a flicker of innocence, adorned with an expression of poignant grievance. Li Chen stood aside, unable to suppress the turmoil within his heart. Others may be oblivious, but how could he not comprehend his own daughter? Despite her tender age, Li Xianer was indeed quite cunning. Even her father had fallen prey to her tricks on numerous occasions. Huang Qingya gazed tenderly at Li Xian in her arms, her eyes softening as her exquisite features seemed to blossom like snow melting under the sun, revealing a radiant smile. No one had purchased candied hawthorn for Xianer, but I shall do so. Truly, the aunt is exceptionally kind to Xianer. Li Xian wore a radiant smile, gently nuzzling against Huang Qingya's embrace, causing 2 jade peaks to sway, creating a mesmerizing undulation. Li Chen felt a slight flutter in his eyelids. The audacious feats he had never dared to undertake were now being accomplished by his daughter. "Xiaoyu, Hongxiu, Changsheng, come here. Allow me to introduce you to this remarkable individual, the prodigious talisman practitioner Huang Qingya, also known as the mistress of Zuwei Mountain." Changsheng, summon the others. Mo Yunya and Ning Hongxiu exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with a hint of apprehension. They had certainly heard of Huang Qingya's illustrious name, yet had never encountered her in person. After all, Huang Qingya was not only a genius in talisman crafting but also a late-stage qi refinement cultivator, a prominent figure within the ranks of Insher Square. In the realm of cultivation, hierarchy is rigidly observed. Those of lesser cultivation must approach their superiors with a profound sense of reverence. Observing the dynamic between Li Chun and Huang Qingya, it was evident to Mo Yunya and Ning Hongxiu that their relationship was far from ordinary. However, they remained uncertain on how to appropriately address Huang Qingya, and thus refrained from speaking. Li Changxing stood beside Li Chun, gazing at Huang Qingya, who held Li Xian in her arms. He scratched his head, remaining silent for a long while. Li Changxing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he cast a pleading glance towards Li Chun. "Father, what should I say?" Li Chun rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Opposite him, Li Xian erupted into a fit of laughter, her voice ringing clear and bright. "Brother, you are truly foolish. Since Xianer calls her auntie, you must also call her auntie." Li Changsheng gazed at Li Chun. Li Chun turned his head, refusing to look at his son. Zhang Sheng greeted his aunt. Fortunately, this son was not foolish. He ultimately paid his respects to Huang Qingya and called her aunt. Huang Qingya smiled warmly, extending her hand toward Li Zhangsheng from several paces away. "You need not feel constrained, Zhangsheng. This CUWI mountain belongs not only to me but also to you. It shall be your home from now on." As she spoke, Huang Qingya glanced at Mo Yunya and Ning Hongxiu. Meeting her gaze, Mo Yunya and Ning Hongxiu felt somewhat at a loss. For Huang Qingya was renowned and possessed formidable cultivation. "Dear friends, my relationship with Taoist Li is profound. I urge you not to feel restrained. Taoist Li, please ensure that Zhang Sheng and our 2 friends are comfortably settled while I take Xianer for a stroll." Li Chen nodded and said to Qingya, "You may go ahead." Upon their first encounter with Huang Qingya, a talented talisman cultivator at the late stage of qi refinement, Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu felt somewhat at a loss. Huang Qingya, however, was not one to indulge in flattery. She maintained an air of aloofness towards those she was unacquainted with. Once Huang Qingya departed, Li Chun turned his gaze to Tai Ao, Wang Lijuan, and Wu Xiaofan, calmly instructing, "Please find a place to settle until I summon you." "Yes, master." The three responded respectfully before taking their leave. After they had exited, Li Chun addressed Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu. "Let us proceed. This will be our home from now on. I will guide you in selecting 2 courtyards." Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu followed behind Li Chun, remaining relatively silent throughout the journey. Li Chun turned around, his gaze softening as he looked at the 2 women. "Feel free to ask whatever you wish. Surely, you do not fear Qingya to the extent of fearing your husband as well." Ning Hongxiu, displaying a lively spirit, was the first to speak. "Husband, are we truly going to reside here from now on?" Li Chun nodded, affirming that this would indeed be their new home. Originally, Suiwei Mountain belonged to the Yin family. However, the Yin family had offended Qingya, who, in a fit of anger, annihilated them and seized the mountain for herself. Feeling somewhat solitary in her solitary dominion, Qingya, with whom I share a good rapport, invited all of you to settle here at Suiwei Mountain. Although the mountain was a gift from Fukong, it is a matter that need not be disclosed to Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu. Li Chun and Huang Qingya had conferred, recognizing that the Yin family was the very cause of Huang Qingya's downfall, while Huang Qingya held the nominal title of the Lord of Suiwei Mountain. Ning Hongxiu's eyes sparkled as she turned to Li Chun and inquired, "My husband, have you already formed a bond with that fairy Huang?" In this matter, Li Chun did not conceal the truth and replied calmly, "I do indeed harbor intentions of becoming a Dao partner with Qingya. However, our relationship has yet to progress to that stage." Ning Hongxiu nodded, "I understand. You have affections for the fairy Huang, and she reciprocates them as well. It seems you both are merely one step away from taking that final leap. Rest assured, my husband, I shall ensure harmonious relations with fairy Huang." Li Chun gently tousled Ning Hongxiu's hair, his gaze filled with warmth. He turned to the side, addressing Mo Yunyu with a smile. "Little Rain, do you harbor any concerns? Why have you remained silent? Do you not appreciate Qingya?" Mo Yunyu softly shook her head, replying in a delicate tone, "Fairy Huang possesses remarkable cultivation and is a master talisman maker. Naturally, I am pleased that my husband can forge a bond with her." Observing the aura of self-doubt and timidity emanating from Mo Yunyu, Li Chun began to comprehend her innermost feelings. She was consumed by fear. The presence of Huang Qingya instilled in her a sense of trepidation, as her insecurities could not help but surface in the face of such a formidable figure. Li Chun let out a soft sigh, drawing Missouri Yunyu close, and gently reassured her, "Little Rain, do not fret, regardless of the circumstances. You shall always remain my Dao partner. I will not neglect you for the presence of Qingya." Mo Yunyu lifted her gaze, meeting Li Chun's tender glance. And only then did a smile grace her lips, her demeanor transforming from one of gloom to brightness. Suiwei Mountain, while not vast, is certainly not insignificant. Li Chun and Huang Qingya occupied Suiwei Mountain, yet the presence of others was rather sparse, rendering the entire mountain somewhat desolate. Li Chun assigned a courtyard situated on the spiritual vein to both Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu, while selecting a separate courtyard for Li Changxing. These courtyards, remnants of the Yin family, were not distasteful to Li Chun, who was also disinclined to undertake any substantial renovations. Li Changxing has matured and embarked on his journey towards immortality. He now seeks his own space, no longer needing to share a cave dwelling with Mo Yunyu and Li Xian. However, amidst such a vast mountain, Li Chun feels a certain desolation in the absence of people. After some contemplation, he decides that he ought to venture into the mortal realm to procure some maidservants, thereby infusing Cuwi Mountain with a touch of vitality. Having claimed a mountain and on the verge of establishing a family, it is only fitting to have attendants and servants to cater to the needs of Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu. Li Chun established a cave dwelling at the very heart of the spiritual vein, adjacent to the cave dwelling created by Huang Qingya. This sanctuary was designed for Li Chun's cultivation and seclusion. Once the cave was completed, Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu had already settled in. That night, Li Chun visited the courtyard where Mo Yunyu resided. He could perceive the emotional turmoil within her. Lying on the bed, Mo Yunyu rested her delicate, slender face against Li Chun's chest and spoke softly, "My husband, once you and Fairy Huang become partners, please allow her to take on the role of matriarch of Suiwei Mountain." Fairy Huang possesses remarkable cultivation and outstanding talent. She is truly someone who can aid you, supporting each other on the path of immortality. My husband, please do not let her suffer any indignities. Li Chun turned over, pinning Mo Yunyu beneath him. They had not yet reached that stage, so why utter such words? As Li Chun exerted his strength, Mo Yunyu began to hum softly. Her arms tightly encircled Li Chen's neck as she struggled to speak. Husband, shall we have another child? Very well, as you wish. Li Chen acquiesced. Initially, he had no intention of having a child with Mo Yunyu. After all, Mo Yunyu possessed a 9th grade spiritual root. And even if his own spiritual root were to elevate to 6th grade, the offspring they would conceive would likely not possess exceptional talents. However, due to Mo Yunyu's yearning for security and her desire for another child, Li Chen yielded to her wishes. Moreover, the system had issued a new task, demanding the birth of 5 offspring endowed with spiritual roots. Even if the child born by Mo Yunyu were not particularly gifted, Li Chun remained unperturbed. He could always enhance their potential with resources. That night, Li Chun did not restrain himself, and he and Mo Yunyu remained entwined for the better part of the night. When Mo Yunyu finally fell into a deep slumber, her face adorned with a gentle smile, Li Chun tenderly caressed her delicate cheek and placed a soft kiss upon her forehead. Only then did he don his garments and silently depart the room, returning to his cave abode to pursue his cultivation. Initially, there was no talk of love between Li Chun and Mo Yunyu. At that time, Mo borrowed spirit stones from Li Chun, selling Mo Yunyu to him for the price of 120 spirit stones. Li Chun cherished the timid and self-effacing young woman, and fortuitously, he was also tasked with completing the first side mission assigned by the system. Thus, he took out his meager sum of 120 spirit stones and brought Mo Yunyu back to his home. Over the years of sharing life with Mo Yunyu, her heart was filled with thoughts of her husband, Li Chen, and their son. Gradually, as time passed, the bond between Li Chen and Mo Yunyu deepened profoundly. Ning Hoshio's sentiments towards Mo Yunyu were similarly aligned. However, Huang Qingya evoked a different sentiment within Li Chen. It was only in her presence that he felt a flutter of affection. As he stepped out of Mo Yunyu's courtyard, Li Chun made his way toward the newly established cave dwelling, his thoughts drifting to Huang Qingya. At present, there remained a subtle distance between them. Huang Qingya's character stood in stark contrast to that of Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu. She was fiercely independent and possessed her own opinions. To take that final step with her, he required her consent. Under the moonlight, Li Chun returned to his cave. Huang Qingya awaited him at the entrance. Her gaze filled with disdain as she scrutinized him from head to toe. The rumors in Yinshan Square spoke of your penchant for the fairer sex, Master Li. And it seems there is some truth to it. One cannot fathom how a man so enamored with beauty could cultivate to the 6th level of qi refining in merely a decade. Li Chun, however, did not concede to the notion that he was infatuated with women. Since embarking on his path to immortality, he had diligently pursued his cultivation, never allowing himself to falter. Even after spending a considerable part of the night with Mo Yunyu, he did not lose himself in the comforts of affection, but instead remained steadfast in his commitment to practice. Yet, such thoughts need not be verbalized. Turning his gaze to Huang Qingya, Li Chun smiled gently and inquired, Qingya, dawn is nearly upon us. What brings you here? Were you perhaps waiting for me intentionally? Huang Qingya lifted her chin, her neck elongated like that of a proud swan, and retorted, do not flatter yourself. I am not here waiting for you. The moonlight is simply delightful tonight, and I came out to enjoy its beauty. Li Chen nodded and took a seat beside Huang Qingya, tilting his head to gaze at the luminous moon overhead. The moonlight tonight was indeed exquisite, though it paled in comparison to Qingya's beauty. Huang Qingya flashed a bright smile, revealing her pearly white teeth, unabashed by the joy radiating from her face. She settled next to Li Chun and, also looking up at the moonlit sky, softly began to speak. When I was young, whenever I felt wronged, I would climb onto the roof and gaze up at this very moon. It has accompanied me through the years, seemingly unchanging and eternal. Li Chun replied with a smile. The bright moon remains eternally unchanged. In contrast, a human life is but a fleeting moment. Thus, on the path of immortality, cultivators fervently pursue the goal of eternal life, aspiring to exist as long as the moon itself. Indeed, as cultivators, who among us does not yearn for immortality? Huang Qingya nodded in agreement, her expression turning serious as she gazed at Li Chen and said, I have a question for you. Meeting Huang Qingya's earnest gaze, Li Chen responded with a smile. I shall answer all that I can. Huang Qingya gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and softly inquired, "You named your son Changsheng and your daughter Xian, which reveals your aspiration for immortality. Yet, I find it perplexing. If you indeed seek eternal life, why do you indulge in romantic entanglements? From my observations, your two partners seem to lack potential. By choosing to unite with them and bear offspring, are you not hindering your own cultivation?" Li Chun gently shook his head and spoke calmly. "Qingya, there is something I must tell you." Huang Qingya tilted her head. Li Chun continued, "In truth, I possess a rare constitution. With each marriage to a spiritual partner and the birth of a child, my innate talents are elevated. For me, Xiaoyu and Hongshou are not burdens, nor are Changxing and Xianer. It is precisely because of them that my originally arduous path to immortality has become smooth." Li Chun revealed to Huang Qingya that his spiritual root aptitude could be enhanced, albeit concealing the existence of the system and attributing the improvement to a unique constitution. Upon hearing Li Chun's assertion, Huang Qingya remained skeptical, questioning whether he was truly being honest with her. Li Chun nodded affirmatively, assuring you that he was not deceiving you. "When I participated in the spirit testing ceremony of the Zishu Immortal sect, I was revealed to possess a 9th-grade spiritual root. Ever since the birth of Changxing and Xianer, my spiritual root aptitude has been enhanced." Huang Qingya opened her mouth, and after a prolonged silence, she regained her composure, scrutinizing Li Chun from head to toe before speaking in a low voice. "If this matter is indeed true, you ought not to have disclosed it to me." Li Chun chuckled softly and spoke gently. "Qingya, I wish to become your Tao partner, to support each other as we traverse the path of immortality, and thus, I should not conceal anything from you." Huang Qingya rolled her eyes, her expression laced with skepticism as she gazed at Li Chun. "You seek to be my Tao partner, perhaps more for the enhancement of your own spiritual root quality, do you not?" Li Chun candidly acknowledged that there were indeed such considerations. However, regarding Qingya, his affection was genuine. Being in her presence made the skies seem broader, the moonlight more exquisite, and the sunshine more radiant, transforming the entire world into a more beautiful place. Huang Qingya's eyes flickered as she shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Who besides me knows about your unique constitution?" Li Chun's expression instantaneously transformed into one of solemnity. "Until now, only Qingya is privy to this knowledge. Not only am I endowed with a unique constitution, but my true cultivation level is also a secret known solely to you, Qingya. Therefore, you should believe that my affections for you are genuine, should you not?" Huang Qingya rose, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Who can say? As of now, I remain unconvinced. The moment I choose to believe will depend on your actions. Oh, the dawn has arrived. I shall take my leave." With that, Huang Qingya stepped into the cave, her footsteps noticeably lighter. Observing the slowly closing gate of the cave, Li Chun felt a lift in his spirits. Li Chun understood that he had grown closer to Huang Qingya, and it was merely a matter of an opportune moment before they could shatter the veil that separated them. Li Chun led the group to familiarize themselves with Mount Suwei. Li Chun and Huang Qingya walked ahead, while Mo Yunya and Ning Hongxiu trailed slightly behind by half a step. Li Changsheng lagged half a step behind Mo Yunya and Ning Hongxiu. Behind Li Changsheng stood the reverently attentive trio of Wang Lijuan, Wu Xiaofan, and Tai Ao. As for Li Xian, she rode a black and red pup the size of a calf, leading the way ahead of Li Chun and Huang Qingya. Upon arriving before the 30 acres of spiritual fields, Li Chun turned to Wang Lijuan and the others, speaking calmly, "From this day forth, these 30 acres of spiritual fields shall be entrusted to you, with each of you managing 10 acres. As he spoke, Li Chun retrieved a pristine tome from his storage bag and tossed it to Wang Lijuan. "This contains the methods for cultivating and planting Yujin rice. Study it diligently once you receive it." Following this, Li Chun distributed the Yujin rice spiritual seeds among the 3 of them, stating, "In future harvests, 70% of the yield will belong to me, while 30% will be yours. Do you have any objections?" With deep gratitude, Wang Lijuan and her companions bowed to Li Chun, fully aware that in the matter of Tsimei Mountain, it was indeed Li Chun who held the final say. Compared to other cultivation families, the terms offered by Li Chun were notably generous. In the realm of cultivation, spiritual farmers would cultivate spiritual rice for these families, who would typically claim 80% of the harvest, leaving only 20% for the farmers. The conditions set forth by Li Chun and Huang Qingya are indeed quite generous. The spiritual farmland of Tsuiwei Mountain is modest, encompassing merely 30 acres. Otherwise, numerous wandering cultivators would flock to Tsuiwei Mountain to become spiritual farmers. There is no need for expressions of gratitude. Instead, focus on diligently tending to the spiritual fields. After all, the more bountiful the harvest of spiritual rice, the greater the share you shall receive. This Yujin rice is a high-grade spiritual crop of the first tier. If you manage a yield of 300 pounds per acre, that would amount to 3,000 pounds from 10 acres. Consequently, your share would total 900 pounds. Strive earnestly. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Wang Lijuan and her companions felt a palpable weight in the air. Yujin rice, being a high-tier spiritual rice, commands a price exceeding 10 spirit stones per pound in Angshan Square. Moreover, Yujin rice matures biennially, which means that in 2 years, they could harvest over 1,000 spirit stones, averaging more than 500 each year. The trio could not help but marvel at the advantages of serving as spiritual farmers for a powerful faction. Not only do they gain access to the spiritual land for cultivation, but they also reap considerable rewards in spirit stones. It is worth noting that even residing in the humble quarters of Angshan Square necessitates a monthly rent of 1 spirit stone. While the notion of living in a cave dwelling is beyond their wildest dreams, it is no wonder that the aimless wandering cultivators of Angshan Square are willing to go to great lengths to join various prominent cultivation families, seeking roles as spiritual farmers, herbalists, or fish farmers. Regrettably, these esteemed families do not require such a multitude. Though Tsuiwei Mountain may not be regarded as a great power, it does possess its own influence. After encouraging the trio with a few words, Li Chun continued to explore Tsuiwei Mountain with his wife and children. Upon encountering the lush bamboo grove atop the mountain, Mo Yunyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just imagine how much spiritual paper could be crafted from such an expansive bamboo forest. Li Chun smiled without uttering a word. After familiarizing the group with the verdant Tsuiwei Mountain, he returned to his cave abode, preparing to enter a state of seclusion to cultivate the 10 Treasures body forging record. Should he successfully attain the 10 Treasures body, he would unlock the gateway to body cultivation, enabling him to traverse the realms of qi refinement and possess the prowess of a peak qi refinement cultivator. Before his seclusion, Li Chun had several matters to discuss with Huang Qingya. Within the cave, Li Chun sat opposite Huang Qingya. Li Chun extracted a storage pouch from his sleeve and placed it before Huang Qingya. Qingya, for the time being, I shall retreat to cultivate a particular technique. This contains 30,000 spirit stones. Please hold on to it for now. I was unable to secure a formation master in Angshan Square, so I require you to journey to Qinghe Square and summon one to establish a protective formation. Furthermore, once you arrive at Qinghe Square, do keep an eye out for spiritual items such as earth origin fruits, stone clear milk, and yellow dragon marrow. I shall provide you with a list detailing the herbs and auxiliary materials needed for the concoction of earth origin pills, ascension pills, and crimson cloud pills. Presently, I have reached the 6th level of qi refinement, and I need the earth origin pills to break through my bottleneck and ascend to the 7th level. As for you, Qingya, being at the 8th level of qi refinement, you too require elixirs for your cultivation, and the ascension pills and crimson cloud pills are perfectly suited for you. At this moment, Li Chun remained unaware of the grade of Huang Qingya's spiritual root. He only knew she possessed a blood-rune spirit body, demonstrating exceptional talent in talisman crafting, capable of drawing top-tier talismans and even expending her blood essence to elevate a first-tier top-tier talisman to a second-tier one. Though Huang Qingya was merely at the 8th level of qi refinement, her combat prowess was formidable, placing her among the most formidable practitioners at this stage. Unless faced with a foundation establishment cultivator, she would encounter little danger in the realm of immortality. Huang Qingya did not hesitate. She accepted the storage pouch offered by Li Chun with a smile, assuring him, "Rest assured, such a substantial sum of spirit stones entrusted to me will be in safe hands." Li Chen's smile was gentle and refined. For the time to come, he entrusted Tsuiwei Mountain to you. Huang Qingya nodded, affirming that since you have such faith in her, she would undoubtedly live up to your trust. Rest assured, she would take good care of Tsuiwei Mountain. After discussing all matters with Huang Qingya, Li Chen summoned Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu, Li Changxing, and Li Xian. Li Chen conveyed to several individuals his impending retreat for cultivation, distributing spiritual stones and medicinal pills while encouraging them to diligently pursue their practice and not to become complacent. He felt assured about Ning Hongxiu and Li Changxing. However, his concern lingered over Mo Yuni, as her excessively laid-back attitude rendered her indifferent to the enhancement of her cultivation. Ultimately, Li Chen turned his gaze towards Li Xian. Sienna, father is about to enter seclusion. For an extended period, you shall not see me. Remember to heed your mother and your two aunts' words. Do you understand? Li Xian, having been born in the realm of cultivation, possessed an ambiguous understanding of Li Chen's impending seclusion. Gazing at the affable smile of Li Chen, Li Xian clung to his leg and pleaded, Father, please do not enter seclusion. Li Chen did not respond to Li Xian, instead directing his gaze towards Ning Hongxiu and Mo Yunya. In a solemn tone, he stated, Sienna's spiritual roots are on the verge of complete saturation. You must remember to encourage her to cultivate diligently, lest she continue her previous reckless ways. Ning Hongxiu nodded and reassured him, Do not worry, my husband. I shall ensure that Sienna remains devoted to her practice. Li Chen nodded and turned his gaze towards Li Changxing. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved two magical artifacts. One was the mixed iron shield, gifted by Mo Yunxing, and the other was the crimson edge sword. Handing these two lower-tier artifacts to Li Changxing, Li Chen gently patted him on the shoulder and said, Changxing, I entrust these artifacts to you for now. I hope that by the time father emerges from his seclusion, you will have already transcended to the 4th level of qi refinement. Li Changxing nodded emphatically, assuring his father, Rest assured, Father, your son shall not let you down. His gaze swept across the crowd. Having conveyed all that was necessary, Li Chen retreated to his cave dwelling and sealed it shut. Within the confines of the cave, Li Chen sat cross-legged upon a mat, 10 exquisite magical artifacts arrayed before him. As he gazed at these 10 supreme treasures, he took a deep breath, gradually closing his eyes, and began to channel the magical energy within him, envisioning himself as a furnace. Recalling the pivotal insights from the myriad treasures body forging record, Li Chen understood that he must transform himself into a crucible, igniting the divine fire with his essence, blood, and spirit as fuel. He would then refine the artifacts within himself, forging his very being into a treasure of unparalleled worth. Li Chen was uncertain about the duration required to attain the 10 treasures body, yet he presumed that it would not be a brief endeavor. Within the confines of the cave abode, his entire being radiated a crimson hue, as the energies of blood, spirit, and soul intertwined, igniting a divine fire within him. He appeared as though he had transformed into a furnace, wielding a supreme magical artifact, which gradually dimmed in brilliance. In this cave, Li Chen had completely lost his sense of time. In the outside world, Huang Qingya stood atop the mountain peak, her gaze cold and piercing as she surveyed a group of cultivators across from her. Master Fang, it appears you are dissatisfied with my occupation of Ziwei Mountain. Behind Huang Qingya stood Mo Yunya, Ning Hongxiu, Li Changxing, and others. Fang Zhitao, accompanied by several cultivators of the qi refinement realm, ascended Ziwei Mountain. His eyes flickered as he bowed to Huang Qingya. Fairy Huang, this Ziwei Mountain was originally part of the Yin family's territory. Your occupation of it is merely a reflection of the Yin family's inability to defend their domain, and we dare not voice any objections. However, the Fang family has maintained a cordial relationship with the Yin family for decades. Now that you have taken control of Ziwei Mountain, yet we see no Yin cultivators present, we must inquire. May I ask, how have you dealt with the Yin family as cultivators? Huang Qingya, clad in an apricot-colored robe, wore an expression of indifference as an overwhelming aura of the 8th layer of qi refinement emanated from her, unrestrainedly assaulting Fang Zhitao and the other Fang family cultivators. In a cold voice, she responded, Master Fang, are you questioning me? Fang Zhitao, also at the 8th layer of qi refinement, stood his ground under Huang Qingya's imposing presence, his demeanor calm and composed. I would not dare to question Fairy Huang. However, given the close ties between the Fang and Yin families, we feel compelled to inquire about the recent upheaval concerning the Yin family. I kindly request you to enlighten us on how you have dealt with the Yin family members. I exterminated them all, Huang Qingya replied, her tone chillingly calm. The ancestor of the Yin family coveted my beauty and provoked me. Thus, I annihilated their clan. Do you, Fang family, seek to defend the Yin family? As she spoke, Huang Qingya tapped her storage bag, and a multitude of spiritual lights erupted forth, swirling around her like lively fish. Among the hundreds of luminous entities were clearly visible top-tier spiritual talismans. Observing the dazzling display surrounding Huang Qingya, Fang Zhitao's eyelids twitched, and his demeanor immediately softened. Fairy Huang, please do not misunderstand. We harbor no intentions of seeking justice. Since the Yin family foolishly provoked you, their demise is but a consequence of their own actions. I come to Tsuweiwei Mountain today with no malice, as you will be our neighbor. It is only fitting that I, as the head of the Fong family, extend my greetings and present a token of congratulations. This modest gift may be insignificant, but I hope you will accept it with a smile. Fong Zhitao produced a jade box from his storage bag, his expression adorned with a smile, starkly contrasting with his earlier demeanor. Huang Qingya cast a glance at Fong Zhitao, then at the other members of the Fong family behind him, and calmly uttered, "Chongqing." Li Chongqing gazed adoringly at his aunt, Huang Qingya. Upon hearing her call, he promptly approached, receiving the jade box from Fong Zhitao, and then returned to stand behind Huang Qingya. "Master Fong, if there is nothing pressing, I must kindly decline your hospitality," Huang Qingya stated as she accepted the jade box from Fong Zhitao, casting a cold glance at him and the other members of the Fong clan before dismissing them. "Master Huang, do visit Tiger Head Mountain when you have the time. As neighbors, it is only fitting that we maintain a cordial relationship. Today, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave," Fong Zhitao replied, clad in a long azure robe, his scholar's attire exuding composure rather than anger. After bowing respectfully to Huang Qingya, he departed with several members of the Fong family. Huang Qingya calmly watched them leave before turning to Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu, her tone gentle as she reassured them, "There is no need to fear. I shall handle everything." Mo Yunyu nodded and softly replied, "With Sister Huang here, we naturally feel at ease." Li Chongqing approached Huang Qingya, holding a jade box with reverence in his demeanor and admiration in his gaze. "Auntie Huang, you were truly magnificent just now. Those cultivators from the Fong family dared not act recklessly in your presence." A subtle smile graced Huang Qingya's beautiful face as she encouraged him, saying, "Chongqing, you must strive diligently in your cultivation. Once you attain a higher level of mastery, none shall dare to disrespect you." Li Chongqing nodded earnestly, for the words spoken by Huang Qingya, his aunt, resonated closely with the admonishments frequently imparted by his father. His gaze swept over the group as Huang Qingya produced a blood-red spiritual talisman along with a collection of top-tier talismans. An aura of authority surrounded her as she spoke in a gentle tone, "I must make a journey to Qingafang to procure some spiritual items. And I also need to invite a formation master to set up a protective array. Hongxiu, as you are the most accomplished here, I entrust you with this second-tier thunder and fire talisman along with these top-tier talismans. After I depart from Tsuwei Mountain, you shall remain in command." Meeting Huang Qingya's gaze, Ning Hongxiu nodded affirmatively, "Sister Huang, you can rest assured. I will take good care of Tsuwei Mountain." Without further ado, Huang Qingya transformed into a beam of sword-like light and soared into the air. After Li Qin's seclusion, on the verdant peaks of Tsuwei Mountain, all matters, both great and small, were predominantly decided by Huang Qingya. In truth, Huang Qingya was merely a year younger than Mo Yunya, yet Mo Yunya, being exceedingly timid and lacking her own opinions, would instinctively bow her head in Huang Qingya's presence, relegating herself to a position inferior to that of Huang Qingya. Li Chun was in seclusion, while Mo Yunyue and Ning Hongxiu regarded Huang Qingya as their pillar of support. Huang Qingya exuded the demeanor of the matriarch of Tsuwei Mountain, a stance that met with no objections from the others. Located several dozen miles away from Tsuwei Mountain was Tiger Head Mountain, named for its resemblance to a tiger's head. Tiger Head Mountain also housed a first-tier spiritual vein and was occupied by the Fong family, a clan of qi refiners. The Fong family, though not particularly strong within the territory of Qingzhou, was neither weak. They had an elder at the peak of qi refining and 5 members in the later stages of qi refining, with dozens more in the early and mid-stages combined. In addition, there were many mortals on Tiger Head Mountain, descendants of the Fong family. However, not every descendant of cultivators was guaranteed to possess spiritual roots. In the conference hall of Tiger Head Mountain, the clan leader Fong Zhitao respectfully gazed at the venerable elder seated above him, offering a deep bow. "Elder, I have ascertained that the Yin family has been annihilated. Currently occupying Tsuwei Mountain is a cultivator named Huang Qingya, along with another cultivator named Li Chun. Huang Qingya hails from Yinshan Fong, is under 30, has attained the 8th layer of qi refining, and is a talisman master capable of inscribing top-tier spiritual talismans. As for Li Chun, he was originally an alchemist from the Divine Pill Pavilion in Yinshan Fong, possessing merely the 4th layer of qi refining, which is inconsequential. The elder of the Fong family, seated in a position of authority, regarded the younger generation with a calm gaze and spoke in a grave tone. Although Huang Qingya is youthful, she should not be underestimated. Given that Tiger Head Mountain borders Tsuwei Mountain, Zhitao, Instruct the clan members to refrain from provoking Ziwei Mountain. Fang Zhitao nodded in agreement, fully recognizing the wisdom of the elder's words. Today, Huang Qingya had unleashed over 100 top-tier spiritual talismans, genuinely startling him. A talisman master was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Although Huang Qingya's cultivation was only at the 8th layer of qi refinement, inferior to their elder's prowess, the overwhelming number of talismans was sufficient to instill fear in any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage, deterring them from daring to provoke her. Hadn't the Yin family been obliterated for provoking Huang Qingya? The Fang family was somewhat stronger than the Yin family, but the difference was marginal. The Yin family's fate served as a cautionary tale, and the Fang family could not afford to disregard it. The elder's gaze swept over Fang Zhitao and the others before finally settling on a taciturn middle-aged man. With a tone of concern, he inquired, Ziguang, you are 51 this year and have recently broken through to the 9th layer of qi refining. Are you confident in achieving full qi refinement before reaching 60? Fang Ziguang stepped forward, his expression serious as he nodded. Elder, I will surely reach full qi refinement before the 6th-decade mark. The elder's eyes glimmered with satisfaction as he solemnly declared, my time is drawing near, and I have but a few years left to live. My greatest wish is to witness a foundation establishment cultivator emerge from our clan, thus elevating the Fang family to the status of a foundation establishment family. Zhitao, Zigong, and Ziming, in the coming years, we must reduce clan expenditures, and the spiritual stone resources allocated to the younger generation will be temporarily halted. We shall concentrate all spiritual stone resources to support Ziguang's cultivation to full qi refinement. If he can attain the consummation of qi refining within the next 60 years, our family shall exert all its strength to procure a foundation establishment pill for him. At this pivotal moment, we must refrain from provoking Ziwei Mountain. Do you understand? Fang Zhitao, Fang Zhiqing, Fang Zhigong, and Fang Zhiming, the late-stage qi refining cultivators of the Fang family, nodded solemnly and replied in unison, Ancestor. We understand what must be done. Within the cave abode, Li Qin sat cross-legged on a mat, his skin radiating a golden sheen that illuminated the dim cavern. Li Qin slowly opened his eyes and gazed at his hands. They were adorned with a delicate layer of golden powder, shimmering in a soft hue of gold. Li Qin observed his palm for a moment before retrieving a high-grade magical artifact, a flying sword, from his storage bag. He commanded the sword to strike his palm. The blade made contact, yet it inflicted no harm whatsoever. Having attained the 10 treasures body, he found that cultivators below the foundation establishment stage posed little threat to him. He was eager to test the powers awakened after achieving the 10 treasures body. Li Qin felt a surge of thought, and a dark red flame danced upon his palm. The flame flickered in his hand, causing the temperature within the cave to rise dramatically, distorting the very air around him. Is it because my spiritual root is inclined towards fire that I have awakened this demonic flame of alchemy? I wonder what power this demonic flame possesses. However, in the future, when refining elixirs, I shall no longer need ironheart wood as fuel, thus saving me considerable effort. Having cultivated the 10 treasures body and awakened the demonic flame of alchemy, I am curious to know what divine abilities will manifest upon achieving the 100 treasures body. The dark red flames extinguished upon Li Qin's palm, his gaze gradually shifting to a deep black, while his pale golden skin returned to its normal hue. A trace of excitement adorning his face. During this period of seclusion, he successfully refined 10 supreme magical artifacts, forging the 10 treasures body. The 10 treasures body record comprises 9 tiers. Upon mastering each tier, a unique divine ability is awakened, varying according to the individual cultivator and not predetermined. It is crucial to note the distinction between divine abilities and spells. Generally, divine abilities are innate traits inherent within one's bloodline. Naturally, one can also cultivate divine abilities through advanced techniques. However, in the realm of cultivation, mainstream techniques such as the Scarlet Flame art, Azure Wood art, and Golden Essence technique do not facilitate the attainment of divine abilities, as they lack the methods to cultivate them. Only techniques of the 3rd tier or higher enable cultivators at the Golden Core stage and beyond to achieve divine abilities. As far as Li Qin is aware, many Golden Core masters in the cultivation world have not attained divine abilities, with most capable of such feats being nascent soul true monarchs. He has never encountered a cultivator possessing divine abilities at the qi refinement or foundation establishment stages. Upon attaining the 10 treasures body, Li Qin awakened a divine ability known as the demonic flame of refinement. The extent of the demonic flame's power remains to be tested. Now, having forged the 10 treasures body, Li Qin's combat prowess has undergone a significant transformation. With his formidable physical defense and the enhanced blood-sucking flying dagger, he can extract a greater quantity of vital essence from within, amplifying its potency. Li Qin believed that as long as he was willing to risk everything and dared to allow the bloodthirsty flying blade to drain his vital essence, even foundational cultivators would tremble in fear. Notably, during the secluded refinement of the 10 treasures body, Li Qin's cultivation successfully ascended to the 7th layer of qi refinement. The barrier between the 6th and 7th layers was not as formidable as he had anticipated, likely due to the elevation of his spiritual root to the 6th grade. Had he still possessed a 9th grade spiritual root, the effort required to break through to the 7th layer and become a late-stage qi refinement cultivator would have been monumental. In the realm of cultivation within the Yin Kingdom, late-stage qi refinement cultivators were hardly considered weaklings. However, he was uncertain about the duration of his recent retreat. While immersed in the cultivation of the 10 treasures body record within his cave abode, Li Qin lost all sense of time. Yet, he was aware that this period of seclusion must have been lengthy. This marked Li Qin's first retreat since embarking on the path of immortality. He accessed the system panel, revealing the following information. Host, Li Qin cultivation, 7th layer of qi refinement, 10 treasures body, spiritual root, 6th grade lifespan, 40, 105, techniques, scarlet flame technique, spirit transformation hand, withered wood technique, deceiving heaven art, light splitting shadow sword technique, 10 treasures body record magic items, golden light brick, bloodthirsty blade, celestial net, bamboo leaf boat divine abilities, refined demon divine flame skills, 2nd tier alchemy partner, Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu offspring, Li Changsheng, Li Xian, Li Yun main quest, establish a cultivation family, incomplete, side quest, bear 5 offspring with spiritual roots, incomplete. Gazing at the information on the system panel, Li Qin felt a momentary daze. Had he truly been in seclusion for 10 years? He quickly regained his composure. The system panel showed little change, aside from the addition of a divine ability section. Furthermore, he had gained an additional offspring, Li Yun. Li Qin opened Li Yun's data panel. Offspring, Li Yun. Cultivation level, qi refinement stage 1, spiritual root, grade 8, lifespan, 979, talent, gu refining. Li Qin stroked his chin, his expression serene. Li Yun is the son born to Li Qin and Mo Yunyu, and he has reached the age of 9 this year. Given that Mo Yunyu possesses a 9th grade spiritual root and Li Qin a 6th grade one, Li Yun, like Li Changsheng, has an 8th grade spiritual root. Although his spiritual aptitude is not particularly high, he possesses a remarkable talent for gu refining. On the other hand, Li Xian's gift lies in combat. It is noteworthy that the eldest, Li Changsheng, lacks any innate talents. Having secluded himself for a decade, Li Qin felt a pang of guilt for not even having witnessed the birth of his son, leading him to believe that he has fallen short as a father. Furthermore, Li Changsheng is nearing his 20th year, while Li Xian has already reached the age of 15. Contemplating this, Li Qin accessed the data panels of Li Changsheng and Li Xian. Offspring, Li Changsheng cultivation, qi refinement level 4 spiritual root, 8th grade lifespan, 1991, talent, none offspring. Li Xian cultivation, qi refinement level 4 spiritual root, 6th grade lifespan, 1588, talent, combat before entering seclusion. Li Changsheng was at qi refinement level 2. A decade has passed, and he has now attained qi refinement level 4. This rate of cultivation is considered normal for someone with an 8th grade spiritual root. Li Xian has already embarked on the path of cultivation, currently possessing a mastery at the 4th level of qi refinement, which is comparable to that of Li Changsheng. Although the siblings' cultivation levels are similar, Li Qin is certain that Li Changsheng would likely be unable to defeat Li Xian, as his combat prowess falls short in comparison. After all, Li Xian possesses an additional talent for combat. Within the confines of the cave dwelling, Li Qin reflects upon how swiftly time passes. A single retreat has seemingly stretched into a decade. Outside the cave, a girl with bright eyes and pearly teeth dons a warrior's attire. A storage bag hanging at her waist, and her long hair elegantly tied back in a ponytail. She rides a demon dog with a striking black and crimson coat, cheerfully extending her hand to a nearby delicate child. "Little brother," she calls, "lend your sister 100 spirit stones, and I shall take you to the mortal realm." where you can witness the clashing of swords and the brilliance of life. Moreover, I will treat you to candied hawthorns. Eat as many as you desire." Li Yun stood before the cave dwelling, his stature modest, yet his features were strikingly handsome. With a serene gaze, he cast a sidelong glance at the young girl and gently shook his head. "Sister, do not deceive me regarding the spirit stones. Last time, you tricked me out of 100 spirit stones under the pretense of purchasing a jade bee for me. Yet to this day, I have received nothing. If you continue to mislead me about the spirit stones, be wary of my words to father upon his return. Furthermore, mother and our 2 aunts have strictly forbidden you from leaving Saway Mountain. You have sneaked away to the mortal realm several times and even established a faction there. Should you fail to return my spirit stones, I shall certainly inform father of this matter once he emerges." Li Xian rode atop the black firehound. Her fists clenched as she cast a menacing glare at her younger brother. "Li Yun, you have grown, haven't you? Your wings have strengthened. To the point where you dare to threaten your elder sister?" "Xiao He." Li Xian patted the head of the black firehound, and it immediately bared its teeth at Li Yun. Li Yun cast a glance at the snarling black hound, and then at the menacing expression of Li Xian. With an indifferent tone, he spoke, "Second sister, there is no need for you to intimidate me. I have been frightened by you since childhood, but now I am no longer afraid. When father emerges from seclusion, I shall certainly report your misdeeds to him." Li Xian leaped gracefully from the back of the black fire dog, her hands clasping together, producing a series of sharp clicks. With a mischievous grin adorning her face, she approached Li Yun. "Dear little brother," she began, "today, your sister shall impart a valuable lesson. Before you can overpower me, do not dare to threaten your elder sister, for the consequences may be dire." Just then, a familiar voice echoed in Li Xian's ears. Li Xian turned around and happened to see the long-sealed cave door gradually opening, revealing a familiar figure stepping out from within the cavern. "Father." Li Yun's body trembled, and his eyes were instantly enveloped in a glimmer of tears, his face alight with excitement as he beheld the towering figure emerging from the cave. "Father." Upon seeing Li Chun, Li Xian was filled with immense joy. Appearing before him in a flash, wrapping her arms around his waist, her voice brimming with enthusiasm as she exclaimed, "Father, you have finally emerged from your seclusion. You cannot imagine how much I have missed you during these 10 long years of your retreat." Li Chun squinted. If he had not misjudged moments ago, Li Xian had adeptly merged the mundane art of lightness with the technique of shadow gliding, achieving a speed that far exceeded that of any practitioner employing the latter. After a decade apart, the once delicate porcelain doll had blossomed into a graceful young woman, though her mischievous nature remained unaltered. Had Li Xian's aptitude for combat begun to manifest since embarking on the path of immortality? Gazing at his daughter in his arms, Li Chun adopted a stern expression and coldly inquired, "Li Xian, why do you torment your younger brother? Did Changxing ever bully you?" "Dad, you've been in seclusion for 10 years, yet upon your return, you are fierce with Sienna? You have never been this harsh with her before. Do you no longer care for Sienna?" Li Xian embraced Li Chun's waist, tilting her head with a look of poignant vulnerability, exuding an air of delicate sorrow. Li Chun disregarded Li Xian. As a father, he was well aware of his daughter's temperament. He turned his gaze to the side, where Li Yun, with a delicate visage and an expression full of excitement, stood. Li Chun's eyes softened. This son, possessing a fair and gentle appearance akin to that of a girl, had a somewhat slender build, bearing a resemblance to Mo Uni. "Yunner, come here, let your father have a look at you." Li Chun gazed softly at Li Yun, beckoning him with a gentle wave. Li Yun approached Li Chun with an expression brimming with excitement, a glimmer of tears shimmering in her eyes as she tremulously called out, "Father." Li Chun gently patted Li Yun's head, nodding with satisfaction. "Good son, over the years, I have been sequestered in meditation, even missing your birth. I owe you an apology for this." Li Yun shook his head. "Father, I am not wronged. Mother, elder brother, and the 2 aunts have treated me very well." "Oh." Li Chun squinted his eyes, casting an unfriendly glance towards Li Xian. Li Xian was infuriated, releasing the embrace around Li Chun's waist and placing both hands on her hips. "Li Yun, you ungrateful wretch. What do you mean by that? Have I not treated you well, sister?" Li Yun curled his lips in disdain, offering no response. Li Xian cast a glance at Li Chun, meeting his questioning gaze. She raised her sleeve to shield her face, exclaiming, "Father, do you not believe in me either? It seems that with a son, a daughter is no longer cherished. Alas, in this household, I find no affection, no love, akin to a mere cabbage by the roadside. Perhaps it is best for me to leave this home, so as not to burden your sight." "Father, what are you doing?" Suddenly, Li Xian pressed her forehead and took 2 steps back, her expression one of astonishment, eyes brimming with grievance, tears on the verge of spilling. In this moment, Li Xian was genuinely aggrieved, not feigning her emotions. Li Qian glanced at his right hand, feeling somewhat awkward. Instinctively, he playfully tapped Li Xian on the forehead, but he had forgotten that he had already forged his body into the 10 treasures. Even without exerting force, this gentle tap left a noticeable mark on Li Xian's forehead. Ahem. My dear Xian, it was not my intention. I have been engrossed in seclusion, practicing a body refinement technique, and I neglected to temper my strength. Noticing the look of distress on Li Xian's face, as tears threatened to spill, Li Qian hurried to clarify. As a father, he could not bear to see his daughter in tears. Li Xian tilted her head and huffed. You simply do not love me. As soon as you emerged from your seclusion, you struck me. I shall inform mother and my 2 aunts. Li Qian rubbed his temples, filled with exasperation. Go on. What is it that you desire this time? Li Xian then broke into laughter through tears, saying, Father, if you could lend me your flying vessel for a few days, I would gladly forgive you. Li Qian did not ponder for long before retrieving a palm-sized bamboo leaf boat from his storage pouch and handing it to Li Xian. With a concerned tone, he cautioned, do not venture away from Tsui Mountain, and certainly do not wander into the secular world. I understand, replied Li Xian. Father, why have you become so verbose upon your return from seclusion? Li Xian took the small flying boat from Li Qian's hands and, like a prized treasure, lifted it towards Li Yun. Come, little brother, she exclaimed, let me take you on an experience of what it feels like to ride a flying boat. Li Yun stood beside Li Qian, casting a sidelong glance at Li Xian, choosing to ignore her. Mumph, utterly ungrateful. Li Xian let out a cold snort, turned around, and flicked her long ponytail behind her. With a lively bounce, she exclaimed, Little Black, let's go. The black fire dog glanced at Li Qian, then wagged its tail and merrily trotted after Li Xian. Li Qian rubbed his temples, realizing that his daughter was increasingly becoming a source of concern as she grew older. The black fire dog, originally a gift from Fu Kong to Li Chongxing, had transformed into Li Xian's pet ever since she learned to crawl and walk. Nevertheless, the fact that the black fire dog had survived this long was a testament to its resilience, especially considering that Li Xian had once accidentally caused the demise of a golden-scaled fish gifted to her by Li Chun during her early childhood. Glancing at Li Yun, who accompanied him, Li Chun felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, his 2 sons exhibited a steadiness that contrasted with Li Xian's mischievous nature. Yuners, let us take a stroll around Suiwei Mountain. Li Chun greeted Li Yun, and the father and son promptly began their inspection of Suiwei Mountain. After a decade of seclusion, the mountain had undergone significant transformations. There were now numerous attendants and servants, a dedicated herbalist tending to the medicinal fields, and an initial stage cultivator responsible for the care of the bamboo grove. In the 30 acres of spiritual fields, golden ears of spiritual rice flourished abundantly. Wang Lijuan, who was diligently weeding and pest controlling the spiritual rice, noticed Li Chun and hurriedly set aside her tasks to approach, her expression filled with respect as she greeted, Greetings, my lord, and greetings to the 3rd young master. Li Chun gazed at Wang Lijuan, who was dressed in a feminine attire, accompanied by a robust child of 7 or 8 years, with a round face and a spirited demeanor. Is this your son? Li Qian inquired. Wang Lijuan smiled and nodded. Esteemed sir, I have become a companion in the way of life with Xiao Fan. This is our son, named Bufan. Bufan, come and pay your respects to the esteemed sir. Bufan complied and bowed respectfully. The child, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, had a dark complexion and a sturdy build, though he seemed somewhat lacking in intellect. Li Qian nodded slightly, refraining from further words, and returned to the courtyard atop the mountain alongside Li Yun. Li Yun walked alongside Li Qian, speaking in a low voice, Father. These 30 acres of spiritual fields are divided between Wang Lijuan and Wu Xiaofan, each managing 10 acres, with an impressive yield of over 400 pounds per acre. Tai Ao also oversees a portion of the spiritual fields. However, his lack of diligence results in a yield of less than 200 pounds per acre. Over the years, Aunt Huang has repeatedly sought to expel Tai Ao from Tsui Mountain, yet each time, my elder brother has interceded on his behalf, compelling Aunt Huang to relent. Is it truly so? Li Chun stroked his chin, gazing at Li Yun, and inquired calmly, Yuner, what do you believe is the appropriate course of action regarding this matter? Li Yun pondered for a moment before responding earnestly, Father, I believe we should dismiss Tai Ao. This sacred field belongs to our family, and while we have entrusted it to him for cultivation, he has shown little regard for its care. He has neglected to address the pest infestation, resulting in significant losses of our precious spiritual rice. Li Chen nodded in appreciation, gently stroking Li Yun's head and generously bestowing praise upon her. At such a tender age, Yun'er displayed remarkable understanding, far surpassing that of Xian'er. In response to Li Chen's commendation, Li Yun shook her head, her expression earnest as she spoke. Father, my brother and I possess the 8th grade spiritual roots, while my second sister has 6th grade roots. My brother and I do not measure up to her in our cultivation. Therefore, we must take extra care of Tsui Mountain, alleviating some of your burdens and sparing you unnecessary worries. Li Chun cast a surprised glance at Li Yun. This son of his, though merely 9 years of age, exhibited an unusual level of maturity. In the matter concerning Tai Ao, Huang Qingya was not mistaken, and Li Chun wholeheartedly endorsed her decision. Li Yun and Li Changsheng, though born of the same mother, possess personalities that are rather composed, yet subtle distinctions remain between them. Observing the delicate features and slender frame of Li Yun, Li Chen appears to be lost in contemplation. Li Yun possesses a remarkable talent for potion crafting. At present, it appears that this son exhibits an extraordinary temperament, surpassing that of his elder brother Li Changsheng and elder sister Li Xian. Husband, you have emerged from your seclusion. In the courtyard, Ning Hongxiu, with a beaming expression, hurriedly approached and leapt into Li Chen's embrace. Mo Yunyu stood nearby, a smile gracing her face. Li Chen cast his gaze upon Mo Yunyu, who averted her eyes and lowered her head. Li Chen gently caressed Ning Hongxiu's long hair and spoke softly. Hongxiu, the child is still watching. Only then did Ning Hongxiu realize, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Li Changxing approached Li Chun, his expression filled with reverence, as he humbly congratulated his father on the remarkable achievement of mastering his divine skills. Li Chen smiled and turned to gaze at his eldest son. Li Changsheng had already grown to the same height as Li Chen, adorned in a flowing black robe. His countenance was handsome, exuding an air of refined elegance and gentle grace. Li Changsheng, at the age of 19, has attained the 4th level of qi refinement, no longer a mere child. His gaze swept past Ning Hongxiu and Mo Yunya. Ning Hongxiu has reached the 6th level of qi refinement, while Mo Yunya remains at the 3rd level, her appearance having altered slightly. Noticing Mo Yunya bow her head, Li Chang understood that she was likely succumbing to feelings of inferiority once again. Now approaching 40, Mo Yunya's low cultivation level has begun to affect her appearance as well. In contrast, though Ning Hongxiu has experienced some changes in her looks and demeanor, they are not significant. Li Chun rubbed his temples, feeling a twinge of headache creeping in. Li Xian is one thing, but Mo Yunyu is similar. Over the years, Li Chen has provided her with considerable resources. Had she shown a bit more ambition and a firmer resolve, she would have long since advanced to the 4th layer of qi refinement. Yet, her indifference towards cultivation reveals a complete lack of aspiration. Li Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Given Mo Yunyu's disposition, it seemed unlikely that he would ever establish a solid foundation, even with the application of resources. Sighing deeply to dispel his worries, Li Chun turned to the others and inquired softly, "Where is Qingya? Why is she not present?" "Father," replied one of them, "Aunt Huang has gone to Qingafang to sell talismans. For all these years, Suiwei Mountain has largely relied on Aunt Huang's support. We have been of little assistance." Li Changxing replied to Li Chun, his face flushed with shame. Li Chen nodded. Indeed, since his retreat, Suiwei Mountain had relied entirely on Huang Qingya for support. While she was engaged in her own cultivation, she also had to manage the affairs of Suiwei Mountain, which must have been quite a burden. "Husband, do not just stand there. Sister Mo and I have prepared a welcome banquet for you. Please take a seat promptly." Ning Hongxiu assisted Li Chen as they stepped into the courtyard, instructing several maidservants to serve wine and dishes. Li Chen sat in the principal seat, flanked by his 2 wives and 2 sons. As for Li Xian, he had disappeared somewhere, engaged in mischief, and had yet to return. On the table lay an array of spiritual delicacies, accompanied by a pot of ethereal wine. Li Changsheng proactively poured a glass of wine for Li Chun, smiling as he addressed him. "Father, since our arrival at Sui Mountain, our family has prospered over the years. The 30 acres of spiritual fields yield over 10,000 pounds of Yujin rice every 2 years, from which we retain 70%, amounting to approximately 8,000 pounds. After setting aside our own share, we can sell around 5,000 pounds externally. And Huang takes me to Qingafang every 2 years to sell the Yujin rice, bringing in about 50,000 spiritual stones each time." In addition to the spiritual fields, we also possess a grove of green bamboo, which has provided us with substantial returns. However, our greatest profit still comes from those 30 acres of spiritual fields. Li Chun nodded slightly and inquired calmly. Qingya has treated you well, hasn't she? Imo Yinyu shook her head and replied, my husband, Sister Huang has been exceedingly kind to us, never depriving us of spirit stones or elixirs. Li Chun sipped a cup of spiritual elixir, his fingers gently tapping on the table. This is the advantage of occupying a spiritual vein. While wandering cultivators in the outside world toil desperately, barely earning a handful of spirit stones in a year, those belonging to families established in areas rich with spiritual energy enjoy a vastly different fortune. Just the 30 acres of spiritual rice fields on Suiwei Mountain can yield tens of thousands of spirit stones in merely 2 years, in addition to a medicinal herb field, a grove of green bamboos, and a single high-grade spirit peach tree. It is no wonder that many late-stage qi refinement wanderers are willing to go to great lengths, even risking their lives, in pursuit of a piece of spiritual vein territory to establish their own lineage. Li Chun secluded himself for a decade, diligently practicing the art of body forging with 10 treasures. Throughout these 10 years, it was solely Huang Qingya who upheld everything. Without her, Ning Hongxiu, Imo Yunya, and Li Changsheng would have been incapable of establishing themselves on Mount Suiwei. Now, Li Chun has reached the 7th layer of qi refinement, entering the later stages of this realm, and has successfully forged his 10 treasures body. It is time to put the establishment of the family on the agenda. After completing 2 side quests, Li Chun acquired the blood-devouring blade, an artifact of the demonic path, as well as the art of body forging with 10 treasures. Following the completion of the main quest, the rewards should undoubtedly be more abundant than those from the side quests. Presently, Li Chun eagerly anticipates the rewards that await him after fulfilling the main quest. Turning to the others, he inquired calmly, what significant events have transpired in the cultivation world during these 10 years? Father, indeed, there has been a momentous event. Li Changsheng set down his chopsticks and spoke solemnly. Father, not long after you entered seclusion, a cultivator named Wang Quan from the Wang family of Ningbaya in Heishui Prefecture murdered a member of the Yulong Yang family, who had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, accusing them of having slain his family's phoenix child. Naturally, the Yang family would not accept such a grievance lightly. In a fit of rage, a foundation establishment cultivator from the Yang family immediately pursued Wang Quan to Yinshan Square, intent on taking his life. It is said that both the foundation establishment cultivators from the Yulong Yang family and the Ningbaya Wang family engaged in a series of fierce battles, dragging several qi refinement families from Heishui Prefecture